Back for the Crown by Cody Goggin. Prologue. The crown sat heavy in King Martin Treehorn's hands, its gilded edges catching the dim light of dawn. As he placed it atop his head, the weight seemed greater than ever, and a chilling thought coursed through him. This may be the last time. For 13 years, Martin had ruled Agamemnon, a reign earned not through lineage but by blood. Tradition demanded that the throne be defended yearly in the grand tournament, a brutal contest that culminated in a fight to the death. For 4 weeks, contenders from across the kingdom gathered to vie for glory, as spectators thronged to witness the carnage. But this year, something was different. The winds of fate, once at Martin's back, now seemed to veer against him. At 40, the vigor that had once defined him had begun to wane. The battles that had thrilled his younger self now filled him with dread. His grey-streaked temples whispered of the years slipping away. The faint crow of a rooster pulled him from his thoughts, just as the measured click of boots heralded the arrival of his closest confidant. Melian, the court wizard, stepped into the chamber. His weathered face bore the wisdom of decades, but his hazel eyes sparkled with an unyielding mischief. A wide-brimmed hat sat cocked atop his unruly silver hair, and a subtle smirk curved his lips, as if he were privy to some private joke. In his hand, he carried his gnarled staff crowned with a crystal that glimmered faintly, alive with arcane energy. "You look like a peacock dressed for slaughter," Melian remarked, his voice dry as old parchment. His ash-grey robes swished softly against the stone floor, blending with the shadowed chamber as if he were a piece of the castle itself. Martin frowned. "It's the garb of a king. The people expect it." "The people expect you to survive," Melian retorted, "not prance about in gilded armor like some courtly fool." The crown on Martin's head seemed to grow heavier. In years past, he would have faced the final bout with confidence, having studied his opponent's every move. This year, the burdens of ruleship had left him unprepared and drained. "I warned you to change the laws," Melian pressed, his tone sharp. "Tradition be damned, there are better ways to secure a throne than yearly bloodshed." Martin sighed, the weight of centuries of custom pressing down on him. 500 years of tournaments decided the kings of Agamemnon. To change that would be to ignite rebellion. "No, I must see this through." The sun's light crept steadily across the chamber, a cruel reminder that time was slipping away. Melian turned toward the window, gazing out at the city below. "They say this challenger is a beast," he muttered, almost to himself. "A man of savagery and bloodlust. If he claims the throne, I shudder to think what Agamemnon will become." Martin swallowed the bitter lump in his throat. "If that happens, I won't be alive to see it." Melian cast one last glance at the king before striding toward the violet double doors. Alone once more, Martin turned to the ancient tapestries lining the walls. His gaze lingered on the likeness of the king he had slain for his own crown. The man had seemed old and weary then, but now Martin understood the exhaustion etched into his features. "Perhaps it is my turn," Martin whispered. The thunder of drums reverberated through the arena, mingling with the blaring horns that signaled the king's arrival. As Martin stepped through the golden curtain, the roar of the crowd hit him like a physical force. Below, the circular battleground awaited, surrounded by thousands of eager faces. Their cries swelled as he descended the stone steps, sword in hand. Behind him, Melian's voice cut through the din. "I could help you." Martin shook his head. "No magic today." He raised his blade high, its polished steel catching the light. The crowd erupted, their voices a tidal wave of anticipation. Turning slowly, he addressed them. "Let the challenger for the throne present himself." A hush fell like a shroud. The air grew cold, also it seemed to Martin, as the rhythmic chant of scattered groups rose from the stands. "What is that?" Martin asked over his shoulder. Melian's reply was grim. "Your opponent has garnered a following, unusual to say the least." Then the doorway darkened. A massive figure emerged, his crimson armor gleaming like freshly spilled blood. The jagged plates were adorned with cruel spikes, and a snarling demonic visage leered from his chest plate, its ruby eyes pulsing with the sinister light. A massive greatsword rested against his back, its hilt twisted and blackened as if forged in hellfire. The man himself was a vision of brutality. His face was a granite mask of scarred flesh, his cold grey eyes assessing Martin like a predator sizing up wounded prey. His voice rang out, sharp and unyielding. "Consider yourself challenged, King Treehorn. No banners, no treaties, no gods will save you now." He clenched a gauntleted fist, the metal groaning under the strain. "This day ends in blood, yours or mine." The crowd's roar surged as Melion raised his staff. "Let the final battle begin." Martin barely had time to draw his sword before the challenger charged, a crimson blur of unstoppable force. The impact drove him backward into the stone wall, his armor creaking under the strain. Pain lanced through his back as his opponent sneered. "You're weaker than I thought," the man growled. Desperation surged in Martin's chest. With a gasp, he rolled free and brought his sword to bear. The two blades clashed, the impact ringing out like a bell of doom. But it was clear Martin's every move was outmatched. The challenger's strikes were relentless, precise and devastating. Then the pain came. Hot and sharp, it spread from his side, and Martin staggered, blood pouring from a wound he hadn't even seen inflicted. His vision blurred as his knees buckled. "It's over," the challenger roared, raising his blade to the heavens. "The reign of Alderax begins now." The last thing Martin saw before darkness claimed him was the crimson-clad figure towering above, a symbol of death and conquest. As the crowd erupted in wild applause, Martin's reign came to a sudden end. "Throw his body in the river," said the new king. Martin won. Morning broke over the village of Fracton, its fields still shimmering with dew. A soft mist lingered, clinging stubbornly to the earth before lazily drifting skyward as the sun stretched its golden fingers over the land. Soon, the sleepy village would rouse itself, small shops opening their doors, laughter and life spilling into cobblestone streets. But Martin was already awake. He stood in the doorway of his modest hut, his frame silhouetted against the pale light. Stretching his arms toward the sky, he surveyed the small patch of crops spread before him. A frown tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Blasted rabbits are at it again," he muttered, crouching to inspect the cabbage leaves, their edges jagged from nocturnal feasting. The sight stirred a familiar frustration, but he sighed in relief when his onions and peppers, his true treasures, proved untouched. His moment of solace was interrupted by a rustle in the underbrush behind him. "Good morning," came a voice, a low rumble, thick and deliberate. Martin rose slowly, turning to face the stranger. The man was tall and lean, his long, dark hair falling in disheveled waves to his shoulders. His stance was rigid, his presence commanding. He was clad in simple cloth and leather, and two crossed axes hung from his back, gleaming menacingly. "Good morning," Martin replied, his tone cautious. He had never seen this man in Fracton before. "I'm looking for someone," the stranger said, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. "Can you help me?" Martin's brow furrowed. "That depends. Who would I be helping you find?" The man hesitated, realizing his oversight. Forgive me. My name is Taramba. I hail from the island of Eflon." Martin's lips twitched into a faint smile. He'd already guessed as much. The man's braided hair and austere garments were telltale markers of the islanders. Still, he kept his tone neutral. "Who is it you seek?" Taramba leaned closer, his expression conspiratorial. "I'm searching for Martin Treehorn." A chill swept over Martin, cutting through the warmth of the rising sun. His body tensed, though he kept his face impassive. "The old king of Agamond? You're digging in the wrong grave, friend." Taramba's eyes narrowed. "Why?" Martin feigned surprise, cocking his head. "Has news not reached Evlan? Martin Treehorn was slain 2 years ago by King Alderax." Taramba's expression darkened. He stepped closer, locking eyes with Martin. "That's not true. The man who sent me to this hut says otherwise." A flicker of unease crept through Martin's chest. His hand drifted instinctively toward his dagger. "Who sent you?" Taramba chuckled softly, raising a placating hand. "No need for that. I was sent by Melion, the wizard." "Melion!" The name struck Martin like a thunderclap. both comforting and perplexing. He'd heard tales of the old wizard's demise, of his body cast into the sea. But if Tarama spoke the truth, the rules of the world had shifted beneath Martin's feet. "Prove it," Martin said, his voice low. Tarama obliged, withdrawing a small black marble from a pouch at his hip. With a sudden clench of his fist, the marble shattered, releasing a green flame that flickered unnaturally in the daylight. Martin's lips pressed into a thin line. The magic was Melian's color, but that magic alone wasn't proof enough. "That's not much to go on," Martin said flatly. Taramba smirked. "The old man said you'd be skeptical. He told me to take you to a theater in the village. There's something he wants to show you." Martin's gut churned. A trap? Perhaps. But if there was even a sliver of truth in Tarama's words, he couldn't ignore the possibility. "I'll come," he said. "But I'm bringing my sword." "You don't need all that," Taramba said, his deep voice laced with amusement as he eyed the battered sword in Martin's hand. "I'm here to protect you. At least my axes are sharp." Martin slid the old weapon back into its scabbard with a faint clink. "And I've yet to decide if I need to protect myself from you. Dragging me into an abandoned theater feels like the setup for a trap." Tarama's weathered face broke into a wry smile. "Fair point." The village of Fracton lay less than a mile from Martin's modest farm, nestled on the shimmering shores of Lake Pun. Known for its vibrant theatre district, the village thrummed with artistic energy, its streets often alive with the melodies of bards and the rhythms of poets. Tourists flocked from distant towns to witness its charm. Martin, however, preferred the quiet solitude of his fields, venturing into Fracton only occasionally to enjoy a violin performance or restock essentials. "Strange place, this village of yours," Tarama remarked, his eyes scanning the horizon. "It has its qualities," Martin replied. "Sometimes different is good." "Sure," Tarama muttered. Yet as they drew closer to the village, his posture grew rigid, his hand resting instinctively near his weapons. Passers-by gave him cautious glances, their curiosity tinged with unease. "You're in no danger here," Martin reassured him. "This is a peaceful town, unless you find the threat of face painters particularly menacing." Taramba eased, though only slightly. "My orders are to protect you. I won't fail." Melian must be pleased to have someone so devoted, Martin thought, suppressing a grin. The main street of Fracton's theatre district stretched ahead, flanked by rows of grum playhouses. By night, the thoroughfare came alive with torchlight and magic, transforming into a stage of its own where shadows danced and laughter echoed. Now, under the harsh gaze of the midday sun, the grandeur seemed muted. The facades appeared worn, their enchantments dulled. Torn posters flapped listlessly in the breeze. "Better at night, I take it." Taramba's tone was skeptical as his gaze lingered on a peeling sign. "Much better," Martin said. "You'd think the buildings themselves were alive." At the end of the street stood a small, derelict theatre. Its boarded ticket booth and sagging roof whispered of forgotten times. A faded sign hung askew, proclaiming some long-cancelled play. "If you plan to kill me," Martin mused, "this would be the perfect place." Taramba chuckled and clapped a heavy hand on Martin's shoulder. "Good thing I don't plan to kill you." The door groaned on rusted hinges as they entered, one side nearly collapsing under its weight. The air inside was thick and damp, clinging to their lungs like cobwebs. Dust coated every surface, from the shattered benches to the crumbling stage below. "This place has seen better days," Taramba said, his voice reverberating in the empty hall. "But Melian's instructions were clear. He said he'd meet us here." Martin hesitated, his eyes fixed on the desolate stage. Curiosity overcame caution, and he descended to the warped wooden floor, each step leaving footprints in the undisturbed dust. "Am I supposed to perform?" Martin asked, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Turn around," Taramba said quietly. A thick green mist coalesced behind Martin, its swirling tendrils glowing with an eerie light. As it parted, a familiar face emerged, framed by the shifting fog. "Melian!" Martin's voice caught. "What kind of magic is this?" "I've little time." Melian's voice crackled like distant thunder. "Listen carefully." "I'm listening," Martin said, stepping closer. Taramba joined him silently. The fog flickered and Melian's image wavered. You must go to the city of Iavine. There, you'll find allies who can help you cross the sea to the island of Evlon. I'll be waiting. Before Martin could respond, the mist dissolved, leaving only the stale air of the ruined theatre. He stared at the empty space where Melian's face had hovered, disbelief etched across his features. "That's it?" Martin asked aloud. "How am I supposed to?" The sound of footsteps interrupted him. Taramba tensed, his finger pressed to his lips. A woman entered, her red hair gleaming like embers against the dim light. She moved with an effortless grace, her emerald gown shimmering with the light behind her. "Excuse me," she said, her voice refined yet warm. "I'm looking for Martin." Martin exchanged a glance with Taramba before stepping forward. "I'm Martin." Her grey eyes softened as she approached. "I am Ellen Bulgarios, Princess of Pravale. Melian sent me to find you." Martin's stomach lurched. If she spoke the truth, Melian's new magic had reached farther than he'd thought. "The Princess of Pravale?" he echoed. She sighed, a flicker of weariness breaking her regal facade. "Yes, though I'd rather not dwell on it right now. Is there somewhere we can sit? I've travelled far, and I could use a proper meal." Martin managed a nod and led them back into the sunlit street. Fracton was waking now, its denizens bustling about. Ellen walked with surprising ease, her gown dragging through the dust as if she cared nothing for appearances. "Breakfast?" she asked, glancing over her shoulder. "I'm famished." "There's a place nearby that serves stew all day," Martin offered. "Perfect." She smiled and strode ahead as if she already knew the way. Taramba followed, his gaze scanning the streets for unseen threats. Martin hesitated, caught between laughter and unease. For 2 years, he had lived in peaceful obscurity. Now it seemed his quiet life had been left behind.
Kyo 1. Kyo Cragney took no nonsense, at least, not anymore. 3 years as a lounge singer in the smoky casino district had hardened her. She was still young, or so people said, but the years in Agamemnon had taught her more about human nature than she cared to know. Talent, beauty, and a voice that could make the heavens weep weren't enough to shield her from the scorn reserved for someone like her, green-skinned and unmistakably Venurian. To most in this kingdom, she was an outsider, a reminder of the Western nation beyond the Great Divide. Under the new king's rule, her kind were treated like pests. 2 ales and 2 steaks, Kyo called toward the kitchen. Her partner, Kelvin, turned from his work with a grin, his immense frame cutting an imposing figure even in the cramped, steaming space. "You got it," he bellowed, his voice as robust as the meals he prepared. Despite the heat and frenzy of the kitchen, his brow remained dry, his green skin glistening faintly in the light. Kyo turned her attention to the customer, a wiry older man with a pencil-thin mustache and a perpetual sneer. He nursed his ale while waiting for the meal, his cold gaze flicking dismissively over her. Kyo had seen hundreds like him before, arrogant, sour, and likely full of complaints. "You from around here?" she asked, her tone light. Small talk was an art form, one she'd perfected to keep customers entertained while Kelvin worked. The man glared. "It's bad enough I have to eat food cooked by an ogre. I don't need to chat with one." Kyo felt the familiar sting, sharp as a slap. But she wasn't the same girl who'd arrived 2 years ago. Her face remained neutral, though her voice carried a pointed edge. "Funny. Where I'm from, we just call ourselves people." The man rose slowly, his bony hands braced against the counter as he leaned closer. "Oh, do you? And what do you call us?" Before Kyo could respond, Kelvin emerged from the kitchen, his massive shadow spilling into the room. He carried a tray laden with food, but his presence alone was enough to silence the old man. "We call you people, too," Kelvin said evenly, setting the tray down with deliberate care. The man hesitated, his bravado faltering. He muttered something under his breath and sat down again, stabbing his steak with unnecessary force. Kelvin motioned for Kyo to join him in the kitchen, where they sank onto their creaking stools. "You've got a death wish, don't you?" Kelvin said, though his tone was more amused than angry. Kyo smirked despite herself. "You could have crushed him. Hell, I could have crushed him." "And then what?" Kelvin asked, his voice dropping to a grave tone. We'd have a mob at our door before the sun set. Through the small window, Keo watched as the old man devoured his meal with unnerving speed. She wasn't sure whether to be impressed or disgusted. Kelvin nudged her with his elbow. One of us needs to go back out there. Keo sighed, rolling her sleeves up. I've got it. When she returned, the man shoved his empty plate aside and stood, his thin frame trembling with an anger that felt outsized for his years. Do you have any idea who I am? Keo raised an eyebrow. Should I? I'm Ordlac, he snarled, his voice dripping with venom. The wizard who destroyed the abomination Trevorak. Keo blinked. The name meant nothing to her. That's supposed to mean something. The sneer on Ordlac's face twisted into a sinister grin. A crimson glow began to seep from his skin, spilling like ink into the air around him. The faint crackle of energy filled the room as sparks danced along his arms. Kelvin stepped through the kitchen door, knives in hand. He hesitated when he saw the magic, his face grim. You don't want to do this, he said calmly, setting the blades on the counter. Don't I? Ordlac's grin widened. Why shouldn't I rid Agamond of two filthy ogres right now? Kelvin squared his shoulders and stepped forward, towering over the smaller man. Because King Martin Treehorn decreed we're to be treated as equals. If you break that law, you'll answer for it. The mention of the old king drew a hiss from Ordlac, the glow around him intensifying. That's a law King Alderax will soon erase completely. Keo's heart hammered as the crimson light blazed brighter, casting long shadows across the room. But Kelvin held his ground, calm and unflinching. We don't want trouble, Kelvin said, his deep voice steady. Your meal is on the house. For a long moment, the air hummed with tension. Then, with a sharp exhale, Ordlac let the magic dissipate. Disgusting creatures, he muttered before turning on his heel and stalking out. Keo collapsed into Kelvin's arms the moment the door swung shut. She clung to him, her breath ragged. I almost got us killed. Kelvin kissed her forehead, his warm, steady presence grounding her. You did the right thing. That kind of hate isn't your fault. She wanted to stay wrapped in his arms forever, but reality crashed back as her eyes darted to the clock. Her heart sank. Oh no, I'm late. For what? Kelvin asked, watching her scramble to fix her hair and straighten her blouse. Keo glared at him. The audition. The Gilded Griffin. I've told you about it all week. Kelvin wrinkled his nose, pretending to think. Oh right. That thing. Keo grabbed her coat, glaring at him. Wish me luck. You don't need it, Kelvin said with a grin. You're going to knock them dead. Kelvin did his best to feign excitement, but Keo knew him well enough to know better. His primary concern with the Gilded Griffin had always been the fact that the immigrants like them from Vono weren't allowed to attend as guests or customers. Why should they get to have your beautiful voice sing for them, when nobody else like us will ever get to go in there and hear it? He asked. Keo lowered her eyebrows, and it created a distinctive wrinkle between her eyes. This is important to me. Go get them, then, said Kelvin. The casinos of Jexer were a far cry from the opulence of Arkmore to the south. In Arkmore, the walls gleamed with gold trim, and fountains spilled streams of liquid silver. Keo hadn't seen it herself, not yet. Someday, she told herself. Someday, she'd make it there, singing in the grand halls. For now, though, Jexer was where her dreams simmered, surrounded by smoke and shadow. A dumping ground for the poor, the desperate, and the criminal. Jexer was no one's destination by choice. But even here, one glimmer of pretension stood out, the Gilded Griffin. The 3-story building loomed at the end of a narrow alley, its bright yellow corners a garish imitation of Arkmore's gold. It was as close to glamour as Jexer dared to come. Keo approached the broad stone steps, her breath steadying despite the nerves thrumming in her chest. A guard stepped forward, his hand resting lazily on the pommel of his sword, his dark eyes fixed on her with thinly veiled disdain. Halt, he growled. Your kind aren't allowed here. Keo stood her ground, though her voice wavered slightly. I'm here for the audition, for the lounge singer. The guard's scowl deepened, but after a long, tense moment, he jerked his chin toward the door. Go on, then. Keo climbed the steps, her knees trembling beneath her, and pushed open the double doors. They gave way with a groan, revealing the chaotic world within. Her breath caught. Oh wow. The gilded griffin was alive with noise and movement. Rows of tables stretched from wall to wall, where gamblers shouted and dealers barked. Dice clattered, cards snapped, and laughter mingled with curses. It was chaos incarnate. Somewhere in the back of the room, a band played a tune lost beneath the cacophony. Keo stood frozen, unsure where to go, until a woman in a red satin dress approached, her eyes as sharp as her tone. You better be here for a job, or security'll throw you out. I am here for the audition, Keo stammered, craning her neck to spot the stage at the far end of the room. The woman gave her a once-over, then nodded towards the back. Manager's over there. Old guy with a mustache. Keo murmured her thanks and made her way towards the stage. A small line of women had already formed, each thin, beautiful, and poised. Keo swallowed her nerves. They weren't the only competition. Her green skin set her apart like a beacon. She stepped closer to the manager, ready to introduce herself, then froze. It was him. Ordlac. The older man sat at the base of the stage, stroking his pencil-thin mustache, his expression unreadable until his lips curled into a wicked grin. He said softly. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Keo's heart sank. She squared her shoulders and forced herself to speak, though her voice shook. I'm here for the auditions. Ordlac let out a bark of laughter that echoed across the room. The other women giggled nervously, eager to mirror his mood. After a moment, he leaned forward, his grin turning predatory. Well then, show us what you can do. Keo climbed the stage steps with deliberate calm, brushing her hair back as she centered herself. The room quieted slightly as she began, her voice rising in the first notes of the Changing of the King. It was a ballad as old as Agamemnon itself, stirring with patriotic pride and melancholy. Her powerful voice carried through the casino, silencing even the gamblers. She lost herself in the music, hitting every note perfectly, pouring her soul into the final, haunting verse. When she finished, the applause was slow at first, but it grew, scattered cheers erupting from the crowd. The other sinners shifted uncomfortably, a few quietly slipping away. Keo dared to glance at Ordlac. His face was a mask of cold calculation, though a muscle twitched in his jaw. Slowly, he rose, climbing the stairs to stand inches from her. You have an extraordinary voice, he said, his tone deceptively soft. Thank you, she replied, though her chest tightened. It's a shame, he said, his voice rising, that you thought to win this position in such a scandalous manner. The words hit her like a slap. What are you talking about? Ordlac turned to the crowd, spreading his arms theatrically. This woman, he announced, tried to bribe me with indecent offers to secure this job. Guards, apprehend her. The room erupted in gasps and murmurs. Keo felt the blood drain from her face. That's a lie, she protested, but the guards were already moving, their hands reaching for their weapons. Her feet moved before her mind did. She leapt from the stage, weaving through tables and stunned patrons as the guards gave chase. Cries of "Stop her!" rang out as she shoved her way through the heavy doors and into the streets. The panic hit her like a wave as she sprinted down the alley. She had no plan, no destination, only one thought burned in her mind: I need to get to Kelvin. The scent of frying food hit her as she burst into their small diner, nearly collapsing against the counter. Kelvin looked up from the plates he was serving, his eyes widening at her frantic state. Keo, what's going on? She gasped for air, clutching his arm. We need to leave. Now. Kelvin's expression darkened. What happened? No time, she choked out. The sound of distant shouts grew louder. Please, Kelvin. We need to go.
Martin 2. The food lived up to expectations, as Martin had promised, but the ale was what truly suited his mood. It went down cold and bitter, a fitting companion to the morning's trials. He noted with some surprise that Ellen had ordered ale as well, sipping it delicately with a soft smile. Taromba, ever the pragmatist, stuck to water. Gotta stay sharp, he had said, his tone clipped. If we follow the roads, we'll need to head south before we can go north to Irvine, Ellen said, her voice measured but firm. May I suggest an alternative? The river cuts through the forest. It's a more direct route. Martin leaned back, considering the suggestion. On paper, the river path might shave some time off their journey, but the forest was no sanctuary. It was teeming with risks. Bandits had long favored the cover of its trees, and recent whispers spoke of even darker dangers. Even the roads had grown treacherous, but they were at least more predictable. We stick to the roads, he said finally. It's safer. Ellen arched her brow, her expression cool. Who died and made you king? She leaned forward, her tone sharpening. We should take a vote. Taramba drained his cup and set it down with a decisive thunk. I vote we stay on the roads. Ellen let out a huff, retreating into her chair. Fine. The roads it is. Though I'll remind you, thieves can just as easily attack us there. She gestured vaguely, her lips quirking into a faint smirk. Thieves are one thing, Taramba said, his voice low and steady. But forests have bears. And worse. Martin suppressed a shiver. Stories of the woods had circulated for years, but lately they'd taken on a darker edge. Travelers spoke of creatures scaled things that walked upright, their eyes glowing like embers. Some even claimed dragons had returned. It probably wasn't true. Probably. Fine, Ellen relented, throwing up her hands. Have it your way, but one of you owes me support the next time we're at odds. Martin allowed himself a smile, though he quickly concealed it. He doubted she noticed. She was busy tidying her place setting, carefully folding her napkin with precision that spoke of long-ingrained habits. We should get moving, Taramba said. We'll meet supplies. Food that keeps. Water. Enough for a hard march. He rose from the table, his chair scraping against the floor. I can't afford supplies like that, Martin admitted. Coins were scarce in Fracton, and his simple life had rarely required them. Most of what he owned came through trade or ingenuity. I'll cover it, Ellen said, her tone light, almost dismissive. Both Martin and Taramba turned to her, brows raised. Martin reminded himself that this was no ordinary companion. Ellen was the Princess of Pravale, a fact that still felt strangely incongruous when he looked at her. Generous, Taramba said with a nod before striding toward the door. I'll scout ahead. As the door swung shut behind him, Ellen let out a soft sigh. He's a strong sort, she said, her voice lilting with careful diplomacy. I'm glad he's on our side. Martin studied her, noting the tension hidden beneath her composed exterior. Tell me about your home, man. Pravale. I've never been. Her eyes softened, gazing into some far-off memory. Pravale, she murmured, was like honey and wine with warm bread. Comforting. Rich. At least that's how it used to feel. The strange analogy left Martin puzzled, but he let it slide. Things have changed, then? Her expression darkened, sorrow threading through her voice. Everything has changed. Surely you've seen it here in Fracton, too. Martin hesitated. He'd kept to himself since the new king's ascension, avoiding the growing unrest. Easier that way. My father is sick, Ellen continued. He's still Lord of Pravale, but his health, it limits him. And with the shadows rising, unrest is brewing. Whispers of rebellion. He's holding on, but I don't know how long he can manage without help. And your mother? Martin asked carefully. She passed years ago. Ellen's voice was soft, but the loss was sharp in her eyes. I'm sorry, Martin said, feeling the weight of his misstep. What made you leave your father behind? Melian, she said simply. The wizard appeared to me, no warning. He claimed to have served the old king and spoke of a mission that couldn't wait. He told me where to be and when. And I believed him. Martin nodded. He knew Melian well, a man of rare conviction, unyielding in his purpose. Then I suppose we'll see him soon enough. I suppose we shall, Ellen said, rising to her feet. Together, they stepped out into the brisk air, finding Taramba waiting by the street. A small market bustled nearby, vendors hawking wares from makeshift stalls. The smell of roasted meat mingled with fresh bread and the sharp tang of iron. Let's gather what we need, Tarumba said. The road ahead won't wait. Give me the coins and let me handle this, Martin said, his tone low and sure. I've dealt with these merchants before. Ellen turned up her nose, her eyes flashing with disdain. Absolutely not. Before Martin could argue, she strode toward the vendors, her steps measured but decisive, lifting her dress slightly to avoid the mud of the road. Martin exchanged a glance with Tarumba, who merely shrugged. The merchant she approached was a stout man, his bald head gleaming under the sun, a once blonde beard now stark white against his ruddy complexion. His booming voice carried easy over the hum of the market, a familiar sound to Martin. Ellen stopped before his stall, her expression as rigid as a marble bust, her head nodding faintly as she inspected his wares. To Martin, she looked like a dowager sizing up a lesser noble. "What can I do for you, miss?" the merchant asked, his tone gruff but polite. "I require 1/2 pound of jerky, 6 carrots, 3 canteens, and all of them filled with water," Ellen said sharply, her words cutting through the noise like the swipe of a blade. The merchant chuckled, revealing a toothless grin. "I do enjoy a lady who knows what she wants. 35 coins. Martin was relieved. The price was fair, despite her imperious approach. But to his dismay, Ellen shook her head. 25, she countered, her voice firm. The merchant's laugh turned into a scoff. "Are you mad, woman? Prices aren't negotiable." Ellen leaned in, her smirk sharp and calculating. "Everything is negotiable." She straightened, brushing a stray strand of hair from her face with practiced elegance. "Do you know who I am?" The merchant's eyes flicked over her, then to Martin and Tarumba behind her. "A group of nobodies trying to stiff me 10 coins for jerky and water." Ellen's smirk deepened. "You are speaking to the Princess of Pravale." The merchant sneered. "Princess, eh? Fracton serves the king, nobody else." "Fracton serves a governor who serves the king," Ellen said smoothly. "And leaders in Agamemnon know each other well, whether you acknowledge it or not." The merchant hesitated, his bravado wavering. "What do you know of the governor?" Ellen tilted her head as though privy to secrets he couldn't fathom. "Enough to know he wouldn't be pleased if he learned you refused to haggle with the Princess of Pravale." The merchant's defiance crumbled visibly. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" Without a word, Ellen reached into her pouch and retrieved a jewel that shimmered with an otherworldly hue. It caught the light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed almost unreal. The Hope Stone. Martin's breath caught. The jewel, said to have fallen from the peak of Mount Hope itself, was sacred to the people of Pravale. Its value was beyond measure, both as a symbol and as treasure. A reckless display here, in the heart of a bustling market, was madness. The merchant's jaw dropped, but before he could speak, Tarumba stepped forward, gently but firmly pushing Ellen's hand back toward her pouch. 25 coins, she repeated, her tone leaving no room for argument. The merchant bowed his head, staring at the ground. 25 coins, he murmured. Ellen slapped the coins onto the counter, motioning for Martin and Tarumba to gather the supplies. Without another word, the 3 of them moved away from the stall, weaving through the crowd. As they ducked into an alley, Martin glared at Ellen. "That was reckless. There's no telling who saw you with the Hope Stone." Tarumba was already scanning their surroundings, his grip tightening on the axes at his waist. "We're being watched," he muttered. Martin nodded grimly. "Stay close. We'll make for the edge of town." "Ellen, keep your head down." They slipped through the alley, crossing into another square before heading toward the fields beyond Fracton. The town's noise faded behind them, replaced by an unnerving quiet. "This is it," Martin said, halting at the edge of the road. "Are we sure about this?" Ellen shot him a sharp look. "Are you asking us or yourself? I've already left my home behind. I'm not turning back now." Before Martin could reply, the quiet was shattered by the sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate. Turning, he saw 5 figures emerging from the shadows of the alley. Each one carried a blade, their intent unmistakable. Tarumba stepped forward, his massive frame a wall between Ellen and the approaching men. His axes gleamed in the fading light, dwarfing the crude knives the vagabonds wielded. Then 2 more men appeared, their swords drawn. We can't take them all, Martin said quickly. We need to run. Tarumba growled in frustration but nodded. Go. I cover you! They bolted into the open fields, the attackers giving chase. Martin stayed close to Ellen, glancing back to see Tarumba bringing up the rear, his axes swinging to ward off any who got too close. Head for the bridge, Martin shouted. There are guards on the far side. The Iovine River Bridge loomed ahead, its sturdy stone arches promising safety. Ellen stumbled, falling hard to her knees. Don't stop, she gasped, but Tarumba was already lifting her to her feet. The shouts of their pursuers grew louder as they neared the bridge. Martin's heart pounded as he glimpsed the guards, their pikes gleaming in the distance. Almost there, he urged, his eyes darting between the safety of the bridge and the danger at their backs. We just have to make it.
Kyo 2. What are you talking about? Calvin asked, his brow furrowing. Does this have something to do with what happened earlier? Kyo barely glanced at him as she rifled through their belongings, hastily stuffing essentials into a worn leather satchel. Her movements were frantic, her breathing uneven. It's worse now, so much worse. He lied about me, and now the guards are after me. She froze, gripping the edge of the table as her voice dropped to a trembling whisper. Calvin, if he has his way, they'll hang me. Calvin's expression darkened, the vein between his brows pulsing with barely restrained fury. What has he done? Before Kyo could answer, heavy boots pounded outside, stopping at their door. Calvin ducked below the storefront window, motioning for Kyo to move quietly towards the back door. She nodded, though her hands shook as she tried to keep her step silent. Every creak of the floor felt deafening. The back door was hidden down a narrow passage behind the fireplace. Kyo rounded the corner, her heart hammering, and shoved it open to the cool outside air. Calvin was at her side in an instant, his hand firm on her shoulder as he guided her to the left. This way, he whispered. Where are we going? She asked, her voice shaky as they darted between shadows. To Seago, Calvin replied, his tone clipped. There are other Venurians, they're people we can trust. It's our only real choice. Kyo's stomach tightened. Seago and Vrigo were the only settlements in Agamemnon founded by her people, immigrants from Vono. Though Seago had become largely human over the years, it was still a place where they might find allies. But it was a treacherous journey north through Fracton before veering southwest. We can't waste time, Calvin said, quickening his pace as they turned into an alley. The brick walls seemed to press in around them. We need to get out of Jexer before they have every guard in the city looking for us. Kyo flinched as distant voices echoed behind them. Have you seen a couple of goblins? One of the guards called. Calvin pushed her harder. Faster, he urged. They ducked behind a pair of large baskets just as the guards rushed past, their footsteps fading in the wrong direction. Kyo watched Calvin intently, her breath hitching. He moved with precision, scanning the street before signalling her forward. He always knows what to do, she thought. He was a soldier. He can fight. Still, a wave of frustration bubbled within her. She hated feeling weak, like a burden. Shaking off the thought, she forced her legs to carry her onward until they reached the edge of town. Calvin didn't pause. He bolted north, his long strides leaving her struggling to keep up. Can you see anyone following us? He called back. Kyo glanced over her shoulder. The streets behind them were empty. No, she panted, her breath coming hard and fast. But her legs faltered, and she stumbled to a stop, doubling over with her hands on her knees. Calvin slowed, his expression softening as he turned back to her. Are you all right? He asked gently, his voice a striking contrast to the urgency of their flight. Kyo nodded, but before she could answer, the faint sound of pursuit reached their ears, voices growing louder. We have to move, Calvin said, tension hardening his tone. If we can reach the bridge to Fracton, we might lose them. Kyo forced herself upright, but fear prickled at the edges of her resolve. And then what? We'll figure it out, Calvin said, but the grim set of his jaw told her all she needed to know. He was preparing for a fight. You can't fight them all, Kyo hissed, but Calvin silenced her with a sharp glance as they approached the bridge. Two guards stood at the entrance, their pikes gleaming in the moonlight. They eyed the pair with suspicion, their grips tightening on their weapons. "What's your business here?" demanded the taller of the two, his voice cold. Calvin straightened, trying to mask the signs of their hurried flight. "We're travellers from Jixer," he said smoothly. "Looking for work in Fracton." The guard's eyes flicked to the weapon at Calvin's side, his skepticism clear. But before he could press further, another sound cut through the night footfalls, and shouts from across the bridge. The guard turned, startled, as a group of 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Leading them was a man with piercing blue eyes and a face lined with age and experience. His voice was deep and commanding as he called out, "We're being chased by thieves. They are after the lady." Keo's gaze shifted to the woman in the group, her fiery red hair gleaming even in the dim light, tied into an elaborate bun that spoke of both wealth and power. Beside her, a towering man clad in minimal armor stood, his muscled frame more imposing than any blade. The guards hesitated, their attention torn between the newcomers and the unseen threat. Keo swallowed hard, her pulse racing as she realized their pursuers were closing in. Who are these people? And why do they look like they belong in stories of heroes and kings? Why would thieves go after a lady in broad daylight? The second guardsman asked, his voice edged with suspicion. Keo felt Kelvin's hand on her arm, a subtle but urgent tug urging her to slip away unnoticed. The chaos unfolding around them was a perfect cover, but Keo hesitated. Something about the 3 strangers, their desperate flight, their defiant stance rooted her in place. Who are they? Why are they here? They want to rob her. What else do thieves want? Growled the muscled man with jet black hair, his tone dismissive yet brimming with menace. Before anyone could respond, the moment shattered. The guards from Jixer stormed in, their anger evident in every shouted word. The bridge guard stiffened, eyes darting between the newcomers and the approaching threat. But it was too late. Shadows spilled onto the road as the thieves descended like a storm, their fury drowning out any chance of questions. Swords clashed in an instant. Kelvin's blade was out, meeting the Jixer guards head-on. The sharp ring of steel on steel cut through the air, and the street erupted into violence. The thieves swarmed the strangers, their ferocity shocking even Keo. The muscled man and the sharp-eyed leader moved like seasoned warriors, their weapons carving arcs through the melee. The woman stayed behind them, but Keo caught glimpses of her wielding the strange, curved weapon with deadly precision. Keo ducked instinctively, flattening herself against the bridge's stone railing. Blood spattered the road as the fight spiraled further into chaos. The taller of the 2 bridge guards was still standing, his pike slashing through the fray, but his partner lay unmoving in the dirt. Keo's eyes darted to Kelvin. He loomed over his opponents, striking with precision rather than rage. True to his promise made long ago, he avoided lethal blows, dropping his attackers with cuts to their legs or arms. They fell howling in pain, clutching their wounds. For a moment, it seemed he might join the fight against the thieves, but then his gaze found Keo's. Without a word, he broke away and dropped beside her. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos behind them. Keo hesitated. "What about them?" Kelvin turned, glancing back just as the red-haired woman drove her weapon into a thief's side, sending him crumpling to the ground. Kelvin smirked faintly. "They'll manage. Let's move." Keo nodded, her pulse hammering as she scrambled to her feet. Together, they slipped down the embankment and into the Irvine River. The icy water stunned her legs, but she pushed through, her breath hitching with every step. They reached the far bank and climbed the grassy hill, soaked but unharmed. The road stretched ahead, and in the distance, the township of Seago rose against the horizon. Kelvin quickened his pace. "Seago is that way. Don't slow down until we get there." Keo's legs burned as she followed him, each step a battle against exhaustion. Still, her determination held firm. The towering walls of Seago grew clearer with each passing moment. The barrier of timber trunks gleamed faintly in the light, their smooth surfaces stripped of bark and weathered by time. Watchtowers jutted upward, their pointed roofs silhouetted against the street sky. Beyond the walls, rooftops emerged angular, layered, and faintly familiar. The carved beams and weathered wood reminded Keo of their homeland of Vono. Her heart tightened as memories surged unbidden. "I didn't realize it still looked so much like home," she murmured. Kelvin shot her a cautious glance. Don't let your guard down. This is a human city now. Kyo's chest tightened. How I wish that wasn't true. They slowed as the gates drew closer. The road ahead was empty, the only sounds the distant hum of seagulls' life beyond the walls. For the first time since Jexer, they let themselves breathe. But Kyo's thoughts turned inward, to the journey that had brought them here. How far we've come, and yet how far we are from home. Do you ever think about going back? She asked softly. Kelvin didn't answer immediately. He gazed ahead, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Finally, he shook his head. We can't think about that right now. Why not? Kyo pressed, her voice trembling. We never talk about it. When will we talk about it? Kelvin stopped walking. He stood still, staring at Seago's silhouette. His shoulders tensed, and when he turned to her, his gaze was heavy with unspoken pain. We left for a reason, he said quietly. We were starving. Times were hard. And we thought, his voice broke. We thought you were pregnant. Kyo's breath caught. Anger flared in her chest. Don't, she said sharply. Don't you dare bring that up. But Kelvin held her gaze, his voice steady. We were both there, Kyo. I know what you lost. I know what it did to you. Her throat tightened, and tears blurred her vision. He does know. She wanted to scream, to push him away, but the weight of their shared grief was too much. I'm sorry, Kelvin said softly. Kyo let herself lean into him as his arms wrapped around her. Tears spilled down her cheeks, and for a moment, she let herself cry. Finally, she pulled away, wiping her face. We should keep moving. Kelvin nodded. He took her hands in his grip firm and steady. We thought the deep would fix everything. But it didn't. And now we're here, in a land that will never welcome us. If I thought we could go back, his voice trailed off. I know, Kyo whispered. They walked hand in hand toward Seago's gates, its towering walls looming ahead. The city wasn't home. It wasn't safety. But it was something. At least we're alive, Kyo thought. At least we're together.
Martin 3. Martin swayed on his feet, the world tilting slightly as he surveyed the carnage. Bodies lay strewn across the blood-soaked dirt, the metallic scent of death thick in the air. He barely heard Taramba speaking to Ellen, though her unexpected laughter cut through the haze. She stood amidst the aftermath, emerald dagger in hand, its jagged edge glinting in the dim light. She had wielded a weapon with a grace that belied her nonchalant demeanor. Martin's gaze lingered on the blade as she knelt to wipe it clean on the grass before tucking it away. That weapon, it was unmistakable. Emerald daggers were rare, their legends whispered across Agamemnon. Who is this woman? You've been trained to fight, Martin said, his voice breaking the silence. Ellen scoffed. Hardly, she replied, brushing a lock of hair from her face with an air of casual defiance. Nearby, Taramba moved among the bodies, searching the dead for anything of value. He returned shortly with a handful of coins, which he divided between the three of them. Thank you, Taramba, Ellen said, offering him a genuine smile. Without you, the fight might have ended quite differently. You're welcome, Taramba muttered, his voice devoid of sentiment. But two of them are missing. Martin frowned and scanned the faces of the fallen. His stomach tightened. The Venorians. Aye, Taramba said grimly. They must have slipped away in the confusion. It's no matter to us. Ellen hesitated, glancing back toward the carnage. But what if they're in trouble? We don't know who they are or where they've gone, Taramba replied firmly. Our priority is moving forward. Martin nodded in agreement. They had already lost precious daylight to the skirmish, and the road ahead was long. He slid his sword back into its sheath and turned southward. The fork ahead would lead them northeast through the dense woods toward Irvine. They'd need to make camp before the night overtook them. As they set off, Martin glanced at Ellen. That dagger of yours, how did it come into your possession, princess? She gave him a sidelong look, her expression inscrutable. It's a long and complicated tale, and though I do love a good story, she trailed off, her tone making it clear she wouldn't share it more. If it's private, I apologize for prying, Martin said quickly. Her lips curved into a faint, pained smile. Perhaps another day. Martin accepted her answer and shifted his focus to Taramba. The two men exchanged hunting stories as they walked, tales of fishing on quiet mornings and distant lands. For the first time in ages, Martin felt the weight on his shoulders lighten. It had been so long since he'd spoken this way since before the crown. But as the forest swallowed them, the tension returned. The road was well-worn, and the dense trees on either side cast deep shadows, and the air felt heavy with anticipation. Robbery was common here, the thick canopy offering cover for those bold enough to take advantage of weary travelers. "Have you ever been to Irvine?" Ellen's voice broke the quiet, lifting the unease that had settled over them. "Yes," Martin replied. "Have you?" "I've always dreamed of it," she said, her tone wistful. "The universities, the libraries when I was young, I imagined it was the most beautiful place in the world. I love to read, you see." Martin smiled faintly. "It is beautiful. I used to wish I could spend more time there." "Oh." Her interest was piqued. "My work took me there occasionally," he said carefully. "How much should I reveal?" Her smile widened and her steps grew lighter. "You must tell me more about it." "The National Library is remarkable," Martin admitted, his voice softening. "A great hall of white marble, its floors and walls polished to a gleaming finish. I used to request their oldest manuscripts, scrolls forgotten by time. I could have spent weeks there." He paused, his heart aching with nostalgia. The secrets hidden in those halls. "That sounds magnificent," Ellen said, her enthusiasm unrestrained. "We must visit when we reach the city. You won't keep me from it." "I wouldn't dare," Martin replied, his lips quirking into a smile. Ahead, Taramba growled, his pace quickening until he outdistanced them. When they caught up, he was perched on a large, weathered boulder that jutted from the earth like a relic of a forgotten age. He gestured lazily toward the road ahead. "We'll meet others soon," he said. "What kind of others?" Martin asked, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. "Elves," Taramba said dismissively. Martin's grip tightened. "Elves can be dangerous." Taramba snorted. "Elves are small and weak." Ellen's brows knit together, and she regarded Taramba with thinly veiled irritation. Martin was surprised by the ease with which Taramba dismissed them. "Old prejudices die hard, I suppose." "Elves are agile, quick, and shrewd," Ellen said. "You'd be foolish to underestimate them. I've read extensively about their home, the Deep. It must be fascinating." "The Deep is complex," Martin said, "and so are its people. Tell me, Taramba, why such disdain for elves?" Taramba's posture stiffened, and his muscles coiled as if preparing for a fight. Before he could respond, voices drifted through the trees. "Later," he muttered. "I'll tell you later." Two figures emerged, their footsteps light yet deliberate. Elves. Both men were shorter than the average human, their pointed ears unmistakable. The one on the left wore vivid garments of purple and yellow, his thick, twisted mustache framing a mischievous grin. His companion, dressed plainly, had large, unblinking eyes that gave him the unsettling air of a bat. Martin's hand didn't leave his sword. Elves might not always be dangerous, but they were always unpredictable. "Oh, look, Vobin, a merry band of human travelers. I trust you're not planning on relieving us of our coin, are you?" The elf with the unnaturally large eyes drawled, his voice heavy with the lilting elven accent, each word sliding from his lips like a snake gliding through grass. The other elf, a contrast of exuberance, gasped in mock horror. "Don't be absurd, Sparrow. These fine folk wouldn't think of such a thing, would you?" "We're not thieves," Martin answered, his tone firm. "A relief to hear." The elf with sparkling eyes beamed. "I'm Robin, and this is my ever-so-charming traveling companion, Sparrow. Do forgive him, he's a bit of a curmudgeon, but beneath that gruff exterior, he means well." "I assure you I do not," Sparrow muttered, his eyes narrowing slightly. Martin remained alert, keeping his distance. The elves might have seemed friendly enough, but he had learned over the years that not everything was as it appeared. Elves, especially, could be tricky, and he knew all too well from his time in court that one could never trust an elf too easily. But then again, humans were rarely less cunning. Martin, he said, giving them his name, and these are my companions. Are they your friends, or are you theirs? Robin asked with a playful glint in his eye. But then again, what's the difference? Tarumba snorted. No damn difference. Robin's face twisted into a frown, and he subtly stepped back, widening the space between himself and the towering Tarumba. Sparrow, however, leaned forward, his demeanor shifting to something more serious. Look, Sparrow said, his voice quiet but earnest. We don't mean any harm. You seem to mean no harm to us either. Perhaps we can help one another. He placed a hand on Robin's shoulder. The long, thin fingers of his hand were tipped with untrimmed nails, and his touch lingered as though weighing some unseen burden. Help each other, how? Martin asked, his curiosity piqued but cautious. We know things about the road ahead, Robin replied, his voice taking on a more conspiratorial tone. Things you might want to know. Martin exchanged a glance with Ellen. Tarumba, ever ready for a fight, seemed on the verge of drawing his blade. Yet if there was truly danger ahead, knowing about it would be worth a few coins. Martin hesitated, then without showing his hand, slipped one of the coins Tarumba had given him earlier from his pouch. Let's hear what you have to say, Martin said. 2 coins and we'll hear everything. That's one for each of you, after all. Robin grinned widely. A fair exchange. He nodded for Sparrow to share the information. There are bandits up ahead, camped among the trees, Robin said, his voice low. They lie in wait, ambushing those who pass by. Nearly took our lives, too, if we hadn't escaped by the skin of our teeth. Bandits can be dealt with. We're prepared, Tarumba growled, his hand already drifting toward his weapon. Robin shook his head, a look of urgency crossing his features. These aren't ordinary bandits. You've never seen anything like them. Sparrow raised a long, slender finger. Now, Robin. Don't give away the whole tale at once. We paid you for information, Martin reminded them firmly. That'll cost you extra, Sparrow said with a sly grin. Martin's temper flared, and he had to restrain Tarumba from lashing out. Ellen, ever watchful, grabbed his arm to keep him in check. We're not giving you more, Martin said sharply, his voice cutting through the tension. I'm sorry, but that's final. Sparrow's smile faltered, but he shook his head slowly. You may not realize just how sorry you'll be. Good luck out there, Robin said, his voice light and dismissive. With that, the 2 elves turned and walked down the road, their steps light but purposeful. Martin waited until they had put some distance between them before speaking. Tarumba, you almost started a fight with them, Martin said, his tone calm but firm. That wasn't necessary. They were toying with us, Tarumba muttered, his eyes still on the retreating figures of the elves. You shouldn't trust elves so easily. They can't be trusted. Martin could feel the weight of Tarumba's words, the bitterness in them. Tell me your history with elves, Tarumba, he said quietly. Tarumba's jaw tightened, and for a moment he stared into the forest as if searching for something in the distance. He let out a long breath, and when he spoke, his voice was low, almost haunted. I was engaged to be married once long ago. Martin and Ellen exchanged surprised glances. Tarumba, of all people, married. It didn't seem like the life he would have chosen. What happened to her? Martin asked carefully. Tarumba's gaze hardened, and he stared at the ground as if it were a grave he'd rather not revisit. I didn't know it when we met. She never told me. But she was an elf. Somewhere along her journey she was captured, tortured. They cut off her ears. I didn't know. Martin had heard tales of such horrors and mistreatment of elves by humans. He had tried to gather support for such causes once, before the crown was taken from him. I'm sorry, Tarumba. Did you leave her because she was an elf? Tarumba's eyes snapped up, his voice firm. I would never have left her. One morning I awoke to find a note. She was gone, and said she was returning to the deep. Martin could hear the pain in his voice, a pain that ran deeper than words could express. I'm sorry, my friend. Ellen's voice softened. She just left in the middle of the night. That's terrible. Tarumba stood, his shoulders tense. He turned his gaze to the road, clearly eager to end the conversation. I tried to find her, but she was already gone. Never saw her again. There was a long pause before Martin spoke again, his voice changing the subject smoothly. What do you think lies ahead of us, then? Ellen withdrew a small set of bronze binoculars from her dress, which was cleverly designed with hidden pockets sewn into the fabric. As she peered through them, Martin noted the way the dress now clung to her, stained with dirt from their recent skirmish. She focused the lenses on the road ahead, her sharp green eyes scanning the trees. I don't see anything. Just trees and rocks. Taramba grunted. Could be a trick. Elves are clever. Martin nodded, but then said, The elves have moved on. They won't have time to circle back. Be ready for anything, Taramba warned, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Martin, following suit, gripped his sword tightly and took the first step forward. They walked in silence, the quiet of the forest amplifying their every footstep. A rustling in the bushes made them all jump, hands reaching for weapons. But it was only a squirrel darting out of sight. For the most part, their path remained undisturbed. As the sun dipped low, they found a small clearing. Taramba quickly set about gathering sticks and brush to create a makeshift camp. By the time they settled down, the air had cooled and the light of day was fading. I'm sorry we don't have a proper bedroll for you, princess, Taramba muttered. Don't call me that, Ellen replied sharply, though there was no malice in her tone. My name will suffice. Very well, Taramba said, nodding respectfully. Dinner was simple, jerky and water. Soon enough they laid down for the night, hidden away from the road. But as Martin drifted into sleep, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching them.
Kyo 3. The humans at the gates of Seiko regarded Kelvin and Kyo with thinly veiled disdain. Their expressions were polite, but forced, an awkward tolerance that spoke volumes of their discomfort. Kyo clenched her jaw, biting back the urge to speak her mind. They only hold these gates because my people built this town, she thought bitterly. 200 years ago, the Vanorians had arrived from Vono through the caverns of the deep, seeking refuge in a foreign land. They had crossed the barren expanse of no man's land, only to be met with hostility in the city of Artmore. It was there that the first skirmishes had begun, and after a long, brutal war, the Vanorians had been pushed northwest, founding the towns of Rico and Seiko. It was ancient history, but its echoes still lingered. Despite time's passing, humans and Vanorians remained unable to coexist peacefully. The tension between the two races had only deepened, and Seiko, once a symbol of their hard-earned place, had now become a quiet, hostile reminder of everything that had gone wrong. Kyo's heart sank as she entered the town. The streets were teeming with people, yet there was not a single Vanorian among them. The carved wooden structures, once familiar and comforting, now seemed foreign and strange under the weight of so many human eyes. Kelvin, too, seemed unsettled. He stood with his hand pressed to his forehead, leaning against a pile of crates. Are you all right? Do you need something to eat? Kyo asked, her voice soft with concern. No, he replied, his gaze lost. I thought we'd see more of our people here. It was an uncomfortable truth. As they stood in the wide open courtyard that greeted all who entered Seiko, there wasn't a single green-skinned face to be seen. Not one. It was as if the Vanorians had vanished entirely. There must be someone, somewhere, Kyo murmured, though her words were as much for her own reassurance as they were for Kelvin. Then, from behind the crates where Kelvin had been leaning, a small figure emerged. A Vanorian boy, no older than 12, dressed in ragged clothes. His hands were bruised, his expression tentative, and he gazed up at Kyo with wide, uncertain eyes, as though seeing another Vanorian for the first time in his life. Hi, he shouted, then quickly corrected himself, his voice quieter. I mean, hello. Hello there, Kyo said, crouching slightly to meet his gaze. What's your name? Orson, he muttered, his initial exuberance fading into shyness. I'm Kyo, and this is Kelvin, she introduced herself, noticing the way the boy shrank back, his eyes darting around nervously. We just arrived in town. Orson managed a small, hesitant smile. I'm glad to see someone else like me in Seiko, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Kyo scanned the area, trying to make sense of his fear. There were no other Vanorians around, but nothing about the crowd seemed particularly dangerous. What's making him so nervous? She wondered. Are there others? I haven't seen anyone but you, Kyo asked, trying to keep her tone casual. Do you know where they are? Orson's face twisted in confusion and anxiety, and he took a small step back, bumping into the building behind him. I'm not sure I can tell you, he said, his voice quivering. Kyo's brow furrowed, concern rising in her chest. What about your parents? Can we speak to them? Orson's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and for a moment, Kyo thought he might break down. But he fought it, blinking rapidly as he steadied himself. I don't have any, he whispered. The words hit Kyo like a punch to the gut. A child alone in a town full of humans and no Vanorians to be found. It was worse than she had imagined. She exchanged a look with Kelvin, who nodded grimly, his face hardening. Kyo, I think we're being watched, Kelvin muttered. She glanced around and saw a small group of people whispering to each other, pointing at them with subtle, accusatory gestures. Kyo fixed them with a sharp, icy glare, hoping to send them a message. Then, just as she turned back to Orson, a shadow loomed over them. A tall, burly man, his broad shoulders heavy with muscle, had appeared from the crowd. His unshaven jowls sagged beneath his beady, mouse-like eyes. He placed a hand possessively on Orson's shoulder, grunting as if the boy were little more than a crutch for him to lean on. Well, what's this? The man growled, his voice thick with contempt. A couple of goblins wandering into town. I guess you haven't heard, your kind ain't welcome here no more. Kyo's blood turned to ice. The pain flashing across Orson's face with every jostle from the man was enough to make her vision blur with rage. She clenched her fists, ready to fight, but Kelvin was faster. We weren't aware of the changes in town, Kelvin said, stepping forward, his voice steady but edged with caution. We're not looking for trouble. The man's lip curled into a sneer. I ain't your pal, filth. Kyo's stomach twisted as Kelvin stood his ground, but she could see his posture stiffen, his shoulders sitting as though preparing for something worse. Well then, Kelvin continued, voice strained, but polite, we'll just move on. No harm done. The man stepped closer, his breath foul, and spat on the cobblestones. You'll be lucky if you make it out of here alive. Don't think we won't be watching you. Kyo's heart sank as the man's words hung in the air like a dark omen. Kelvin gave a tight smile, but there was no humour in it, and he began to slowly back away. It twisted Kyo's gut to see Orson's eyes following them as they left, helpless. What kind of life was this child living? Once they were out of earshot, Kelvin pushed Kyo up against a wall, his finger pressed to her lips to silence her. We're getting that boy out of here, he said, his voice low and urgent. Kyo's heart sang. I love you, she whispered. Kelvin gave her a brief nod, his focus already shifting to the road ahead. He peered around the corner, watching the man as he led Orson away. Then, he glanced back at Kyo, motioning her to follow him. He darted across the street, moving quickly, but quietly, as though every step was measured. Kyo's hands trembled, but she pressed herself against the shadowed corner of a building, trying to remain inconspicuous. Kelvin disappeared into an alleyway, and Kyo struggled to keep her breath steady as she noticed the small crowd still watching them from afar. She pressed her back to the wall, trying to act casual despite her racing pulse. Kelvin returned to her side, pointing toward a house across the street. We'll get close, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Find a window. I'll go in. Kyo nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. She didn't see any of the townsfolk following them, but the feeling of being watched never quite left her. She could feel the weight of every whisper, every pointed finger, and her gut churned with the cold certainty that their presence here was already a threat. Kelvin seemed to absorb the weight of her worry. For a moment, his expression remained unreadable. Then, with a quiet resolve, he nodded. You keep watch while I go in. If anyone shows up, make a sound like a yowie bird. Kyo rolled her eyes. The yowie was a small, purple bird commonly used to deliver letters and parcels, its sharp, unmistakable call mimicking a child cry of yowie. Go, Kelvin said, his voice firm. Without another word, They both took off, sprinting across the open path, and swiftly ducking behind the side of the house where Orson had been taken. To their relief, a window was situated low to the ground, just within reach. Calvin crawled to the opposite side, stopping to listen intently. Hio did the same. "What did you tell them?" came the deep, gravelly voice of the man. "Nothing, I swear." Orson's voice quivered, followed by the soft, broken sound of a child's sobs. A sharp slap echoed through the quiet night air, and Hio felt her breath catch in her throat. Calvin held up a hand to stop her, his eyes burning with restraint. "You'd be lucky if I ever let you see daylight again, boy," the man growled, his voice thick with menace. Another slap rang out, followed by a chilling silence that urged Calvin into action. He reached for the window, sliding it open with careful precision before hoisting himself through. Hio hesitated, her instinct to rush in warring with her need to remain vigilant. Instead, she stood guard, her ears straining to catch any sounds from within. The man's angry voice continued to berate Orson with vile slurs and cruel threats. Suddenly, a terrible crash sounded from inside the house, the noise so sharp and sudden that Hio staggered slightly, her heart racing. The banging continued for a moment, then all fell eerily still. "Calvin," Hio whispered, her voice barely audible. No answer. Her stomach twisted with anxiety. Then, to her horror, a man clad in black armor decorated with green trimming appeared in the distance, walking steadily toward her. He hadn't noticed her yet, but Hio's pulse quickened, and her palms began to sweat. She quickly grabbed a cloth from her pocket and began to wipe the window, pretending to be occupied as he neared. With every step, her suspicion grew. "It has to be someone looking for me," she thought. The man's pace slowed as he drew nearer, but, to her relief, he simply passed by without giving her a second glance. Hio waited until his silhouette faded into the distance before collapsing against the wall, her body trembling with the aftershock of fear. "What are you doing down there?" Calvin's voice startled her. She looked up to find him leaning out the window, Orson standing beside him, his eyes wide with confusion. "Thank the gods," she murmured, relieved but shaken. "Get out of there." Calvin carefully lowered Orson to the ground before climbing out himself. Hio quickly explained her encounter with the armoured man, detailing his appearance and the way he had passed without acknowledging her. "Which way did he go?" Calvin asked. Hio pointed down the road. "That way." "Good," he said, nodding. "Because we're going this way instead." The streets of Seiko were strangely devoid of life, and Hio's unease grew as she began to notice the abundance of abandoned buildings. "No doubt these are where our people once lived and worked," she muttered. "They've almost emptied the entire town." "What's the fastest way to the western gates?" Calvin asked, his eyes scanning the road ahead. Orson hesitated, his voice trembling. Hio, struggling to find comforting words, remained silent. It was Orson who spoke up, his voice quiet but determined. "Turn left up that way." "And from there?" Hio asked, her thoughts already racing ahead. They were driven out," Orson said softly, his gaze downcast. "They went to Vrigo." Hio's mind swirled at the thought of travelling to Vrigo. The road north, known as the Proven Path, was treacherous, filled with ancient ruins and the lurking threat of wolf packs. It would be a dangerous journey, but there seemed to be no other option. "I know what you're thinking," Calvin said, his voice low but resolute. "But we don't have a choice, Hio." She exhaled sharply, frustration rising in her chest. "Damn it, you're right. Let's focus on getting out of here first." The trio moved quickly, passing a few elderly townsfolk engaged in casual conversation. None of them took much notice of the trio as they hurried past. But as they neared the gates, Hio's heart sank. A dozen men, all dressed in black with green trimming, stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking their path. Hio instinctively began to turn, but there was no room to run. Her only choice now was to face them. "Stop where you are," a man's voice commanded, sharp and commanding. The man stepped forward, his face hard and square, with high cheekbones and a carefully trimmed beard. He raised a brow as he looked them over. "Who are you to block the gates?" Calvin demanded, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. "Where are the usual guards?" The man motioned to his companions. We are the true people of Agamemnon. We are the Black Guard. This city belongs to us now. Keo felt Orson's small hand slip into hers. She squeezed it tightly, trying to offer some comfort as the boy trembled beside her. You insult us with your presence, the man continued, his eyes narrowing with disdain. But more than that, you've committed a grave crime. You've taken one of our slaves. A hot flush of anger burned across Keo's cheeks, but she bit her tongue, letting Kelvin speak for them. I see no slaves, he said, his voice sharp. I see a frightened child who's innocent in this mess. The man let out a cold laugh. That's no child, it's a pest. But enough of these trivial matters. Surrender the boy, and we'll let you live. You may even leave Seago, go cower with your kin in Vrigo. What say you? Calvin's voice was unwavering. The boy is leaving this town. Without a word, the men drew their weapon swords and axes glinting in the dim light. Orson pressed his face into Keo's side, his small frame shaking with fear. Calvin stood tall, his empty hands raised. I have a proposition, he said, his voice calm but firm. Let the woman and child leave. Take me in the boy's place. Keo's heart skipped a beat as she looked at him, teeth clenched in confusion and alarm. What are you doing? She whispered urgently, but Kelvin shook his head, silencing her. I will be your slave, he said, his voice steady. Let them leave. The man's lips twisted into a cruel smile. Why should we take you instead? Calvin stepped forward, his body positioned between the mob and Keo, with Orson at her side. A boy can only do so much. I'm stronger. I can work harder, and longer than he could. The man hesitated, his eyes flicking over Kelvin with calculated interest. Finally, he nodded. You may be right, he said, twirling a hand in the air. The men stepped aside, clearing the path. Let the bitch and the pup go. Keo held Orson tightly to her side, her body aching with a desire to turn back, to take Kelvin with them. But he urged her forward. The words of the man still echoed in her mind. They'll kill us the moment we step out of the city. She tried not to imagine the possibility of arrows whizzing past them. As she walked, she felt the eyes of every guard on her disgust, hatred, and malice etched into their faces. But they let her pass, and when she finally reached the gate, she turned back for one last glimpse of Kelvin. The gate slammed shut behind her, and she saw him standing there, trapped, mouthing the words, I love you. I'm alone, Keo thought. Even with Orson by my side, I must face the proven path alone.
Martin 4. The night had settled into its darkest hour. Martin had been dreaming of his own bedroom, the comfort of his bed almost within reach. Just as his dream self's head sank into the pillow, something tugged him awake. A rustling sound came from the bushes. It wasn't subtle. Whatever it was moving with an unsettling lack of caution. Or perhaps it wasn't just one creature, perhaps there was more than one. A crowd. Martin's heart pounded in his chest as he sprang to his feet, his sword belt in hand. Tarumba, wake up, he hissed urgently. The large man jolted upright, instantly falling into a defensive stance. What's happening? There's something out there, Martin replied, his voice tight with tension. Ellen stirred next, her eyes squinting in the dim light as she sat up groggily. What's going on? Something moving in the bushes, Tarumba said, his voice low. Ellen stood swiftly, drawing her dagger, her gaze flicking between the two men. What kind of noises? Martin raised his hand, motioning for silence. His ears strained, seeking the source of the sound. The forest around them was eerily quiet, save for the soft whisper of the wind and the quickened breaths of his companions. Then, the sound ceased entirely. Too abruptly. I don't hear anything, Ellen murmured, her voice laced with unease. The silence was broken in an instant as three shadowy figures emerged from the dark, their heavy footfalls accompanied by the gleam of helmets. They attacked without warning, moving with brutal speed and ferocity. Martin's sword clanged against steel, the shock rattling his arm. He drew back and retaliated, his blade slashing through the air only to be deflected by the enemy's weapon. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ellen and Tarumba engaged with their own attackers. His opponent, relentless in his assault, launched a flurry of strikes that Martin barely managed to parry. "Kill them!" the masked figure hissed, a voice like the release of air from a punctured balloon. Tarumba barreled into his own foe with a force that sent the man's weapon flying. A collision knocked into Martin and his attacker, sending all four tumbling to the ground in a heap. But they were quick to regain their footing, each of them poised for the next strike. Instinct took over. Martin slid to the side and, with swift precision, slit the throat of the unarmed attacker. "No!" One of the remaining figures screeched, its voice filled with desperation. The two remaining assailants retreated into the shadows, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. Martin stood motionless for a moment, his senses alert. He checked himself for wounds, then looked to his companions. Ellen and Tarumba appeared unharmed, though both were breathing heavily. "Why did they flee?" Tarumba asked, his voice tinged with confusion. "We outnumbered them," Ellen said, her voice steady though her eyes remained alert. "That's probably why." Martin gave a thoughtful grunt, then turned to the lifeless body at his feet. Kneeling down, he reached for the figure's helmet, his gloved hands trembling slightly. The helmet was dull and spiked, marred by the marks of battle. He hesitated, the unease in his gut growing stronger. There had been something wrong about this foe, too swift, too silent, too inhuman. With a grunt, Martin twisted the helmet free. What lay beneath made his blood run cold. Scales, iridescent green scales, shimmered across the creature's face, catching the faintest traces of moonlight. Its eyes slitted like a serpent stared unseeing at the sky, their golden hue unsettlingly bright even in death. The creature's jaw was sharp, elongated, its teeth needle-like and glistening with a faint residue of venom. Martin stumbled back, dropping the helmet as though it burned him. "Lizardkin," he whispered, his voice hoarse with disbelief. The word felt alien, like an old, forgotten legend made flesh before his eyes. The old myths flooded his mind, stories of an ancient race, thought to have vanished beneath the earth or perished in some long-forgotten war. Tales told of frightened children, whispered by firelight. But here it was one of them, its blood mixing with the dirt, its body cold and lifeless. His thoughts raced. If the Lizard King have returned, no. If they never left, then what else had the old tales lied about? His fist clenched, his gaze darkening. A creeping dread began to twist into something sharper, something far worse. If myths can come back to life, what else is waiting to rise? "It's a reptile," Ellen said, her voice cracking with a mix of disbelief and fear. I can't believe it." "There's no way," Martin muttered, though even as he said it, doubt gnawed at him. "It must be some kind of trick." Tarumba grunted softly, his voice filled with grim certainty. "Strange things are happening in this land, my friends. We must reach Melian as quickly as we can." Ellen, visibly shaken, shuddered as she sat down on the ground, crossing her legs beneath her. "Where do you think the others went?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Martin scanned the shadows once more, the weight of the situation settling over him like a dark cloud. "There are more of them. I'm sure of it." The implications struck Ellen hard. Her face pale, and she hugged her knees to her chest as though to keep herself from falling apart. "What's happening to our world?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with despair. "What's happening to Delvia?" Martin didn't answer. Instead, he looked into the night, feeling the weight of the unknown press down on him. Whatever had come tonight, whatever had emerged from the darkness, was only the beginning. And the land they had known, the world they had fought to protect, was slipping further into the grip of something ancient, something far more terrifying than any of them had ever imagined. Martin tried to view the situation through the eyes of the king he once was. They spoke the common tongue, yet he couldn't help but wonder where had they learned it. They had fled as soon as their companion had fallen. "I don't think they expected to lose one of their own tonight," he said thoughtfully. "This might be the first time they've been exposed. Perhaps they're just frightened, hungry people who meant no greater harm." "But they're lizards," Tarumba replied flatly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The myths had never depicted the lizard folk as anything but brutal, their treachery woven into every tale. Yet, Martin found himself hesitant to pass judgment without understanding more. The only way to know the truth would be to confront it, though part of him longed to delay that confrontation as long as possible. As Martin rose to his feet, the body of the reptilian creature erupted into flames, the fire devouring it with terrifying speed. Within moments, there was nothing left but ash scattered across the ground. The sight left him feeling more unsettled than before. He stared at the wisps of smoke rising into the dark sky. Strange things indeed, he thought grimly. "Should we move while it's still dark?" Ellen asked, her voice sharp with concern. "What if they are waiting for us, with an entire army?" "They're not," Tarumba answered confidently. "If they were, they would have sent more than 3 to kill us." "He's right," Martin added, his brow furrowed. "But that doesn't mean we should lower our guard. There are more of them out there, somewhere. We just don't know how many." The scent of rain hung heavy in the air. The clouds above had thickened, blotting out the stars, and the distant rumble of thunder told them that a storm was brewing. "We need to reach Irvine before the storm hits," Martin said. "We don't want to be caught in these woods in the rain." The trio packed quickly, and in silence there wasn't much to gather. Martin cast one last glance at the ash where the creature had once lain, then knelt to examine the remnants of its armor. A thought occurred to him, and he frowned. Isn't it strange that they had Agamondian weapons? Human designs? "That is curious," Ellen remarked. "Do you think someone gave them those weapons?" Martin nodded slowly, his mind working through the possibilities. "Either that, or they had spies among us for some time. I can't say for sure." They began their journey, the morning light just beginning to shift from inky black to a muted grey. The clouds thickened and the thunder rumbled louder, the storm edging ever closer. Martin couldn't help but find something comforting about the grey mornings. If only things were as simple as this, he mused as he pressed onward with determination. The road stretched before them, familiar in its contours but now somehow more foreboding. Martin's pace was brisk, unhurried, though he didn't wait for his companions to catch up. Ellen, however, was quick to match his stride, then overtake him with ease. He smiled faintly. "I remember a time when I might have tried to race her." Behind them, Tarumba walked with a wary ease, his eyes scanning the woods behind them as he moved backward with surprising grace for a man of his size. He grunted softly as various animals flitted through the underbrush, each sound startling Ellen and Martin. "How far do we have to go?" Ellen asked, her voice edged with impatience. "It's hard to tell with this weather and the fog," Tarumba answered. "I can't see much up ahead." But Martin knew the road well. As king, he had travelled it countless times, each journey a reminder of the world he had once ruled. They were drawing near to Irvine. "We should reach the city in about half an hour if we keep this pace." "That's good," Tarumba replied, his voice gruff. "Because it's about to rain." As if on cue, the first drops of rain began to fall, light at first, but steadily increasing in intensity. "We can still beat the worst part of the storm," Martin said, his tone matter-of-fact. The gentle rain that preceded the storm had always brought Martin a certain peace. Melian used to scold him for wandering out into the rain, but he had never listened. The sensation of water against his skin, the cool touch of it as it slid down his forehead and nose, helped to ease the constant tension of his life in the court. "It still feels good," he thought absently, enjoying the soothing sensation of the rain. "There it is!" Ellen exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. The outline of the city began to emerge from the fog. "Irvine! We've made it!" The city rose in the distance, far larger than Facton, the second largest in Agamemnon, second only to the capital. But Irvine was special. Even through the thick mist, Martin could see the towering spires of its universities, classrooms reaching up into the sky as if to touch the heavens. It stood as a testament to intellect and knowledge, a place where learning was not only respected but revered. "One of my favorite places," he thought twistily. "Even I'm impressed with the height of those buildings," Tarumba said, his voice tinged with awe. Martin blinked, surprised by the comment. He had never quite thought of the stoic Tarumba as someone who could be moved by such sights. The man who had once been heartbroken by love had more depth than Martin had realized. There's more to this strong man than meets the eye. "Let's hope the city is as kind as it appears," Martin said, his voice thoughtful.
Lyria won. Lyria moved silently through the crowd, her practiced steps as quiet as a shadow on the wall. Her fingers gripped the tarnished silver tray, laden with roast pheasant and honeyed fruits, as she weaved between tables. At just 17, she had perfected the art of invisibility, an essential skill for surviving in the service of King Alderax. The clink of goblets and the murmur of feasting nobles filled the grand hall of Castle Maldris, a place of cold stone and darker deeds. It wasn't always this way, she thought. Her dark hair was pinned tightly beneath a servant's cap, but a rebellious strand escaped, brushing against her cheek. She dared not push it back. To draw attention to herself would risk the wrath of the cruel monarch or his courtiers. She had seen what happened to those who stumbled under the king's watchful eye, men dragged to the dungeons, women thrown into the lake, and some who simply disappeared. Lyria's sharp green eyes darted across the hall, absorbing every detail, the wine-soaked laughter of Duke Radolf, the stern gaze of Captain Varant, the commander of the Black Guard, and at the head of the table, the imposing figure of King Alderax himself, his crimson robes spilled like blood over his chair, a cruel smirk tugging at his lips as he raised his goblet in mockery of some poor soul's misfortune. As Lyria set the tray down before a sneering nobleman, she noticed Alderax looking over at her. The king usually wouldn't have acknowledged her at all, but suddenly he spoke to her. "Your name is Lyria, correct?" he asked, much to her horror. "Yes," she said. "Like lyrics from a song," he said. "Come back here." She felt her entire body shiver as she turned back around and faced the table. He was busy taking a large bite of bread and washing it down with the wine. "Do you believe in magic?" he asked. It seemed like a silly question. Everybody in Agamemnon knew a wizard, or a sorcerer somewhere. Magic was no secret. "Of course, your majesty." "But do you believe in what it can do for you?" he asked. He seemed lost in thought, as if he were talking to himself instead of her. "I do," she stammered. His concentration suddenly broke, and he looked up at her. The look in his eyes froze the breath in Lyria's lungs. "You may go," he said. She wasted no time getting out of the room. As soon as she could, she shut the door behind her, and barreled down the hallway to put as much distance between herself and the king as possible. She didn't even slow down as she came to the spiral staircase that went back down to the kitchens. When she got there, she ignored the other serving girls and went directly to her bedroom, if you can call it a bedroom, she thought. The room was little more than a box of stone, its air damp and stale, with a single narrow cot against each wall. A chipped basin sat in the corner, half filled with cloudy water, and the faint scent of mildew lingered despite their best efforts to keep it clean. Lyria stood by the small, cracked mirror mounted above the basin, staring at her reflection but not really seeing it. Her mind was elsewhere, replaying the tense moments of the day, the endless parade of sneering faces, and the weight of Alderax's oppressive presence. Behind her, Dove sat cross-legged on her cot, threading a needle through a torn hem of her tunic. The faint flicker of the candle on the rickety nightstand lit her face with soft gold, her blonde hair shimmering like sunlight trapped in a dark place. Despite the dirt smudged on her cheeks and the hollowness in her pale blue eyes, Dove exuded a quiet grace that Lyria had always admired. "You're brooding again," Dove said softly, her voice lilting like a melody, even in its weariness. She glanced up, tilting her head in that inquisitive way of hers. "What happened?" "Nothing new," Lyria lied, turning to face her friend. She leaned against the basin, folding her arms across her chest. "The nobles are drunk. Alderax is his usual vile self, and the Black Guard are everywhere. It's the same every night." Dove gave a small, rueful smile and set her needlework aside. "And yet you still come back with fire in your eyes. You should be careful, Lyria. That fire might burn you one day." Lyria sighed and sank onto her own cot. "I can't help it. Every time I see him sitting there, surrounded by his lapdogs, it's like—" she clenched her fists, her voice trembling with anger. "It's like everything I've lost comes rushing back." Dove leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "I understand more than you think." Her hand rose instinctively to touch the edges of her ears, once elegantly pointed, now crudely blunted into human-like roundness. The scars were old but still vivid, a cruel reminder of the people who had dragged her from the deep and sold her into servitude. We've both lost things that can't be replaced." A heavy silence fell between them. Lyria reached out and placed a hand over Dav's. "I don't know what I'd do without you," she said softly. "You're the only reason I haven't gone mad in this place." Dove squeezed her hand, a flicker of warmth in her eyes. "I'm up to something." Given what had just happened between Lyria and the king was still rattling her nerves, Lyria felt inclined to walk away without further question. But Dove was her only friend here, and curiosity got the best of her. "What are you up to?" "Oh, well," said Dove, "I heard there may be a way out of the castle." Lyria almost lost her footing. She flew to the door of the room and peeked her head outside to check for anyone close by. Dove stood waiting until Lyria came back inside and stood firmly pressed against the door. "I know what you're thinking, but this is serious," said Dove. "It's through the barracks where the blackguard sleep." Lyria thought frantically. Is she insane? Has she totally abandoned the idea of staying alive? What is she thinking? But Dove appeared as earnest as she'd ever seen her. "I mean it, Lie," she said earnestly. "I think we have a chance of getting out of here." The dream of it was absolutely liberating, Lyria knew, because she dreamed the same dream every night, but the actuality of it was daunting beyond belief. Getting caught assured their deaths. There was no question about that. "Have you thought this through? Where did you get this information from?" she asked. "What does it matter?" asked Dove. Lyria knew enough about her already to know that she had zero intention of revealing her sources. Lyria couldn't have prepared herself for all of this. The thought of making some elaborate escape from the castle almost made her totally forget to worry about what King Walderax had been saying to her, but she also knew that Dove wouldn't wait long for an answer. "She'll try to leave without me if I don't go with her." "When?" she asked. Dove threw her hands up in joy. "Soon," she said. "I need to confirm a few things with my source, and then make sure they're on board." Lyria jolted. "On board? What do you mean by that?" "Well, we can't do it without them." Lyria couldn't help but wish that Dove was joking, but of course he isn't. It was too late now. She'd committed herself to helping Dove escape. The bond they had formed was the only thing keeping Lyria sane in that place. "I hope you know what you're doing, Dove." "What were you planning on doing? Staying here like this forever? We deserve better." "Yeah," said Lyria, "we do." Dove smiled widely and then left the bedroom, but there was no time for Lyria to gather her wits. She had been away from her duties too long as it was, so she brushed herself off and recommitted to finishing the day. It was just about time to start prepping the kitchen for the chefs to begin preparing lunch. The floors needed to be swept and then mopped. The pots and pans needed scrubbing. Luckily, the dishes were only washed at the end of the day and by the night staff, but there was plenty else to do. After Elria finished the cleaning, she went into the cupboards and pantries to arrange the ingredients for the chef to access easily. It was all part of a daily routine that almost never wavered. That's a poisonous comfort, she thought. The truth was that she was starting to get used to it. It wasn't like the life she lived before this had ever made any sense. Her family had abandoned her, and by the time she was 10 years old she was serving somebody just to keep a roof over her head. In order to do that, she had to make herself useful. Even at 17, she had spent years doing just that. But what about this morning? Why was today different? "You look as if you've seen a ghost," said one of the cooks, as they all entered the kitchen. They were friendly enough, but Lyria didn't spend much time getting to know them. Most of them were aging men bordering on elderly, except for Hiranda, who was head chef. Amid the chaos, Hiranda presided like a queen over her domain. She was a stout, broad-shouldered woman with ruddy cheeks perpetually flushed from the heat of the ovens. Strands of iron-grey hair escaped the bun pinned at the nape of her neck, but her piercing brown eyes missed nothing. She wielded her wooden spoon as both a cooking implement and a tool of command, tapping it sharply on countertops to punctuate her orders. Hiranda was as much a force of nature as the winds howling outside Castle Maldris, but unlike the cold, she carried a warmth that softened the edges of the servants' hard lives. She had a bawdy laugh that could cut through even the most miserable of days, and a knack for sneaking extra crusts of bread or slivers of sweetmeats to the serving girls when no one was looking. Though she rarely spoke of her own past, the whispers among the staff said she'd once had children of her own, lost to one of Alderax's wars. Perhaps that was why she looked after the girls under her charge with such ferocity, as if trying to shield them from the cruelty that had taken so much from her. "You all right, love?" asked Miranda. "I'm fine," said Lyria. "Could I talk to you later, before we leave for the night?" Miranda clearly knew this was serious. She looked down at Lyria with wide eyes that scanned what was being said for hidden intent. Something happened, did it? Lyria felt suddenly silly. "I'm not sure." Said Miranda. "Then, something most certainly happened." Lyria smiled softly. "Later." Miranda nodded and shooed Lyria back to work. Her next job was to shine the stained glass windows that were found in a hall honouring natural landmarks across Agamond. Lyria always started with the largest one, so she could get it out of the way. It depicted Mount Hope, where the first man had supposedly descended from the sky onto the world of Delvia. The mountain rose from a forest, and into the sky where it was surrounded by a circle of clouds that it pierced like a horn. Lyria had been told the story of the first man when she was very young, but she couldn't remember by whom. To the left of Mount Hope was the window that depicted the proven path. The great stone statues stood along a long lonely road leading toward the Midland Mountains. Nobody knew who built or carved the statues, but Lyria hoped to see them someday. Lastly was the Grey Keep. The old wizard tower was located in the southeastern part of Agamond, and had sat abandoned for over 100 years. Not everybody knew the history of the country like Lyria did, but she had once been a servant for a historian, and even though he's cruel and if he had learned whatever from, she had grown to love history almost as much as she loved drawing. But books were difficult to hang on to, if you can even find them. "They told me I would find you here," said a voice from behind Lyria. She jumped and turned around to find King Aldric eyeing her from behind. "Your Majesty," she stammered, "I was cleaning the glass." He lumbered forward, looking as if he were uncomfortable around such fragility. His gaze at the stained glass didn't seem to register their beauty, and he soon stopped to stare directly at Lyria. "Please stop looking at me like that." "I noticed something about you this morning," he said, his accent thick like oil. "I don't know how I missed it before." "Pardon," said Lyria, wishing she didn't have to ask the following question, but knowing it was expected of her. "But what did you notice, your Majesty?" King Alderax's eyes lit up with an unstable blaze. He traced the outline of Lyria's body with scrutiny, and stopped to smile a wicked grin. "You're a beautiful young woman." Lyria felt her legs begin to tremble. Alderax seemed to be getting closer to her, but she couldn't bring herself to step back. His advances would be unavoidable this deep into the castle. But suddenly another man burst into the room waving a rolled piece of parchment paper. "Sire, we have received news about the city of Frigo," said the man. King Alderax looked both furious and intrigued. He sighed a heavy breath that caused him to groan, and then stepped away from Elria. She felt like her lungs were re-inflating. "Earl," said the king suddenly, "come to my chambers after 11. Tonight. I'll be waiting for you. If you don't come, I'll have you killed." The man led the king away, and Lyria sunk into a shaking heap beside the stained glass. Her mind raced to make sense of it all, and came to the only real conclusion left to her. "Dove, and I will have to leave tonight."
Kyo 4. I'm panicking, she thought to herself. She was heaving for breath, and Orson was watching her helplessly. The world seemed to be spinning around her. Get a grip. This boy needs you to get him to Frigo. She felt her resolve tighten in her core. I can do this. Are you okay? Asked Orson. I'm fine, said Kyo. We're going to get you to Frigo. Then what? Asked Orson. Then Kyo had to spit the words out. I will come back for Kelvin. The road would be long. At least a day's walk, and night would surely fall before they reached Frigo. If we make it there at all. Kyo wasn't much of a fighter like Kelvin was, and the wolves were sure to find them. She looked at Orson, who was looking up the road with unease. Hey, it's gonna be all right, she said. Let's go. The horizon stretched wide and barren, a sea of golden grass waving in the wind under a pale, sunlit sky. Kyo led the way, her leather boots crunching softly against the dry earth, while Orson trailed behind. The boys' chatter had grown quieter over the last few hours. Then, suddenly, Kyo stopped. "Look," she said, pointing ahead. Her voice carried a strange note, part awe, part caution. Orson squinted, shielding his eyes against the glare of the sun. At first, all he saw was a faint shimmer on the horizon, a distortion in the air. But as they drew closer, the shapes emerged, jagged and unnatural. 2 rows of massive stone monoliths rose from the earth, their weathered surfaces stark against the endless grasslands. They resembled colossal teeth, jagged and uneven, as if the land itself had grown a monstrous moor that had petrified over time. Each row contained 5 towering stones, their arrangement precise, almost ceremonial. The teeth leaned inward ever so slightly, creating a sense of being funneled into something unknown if one dared to walk between them. Kyo's breath hitched as they approached, and Orson fell silent, his earlier fatigue forgotten. "Are they bones?" the boy asked, his voice small. "No," Kyo replied, her tone thoughtful. "Stone, not bone. Though you're not the first to think so." She knelt, her fingers brushing the cracked earth at the base of one of the massive stones. The surface of the monument was rough, carved with deep grooves that might once have been runes, long since worn away by wind and rain. These were crafted by hands, though whose, I couldn't tell you. Orson took a hesitant step closer, craning his neck to look up at the towering structure. Whoever made them must have been giants. Maybe. Kyo rose to her feet, her eyes scanning the strange formation. She'd heard stories about the Proven Path songs, even sung by wandering bards in smoky taverns. They were ancient, older than the oldest kingdoms, their creators lost to the passage of time. Some said they marked a burial ground for a long-forgotten race. Others claimed they were remnants of a ritual site, meant to commune with gods or banish demons. A few whispered that they were a warning, though of what, no one could say. "It's incredible," shouted Orson. Kyo jumped, "SHH, don't be so loud." Orson apologized and continued gaping at the towering monument. Kyo scanned the horizon and listened for any signs of trouble. The farthest row of teeth felt incredibly far away. They seemed to vibrate in the sunlight as she squinted to see them. It would be fully dark before they got there. She took a few seconds to stretch and then urged Orson to keep moving. "Is that man you left behind your husband?" asked Orson. It took Kyo off guard. "Sort of. People don't get married in Vono like they do here in Agamemnon. You should know that." Orson shook his head. "I was born here." "But didn't anyone ever tell you about Venorian ways?" Orson shook his head again. "Not really." Kyo sighed. She couldn't help but wonder how those people would be treating Kelvin. Are they beating him? Will they keep him alive? There were too many variables, and none of them were good. "Maybe someone can teach you more about Vono when we get to Vrigo," said Kyo. "Maybe you can teach me," said Orson. Kyo smiled softly, perhaps. The first howl broke the stillness of the plains, and Kyo felt a chill run through her despite the warmth of the fading sun. She stopped mid-step, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her blade. Orson, just behind her, froze as well, his small face turning toward her for reassurance she didn't feel she could give. "Stay close," she murmured, her voice slow but firm. Her eyes scanned the sea of golden grass rippling in the breeze. The horizon was empty, deceptively peaceful, but she knew better. She could feel it. The hunt was on. A second howl rose, closer this time, followed by the faint rustle of movement in the grass. Kyo's heart quickened. Wolves, and more than one. A pack. "Keep moving," she said, starting forward again, her pace brisk but controlled. She didn't want to run yet, not until she had to. Then she saw them, dark shapes slipping through the grass like shadows with glowing eyes fixed on their prey. Kyo's jaw tightened. There were at least 6, maybe more. Too many. "They've been tracking us," she muttered to herself, drawing her sword in one fluid motion. Its familiar weight steadied her, but it wouldn't be enough. Not against a pack like this. "Kyo," Orson's voice trembled, his hands clutching his pack as he tried to match her pace. "Run when I tell you," she snapped, not looking back. "Batu. Run." The first wolf lunged from the tall grass, its jaws snapping inches from her arm. Kyo turned, her blade arcing down in a vicious lash that sent the beast sprawling. Another came from the side, and she pivoted, blocking its charge with a grunt. The wolves were relentless, their growls and snarls deafening as they closed in. She caught a glimpse of Orson stumbling backward, his small frame dwarfed by the looming shadow of a wolf that had slit past her. A pang of panic surged through her chest. "Orson, go," she shouted, but he didn't run. The boy was frozen, his wide eyes locked on the wolf crouched before him. Keo tried to reach him, but two more wolves sprang at her, driving her back. She slashed and kicked, her every muscle screaming as she fought to keep them at bay. Orson cried out as the wolf lunged for him, and Keo's heart clenched. She was too far. And then the world erupted in light. A blast of fire roared from Orson's outstretched hands, engulfing the wolf mid-leap. The creature yelped, tumbling to the ground with its fur ablaze, and the other wolves stopped in their tracks. The flames licked the air, bright and wild, searing the grass where Orson knelt. Keo's breath caught as the boy swayed on his knees, the fire flickering out as quickly as it had come. The remaining wolves hesitated, their snarls turning to weary whimpers. They slunk back into the grass, vanishing into the twilight as if they'd never been there. Orson. Keo dropped her sword and ran to him, skidding to her knees in the scorched earth. The boy was pale, his breath shallow, and his hands trembled violently. I didn't mean to," he whispered, his voice faint. "It just happened." Keo's stomach twisted. Magic. Raw, untamed, and dangerous. The fire hadn't come from nowhere, it had come from him. "You used magic," she said, half in shock, half in disbelief. "Why didn't you tell me you could do that?" "I didn't know," he murmured, his eyes fluttering shut. Her instincts kicked in before her thoughts could. Magic drained its user in strange ways, and she'd heard enough stories to know its price. Opposites, they always said. Fire burns water. Ice chills the warmth. Without thinking, she grabbed her water skin, uncapped it, and pressed it to his lips. "Drink," she ordered. "Now." Orson coughed, but he obeyed, gulping down the cool liquid. She watched as the colour slowly returned to his face, his breathing evening out, his trembling eased, though his small frame still looked impossibly fragile. Keo sat back, her hand brushing over her sweat-dampened hair as she exhaled shakily. The burned patch of grass around them smouldered faintly, the only evidence of what had just happened. She glanced at Orson, his face slack with exhaustion, and her stomach knotted again. A boy with magic. Her charge. Her responsibility. And now, her danger. "Rest," she said softly, brushing his hair back. Her voice betrayed none of the storm raging inside her. "You saved us, Orson. You did well." She settled beside him, her sword within reach, her gaze scanning the darkening plains. The wolves were gone, for now. "Am I going to die?" he asked her. "Not today."
Lyria too. Lyria didn't know what to say. She was standing in front of Miranda, who was waiting most eagerly to hear what Lyria needed to talk about. But now that so much else had changed, it seemed impossible to explain, not to mention. Lyria wasn't sure how Miranda would react if she told her about the plans to escape the castle. Lyria didn't think Miranda would expose them to the guards, but she was certain to be opposed to the idea on account of how dangerous it would be. Still, something had to be said. "The king seems to have taken a special interest in me today," said Lyria coyly, trying to gauge Miranda's reaction. Her horror was apparent. "Oh, say it isn't so. Not you, child." "You didn't even ask me what I meant yet." Miranda gasped and held a hand up to her mouth as if something bad might crawl in. "Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I'm not a fool, young lady. I know what goes on in this castle." Lyria nodded solemnly. "He's asked me to come to his chambers tonight." "He did not," said Miranda. Lyria went over the events that transpired between her and the king. She left out her conversation with Dove, and tried to hide her intentions carefully. Miranda listened, gasping and shaking her head the entire time. "I can't believe this is happening to you, girl. I prayed it wouldn't. Prayed to Mount Hope, I did." "I'm grateful," said Lyria, "but what do you think I should do?" Lyria had been waiting to ask. She knew that Miranda's reaction would decide whether or not she could be trusted enough to share the escape plans. Maybe Miranda would want to go with us." "Well, what can you do? That's the real question, isn't it?" said Miranda. The old woman was looking Lyria directly in the eyes and leaned forward as if waiting to hear what she would say. Lyria couldn't read her body language. She wanted to believe that Miranda would always be on her side, but fear of the king could breed a special kind of loyalty. "I'm not sure," said Elria. "I should let you finish up with your work. He'll be expecting me sooner than later." Miranda raised an eyebrow and picked up the gnarled old broom from the corner of the kitchen. "Stay strong, girl." Lyria retreated to her room and eagerly sat down on her bed when she got there. Dove was still somewhere working. Lyria couldn't help but feel disappointed in how things transpired with Miranda. The woman had been so easy to talk to before, but Lyria's world was changing by the second now. When Dove finally did storm through the door, it made Lyria jump out of her skin. "Calm down, it's just me," said Dove. "I'm sorry I'm late." "I need to talk to you," said Elria. Lyria explained her situation, and Dove reacted with the same shock that Miranda had expressed earlier, but a resolute look formed on her face, and she put a hand on Lyria's arm. "Let's get everything ready to go." There wasn't much to prepare. The girls' bay had anything to call their own to take with them, but Dove had to sneak back out and let her source know that the plan was going down already. When she returned, Elria was standing ready to do whatever was needed. "They're going to meet us at the exit," said Dove. "Are you sure we can trust this person?" asked Lyria. "It sounds like a trap." Dove double-checked her small pack of belongings and looked pleased with it. "I wouldn't trust anyone that I couldn't trust." Lyria blinked at the absurdity of the statement, but somehow it made sense. "I guess this is it. No looking back now." Walking around the castle grounds was forbidden to everyone except the night guards and the people of the court who helped the king govern. That said, Lyria had done it before, but only to run back to the kitchen if she had forgotten something. Never something like this before. It was painfully quiet. The darkness in the hall created shadows that invited the imagination to run wild. Sounds from somewhere else echoed off of stone walls and marble floors. "The hardest part will be getting through the barracks. Hopefully everyone will be asleep," said Dove. "There's bound to be a guard or two," said Lyria. "We'll have to be incredibly cautious." Dove smiled and moved over to one of the long spindly poles that held candles to light the hall. She handed the unlit wax to Lyria, who absent-mindedly stored it with her things in case they needed it later. Dove took the spindly candle stand and swiftly smashed it against her knee, breaking it in two. "Are you crazy? What did you do that for?" asked Lyria. But it was already becoming clear. The remaining pieces of the candle stand now looked strikingly like a couple of pointed weapons. They wouldn't stand up to much action, but they could stab someone if needed. Dove handed one to Lyria and smiled. "Be careful with it," she said. "How did you learn that you could do that?" asked Lyria. "I wasn't sure I could, but I've been thinking about a lot of this for a long time." Lyria was quite impressed by her friend. They crept from pillar to pillar as they passed under the large archways that let out into a courtyard overrun by vines. Up ahead of them, a couple of guards were talking and sharing coffee over a fire, but Lyria and Dove paid them little mind as they ducked to the left and through another hallway. As they approached the sizable oak door that stood between them and the barracks, Dove came to a stop. Lyria felt a twinge of fear, but gripping her newfound weapon gave her courage. "We can do this," she said, mostly to herself. "If we get split up," started Dove. "We won't get split up," said Lyria. "It could happen," said Dove. "If it does, the exit is in the basement. The stairwell is at the back of the room. After you get down the stairs, make a right turn, and find the large tapestry of the first man coming down from Mount Hope." "Then what?" "The door to leave is behind the tapestry, but my contact should be waiting for us," said Dove. Lyria gave Dove the signal. They carefully reckoned with the door and slipped in as quietly as possible. The room was largely open and lined with beds filled with sleeping men. Lyria stifled a gasp when she realized that a guard was posted just a few feet away. Luckily, he was looking the other direction. Dove and Lyria gingerly stepped back, but the guard heard something. "What's that? Who's there?" he asked. The hairs on Lyria's arms stood on end as the wave of tension washed over her. Are you dead? We are so dead. It's just me, said the voice of Miranda. She had come from somewhere unseen, and was now greeting the guard with a big smile. I hope I didn't startle you, Randall. Not at all, ma'am, said the guard. I just wasn't expecting anyone this time of night, is all. Miranda patted the man on his arm and beamed brightly. Well, of course you didn't, but you're in luck. I've brought you some coffee and baked goods to hold you over on your shift. That's great, ma'am. I always appreciate the nights you sneak down and bring me something. I don't know why I deserve it, though. I bring what I can to other guards, too. Don't start feeling special now. They both shared a laugh, and the guard noticed that she wasn't holding anything. If you don't mind me asking, where's the coffee, man? Miranda looked at him as if it were a silly question. Well, you don't see a table round here, do you? Ah, said Randall. He double-checked his surroundings to be sure. I suppose I don't. I've set everything down on a table just outside the doors here. Miranda motioned toward the oak doors, and Lyria felt Dove push her backwards into a shadowed part of the entryway. They both held their breaths as Miranda and the guard exited the barracks together. Lyria could hardly believe their good fortune. We can't stop now, said Dove. Tiptoeing through the rows of beds as men slept brought Lyria back to reality. If we wake them up, any one of them might kill us on the spot, she thought. They both froze solid at what sounded like someone getting up out of their bed, but upon further inspection it was only someone struggling to roll over. It came with great relief when they finally arrived at the stairwell. Dove took the steps one at a time and Lyria followed beside her. At the bottom they found the stairs let out into 3 separate halls stretching off in different directions. They took their turn and came upon a room filled with old furniture and lined with tapestries. There it is, said Lyria. The tapestry depicting the first man descending Mount Hope was hanging on the back wall. The door should be hidden behind it, said Dove, but there were footsteps heading their way. Quick, get behind something. Lyria tucked herself between the wall and a dusty old couch, while Dove knelt behind a massive chair. The sound of someone walking got closer and finally the source came into view. Dove leapt from behind the chair. Miranda, she said. Lyria stood up and came forward to greet the older woman. Miranda smiled at them both. Come now, we can't waste any time. What's going on? Asked Lyria. Does Miranda know that we're leaving? Miranda lifted the tapestry from the wall and revealed the door behind. How else did you think Dovey found out about all of this? Miranda is the contact, asked Lyria. Miranda is the contact, said Dove. Everything seemed to click into place in Lyria's mind, and a wave of calm washed over her. Somehow, having Miranda involved made the whole operation seem safer, but they weren't free yet. It suddenly occurred to Lyria that they had no direct plan for after they got out of the castle. What happens next? She asked. One thing at a time, said Miranda. You two will follow this path out of the castle. Stay careful and lay low when you get into the city. Try to find a decent place to stay. There are temples that will allow wayward girls to stay overnight for free. You may need to seek some work, but here is some money to hold you over. Miranda handed Elria and Dove both several coins. Aren't you coming with us? Asked Lyria. I'm afraid not. Love, someone will have to help the next couple girls like yourselves, and that's what I intend to do. Miranda has been helping girls escape for a while now, said Dove. Lyria thanked Miranda and gave her a tight hug. I can't thank you enough. Will we ever see you again? We just might, but don't you worry about me. You have a tough road ahead. Lyria and Dove opened the door and looked into the pitch-black hall ahead. Beyond that darkness lay the freedom that Lyria once thought was lost. Now arms directly before her, so she swallowed her fear and stepped into the dark.
Martin 5. Something was terribly wrong. In all the years that Martin served as king, the iron-barred gate to Irvine had been wide open every time he visited the city. But this time it was closed. The guards that stood watch were dressed all in black clothes trimmed with green. Martin almost second-guessed whether or not they should even continue approaching the city, but they pressed on and were stopped for interrogation. State your names, said a man with blonde hair that was beginning to grey around the edges. His eyes seemed to pulse with a heavy heartbeat. Mark, Terry, and Elena, said Martin. What's your reason for visiting Irvine? Asked the blonde man. He was eyeing Tarumba with an especially suspicious look that Martin reckoned was on account of Tarumba's strange attire. We're here on business. Beyond that said business is our own, said Martin. The guard looked them over and seemed satisfied with what he saw. Well, you don't have any goblins or elves in your party, I reckon you may enter. Martin was both shocked and unsurprised by the comment. The vitriol between the Venorians and some humans had always been a problem plaguing Agamemnon, but for a guard to imply that Venorians and elves wouldn't be allowed in Irvine was most concerning. Things had changed more than he realized since leaving the throne. Nevertheless, the gate soon was opened by the chains overhead and they passed through to enter Irvine. Things are worse than I'd ever imagined, said Ellen. In Pravale, we govern ourselves, so I became insulated. But the animosity towards Venorians has been running wild since King Aldrax took power. It should come as no surprise, said Tarumba. No, I suppose it shouldn't. The once great city of towering spires and echoing halls now lay in ruin before them, its magnificent universities and libraries looted, its beautiful towers half collapsed, their symbols of knowledge now replaced with the banners of tyranny. The king's men, having swept through the city, had left nothing but devastation in their wake. Even the proud stone walls, covered in vines and intricately carved with ancient symbols, now looked fragile and forgotten, as if time itself had turned its back on the place. As the trio ventured deeper, the silence of the city was broken only by the distant sounds of marching feet and the ominous hum of dark magic in the air. Ellen was devastated, but not so much as Martin. In all his darkest imaginations he could never have foreseen this future for a place like Irvine. He wondered if there were any places of learning still operational or if there were students hiding away somewhere in the city. Suddenly they were approached by a haggard-looking stranger dressed in clothes that resembled a potato sack. "Can you spare a coin, sir?" asked the man. Martin passed him a coin without second thought. "What happened here?" he asked. "Don't you be knowing it, sir," said the man. "The king sent the Black Guard, but the colleges were resisting. They did." "The universities stood against Aldrax?" asked Ellen. "Good for them." "No, ma'am. It wasn't so good for them at all, as you be seen." Martin looked at the piles of bricks that had fallen from the sides of buildings. He breathed deep the smell of smoke and death in the air and sighed heavily. Are there any bands of resistance left in the city? The man buckled, clearly afraid of giving an answer to such a delicate question. "Might be. I don't know." Ellen placed a gentle hand on the man's dirty shoulder. "You can trust us." "Well, I do be hearing some things sometimes," he said. "But it's very secret stuff and the like." "Understood," said Ellen. Martin and Tarumba nodded in agreement. "It's like this, see," said the man. "They all went underground, didn't they? There's tunnels down there built under the schools. That's where most everyone what was left went. Some left the city, others weren't so lucky and didn't make it." "What about the people you call the Black Guard? Who are they exactly?" asked Martin. "Them. They say they're the true people of Agamemnon and they work for the king. Nasty folks, they are." "What about the docks? Are the ships still running along the coastline?" asked Martin. "Aye, as far as I know they are." Martin thanked the man for his time and ushered Ellen and Tarumba away to huddle on a street corner. Beside them was a storefront that had once offered musical instruments for sale and was now littered with busted glass and broken wood. Ellen picked up a ruined book out of a puddle and then let it fall back to the ground in disappointment. "I don't understand why these things are happening," she said. "What does a king stand to gain from a kingdom left destroyed?" Martin began to second-guess the purpose of their entire mission. What does Melian have up his sleeve? What can he possibly expect us to do in the wake of all this? Even if they made it to the island of Evlon and could speak directly with Melian, the idea that the wizard might be expecting to take on the new king was ludicrous. "What am I doing out here?" "Maybe we shouldn't be here," he said. "What?" asked Ellen. "You can't be thinking of giving up now." She seemed remarkably unfazed, considering how upset she had been to see Irvine in this state. Her head was still held high, and her eyes were glowing with an energy that Martin was struggling to tap. "Is this what Merlin hopes for us to do? To fix all of this madness brought on by Alderax?" he asked. "How do you think a few people and an old wizard are going to be able to do that?" Tarumba turned red and lowered his eyebrows. "You shouldn't speak of Merlin that way. He's more than just an old wizard. You of all people should know." Martin backed down slightly. He definitely owed the wizard his life and more, but it was still a ridiculous challenge that they faced. "We can't give up before we even reach Avalon. It sounds like we owe Merlin a chance to explain himself and present whatever plan he's made up," said Ellen. "Damn it, if they aren't going to push me into it," thought Martin. "You're right, I'm sorry I got a bit out of my head. We must find a ship that will deliver us across the sea to the island." "Shall we head for the docks?" asked Tarumba. "What about the people underground? Shouldn't we try to find them, or help them?" asked Ellen. Martin rolled his neck and felt it pop several times. "We can't help them. Not right now, at least. We need to get to Merlin, and hopefully his plan will save these people. That's the only chance they have." "I'm glad you're coming around," said Ellen. Martin shook his head. "I didn't say everything will work, just that it's our only hope. There's a big difference." Ellen patted him on the cheek and laughed. "Don't be too positive. We haven't even found a ship yet." The shipyards emerged from a thickening mist. The smell of brine and dust clung to the damp wooden structures. The grand gates of the shipyard stood tall, their iron frames now adorned with jagged spikes and the twisted banners of the king's forces, fluttering in the wind like dark sentinels. The gates were guarded by a few hulking figures, soldiers clad in the king's black armor, their helmets reflecting the sickly glow of torches that burned perpetually, casting long shadows over the docks. Forgotten crates of cargo lay scattered about, many of them overturned, their contents spilling out dried fish, torn sails, and broken tools strewn across the pier. Several ships still remained, their masts like skeletal fingers reaching toward the sky. Some were barely floating, their sails tattered and hanging limp, the masts leaning at crooked angles. Others were more menacing, ships that bore the unmistakable insignia of the king's fleet, their dark, weathered hulls floating in the murky water like the ghosts of a more prosperous era. There were a few people milling about between the ships that remained and the docks themselves. Some were dressed in black and green like the guards, but some were dressed in plain clothes too. Martin led his companions toward a heavy-set man with a purple rag tied around his forehead. He was whistling softly as he loaded small crates onto one of the smallest ships in the harbor. He wiped a heap of sweat from his brow and greeted Martin with a small wave. "How can I help you?" "I'm hoping you can help us," said Martin. "The three of us are seeking passage together to the island of Avalon." The sailor smiled wide, revealing his mouth to be missing at least half of its original teeth. "That's very funny." "I wasn't joking," said Martin. "Then you must be daft," said the sailor. "The boats don't go to Avalon no more. We deliver goods up and down the mainland only." Martin looked at the man, hoping to see some evidence of his alliances, but found him to be as stoic as a poker player. Ultimately, Martin had to take a chance. "Look, I know there's someone in the city that will take us to the island. Somebody that isn't happy with the way things happened around here. Might you know of someone like that?" The sailor untied the purple bandana around his head and used it to wipe away the sweat that continued to bleed from his pores. "You're a risky man." "These are risky times." The man laughed. "Aye, they are indeed. There's a tavern up the road there. You might find what you're looking for if you show up just after dark. But you didn't hear it from me." "I've never spoken to you in my life," said Martin. It made the sailor chuckle. A guard had taken notice of their idle conversation and called down, "You four, break it up and get back to work." Martin gave the guard a thumbs up and walked away with Tarumba and Ellen just behind him. They headed up the road looking for the tavern and soon found it. The drunken Kraken stood boldly at the edge of the bustling docks, its weathered sign swinging with a creak in the salt-scented breeze. The tavern's stone facade, marked by years of storms and salty winds, leaned at a slight tilt, as if it too had weathered the many storms that passed through the port city. A pair of large, barnacle-covered anchor chains hung from the upper windows, swaying gently in the wind, and a painted image of a great kraken with its tentacles wrapped around a doomed ship served as the tavern's emblem. The air around the tavern was thick with the sound of laughter, loud shouts, and the occasional raucous song drifting out of the open windows. A cluster of rough-hewn wooden tables spilled out into the street, where sailors and pirates shared tales of faraway lands and treasures, clinking tankards filled with frothy rum. Above the din of conversation and clinking mugs, the unmistakable scent of roasted meats and fresh fish mingled with the sea breeze. A few faded lanterns lit the scene as the sun began to sink into nightfall.
Keo 5. The grassland stretched endlessly as Keo and Orson trudged forward, leaving the eerie stone teeth far behind. The air grew cooler, and the distant silhouette of the town of Rigo began to take shape on the horizon. Orson, still pale and weak from his unexpected use of magic, leaned heavily on the makeshift walking stick Keo had fashioned for him from a sturdy branch. Almost there, Keo said, glancing down at him. Her voice was steady, but her eyes betrayed her concern. Orson nodded weakly, managing a faint smile, though the boy's usual chatter had been replaced with a thoughtful silence. As they crested the final hill, the sight of Rigo came into full view. Keo stopped in her tracks, her breath catching in her throat. The town sprawled across the landscape like an intricately carved sculpture of wood and life. Tall, narrow buildings with peaked roofs and intricate latticework rose in graceful tiers, their timber frames gleaming in the soft light of the setting sun. The streets were winding and cobbled, with wooden bridges arching over slow-moving canals that threaded through the town like veins. At the heart of Rigo stood a grand hall, its high gables adorned with carvings of mythical beasts and swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the amber glow. "Home," Keo said, her voice thick with emotion. "It's just like Vono." The architecture, the layout, even the faint scent of wood smoke, it all mirrored the towns of her homeland. Keo's chest tightened with a mix of longing and disbelief. She hadn't set foot in Vono for years, hadn't dared to hope for anything so familiar in this foreign land. As they entered the outskirts of Rigo, the people came into view, and Keo felt her heart skip a beat. They were green-skinned, like her and Orson, their hues ranging from deep emerald to pale olive. Many wore traditional Venorian garb-woven tunics with intricate patterns, and cloaks fastened with wooden clasps carved into symbols of their old clans. A merchant paused as they passed, his wide-brimmed hat tilting as he studied them. "Travellers?" he asked, his voice rich with the accent of Vono. Keo nodded, swallowing hard. "From the south," she replied, her own accent slipping back into the familiar cadence she hadn't used in years. "We've been through an ordeal." "Then you'll need rest," the man said kindly, gesturing toward the town square. "The Copper Hath will take you in. It's a good place run by my cousin. Tell her Coram sent you." "Thank you," Keo said, bowing her head slightly. She turned to Orson, who was staring wide-eyed at the people bustling around them, the market stalls brimming with goods that looked almost exactly like those of the marketplaces Keo remembered. Freshly woven baskets, carved wooden tools, and jars of spices lined the tables, and the air was alive with the hum of conversation. They moved toward the square, the cobblestones uneven beneath their boots. Keo felt a strange mix of comfort and unease. This place was so much like Vono that it hurt, like a fragment of a dream she'd once believed lost. But the fact that Kelvin wasn't with her to see it began to tear her heart apart. At last, they reached the Copper Hath, its sturdy frame illuminated by a warm glow spilling from the windows. A sign hung above the door, carved with the image of a roaring fire. Keo hesitated, her hand resting on Orson's shoulder. "Ready?" she asked softly. Orson gave a small nod, leaning into her side. Together, they stepped inside, the scent of roasted meat and spiced cider wrapping around them like a long-lost embrace. Keo couldn't help but think, for the first time in what felt like years, that maybe she was no longer lost. The Copper Hath was alive with warmth and conversation, its wooden beams and carved pillars glowing in the firelight. Keo guided Orson to a table near the hearth itself, where the boy slumped into a chair, exhaustion heavy in his every movement. A server bustled over, her pale green skin brightened by the flame's flicker, and Keo quickly ordered a hearty meal and hot tea. While Orson sipped his tea, his small hands trembling around the cup, Keo scanned the room. Her eyes fell on an older man seated at a corner table, surrounded by books and loose parchment. His olive-green skin was lined with age, and his robes were rich, but unassuming, marked with the faded embroidery of an elder's status in Venorian tradition. He was murmuring to a young woman beside him, but Keel noticed the faint blue shimmer in the air around him, magic, subtle, but unmistakable. "Stay here," she told Orson, who nodded absently, his focus on the steam rising from his tea. Keel approached the man, moving cautiously. "Excuse me," she said, her voice respectful but firm. "You're a mage, aren't you?" The man looked up, his grey-green eyes sharp and curious. "I've been called worse," he replied, his tone wry. The young woman at his side frowned, but he gestured for Keel to sit. "What do you need?" "It's not for me," Keel said, glancing back toward Orson. "It's for the boy. He used magic for the first time today. Fire. He didn't know he could, and it nearly killed him." The man's expression darkened, and he leaned forward. "Where is he?" Keel gestured toward Orson, who was now resting his head on the table, the tea untouched in his grasp. The man rose swiftly, gathering his things as he approached the boy. When he reached the table, he crouched to Orson's level, his demeanor softening. "Hello, young one," he said gently. "I'm Navar. May I examine you?" Orson blinked up at him, confused, but too tired to resist. Navar placed a hand on the boy's forehead, his eyes fluttering closed as he murmured an incantation. A faint blue glow enveloped his hand, and Orson stirred, but did not flinch. After a moment, Navar withdrew, his face etched with concern. "The boy's magic is raw and tamed. It's like a fire locked in a dry forest. He'll need training, or it will consume him." Keel crossed her arms, her brow furrowed. "Where do we even start? He didn't know he could do this, and now we're new here." Navar regarded her thoughtfully. "You've brought him to the right place. Vrigo is more than a haven for our people. It's a sanctuary for those with gifts like his. Many of us came here because we were unwelcome in Vono, feared, hunted, or simply too different to remain. Magic users among us are rare, but we've learned to nurture them." He looked at the young woman who had accompanied him. "My apprentice, Lenra, will help see to his training. But this path is as much about trust as it is skill. You'll need to decide if you're ready to let others help you." Keel hesitated. Trust didn't come easily anymore, but she looked at the boy pale and worn, and she knew she couldn't protect him from this alone. "All right," she said finally. "But I stay with him." "Of course," Navar said, smiling faintly. "You're his anchor, and he'll need that." As Lenra approached to take Orson under her care, Navar gestured for Keel to sit beside him. "Now," he said, his tone serious, "tell me your story. You've been running, I can see it in your eyes. But Vrigo is a place of new beginnings. If you're willing to stay, we'll find where you fit." Keel hesitated, then nodded. "It's a long story," she admitted. "We have time," Navar replied, and for the first time in what felt like years, Keel allowed herself to believe him. She sat across from Navar, the heavy warmth of the copper hearth failing to touch the cold knot in her chest. The fire crackled cheerfully, and the hum of conversation filled the space, but she barely noticed. Her eyes kept drifting to Orson, seated with Lenra at a nearby table. The boy looked small and pale in the firelight, his hands trembling as he sipped tea under the young mage's watchful eye. Navar waited patiently, his weathered hands folded on the table before him. "You don't need to say anything," he said gently. "But I can see the weight you're carrying. If you let us, we can help." Keel's fingers tightened around the edge of her cup, her knuckles white. The ache in her chest felt too fresh, too raw. She took a deep breath, her voice barely above a whisper when she finally spoke. "It happened yesterday," she said, her tone flat and drained. "Kelvin, he stayed behind." Navar's brows furrowed, but he said nothing, waiting for her to continue. "We were ambushed by slavers," Keel said, her voice trembling but steady. "There were too many of them, there was no way out. Not for all of us." Her hands trembled as she looked down at them. "Kelvin made the choice. He offered himself, told them he'd go willingly if they let me and Orson go. They agreed. And I ran. I took Orson and ran." Her voice broke, and she swallowed hard. "I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to fight, to stay. But Calvin wouldn't let me. Navar's face darkened, his grey-green eyes sharp with understanding. You've been running ever since. Keo nodded, a hollow ache in her chest. I thought if we made it to Rigo, we'd be safe. That Orson could get the help he needs. But Calvin, I don't even know where they took him. Her voice cracked, and she looked away, ashamed of the tears welling in her eyes. He's out there, somewhere, and I left him behind. You didn't leave him, Navar said, his tone calm but firm. You kept your promise. You saved the boy, just like Calvin wanted. Keo clenched her fists, the guilt threatening to overwhelm her. It doesn't feel like enough. It never does, Navar said softly. But you're here now, and that's a start. Frigo has people who can help. Fighters, scouts, even magic users. If Calvin's alive, we'll find him. And if the slavers are still a threat, we'll deal with them together. Keo looked at him sharply. Why would you risk that? For us? Because it's what we do, Navar said simply. You came here seeking sanctuary, and that means you're one of us now. Frigo doesn't abandon its own. Keo's gaze flicked to Orson, who was now leaning against Lenra's shoulder, his small frame finally relaxing in the warmth of the room. The boy looked so fragile, and yet he'd survived so much. She took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. If you can help Orson, if you can teach him to control his magic, I'll stay. But I'm not giving up on Calvin. Good, Navar said, his faint smile resolute. We'll start with the boy. And when you're ready, we'll find Calvin. You're not alone anymore, Keo. Keo exhaled, the faintest flicker of hope stirring in her chest. For the first time in days, the crushing weight of survival felt just a little lighter. Keo sat across from Navar, the warmth of the copper hearth doing little to thaw the lingering chill in her chest. The room buzzed with quiet conversation, its carved wooden beams and delicate latticework reminiscent of the villages of Vono. Keo couldn't help but feel both comforted and weary. A part of her still didn't trust the safety of this place. Navar studied her carefully, his weathered hands clasped on the table. You've come a long way to reach Rigo, he said. It's no accident. This town has become a haven for our people, a place where we can stand together. Keo frowned, leaning forward. You keep saying that, like it's supposed to mean something. What exactly is this place? Navar nodded toward the room around them. It's more than a town. It's a sanctuary for those fleeing King Aldrax's reign. You've seen what he's done in just 2 years, how his rise to power has changed everything. People like us, with green skin and Venurian blood, have become his scapegoats. And the Black Guard makes sure we never forget it. Keo's lips tightened. The Black Guard. The name alone was enough to send a spike of anger through her. They're worse than slavers, she muttered. They don't just enforce his laws, they spread his hate. Navar's expression darkened. Exactly. King Aldrax may have only been crowned 2 years ago, but in that short time, he's poisoned Agamond. His new laws, his propaganda, they've turned people against us, even those who once welcomed us. It doesn't matter how long we've lived here or how much we've contributed. In his eyes, we're outsiders, less than human. Keo's gaze flicked to Orson, who was seated with Lenra at her nearby table. The boy looked small and pale, but he was listening intently as the young mage spoke to him, a faint glow of interest returning to his eyes. And Frigo? She asked, her voice low. What's your role in all of this? You're not just hiding here. Navar allowed a small, grim smile. No, we're not. Frigo was built by our people. In the last year, more people from Vono, scattered across Agamond, found their way here, drawn by whispers of a place where they could be safe. But this town is more than a refuge. It's a hub for resistance. Keo's brow furrowed. Resistance? You think you can take on the Black Guard? The king? Not yet, Navar admitted. But resistance takes many forms. For some, it's fighting back directly, training warriors and sending out scouts to gather intelligence. For others, it's offering sanctuary, helping those who have lost everything to start again. Every family we save, every connection we make, chips away at Aldrax's control. He doesn't yet know we're here, and by the time he does, we'll be ready. Keo crossed her arms, her skepticism clear. And what happens when he finds out? You said it yourself, he's turned the whole continent against us. What makes you think Frigo will survive? Because it's more than a town, Never said. It's a community. A network. We've learned to protect ourselves to protect each other. And we're not alone. Other towns, other groups, are starting to rise. People are beginning to see through Alderax's lies, to push back. Frigo is proof that his power isn't absolute. Kyo exhaled sharply, her gaze fixed on Orson. And what do you expect from me? I didn't come here to join your resistance. I came for him. She gestured toward the boy, her tone guarded. And that's enough, Never said gently. For now, we ask nothing of you. Let us help Orson. He needs guidance, stability, and a place where he can learn to control his magic. If, in time, you choose to stand with us, we'd welcome it. But the choice is yours. Kyo looked back at Orson. The boy was smiling faintly now as Lenore showed him something etched into a small, glowing stone. It was a fragile, fleeting expression, but it was real. She swallowed hard, the weight of her decisions pressing on her shoulders. We'll stay, she said finally, her voice quiet, but firm. For Orson. But I'm not making any promises about anything else. Never nodded, a faint smile of understanding crossing his face. That's all we ask. Take your time, Kyo. You're safe here. For the first time in what felt like days, Kyo allowed herself to breathe, the tension in her chest easing just a little. The fight wasn't over, not for Orson, not for Kelvin, and not for herself. But maybe, just maybe, Frigo was the place where they could finally start to rebuild.
Lyria 3. The air in the hidden passage beneath Castle Meldris was as damp as it was heavy, each breath tasting of stone and secrets. Lyria clutched the small oil lamp Aranda had pressed into her hand just before they parted. Its frail light quivered against the walls, casting jagged shadows that flickered like restless spirits. Dove walked just ahead, her footsteps almost soundless despite the uneven cobblestones. Her silhouette looked smaller than usual, as if the weight of the evening had compressed her to something fragile. The mutilation of her elven ears, done years ago by the king's ilk, was a cruelty that had not erased her beauty, but it had marked her, deeply and irrevocably. Lyria's own steps faltered for a moment as she glanced back, her thoughts lingering on Aranda. The head chef had been the closest thing to a mother they'd ever known in this wretched place. "Get out, girls," Aranda had whispered fiercely, pressing the lamp and a small pouch of provisions into Lyria's hands. "There's nothing left for you here. Go and never look back." Aranda's round face had been streaked with soot, and her thick arms trembling not from fear, but from determination. The sound of Dove's voice brought Lyria back to the present. "Keep up," she said softly, her eyes darting to Lyria. Without her usual elven grace, Dove seemed incomplete, but her sharp instincts hadn't dulled. She stopped abruptly, her hand brushing the cold wall as if sensing something unseen. "Are you sure this leads to the city?" Lyria asked, her voice a whisper. She wrapped her free hand around the folds of her threadbare cloak, which still carried the faint smell of kitchen spices, a comforting reminder of Aranda. Dove nodded. Aranda knew these passages better than anyone. She said this one leads to the canals beneath the market district. From there Dove's voice faltered, and she took a deep breath. "We'll be free." Free. The word felt foreign on Lyria's tongue. What did freedom even look like? She tried to summon a vision of it alive without Alderax's cruelty, without the endless, demeaning tasks heaped on servants like them. For her, it might mean a small, sunlit library where she could lose herself in ancient texts. For Dove, perhaps a quiet place where no one stared at her scars. The passage sloped downward sharply, and Lyria nearly slipped on the slick stones. Dove caught her arm. "Careful," she murmured, her touch as steadying as her tone. "Thank you," Lyria said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "I wasn't paying attention." "You're thinking of Aranda?" It wasn't a question. Lyria nodded, a lump rising in her throat. "She'll be punished for helping us, if she ever gets caught." She knew it, too. Dove's voice was steady, but there was a raw edge to it. She chose this. The thought offered little comfort, but Lyria forced herself to nod. The least they could do was honour Aranda's sacrifice by surviving and by making the most of the freedom she had gifted them. As they pressed on, The air grew colder, and the faint trickle of water echoed in the distance. "We must be close to the canals," Dove said, a flicker of hope entering her voice. The light of the oil lamp caught on something ahead, a rusted iron gate, half hidden by thick tendrils of moss. Dove reached out and pushed it, and it groaned loudly, the sound bouncing off the walls like an alarm. Lyria froze, her heart pounding. "Do you think anyone heard?" "Not down here." Dove stepped through the gate, her movements cautious but assured. "But we need to move faster. If Alderax discovers we're gone—" "We'll be in the city by then," Lyria interrupted, willing the words to be true. She tightened her grip on the lamp and followed Dove through the gate, into the unknown. They didn't look back, but the memory of Miranda's kind, weathered face followed them like a spectre. The air in the hidden passage was thick and cold, the scent of mildew and stagnant water clinging to every breath. Lyria's hand gripped the small oil lamp, its weak flame flickering as she hurried to keep up with Dove's quick, sure steps. The passage twisted and turned, narrowing in places, but it felt like the walls were closing in more with each moment they spent underground. Dove moved ahead, her elven grace still evident despite everything she had endured, her body still lithe and strong, but her posture hardened by the years of suffering. Lyria tried to match her pace, the stone floor slick beneath her boots, each step heavier than the last. They had barely gone another dozen paces when a sudden hiss broke the silence, low and menacing. Lyria froze, her blood running cold as the sound came again, slithering through the air like a threat. Dove's sharp eyes darted ahead. "Dead ready." Before Lyria could react, a massive serpent emerged from the shadows, its scales glistening dark and slick in the dim light of the lamp. The creature's head was raised, and its eyes gleamed with predatory hunger. Lyria's breath hitched. "Dove, what do we—" "Quiet." Dove cut her off, reaching for the makeshift weapon at her side. The jagged metal rods gleamed with faint light, its edge twisted and sharp, a crude yet lethal tool. "Stay back. I'll handle it." But the serpent wasn't waiting. It lunged forward with terrifying speed, its forked tongue tasting the air between them. Dove sidestepped just in time, slashing at the beast with her weapon. The blow didn't pierce its tough hide, but it made the creature recoil, hissing in anger. Lyria's heart thundered in her chest. She clutched the lamp tighter, unsure how it could help but unwilling to stand by. The snake's head snapped toward Dove again, and for a moment Lyria saw the opening. Without thinking, she rushed forward, swinging the lamp toward the serpent's face. The fire flared in the creature's eyes, causing it to jerk back with a screech. It was enough of a distraction. Dove acted quickly, driving her weapon forward. The metal sliced through the air and struck the serpent's underbelly. The creature recoiled, thrashing violently, its massive coils mucking against the stone walls. The battle was swift, though it felt like it lasted an eternity. The serpent's body writhed, its hissing and thrashing reverberating through the narrow tunnel. Finally, with one last desperate convulsion, the snake went still, its dark form lying motionless on the cold stone floor. Lyria exhaled, her heart still racing. Is it done?" Dove nodded, wiping the blood from her weapon. "It won't be bothering anyone anymore." Lyria stepped over the creature's body, her legs trembling, and glanced at Dove. "I can't believe we're alive." Dove's voice was steady, though her chest heaved from the exertion. "We're not free yet." She started walking again, her pace unbroken. "Let's keep moving." The passage ahead of them split suddenly, the stone walls opening into two paths, each as dark and foreboding as the other. Lyria stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding as she glanced between the two tunnels. The weak light from her oil lamp barely reached the far edges of either path, and the air felt thick with uncertainty. She gripped the lamp tighter, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. Dove, a few paces ahead, stopped too. She didn't need to say anything. Lyria could see it in her face this wasn't part of their plan. "What now?" Lyria asked quietly, her voice tense from the strain of their journey. Dove was already scanning the tunnels, her elven eyes sharper than anything Lyria had ever known. She stood still for a moment, listening, her head tilting slightly as if hearing something Lyria couldn't. Her pointed ears may have been gone, but her elven senses remained strong. It was clear Dove had lived through more than Lyria could imagine things that made her capable of sensing what others could not. Without a word, Dove stepped forward, then glanced over her shoulder at Lyria. "We go left." Lyria blinked, her thoughts racing. "How do you know that?" Dove glanced at the tunnels again, as if confirming her instinct. "While I was young, I grew up in the heart of the Elven lands. It's a vast, thriving city built beneath the sea, far from here. It's not some mystery or forgotten place. It's a city, a culture, and it's connected to the land in ways most don't understand." Lyria swallowed, trying to process the new information. The deep she had read about it, of course, though she'd always assumed it was more legend than fact. An underground city where elves lived hidden away from the world above. She never imagined Dove had been born there. Dove continued, her voice quieter now, her expression a little distant. "In the deep, we're taught to sense the land, not in some mystical way, but in the same way someone might learn the patterns of the sky or the flow of a river. The tunnels of the city are vast, and the air shifts in ways that tell us where things are, where the wind's coming from, where it's moving." Lyria frowned, still trying to grasp the full meaning of what Dove was saying. "So, you can tell where the wind's going?" Dove nodded, her face set in quiet determination. "Yes, the wind is coming from the left tunnel. It's pulling air from the outside." Lyria glanced at the two paths again, feeling the weight of the decision. The right tunnel felt just as uncertain as the left, but Dove's words carried a quiet confidence that Lyria had learned to trust. "If you say so, then I believe you." Dove gave a small nod, and without hesitation, she started down the left path, her steps sure. Lyria followed quickly, heart racing a little less now, trusting in the guidance of her friend. The passage was narrow and dark, but as they walked deeper, Lyria could sense the subtle shift in the air, the faintest breeze against her skin, just as Dove had described. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The further they moved, the more Lyria felt the air shift and change. It was lit as if the land was calling them, or anything so dramatic. It was simply the wind, as Dove had said, moving in the direction they were heading. It wasn't magic or mystery, it was knowledge, learned over time, and Lyria couldn't help but feel a quiet sense of awe. "What was it like?" Lyria asked as they walked, her voice soft with curiosity. "Growing up in the deep, I mean." Dove's expression softened, but she didn't slow her pace. It was home. The city's ancient, built into the earth beneath the sea, and everything there has a rhythm, the way the earth shifts, the way the air moves. I never thought much about it when I was there. It just was. But when I left, I realized how much of it is a part of me." She paused. "In the deep, everything is connected, people, land, the air. It's not magic. It's just life." Lyria nodded slowly, absorbing the weight of Dove's words. It was a far cry from the story she'd heard of hidden, mystical cities underground. The deep wasn't a forgotten legend, it was a living, breathing place, grounded in real knowledge and survival. For the elves who lived there, it was as much a part of them as the air they breathed. "I'm lucky to have you with me," Lyria said, her voice light but sincere. Dove gave a small, almost imperceptible smile, but said nothing more. The two girls moved forward, the left path growing quieter as they went, and Lyria felt a new understanding settle between them. They weren't just stumbling in the dark, they were moving with purpose, guided by Dove's calm certainty, and it was enough to make her believe they might just make it out of this alive. They continued for what felt like hours, the air growing colder and heavier with each step. Lyria's feet ached, but the sense of purpose behind Dove's every stride kept her moving, the air growing sharper, with the promise of an exit, the promise of something beyond the stone. They had followed the wind for what seemed like forever, winding their way through the tunnel as it narrowed and twisted. The flickering light of the oil lamp cast long shadows on the walls, making the path seem endless. But finally, the tunnel began to open, the walls loosening their grip around them, as though the earth itself was releasing them from its clutches. Ahead, the faintest hint of light appeared in the darkness, distant and promising. "Almost there," Dove murmured, her voice softer now, almost reverent. Lyria's heart began to race. They had made it this far. What if they weren't ready for what lay ahead? What if the city, the capital, wasn't a safe haven but just another prison waiting to trap them. As they rounded a bend in the tunnel, the air shifted again, cooler, fresher. It tasted different, not like the musty stone beneath the castle, but like the open sky. Lyria's breath caught in her throat, a wave of disbelief washing over her. They had actually done it. They were close. "Here," Dove said, her voice tight with anticipation. She quickened her pace, moving toward the opening that now stretched ahead of them, a narrow crack in the stone that led to the world above. The walls had opened up into a small cavern that overlooked the city, a sheer drop to the streets below, where the city lights glittered in the distance, an ocean of life just waiting to be claimed. Lyria stepped forward, her breath quickening as she gazed at the view. Below them, the capital sprawled across the land, its tall towers piercing the night sky, and the distant sounds of the city shouts, carriages, the clinking of coin reached their ears, faint but unmistakable. It was a far cry from the suffocating silence of the tunnels they had escaped. The cavern's edges were jagged, the opening itself no larger than a man's width, but the view was stunning, and for the first time in a long time, Lyria felt something akin to hope stir in her chest. There was life out there. There was a world beyond the castle's iron grip. But they couldn't stay in the open for long. She could already hear distant voices, the sounds of people walking down the city streets, unaware of the two girls just above them. "We can't linger," Lyria whispered, her gaze darting around for a way down. Dove nodded, her eyes already scanning the drop. "I know. We'll climb down." Lyria felt a moment of dread as she looked at the height between them and the city streets below. The stones were slick, the ledge uneven, and the drop was steep. "I'm not sure we're prepared for this," she said, a voice tight. "We don't have a choice," Dove replied, her voice as calm as ever. She crouched, examining the rocks beneath her feet before starting her descent, her fingers and toes finding holes with the ease of someone used to navigating treacherous ground. Lyria swallowed hard, trying to steady her nerves. This was it, the final step. She had never done anything like this before, and a part of her wanted to turn back, to crawl into some shadowed corner and hide from the world outside. But Dove was already halfway down, her movements sure and swift. Lyria knew she couldn't falter now. Taking a deep breath, she followed, each movement tentative at first, but growing steadier as she matched Dove's pace. The cold stone bit into her hands, but the thought of what waited for them below freedom, a future, pushed her onward. It took time, careful, deliberate movements, but eventually they reached the bottom. Lyria's feet hit the cobblestone streets, and she let out a shaky breath of relief, her legs trembling beneath her as she steadied herself. They had done it. For a moment, neither of them moved, both girls standing in the quiet shadows of an alleyway, listening to the distant sounds of the city around them. The streets of the capital spread out before them, busy, bustling, alive with the pulse of life, a city of noise and chaos, but also of opportunity. Lyria couldn't help but feel small, just another face in the crowd. But they weren't invisible anymore. They weren't trapped. Dove turned to her, her eyes scanning the streets with that same sharp awareness. "We need to keep moving," she said softly, as if reminding Lyria that this wasn't the end, this was just the beginning. "We can't stay here for long." Lyria nodded, her breath still coming in uneven bursts, but something within her had changed. They had made it out of the castle. They had made it out of the life they had been forced into. There was nothing left to stop them now. Together, they slipped into the shadows of the capital city, blending with the flow of people, ready to forge their own path in the world that had once seemed so far beyond their reach.
Martin 6. The drunken kraken was thick with the stench of salt water and spilled ale, the air heavy with the chatter of sailors and mercenaries. Lanterns flickered overhead, casting wavering shadows across the rough-hewn tables. The low murmur of voices mixed with the occasional clink of mugs, but the presence of the trio was enough to draw wary glances from the tavern's usual patrons. Marta's eyes swept the room, scanning for the man they needed. His hand hovered near the hilt of his sword, a silent readiness in his posture. Beside him, Taromba, a towering figure of muscle and strength, kept his arms crossed over his chest, his gaze sweeping the crowd with a silent intensity. His axes, always close, seemed to hum with the promise of violence, though there was no need to draw them just yet. Ellen, standing a step behind, took in the room with quiet vigilance. Her eyes were sharp, and her body was poised, ready to act if needed. She was here for one reason: to find a ship that would take them to Avalon. Time was short, and they had little to waste. At the back of the tavern, a man caught Martin's eye, an older fellow with a thick beard, his clothes worn and stained by years at sea. He sat alone, his gaze meeting theirs with an unsettling calm. After a long moment, he pushed himself to his feet with a groan, the effort of moving slow and deliberate. "You're looking for a ship?" he asked, his voice growly as though the salt air had worn down his vocal cords. "To Avalon, I reckon." News of Martin and his friends had remarkably already reached him. Tarumba stepped forward, his voice low and firm. "Aye. Do you have one that can take us?" The man's lips twisted into a crooked smile, his eyes narrowing. "I've got a ship, but you'd better be sure you've got the coin and the stomach for it." Ellen's gaze was steady as she spoke. "We'll pay what's necessary. We need to get to Avalon. It's urgent." The man studied her for a moment, his gaze flicking from her to Tarumba, then back to Martin. There was something calculating in his eyes. "Avalon's no place for the faint-hearted," he muttered, almost to himself. "The sea's rough and the island's worse. But if you're determined, you let the words hang in the air like a warning." Martin didn't flinch. His voice was firm. "We're ready. Take us." The man paused, sizing them up one last time. Then, with a slow nod, he turned and motioned for them to follow. "Come on, then. If you're serious, I'll get you on a ship. But remember, you're asking for more than just a simple crossing." They followed him toward the back of the tavern, the noise of the room fading behind them, replaced by the ominous silence of what lay ahead. The journey to Avalon had begun, and with it, the unknown dangers of the island and the storm-tossed waters they would soon have to face. The rain was falling in sheets as they stepped out of the warmth of the tavern, the damp air biting at their skin. The cobblestone streets of Irvine were slick and treacherous, and the distant rumble of thunder was quickly followed by a flash of lightning that illuminated the harbour ahead. The docks, once bustling with activity, now stood silent, save for the creaking of old wood and the occasional crash of waves against the shore. The city had fallen into disrepair, the once great harbour now a shadow of its former self, but it still served those who knew how to navigate the storm. The man led them down a narrow path between rotting crates and discarded rigging. He was hunched against the wind, his cloak flapping wildly behind him as he made his way toward the farthest dock. A small, weather-beaten ship sat there, its sails furled, its hull dark with age and sea salt. The vessel was no beauty, its wood was scarred from countless storms, its rigging tangled with years of neglect, but there was something about it that felt solid, reliable in a way that few things in this world seemed anymore. The man stopped at the gangplank and turned to face them, his face set in a grim expression. "This here's the Storm Rider," he said, as though the ship's name was something to be proud of. "She's seen better days, but she's seaworthy enough. Won't find a ship that'll get you to Avalon in these conditions, unless you're willing to pay a king's ransom." Martin gave a curt nod, his eyes scanning the ship. "It will do." The man grunted, then motioned for them to board. They followed him up the gangplank, the boards creaking under their weight. The deck was slick with rain, the ropes wet and heavy in the storm. A small crew of 5 men, weathered and hardened by years at sea, looked up from their work. They didn't smile or greet the newcomers, just watched them silently, their faces as storm-worn as the ship itself. "This is Brogan," the man gestured to a tall, broad-shouldered man near the mainmast, and Davin, he pointed to a smaller, wiry figure by the wheel. "The rest are below decks. We keep to ourselves mostly, but we work well enough." The captain's gaze turned serious. "You might think you're ready for the seas, but this storm," he gestured to the sky, where dark clouds were swirling above, "is no small matter. The Storm Rider has weathered worse, but it's been a long time since we've sailed in conditions like this. The wind's fierce enough to tear the sails to ribbons, and the rain's coming down so heavy you can barely see 10 feet in front of you. If we head out in this, we'll be fighting the sea the whole way." Ellen stepped forward, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "We're not afraid of a storm." The captain met her eyes for a moment, then looked at Tarumba, whose massive frame seemed to block out a portion of the sky. "Aye, You don't look like the type to shy away, but the storm's the least of your worries. You're not just sailing into the heart of the sea. You're heading into waters controlled by the Blackguard. The king's men. They've been spreading their ships across Ackerman ever since the kingdom fell, and they don't take kindly to ships that don't bear the king's banner. If they catch wind of you heading toward Avalon, well, you'll be marked. Martin's jaw tightened at the mention of the Blackguard. The thought of them holding sway over his people stoked the embers of anger deep within him. The Blackguard, Martin said, his voice low. What makes you think they won't target us, even if we stay hidden? The captain's eyes flicked to the sky again, as if he could see the storm coming for them. Because they're predictable. Their ships won't be close enough to catch us if we sail at night, and I know the back routes. I've made my living slipping past their patrols, and if you've got the coin to pay for the risk, I'll get you to Avalon. Ellen's voice broke with the distant thunder. We have the coin! The captain eyed the woman, clearly measuring the weight of her words. After a moment, he nodded. Good enough. But don't think it'll be an easy ride. We'll be fighting wind and waves, and there'll be no room for mistakes. You keep your head low and stay out of sight, and we might just make it. We're not just running from the downpour, we'll be running from the king's ships too. With a final, heavy look, the captain motioned for them to follow him across the deck. The storm raged above, the winds howling through the rigging, but the ship's crew moved with the practiced precision of men who had weathered far worse. The sails were secured, the ropes tightened, and soon, with a groan of wood and a whistle of the wind, the storm rider slipped from the dock and into the churning, racing waters of the harbour. As they sailed away from the docks, the waves grew fiercer, the storm pressing in around them like a living thing. The path ahead was uncertain, full of danger from both the sea and the Blackguard. But the only choice now was to move forward. Avalon awaited, and with it, the uncertain promise of whatever Melian had called them there to face. As the crew moved about the deck, tightening ropes and securing the sails, Martin found himself standing near the ship's wheel watching the storm's fury grow. The wind whipped through his cloak, and the salt of the sea stunned his skin. The storm rider groaned under the strain of the waves, but there was a steadiness to it, a grit that made him feel as though, for a moment, they had a chance against whatever the storm threw at them. The captain had turned to bark orders at his crew, but Martin stepped forward, his voice cutting through the howling wind. Captain, he said, his gaze steady. I never asked your name. The captain turned back to face him, a brief flash of recognition in his eyes as he studied the former king. Then, with a wry grin, he said, the name's Callan. Callan Voss. Martin's mind briefly stilled as the name hit him. He had heard it before many years ago in the great halls of the capital, murmured among the nobles and sailors alike. A name that had been whispered with awe, and usually fear. You're that Callan Voss? Martin asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Callan chuckled darkly, the wind carrying the sound away before it could fully reach the others. Aye, that Callan Voss, the one who's made a name for himself in every port across Agamemnon, once was a pirate, though I don't like the term much. More like an opportunist. A man who took what he needed to survive. Martin's brow furrowed. He had heard the tales of the Ghost of the Sea, infamous pirate captain who had turned the tides of battle in several coastal skirmishes, plunging the ships of both the king's enemies and sometimes, it seemed, the king himself. Callan had been a name that made even the bravest sailors hesitate, and yet here he stood, no longer the feared pirate, but the captain of a humble ship in a run-down port. Callan saw the flicker of recognition in Martin's eyes and smiled, though the expression was far from warm. You've heard of the fall of the Black Crest, then? That was my doing. Martin's face hardened at the mention of the Black Crest, a royal flagship known for its relentless pursuit of pirates. A group of ships under its command had tried to corner Callan once, during a raid on a trade convoy in the waters off the coast of Agamemnon. Legend had it that Callan had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle, sinking the Black Crest and sending the rest of the king's fleet scattering. The story had been told in taverns and ports for years, growing more fantastical with each retelling. Callan continued, his voice low and a little darker now. There were 10 ships, all under the command of Admiral Valen. Thought they had me cornered, but I led them right into a storm I stormed. And when the winds hit, the Black Crest wasn't the only ship that went down. The whole fleet was lost. They said the waters swallowed them whole. Martin nodded, his mind returning to the present. The memory of those days was bitter for him. The pirates' fleet had been a thorn in his side during the latter years of his reign, though Callan's actions had, in some ways, made him a hero to the people. He hadn't realized the man standing before him was the very same pirate who had changed the course of those naval battles. It was a strange thing how legends grew, and how men changed. "Quite the tale," Martin said, glancing toward the rest of the crew, who had clearly heard the story before and made no comment. "But what's a man like you doing on a ship like this?" Callan shrugged, his hands tightening around the wheel as the storm rider bucked beneath them. "Time changes everyone. That's the truth of it. And I've got my debts to pay, same as anyone. This ship's my penance." Before Martin could ask more, the wind howled again, the storm's fury picking up. Callan's attention snapped back to the deck, his expression turning hard. The waves had started to swell, the sea heaving beneath them as if the very depths were rising in anger. "Get ready!" Callan shouted, his voice rising above the storm. "Tie down anything loose. We're in for a rough ride." The crew moved quickly, securing ropes and barrels. The sails groaned under the strain, and the ship lurched forward as the first massive wave crashed against the side, spraying a cold mist over the deck. The wind screamed, the rain steamed like needles against their skin. Callan barked orders, his eyes sharp despite the chaos around him, but the storm was relentless. Martin grabbed the nearest rope to steady himself as another wave slammed into the ship, causing the storm rider to tilt dangerously. Tarumba, holding onto the mast with one hand, braced himself against the force, his large frame holding steady against the rolling deck. Ellen, her hands gripping the rail, stood with her face set against the storm, her eyes searching the horizon for any sign of the island. The waves grew larger, crashing against the hull with bone-rattling force. The storm seemed to be closing in around them, as though the sea itself was trying to swallow them whole. The ship fought against the storm, but the battle was fierce. The wind howled, pulling at the sails, threatening to tear them apart. "Stay sharp," Callan yelled above the chaos, his voice hoarse. "We can't let the storm take us. Not yet. Hold her steady, lads." The crew moved with practiced urgency, working to keep the ship from capsizing. But the storm was unrelenting, and even the storm rider, with all its history and toughness, was struggling to stay afloat. Martin's heart raced as he held on, the sea around them a churning, violent expanse. Everyone seemed so far away now, lost in the fury of the storm. But they had no choice but to press on, to fight against the elements and whatever the blackguard might throw at them. There was no turning back now. Callan Voss stood at the wheel, eyes narrowed into the blinding rain. His crew scrambled to secure the rigging, their movements frantic but practiced. Despite their efforts, the ship was losing ground to the sea. And then, as if the storm itself had conspired to add to their troubles, the unmistakable shapes of ships began to appear through the mist. The first one came into view like a shadow on the horizon, then another and another, their dark sails barely visible against the storm's wrath. Blackguard ships! Martin's heart sank. The blackguard had found them. "Battle stations!" Callan shouted, his voice cutting through the howling wind. His hand tightened on the wheel, knuckles white. "Man the cannons! Ready yourselves!" The crew scrambled with a practiced urgency, reaching for weapons and securing the ship's defenses, but Martin's eyes locked onto the approaching ships. There were too many, 3 at least, and they had the advantage of size and firepower. The storm rider was outgunned, and they all knew it. "We won't stand a chance in open water," Broben called from the side of the ship, his voice grim as he scanned the approaching enemy ships. "They'll tear us apart before we can even get close." Callan's jaw tightened, his eyes flicking to the men around him. "We don't have time to fight them. We need to run." The wind howled louder, as though answering the captain's command. The blackguard ships were closing in, their sails billowing, their dark silhouettes stuck against the chaotic storm. But Callan's eyes glittered with something sharper, an idea, a plan, a gamble. "Prepare to take the wind," Callan barked, his voice rising over the storm. The crew moved quickly, though their eyes were filled with doubt. Even in the chaos, they trusted their captain. They tightened their grips on their weapons, but there was no false bravado. They knew they were outmatched. The blackguard was here, and there was no escaping without a struggle. Callan's hand shot up. "Everyone, brace yourselves." With one final sharp turn of the wheel, Callan swung the Storm Rider directly into the heart of the storm. The ship lurched, its timbers screaming against the force of the wind, but Callan was determined. He maneuvered them deeper into the storm, the waves rising up like monsters, crashing and splintering against the hull. The blackguard ships were not far behind, their dark sails billowing in pursuit. The wind and rain lashed at them from every side, but Callan used it to his advantage, pushing the Storm Rider into the heart of the storm, where the blackguard ships would be blind. The enemy ships were larger, but slower, and they had no experience sailing in conditions like these. The first blackguard ship faltered as a massive wave slammed into it. The crew scrambled to maintain control, but the storm was unforgiving. The second ship tried to follow, but the wind caught its sails and pushed it off course. In the chaos, the Storm Rider slipped away, disappearing into the darkness of the storm. For a long, breathless moment, the ship pitched and rolled through the storm. The sound of crashing waves filled the air, but the Storm Rider had found a moment's respite. The blackguard ships had lost their target, too focused on navigating the storm themselves to realize they had lost the chase. The crew stood at their stations, soaked to the bone, watching warily for any sign of the enemy. But the only thing they could hear now was the sound of the wind howling above them. Callan let out a breath. "We're free," he muttered, eyes scanning the horizon. "For now." Martin stood beside him, gripping the edge of the deck. He could feel his heart racing, adrenaline still coursing through his veins. For a moment, the storm felt like a victory and unexpected ally. Ellen stepped forward, her face set with determination. "We're almost there." Martin looked at her, and then at the dark sea stretching out ahead. They had fought the storm, and they had outrun the blackguard. The island of Avalon, their destination, was still ahead, and the dangers far from over. Through the mist, the shadows of the storm slowly began to clear, and in the distance, a faint outline began to emerge, an island, jagged and dark, looming like a sentinel on the horizon. "Avalon!" "There it is," Callan said, his voice steady as he turned the wheel to guide them toward it. The island stood against the storm, its dark cliffs rising jaggedly from the roiling sea. The storm was still fierce, but the Storm Rider was finally on course. The blackguard was nowhere in sight, and the island of Avalon loomed closer with every passing moment. For now, they were safe. But what awaited them on that island, whether salvation or doom, was still to be seen.
Lyria 4. The moment Lyria's feet hit the cobblestone streets of the capital, a cold gust of wind swept through the alley, followed quickly by a heavy downpour. The rain came without warning, large drops spattering against the stone, washing the dust of the tunnels away and soaking through their thin clothing. It was as though the sky itself had decided to mark their escape with its own dramatic flourish. Dove immediately pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders, her eyes scanning the streets, ever watchful. Lyria, drenched in moments, shook her head as she tried to shield the lamp, though it was nearly useless now in the growing downpour. The world around them blurred into watery shades of grey. "We need to find shelter," Lyria said, pulling the collar of her own cloak closer, her teeth starting to chatter from the cold. Dove nodded, her voice steady despite the storm. "We can't risk being out here for long." The capital city sprawled ahead of them, a maze of winding streets and towering buildings, none of which they knew well enough to navigate. Lyria felt the weight of their situation press down again, the uncertainty growing with every drop of rain that fell. They had to move quickly. Familiar faces, guards, or worse, King Alderax's men could be lurking at any turn. Hiranda's words echoed in Lyria's mind. There are temples in the city, places where girls like you and Dove can find refuge. Not all of them are safe, but there are some willing to take in those in need. Look for one that's open to those who have nothing left. It was a fragile hope, but it was all they had. "Do you remember which one?" Lyria asked, pulling her sodden hair from her face. The streets were growing slick beneath her, puddles collecting in the low spots. Dove's gaze never wavered from the street ahead, but there was something in her expression that told Lyria she was considering their options. "I remember Hiranda mentioning the Temple of the Moonlight, just west of the central square. It's known for taking in girls from difficult circumstances. Lyria glanced at her, relief blooming in her chest. Let's go there, then. They moved quickly, blending into the crowd of people hurrying to escape the rain. The capital was always busy, but today it felt especially frantic, the rain sending people rushing toward any form of shelter. Their wet clothes clung to them, making it difficult to move as quickly as they'd like. But the more they walked, the more the street seemed to change. The buildings grew taller, the alleys narrower, and the lights from lanterns flickered against the rain-soaked cobblestones. As they turned a corner, the square opened up before them. The central plaza was bathed in the light of the few torches still burning at the entrances of shops and buildings, but the street leading to the Temple of the Moonlight was nearly deserted. The temple itself loomed ahead, a stone structure with high arches, its doors carved with intricate patterns of moons and stars, set against the backdrop of a stormy night. The building's silhouette seemed to glow in the dim light, the rain bouncing off the stone steps leading to its grand entrance. "There it is," Dove said, her voice more a whisper now, almost reverent. "We're close." Lyria could hardly believe it. They had made it through the worst of the night, and this place a temple, a refuge, was finally within reach. She felt a twinge of hope, though tempered by the fear that nothing could be so simple. Still, the chance of safety was worth the risk. They reached the heavy wooden doors, but before they could knock, the door creaked open, and a woman in flowing robes stood in the doorway. Her dark hair was tied back in a neat knot, and this, though weary the sort of goodness. She regarded them for a moment, wet, bedraggled, and shivering, and then stepped aside to let them in. "Come in quickly before you're drenched through," the woman said in a low, soothing voice, her tone unbothered by the storm. "You're safe now." Lyria stepped inside first, gratefully out of the rain, and she felt her tense muscles relax slightly. The warmth of the temple was immediate, a stark contrast to the chill outside. Dove followed silently, her posture still alert, but Lyria saw the relief in her eyes as well. The woman closed the door behind them, locking it with a soft click. She then motioned for them to follow her. "You're fortunate that you came to us. Many don't seek refuge here, but the Temple of the Moonlight is a sanctuary for those in need." Lyria looked around. The interior of the temple far warmer and more welcoming than she had imagined. High vaulted ceilings stretched above them, and soft, flickering candlelight cast gentle shadows on the walls. The air smelled of incense and wood. A handful of women, all wearing similar robes, moved quietly about, tending to fires or preparing food, their movements graceful and deliberate. The woman who had let them in led them deeper into the temple, stopping at a small hearth near the back where a fire burned brightly. "Sit here. You can warm yourselves by the fire while I fetch something to dry you off," she said, her voice still gentle but firm. Lyria could hardly believe how quickly things were changing. In just a few short hours, they had gone from prisoners to fugitives to this! Safety, at least for the time being. "I never thought a place like this existed," Lyria said, her voice quieter than usual as she took a seat near the fire. She reached for the warmth, letting it soak into her chilled bones. Dove sat beside her, eyes still scanning their surroundings. "There are always places like this," she said softly. "Keep your eyes open." "We'll be safe here," Lyria whispered, more to herself than to Dove. The warmth of the fire spread through Lyria's body, but a nagging tension remained in the back of her mind. Something about the temple, the woman's quiet kindness, felt almost too serene, too perfect. It was like stepping into a story one where everything was ideal on the surface, but Lyria couldn't shake the feeling that there was something hidden just beneath it all. The woman returned shortly, holding 2 thick woolen blankets. She set them down on the stone floor near the hearth and then seated herself on the opposite side of the fire, her posture straight, but her expression calm and welcoming. "You must be exhausted," she said, her voice soft but firm, as though she had been waiting for this moment. "Rest for now. You've travelled far, but I must warn you, there are rules in this place. The Temple of the Moonlight provides sanctuary, but it is not without its costs." Lyria exchanged a glance with Dove, but neither of them spoke. The woman's words, though gentle, seemed to hang in the air like the scent of incense, a warning wrapped in kindness. "The temple is led by a guru, a wise figure who has lived many lifetimes. He is the heart of our order, and all who seek refuge here must meet him if they wish to stay," she continued, her tone unwavering. It is not a choice, but a requirement. You will speak with him before you make any decisions. Lyria felt a cold shiver run down her spine. A guru. She had heard of such figures, mystical leaders who controlled more than just temples, who had the power to shape the lives of those who followed them. They were revered, but they were also feared. Was this guru some kind of saint, or something darker? Dove, always the more measured of the two, did not react with fear, but there was a slight crease between her brows, a hint of concern. "What is he like?" she asked, her voice quiet, but the question laced with an edge of caution. The woman paused, as though carefully considering how to answer. "He is a being of wisdom, of peace," but she faltered, her eyes flicking to the fire before meeting Dove's gaze. "His methods are unorthodox. Some may call them harsh, but they are necessary to maintain balance." Lyria's heart began to pound a little harder in her chest. Balance. What did that mean? Was this guru a hero or something more sinister? Someone who ruled with unseen power? "I understand if you're wary," the woman continued, seeming to sense their hesitation. "But know this, if you stay, you will be given a purpose. No one in the temple is idle. You will be asked to contribute in some way, whether through service, learning, or other duties. The guru will determine what is best for you, just as he has for all others." Dove was silent for a moment, considering. Lyria could see the conflict in her friend's eyes. There were always costs, there always had been. After all, they had already paid such a high price to escape the castle, and yet they were still searching for somewhere to truly be free. "We're not in a position to turn away help," Dove finally said, her voice quiet, but resolute. Lyria felt a pang of uncertainty, but Dove's confidence steadied her. She nodded slowly. Agreeing. "We'll meet him," Lyria said, though her words felt more like a question than a statement. The woman nodded, her smile soft and understanding. "You were wise to choose to speak with him. He will guide you, and you will know what to do." There was something in her voice that made Lyria uneasy. She had seen it before, how people spoke about figures like this guru, in reverence and fear all at once. She had seen it in the eyes of the nobles who whispered about their king, in the voices of those who spoke of the gods like they were both saviours and judges. It wasn't the language of comfort, but of something far more complicated. "Come," the woman said after a moment, rising to her feet with the same calm grace. "He is waiting. You will follow me, and I will take you to him." Dove stood without hesitation, her eyes narrowing just slightly as she looked at Lyria, sensing the same unease. But there was no turning back now. They had come this far, and if this guru could offer them safety, then they had no choice but to face him. Lyria followed Dove as they walked deeper into the temple, the stone halls echoing softly with their footsteps. The fire behind them was left to crackle in the distance, the heat from it slowly replaced by the chill of the stone walls surrounding them. The further they went, the more the atmosphere seemed to shift. The air grew cooler, the flickering lights from the lamps casting long shadows on the walls, and the sound of their footsteps seemed to disappear into the oppressive silence. It was as though the temple itself was holding its breath. The woman led them to a heavy wooden door at the end of a long corridor. It was intricately carved with symbols that seemed ancient and unfamiliar: moons, stars, strange shapes that felt like they belonged to another world. The woman knocked twice before pushing the door open, revealing a dimly lit room. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of incense, the smoke curling up in delicate spirals toward the high ceiling. At the far end of the room, sitting on a raised platform, was a man tall, draped in simple but elegant robes, his face partially obscured by the hood of his cloak. His presence seemed to fill the room with a strange, heavy weight, as though the air itself had thickened with his gaze. He did not move as the woman ushered Lyria and Dove forward, but his eyes, piercing as the wind, followed their every movement. There was a stillness to him, an intensity that left no room for doubt. This was the guru. "You have come," he said, his voice low, but carrying the weight of years and wisdom beyond measure. His eyes locked on Dove first, then moved to Lyria. "I sense you both are in need of something. More than shelter. More than safety. You seek purpose. You seek direction. It is not enough to simply exist." Lyria felt the chill of his gaze settle on her, and she swallowed, fighting the urge to step back. "Why are you here?" he asked, his voice soft but carrying an unmistakable command. "What is it that you truly seek?" Lyria opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. The weight of his gaze was more than just a question, it was a demand, one that made her feel exposed, vulnerable, as if her very soul were laid bare before him. Dove, sensing Lyria's hesitation, stepped forward. "We seek safety and purpose," she said, her voice steady. "A place to live, a place to begin again." The Guru's lips curled into a small, knowing smile, but there was no warmth in it. "Purpose is not so easily found, but I can offer you guidance. If you choose to stay, you must prove yourself worthy of the temple's protection. You must show that you are willing to walk the path that lies ahead. Will you?" Lyria's heart raced, her pulse thumping in her ears. It seemed there was no turning back. The Guru's gaze softened slightly, and for the first time since they had entered the room, Lyria felt something close to warmth emanate from him, though it was tempered by an undercurrent of something deeper, something that made her still uneasy. "My name is Guru Sana," he said, his voice as smooth as the soft glow of the candles around them. "I have lived long enough to see many come and go, searching for the same thing you seek, but the truth, the path you both wish to walk, cannot be found through simply fleeing from your past. It must be embraced, understood, and moulded. The world is full of those who do not know who they truly are, and I offer you the means to discover that." Lyria's heart beat faster at his words, but there was a strange, almost hypnotic quality to his voice, and his calm presence held her in place. Dove, however, didn't seem as moved. Her sharp eyes were watching him closely, as though she was trying to peel away the layers of comfort and to look for any sign of something less genuine. Guru Sana continued, his hands folded gently in his lap. "You've come far, and I understand why you might hesitate. Life has not been kind to you, neither of you. But here, in this place, we offer more than mere shelter. We offer understanding. You will learn the teachings of the Moonlight Order, our beliefs, our ways, and through them, you will come to know yourselves. The paths of your lives are not predetermined. They are yours to carve. Here, you will learn how to find your purpose, to take control of your fate. You will learn who you truly are." His words seemed to settle into the quiet room, their weight heavy in the silence. For a long moment, Lyria didn't know how to respond. What he said sounded almost too good to be true. A place to understand herself, to find her purpose. It was tempting, and she could feel that quiet pull, like a whisper at the back of her mind urging her to listen, to take the chance. But even as the storm raged outside, she felt the weight of her decision pressing against her. Dove spoke first, her voice steady but laced with caution. "And what do you ask of us in return?" she asked, her eyes narrowing slightly, as though she could see through the Guru's calm demeanour. Guru Sana's expression remained serene, only that you be willing to open yourselves to the teachings we provide. There is no price in gold, no coin to be exchanged, only your commitment. You will serve the temple in whatever capacity we see fit, and you will embrace the discipline of our ways. Through these teachings, you will learn not just to survive, but to thrive, to find peace within yourselves, to know your inner strength. Lyria swallowed, her hands clammy, but her mind racing. There was no mention of any dangerous demands, no promises of anything too harsh. It was all veiled in soft words and lofty ideals. It was as if Guru Sana knew something about her, something he hadn't yet revealed. The idea of discovering who she was, of having a purpose, gnawed at her. Dove glanced at her, and Lyria saw the flicker of doubt in her friend's eyes. She understood, but Dove had always been the one to push forward, always the one to take the risks. Maybe, for once, it was the right path for Lyria to take. The Guru's voice broke the silence again. "You don't have to decide now. Take time to think. But know this, if you choose to leave, you will be on your own again, wandering in a city that will not hesitate to forget you. No one else will offer you what we can." Lyria closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of his words. She was tired. Tired of running. Tired of hiding. The life they had known, the life under King Alderax's rule, was behind them. But what lay ahead? She could still hear Miranda's voice, her words of caution ringing in her ears. Be careful, girls. Not all places that offer help are what they seem. But then again, where else could they go? The streets were a dangerous place, and the city would not care about two wayward girls who had no home, no allies. Lyria exhaled slowly and nodded. "We'll stay," she said, her voice steady despite the swell uncertainty inside her. "We'll learn. We'll try." Dove hesitated, just for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. "For now, we'll stay." Guru Sana's lips curled into a faint, satisfied smile. "You have made the right choice," he said softly. "Here, you will learn what it means to truly live, to find balance in all things. I will help you find your way. The teachings are difficult, but they are necessary. Only through discipline will you learn to see the world as it truly is." A sense of finality settled over them, and Lyria couldn't help but feel both a sense of relief and apprehension. It was the path they had chosen, but it wasn't a simple one. If Guru Sana was truly as wise as he claimed, then this could be the opportunity they needed. But if he had other intentions, if there was more to the temple than he let on, would they be able to handle it? "We will begin tomorrow," Guru Sana continued, rising from his seat, his robes flowing around him like a ripple in still water. "Rest now. Tomorrow begins the path that you've always been on." Lyria glanced at Dove, who gave her a small, reassuring nod. Despite everything, the unease, the uncertainty, they had made their decision. They would stay. For better or worse, the temple was their new home.
Kyo 6. The soft knock on the door interrupted Kyo's thoughts. Navar entered the room with a purposeful stride, his expression as calm as ever. "Come," he said simply. "There's someone you should meet." Kyo glanced at Orson, who was curled up on a cot in the corner, finally asleep after the chaos of their journey. She hated to disturb him, but Navar's tone made it clear this meeting wasn't optional. Gently, shook the boy awake. His groggy protest turned into quiet compliance as they followed Navar out of the copper hearth and into the cool night air. They walked through the winding streets of Rigo, lit by softly glowing lanterns carved with intricate Venorian designs. The town felt alive even at this hour, with its mix of wooden buildings adorned in familiar patterns and voices speaking in the melodic accents of her homeland. It was a stark contrast to the fear and suspicion that had followed Kyo for so long. Navar led them to a tall building at the heart of the town, its structure more ornate than the others. The carvings on the beams told stories. Kyo recognized legends of the Sky Mother and the River Keeper, of the first Greenkin, and the forging of unity in the face of ancient strife. It was a place of leadership, and Kyo felt a pang of homesickness as they stepped inside. In the main hall, a woman waited for them. She was tall and commanding, her green skin glowing faintly in the lamplight. Her black hair was streaked with grey, braided elegantly down her back, and her sharp, golden eyes held a warmth that belied her stern posture. She wore robes embroidered with symbols of protection and strength, the craftsmanship unmistakably Venurian. "Kyo," Navar said, gesturing toward the woman, "this is Teaner, the leader of Rigo." Teaner stepped forward, her gaze softening as it fell on Kyo and Orson. "Welcome," she said, her voice rich and steady. "We are glad to have you here." Kyo blinked in surprise. "You are?" "Of course," Teaner explained, her eyes flicking to Navar. "Now that you're here, you'll find rest and safety. Navar, see that they're given a room to stay in." Navar nodded. "Of course." Teaner knelt slightly, bringing herself to Orson's eye level. "You're safe here, child," she said gently, "and we'll help you learn about the power within you. You have nothing to fear." Orson glanced nervously at Kyo, who gave him a small, reassuring nod. The boy relaxed, if only a little. "We are preparing for some very important things here in Rigo, and we're going to need all the help we can get." The next day, Kyo sat on a bench in an open courtyard, watching as Orson stood nervously in front of Lenra. The young maid was explaining something about focus and intention, gesturing with her hands as sparks of yellow light flickered around her fingertips. Orson's wide eyes reflected a mix of awe and apprehension. Navar settled beside Kyo, handing her a mug of spiced tea. "He's a quick learner," he remarked, nodding toward the boy. "Lenra says he shows remarkable potential." "He's never done anything like this before," Kyo said quietly. "Not until the wolves." "That's often how it begins," Navar said. "Magic is unpredictable when it's untapped. Fear, Desperation, those emotions can force it to surface. But with training, it becomes a tool rather than a hazard. Hio sipped her tea, her gaze fixed on Orson as he hesitantly mimicked Lenra's gestures. A faint wisp of flame flickered in his palm, and his face lit up with a mixture of surprise and pride. "You have good instincts, Keo," Navar said, breaking the silence. Bringing him here was the right choice. She frowned, the weight of her decisions pressing down on her again. "It didn't feel like a choice," she admitted. "Kelvin." Navar rested a hand on her shoulder. "We'll find him," he said firmly. "Tiana has already sent word to our scouts. If Kelvin is alive, we'll bring him back." Keo nodded, though her chest still ached with doubt. "And if he's not?" "Then you honor his sacrifice by ensuring Orson lives a full life," Navar said, "and by standing against the forces that took him." Keo watched as Orson laughed nervously at Lenra's encouragement, the small flame in his hand now steady and controlled. He looked very pleased with himself. Keo was just beginning to relax, her mind settling into the rhythm of watching Orson's tentative steps into magic, when a shout broke the peace of the courtyard. She tensed instantly, her grip tightening around the mug of tea. A young man, one of the city's lookouts, sprinted into the space, his face pale and breathless with urgency. "3 riders," he gasped, pointing toward the southern perimeter. "On horseback, heading straight for the gates." Navar rose swiftly, his calm demeanor replaced by sharp focus. "How far?" "Minutes away," the boy replied. The courtyard stirred to life as others began to murmur nervously. Keo's heart quickened, and her mind immediately leapt to the worst-case scenario. The Black Guard, or bounty hunters, slavers. Navar turned to her, his voice firm. "Stay close to me. If this is a problem, Rigo will be ready." Keo nodded, scooping up Orson and following Navar as he led the way toward the town's gates. Her pulse thrummed with tension as they joined a growing crowd of Rigo's residents, all converging on the southern entrance. The gate loomed tall and solid, its ironwood reinforced with steel. Guards stood ready, bows drawn and swords unsheathed. Tiana was already there, her commanding presence steadying the gathering. She raised a hand, calling for silence as the thundering hoofbeats grew louder. "Hold your ground," she said, her voice clear and calm. "We'll see who they are before we act." The air was taut with anticipation as the riders came into view. Their forms were silhouetted against the afternoon sun, 3 figures cloaked and hooded. Dust rose from their horses' hooves, curling into the air like smoke. Keo's heart pounded in her chest. She tightened her grip on Orson, who clung to her anxiously. The riders stopped just beyond the gates, the leader raising a hand in a gesture of peace. "We mean no harm," a deep voice called out. "We seek refuge." Tiana hesitated only a moment before nodding to the guards. "Open the gate." The great doors creaked open, and the riders dismounted, their cloaks billowing as they stepped forward. Keo's breath caught in her throat as the lead figure pulled back his hood. "Kelvin," she cried, her voice breaking. She didn't wait for permission or explanation. Handing Orson to Navar, she sprinted toward the man she thought she might never see again. Kelvin barely had time to open his arms before she collided with him, wrapping him in a fierce embrace. "You're alive," she whispered, her voice trembling with relief. He held her tightly, his voice rough with emotion. "Keo, I thought I'd never see you again." Behind him, the other 2 riders removed their hoods, revealing themselves to be elves. Keo barely registered them, her focus entirely on Kelvin. "They helped me escape," Kelvin explained, gesturing towards the elves. "This is Robin and Sparrow. They were scouting the slavers' camp and took a chance on me." Robin, the shorter of the 2, gave a polite nod. "It was a close thing. Your Kelvin is a fighter, but we were lucky to slip out where we did." Sparrow, taller and wiry, grinned. "Lucky for you too, by the looks of it." Keo laughed through her tears, a sound tinged with disbelief and joy. She turned back to Kelvin, cupping his face in her hands. "I thought I'd lost you. I thought—" "I'm here now," he murmured, his forehead pressing gently against hers. Around them, the tension in the crowd began to ease as Tiana stepped forward, addressing the newcomers. "Robin, Sparrow, Kelvin, welcome to Rigo. Any friend of Kyo's is a friend of ours. Come, you'll find safety here. The elves bowed slightly, their expressions weary but grateful. As Calvin took Kyo's hand, his grip warm and reassuring, Kyo felt a weight lift from her chest. Against all odds, they had found their way back to each other. But even in her relief, she couldn't shake the feeling that their reunion was only the beginning of something far more challenging yet to come. The copper hearth buzzed with conversation as Kyo sat beside Kelvin, her hand still clasped in his as if to anchor him to her world. Orson leaned heavily against her, exhausted from the long journey and the weight of everything he didn't yet understand. Across the table, Nava regarded them with his usual calm, though his gaze occasionally flickered toward Orson, as if waiting for the boy to reveal more of the unpredictable power he had only just begun to explore. So Kelvin said, his voice steady but carrying an edge of concern, "What's all this about magic, Kyo? And Orson?" Kyo hesitated, glancing at the boy. "It started after we escaped the slavers," she began, her voice quiet. "We were attacked by wolves, and Orson, he did something. Magic. Fire. It saved us, but it drained him. Since then, it's been unpredictable." Kelvin's brow furrowed as he looked at Orson, who avoided his gaze. "Magic? From him?" Orson shifted uncomfortably. Kelvin softened, reaching out to ruffle the boy's hair. "I didn't mean anything by it. It just surprises me." "That makes two of us," said Orson. Kyo gestured toward Navar. "That's why we're here. Navar's been helping us. Frigo seems safe, but we don't understand any of this magic yet. Orson needs training, and we need time to figure out what to do next." Navar nodded, his calm voice steadying the tension in the room. "You've come to the right place. Frigo may not be perfect, but it's a haven for those who need refuge. And we have people here who can help Orson learn to control his abilities." Kelvin's hand tightened slightly around Kyo's. "I'm just glad you're both safe. I'll help however I can." Kyo offered him a faint smile, her heart aching with relief that he was here. Before she could respond, a sharp crackling sound cut through the air. She turned to see Orson staring at his hands in wide-eyed panic as flames flickered to life in his palms. "Orson!" Kyo cried, jumping to her feet. The boy flailed, and the fire leaped to the edge of the table. The room erupted in a lamp, and Nava moved quickly, grabbing a pitcher of water and dousing the flames before they could spread further. "I didn't mean to," Orson wailed, trembling as tears filled his eyes. Kyo knelt beside him, pulling him into a tight embrace. "It's okay, Orson. You didn't mean to. You're not in trouble." Kelvin crouched next to them, his voice firm but gentle. "You're fine, kid. No one's hurt. Just breathe." Orson hiccuped, his small body shaking with the effort to hold back sobs. "I don't know how to stop it," he whispered. Nava crouched down, his tone soothing but serious. "That's why you're here, Orson. To learn. Magic like yours needs guidance, and that's what we're going to give you." Kyo looked at Navar, her expression both grateful and determined. "This is why we came. We just want him to be safe." Navar placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "He will be. You both will be. But it's going to take work." The room slowly settled, though the faint smell of smoke lingered as a reminder of what had just happened. Kelvin reached for Kyo's hand again, his grip steadying her frayed nerves. "Whatever comes next," he said quietly, "we'll face it together." Kyo nodded, her heart heavy with the challenges ahead, but buoyed by the thought that, for now, they had found a place where they could be together.
Martin 7. The storm had eased as the storm rider anchored in a secluded cove on the southern edge of Avalon, but the oppressive mist clung to the air, shrouding the jagged cliffs and dense forests in an eerie gloom. Callan Voss stood at the helm, his gaze sharp as he watched Martin, Tarumba, and Ellen disembark onto the slick rocks of the shore. "This is where we part ways," Callan said, his tone calm but edged with unease. "Avalon's no place for a sailor like me. The stories are enough to keep my feet on the deck and far from its cursed soil." Martin gave him a nod. "You've done more than most would, Callan. We owe you our thanks." The captain smirked faintly. "Save your gratitude for when you're off this island alive, and don't expect to see the storm rider again. I won't be waiting." With that, Kang gave orders to his crew and the ship began to pull away. The travelers stood in silence, watching as their last link to the outside world disappeared into the mist. Ahead of them stretched the wilds of Evlon, a tangled maze of gnarled trees and shadowed paths. The air was damp, carrying the faint scent of decay and something sharper, almost metallic. "This place will not be welcoming," Tarumba rumbled, one hand resting on the axe strapped to his back. Ellen stepped forward, brushing a strand of wet hair from her face. "We didn't come here to be welcomed. Let's find our way to the tower." Before Martin could respond, the air around them changed. The stillness fell, silencing even the waves breaking on the shore. The mist at their feet thickened, swirling unnaturally as a faint green light began to glow within it. The three of them froze as the mist coalesced into the shape of a robed figure, tall and commanding. His beard was streaked with white, and his eyes burned with the same green light as the mist. Yet his expression was calm, familiar even, and a flicker of relief crossed Tarumba's face. "Martin, Tarumba, it is good to see you again," the figure said, his deep voice resonant but warm. "Melian," Martin said, stepping forward, his brow furrowed. "It's been quite a trip to get here." Melian inclined his head, a faint smile softening his stern features. "Circumstances are rarely what we would wish for, old friends. But you have arrived, and that is what matters." Ellen regarded the figure warily. "Do you know them personally?" "More than that," Melian said, turning his glowing gaze to her. "Tarumba has helped me with many important tasks, and I gave advice to Martin during his reign in Agamemnon." "What's waiting for us here?" Martin asked, taking attention away from what Melian had said. "The tower at the northernmost point of the island," Melian explained, his tone growing serious. "It is a place of power, and it holds what we need to turn the tide against Alderax. I have made my way there and will wait for you. Together, we will unseal its gates." "Why not meet us here?" Ellen asked, her skepticism clear. "The path to the tower is treacherous, and I needed to prepare the walls to protect against Alderax's forces. You will need to move quickly, but the forest will not make it easy. The island resents intruders if will try to turn you back." "And the Blackguard?" Tarumba asked, his grip on his axe tightening. "They are not far," Melian said gravely. "The storm bought you time, but their ships are searching. The longer you remain here, the greater the risk. You must move with haste." The green mist around him began to waver, his form flickering as the apparition weakened. "Follow the paths north. I will guide you where I can, but my strength is not limitless. Trust each other and stay vigilant. I will see you at the tower." Before they could respond, the mist unraveled, and Melia's form vanished entirely, leaving the three of them standing alone in the eerie stillness. Martin exhaled slowly, his eyes scanning the dark forest ahead. "The tower, then. If Melian's waiting, we'd better not keep him." Tarumba hefted his axe, his grin returning. "Nothing like a cursed forest to get the blood pumping. Let's move." Together, they stepped into the shadowed forest, the dense canopy swallowing them as they followed the faint, twisting path. Though the wild loomed menacingly around them, the promise of Melian's presence at the tower spurred them onward. The path through the forest was narrow and winding, with twisted roots threatening to trick the unwary. The air felt heavier with each step, as though the island itself pressed down on them, watching, waiting. The oppressive quiet was broken only by the sound of their boots crunching against damp leaves and Ellen's voice cutting through the gloom. "What did Melian mean when he said he gave you advice during your reign?" she asked, glancing at Martin. Her tone was casual, but there was a sharpness to it that suggested she already suspected the answer. Martin hesitated mid-step, the question hanging in the air. He looked ahead, avoiding her gaze, and rubbed the back of his neck. He meant what he said. Tarumba snorted softly, not breaking his stride. "She's not asking for riddles, Martin." Ellen stopped, turning to face him. "Martin, what's he talking about? During your reign?" He sighed, closing his eyes for a moment. There was no evading it now, not after Melian's slip. "I didn't want to hide it from you," he began, his voice quieter, "but I didn't think it mattered anymore. Not with everything we're facing." "Hide what?" Ellen pressed, stepping closer, her hand still resting on the hilt of her dagger. Martin finally met her eyes. "I'm Martin Treehorn. I was the king of Agamemnon before Alderax took the throne." Her reaction was immediate. Her eyes widened in shock and she took a step back. "You're the king? You've been the king this whole time, and you didn't tell me." "Ellen, you let me think you were just some wanderer, a man with a cause." She laughed bitterly, shaking her head. "I trusted you, Martin. I followed you, and you didn't think I deserved the truth." "It wasn't like that," Martin said, his voice firm. "When we met, being a king wasn't what mattered. I wasn't a king anymore. I'm not. I'm just a man trying to fix what I failed to protect." "But you were the king," she shot back. "The man people whispered about in Pravel, the one who everyone thought was dead after Alderax took over. The one whose throne people died trying to defend. And you didn't think that was worth mentioning?" Tarumba leaned on his axe with an amused grunt. To be fair, the crown didn't exactly come with him. Easy to miss if you weren't looking. Ellen turned her glare on Tarumba. "And you knew?" "Of course I knew," he said simply. "Doesn't mean I care. Martin's Martin, king or no king." She turned back to Martin, her anger simmering but her tone quieter now. "Why didn't I see it before? The way you carry yourself, the way Tarumba treated you. It was right in front of me." Martin softened, stepping closer but keeping his voice measured. "I didn't want it to be a burden for you or anyone. I'm not here as a king, Ellen. I'm here because Alderax has to be stopped, and this is the only way to do it." Ellen crossed her arms, her jaw tight. "You still should have told me." "You're right," Martin admitted, his voice heavy with regret. "I should have. But would it have changed anything? Would you have trusted me less or more?" She hesitated, her gaze dropping to the ground. "I don't know," she muttered. Then, looking back at him, she added, "I'm mad, but not just at you. At myself. For not realizing it sooner. For not seeing what was right in front of me." Martin offered a faint, weary smile. "You shouldn't be. You saw me for who I am now, not the man I used to be. And that's the only part of me that matters." Ellen sighed, rubbing her temples. "Fine. But if there are any other secrets you're keeping, now's the time to tell me." Martin shook his head. "No more secrets. I promise." Tarumba clapped Martin on the shoulder as they started walking again. "Good. Now that we've got that sorted, let's focus on surviving this cursed place, eh?" Ellen managed a small, reluctant smile. "Agreed. Let's keep moving." The tension between them lingered, but the forest didn't allow time for introspection. Shadows shifted in the corners of their vision, and the distant sound of movement reminded them that Evlon was no ordinary island. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together with no more secrets between them. The oppressive canopy of the forest finally began to thin, the dense trees giving way to a clearing bathed in pale, shifting light. Before them stood Faithenger's stunning, ancient structure of massive squared boulders, each carved with strange, flowing runes that seemed to defy interpretation. The stones were aligned in an intricate spiral pattern, their weathered surfaces glowing faintly in the misty air. "This," Ellen whispered, stepping forward, her voice tinged with awe. "This is incredible." Martin nodded, his eyes scanning the towering boulders. "Faithenge, I've heard tales of it, but I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime." "It's old magic," Tarumba said, his voice low. His hand rested on the haft of his axe, though he seemed reluctant to disturb the serenity of the place. "You can feel it humming in the air." Indeed, the air seemed to vibrate with unseen energy, a soft thrumming that resonated deep in their chests. The runes on the stones flickered faintly, like embers waiting for a gust of wind to ignite them. Ellen stepped closer to one of the stones, brushing her fingers over the grooves of the runes. "Who could have built this? And for what purpose?" "No one knows," Martin said, his tone hushed. "The society that made it vanished long before recorded history. Some say it was a place of worship. Others," his voice trailed off, his brow furrowing. "Others say it was a place of sacrifice." Ellen's hand froze and she stepped back, suddenly uneasy. "Let's hope it doesn't demand either from us." As if summoned by her words, a low rustling sound began to spread through the clearing. The ground trembled faintly, and the creeping vines that adorned the boulders stirred, their movements unnatural and deliberate. Tarumba unslung his axe in an instant, his muscles taut. Something's not right. Before they could react further, the vines exploded to life, shooting toward them like living snakes. One wrapped around Ellen's ankle, yanking her off her feet. She cried out as more vines coiled around her arms, pulling her toward the ground. "Get off her!" Martin shouted, drawing his sword and slicing through the writhing plants. The severed vines writhed on the ground like worms, but they didn't stop. What came faster and stronger. Tarumba let out a roar and swung his axe in a wide arc, cleaving through a mass of vines that surged toward him. "Move! These things don't stop!" Martin helped Ellen to her feet, and the two of them backed toward Tarumba as the vines continued their relentless assault. They lashed out like whips, trying to ensnare their arms and legs. The glowing runes on the stones flared brighter with each strike, as though the henge itself was feeding the plant's frenzy. Ellen thrust her dagger into a thick bundle of vines, ripping it free with a grunt of effort. "We can't stay here! The magic is making them stronger." Martin glanced around, his mind racing. "North! We head north! Now!" Tarumba nodded, his axe a blur as he cleared a path. "Then keep up. I'm not sticking around to get strangled by cursed plants." The three of them broke into a desperate run, hacking and slashing at the vines that snapped and coiled toward them like predators. The clearing seemed to twist and stretch around them, the glowing stones pulsating as if trying to hold them in place. Finally, they burst back into the relative safety of the forest, the oppressive energy of Faithhenge fading behind them. They didn't stop running until the thrumming in their chests subsided and the sinister rustling of the vines was nothing but a distant memory. Panting and battered, they slowed to a halt, leaning against the nearest trees for support. Tarumba wiped sweat from his brow, his axe still clutched tightly. "Well, that was fun," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "It's good to be home." Ellen shot him a glare, though she was too winded to retort. Instead, she turned to Martin. "You said you'd heard of that place. Did the stories mention it trying to kill people?" Martin shook his head, his expression grim. "No, but magic like that doesn't linger for so long without becoming twisted. Whatever purpose Faithhenge once served, it's been corrupted." Ellen exhaled sharply, her grip on her dagger tight. "Let's hope the tower is less welcoming." Martin looked north, his face set with determination. "We don't stop until we get there. Melian's waiting for us."
Lyria 5. Lyria and Dove sat on the simple cot they now shared, their voices hushed as the rain continued to patter against the windows of the temple. The storm outside mirrored the storm of questions swirling in their minds. "What do you think of him?" Dove asked, her voice low but edged with concern. She sat cross-legged, her sharp features cast in shadow by the dim lantern hanging above them. Lyria pulled her knees to her chest, resting her chin on them. "I don't know. He's convincing," she admitted, "but something about him feels too polished, like he's hiding something. What about you?" Dove shrugged, though her lips pressed into a thin line. "I've heard people talk like that before, promising the world in exchange for trust. It's not always a bad thing, but it's not always safe either. I think we need to stay on our guard." Lyria nodded, chewy on her lip. "But the alternative is the streets, Dove. We don't have anywhere else to go. At least here, we have a roof, food, and—" She hesitated. "Maybe something to learn." Dove's gaze softened. "I know. Just if anything feels wrong, we leave. No second chances." Lyria agreed silently, a heavy weight settling in her chest. The next morning, the rain had ceased, and soft sunlight filtered through the high windows of the temple's main hall. The room was simple but grand in its own way, a polished stone floor gleaming beneath their bare feet. Lyria and Dove sat near the back of the group as Kurusana entered, his flowing robes trailing behind him like ripples in a stream. "Welcome," he began, his voice carrying with practiced ease across the space. "Today, we begin your journey toward a better life, a life of clarity, purpose, and fulfillment." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the room. Lyria felt the weight of his eyes linger on her for just a moment before moving on. "To grow, One must be willing to open oneself fully to change. He continued, I was not born into enlightenment. I was taught. My mentors saw the potential in me while I was lost, much like you. They showed me the way, and through their guidance, I became the man I am today, a man who does not merely survive, but thrives. My teachings have carried me to heights I never thought possible, and I stand before you now as proof of what can be achieved. His words were laced with grandeur, and Lyria could see the group around her hanging on to every syllable. Even Dove, seated beside her with her usual guarded demeanour, seemed caught in the current of his narrative. Throughout the lesson, Guru-sana shared tales of his own transformation, of hardships overcome through discipline and faith in his teachings. He spoke of the people he had guided, the lives he claimed to have saved from ruin. Each story felt rehearsed, yet captivating in its conviction. At the end of the lesson, Guru-sana opened the floor to questions, encouraging the group to share their thoughts. A young woman with a curious expression turned to Lyria. "And you," she asked, her tone gentle but probing, "what do you enjoy most in life? What brings you joy?" The question caught Lyria off guard. Her cheeks flushed as all eyes turned to her. For a moment, she hesitated, her fingers fiddling with the frayed hem of her tunic. Then she found her voice. "History," she said, her words steadying as she spoke. "I love history stories of the past, of people who lived before us. It's like uncovering pieces of a puzzle." A murmur of approval rippled through the group, and the young woman smiled. To Lyria's astonishment, a few of the temple members rose and disappeared, only to return minutes later carrying 3 books. They were in far better condition than anything she ever owned, their covers intact and their pages clean. One was bound in green leather, another in a deep maroon, and the third bore golden filigree along its spine. "These are for you," one of the members said, placing the books gently in her hands. "A gift. May they guide your curiosity and inspire you." Lyria stared at the books in disbelief, her fingers brushing over the embossed titles. She had spent her life reading scraps and second-hand scrolls, never daring to dream of owning something so beautiful. For a moment, her wariness of the temple faded, replaced by a wave of gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, clutching the books tightly to her chest. Guru-sana observed from the front of the room, his expression unreadable. "See," he said, addressing the group but clearly speaking to her, "when you open yourself to the path provides. This is just the beginning. Lyria, there is so much more waiting for you." His words filled the hall, but Lyria was not sure if they filled her with hope or dread. As she looked at Dove, who offered her a small, cautious smile, she resolved to tread carefully. For now, she would accept the gifts and the teachings, but she wouldn't let her guard down. Not yet. The shared feast was unlike anything Lyria had ever experienced. The long tables in the temple's dining hall were laden with dishes she could scarcely believe, rich stews, fragrant breads, delicacies that shimmered in the candlelight. The air was thick with the mingling smells of roasted meats, spiced fruits, and freshly baked pastries. The food was more than just nourishment, it felt like a celebration, a gift of abundance. Lyria sat between Dove and a few of the temple members, all of whom were eager to discuss their experiences and share stories. The conversation buzzed around her, but Lyria could hardly focus on anything other than the food in front of her. She savoured each bite, the flavours far more intricate and luxurious than any meal she had ever tasted in Castle Maldris, where meals were often meagre and monotonous. After the meal, the mood in the hall shifted. The temple members began to relax, their laughter filling the room, and people wandered from table to table, mingling and sharing stories. Lyria noticed that there was an ease to the way they socialized, an openness that she hadn't expected from such a disciplined group. It was as if they truly belonged here, as if they were at peace with their lives. She was just beginning to feel the faintest stirrings of comfort when she noticed Guru-sana making his way toward her. He moved with his usual grace, his robes gliding across the floor like ripples in a still pond. There was a certain intensity to his presence, though he did not appear to be in a rush. His eyes, however, were fixed on her, and as he reached her, he gave a small, almost imperceptible smile. "Lyria," he said softly, as though he had been waiting for the right moment, "tell me, what is it about history that fascinates you so much?" Lyria looked up from her plate, slightly startled by the question. She had been lost in the warmth of the meal, but now that his attention was fully on her, the words came easily. She hadn't expected him to ask about something so personal. "I've always been drawn to the past," she said, her voice steady, "but I think I'm most captivated by the period when the first tournaments were held to declare a new king. It happened 500 years ago, after the laws were set in place. The idea of a contest, not of birthright, but of strength and skill, it's fascinating to me. The tension, the drama, the bloodshed." She paused, catching herself. "I suppose I just love the idea of people being chosen not by who they were born to be, but by what they could prove themselves to be." Guru Sana's gaze deepened, as if he was pondering her words carefully. "Ah, yes, the great tournaments," he murmured, his voice thoughtful. "A time when bloodlines were made less important than the spirit of the competitor, an era of immense change." Lyria was taken aback. "You know about them?" "More than most," Guru Sana replied, his voice low, almost reverent. "I lived during that time, in another life." For a moment, Lyria thought she had misheard him. She blinked, looking up at him, uncertain of whether to laugh or press further. His expression was serious, though, and there was an air of unshakable confidence in his words. "You lived during that time?" she asked, her voice tentative, not sure whether he was simply embellishing for effect or whether he truly believed what he was saying. "Yes," he said, his tone unflinching. "I was scholar in the court of King Valerius, the monarch who enacted the new laws. I observed the tournaments closely, taking note of the key competitors, the strategic moves made by those who would go on to become legends." Lyria's heart skipped a beat. The tournaments had been a foundational moment in history, and there were few surviving records from that time. Most of what she knew had been passed down through fragmented texts, dusty scrolls, and the occasional oral tale. Yet Guru Sana was speaking with an intimacy that could not be faked. The details he shared were too precise, too intricate. "That you know of Eldric, the knight from Velrath, who fought in the first tournament?" Sana asked, his eyes gleaming with a kind of nostalgia. "He was the underdog, you know, the one who defeated the reigning king despite having no noble bloodline. Everyone thought he would fail, but his strategy, his knowledge of the terrain was unparalleled. It was said he had an innate understanding of tactics, a gift that allowed him to outmaneuver even the most skilled warriors." Lyria's breath caught. She had read of Eldric in her studies, but the stories were incomplete. Most of what she knew was based on second-hand accounts. She had never heard of the tactical brilliance he had shown, how he had outwitted his more seasoned opponents. But Guru Sana knew it all, details only a true observer would have known. "You're right," she whispered, almost breathless. "I read about him, but I didn't know that. How could you possibly know?" Guru Sana smiled faintly, his gaze distant. "I was there. I watched it all unfold." Lyria's mind reeled. The possibility that Guru Sana had truly lived another life was both perplexing and unsettling. How could he remember such details, down to the smallest movements of a battlefield? The idea of reincarnation was something she had never given much thought, but now, in the face of his certainty, she wondered if there was something to it. "Tell me more," she urged, her voice almost a whisper. Sana's smile deepened. Of course, there was also the matter of Queen Selene, the first woman to compete in the tournaments. It was a controversial move, but her courage inspired a whole generation of women who sought to prove their strength beyond the expectations of society. She was underestimated by many, but she won a decisive victory in the second round. She defeated Lord Arden of Varren, a knight who had been undefeated for years, though she lost in the later round. Lyria was riveted. Every word he spoke painted a vivid picture of the past, bringing the history she had read about to life in a way she had never imagined. She was no longer just studying dates and events, she was living them, feeling them through his words. As the conversation continued, Lyria could feel a strange sense of awe building inside her. Whatever his past may have been, Guru Sana was offering her a rare gift, and not just the knowledge of history, but the sensation of having been a part of it, and in that moment she realized that his teachings might be more than just a means to an end. They might be a doorway to something far greater than she could have imagined. But soon other temple members began to approach the Guru, drawn to him as if by some invisible thread. His stories were captivating, and his presence seemed to pull everyone into his orbit. One by one, people asked him questions or shared their thoughts, and before long, Guru-sana was surrounded, his voice now lost in the rising hum of conversation. Lyria's mind was still reeling from the stories he'd told when she felt a light touch on her shoulder. She turned to find Dove standing beside her, her face serious, her eyes scanning the room. "Lyria," Dove said quietly, leaning in close, "I need to talk to you." Lyria's brow furrowed, noticing the tension in Dove's posture. She looked around at the other members, many of whom were still engrossed in conversation, but she could feel the subtle unease radiating from her friend. "What's wrong?" she asked softly. Dove glanced around again, as if making sure no one was listening, then lowered her voice even further. "Something doesn't feel right about this place. I've been watching. Everyone here is too eager. They're all too willing to hang on his every word. And the way Guru-sana talks, it's almost like he's not just teaching, but controlling, like he's pulling them in, one by one." She paused, her expression grim. "I don't know what's going on, but I don't trust it." Lyria's heart tightened at her friend's words. She had sensed something unsettling too, but she hadn't been able to put her finger on it. The polished smiles, the almost hypnotic calm of Guru-sana, it all felt too rehearsed, too deliberate. And yet there was so much comfort in what he promised. There were books now, knowledge, food, a place to stay. After everything they'd been through, she didn't want to leave just yet. "I understand what you mean," Lyria said, her voice soft, trying to reassure Dove. "It does feel different. But we don't know what's really going on here, do we? We've only just arrived." Dove's gaze was unwavering. "And that's why I think we should leave before we get any more tangled up in whatever this is. We've been on our own before. We can do it again." Lyria took a deep breath, glancing back at the group where Guru-sana was now conversing with a couple of other temple members. She could feel the weight of Dove's words, the unease in her friend's voice. Dove was always the one to sense danger before it appeared, but Lyria couldn't shake the thought of what they'd be walking away from if they left now. "I know," Lyria said, gently placing a hand on Dove's arm. "But what if we're wrong? What if this place really can help us? It could be a mistake to run away without giving it a chance. We've spent our lives running, Dove. Maybe it's time to try something else." Dove's eyes flashed with frustration. "And what if it's just another trap? You saw how he talks about his past life. That's not normal, Lyria. You know that. And everyone here, they're so devoted to him. It's like they've lost themselves." Lyria shook her head. "I'm not saying we have to blindly trust him, but we don't know enough yet. Let's stay for a few days, just a few. If anything feels off, we can leave. I promise." She reached for Dove's hand, squeezing it gently. "We're in this together, okay? We'll watch, we'll listen, and if it's wrong, we'll leave." Dove hesitated, her eyes searching Lyria's face for any sign of doubt. After a long pause, she sighed, the tension easing from her shoulders. "All right," she said quietly. "We'll stay, but I'm keeping my eyes open." Lyria smiled faintly, relieved. "I promise. Just a few days. We'll be smart about this." As the two of them stood together, Lyria could still feel the weight of the decision pressing on her. Part of her wanted to trust Guru-sana, to believe in the comfort and stability he was offering, but she knew Dove was right to be cautious. Whatever was going on in the temple, they had to keep their wits about them. For now, though, they would stay. They would give it a chance and hope that they weren't making a mistake.
Martin 8. The forest around them thickened as they continued north, but the air had lightened, the lingering tension from faith and slowly fading as they fell into a rhythm. The oppressive mist still clung to the treetops, but now the wilds felt more alive, the sounds of unseen creatures darting through the foliage. "So, Ellen," Martin began, glancing at her with a half smile, "tell me more about what it was like growing up in Pravale. I imagine it's a bit different from this place." Ellen chuckled, glancing sideways at him. "A bit, yes. I spent most of my childhood being tutored by a long line of stiff-necked nobles, learning to properly curtsy, memorize tedious histories, and avoid any real adventure. But, she added with a playful grin, I suppose that's what happens when you grow up as the daughter of a city lord. Martin raised an eyebrow. I imagine you found a way to make your own excitement. Her smile widened. I might have caused a few distractions here and there. She shot him a sly look. And what about you, Martin? Were you always a brooding warrior, or did you have your moments of fun as a king? I did my fair share of brooding, he replied, with mock seriousness. It comes with the job description. But there was a time, years ago, when I snuck out of the castle for a night of revelry, just to remember what life was like for ordinary folk. You? Ellen raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. Sneaking out? I wasn't always the stiff-backed man you see before you, he said, his voice light. You'd be surprised how many people forget that I wasn't always locked away in the halls of power. She laughed softly, a sound that rang through the misty air like a brief moment of light in the shadowed woods. I suppose you weren't. And what's life been like for you since you left it all behind? Martin's smile faded slightly, but his tone remained warm. Less revelry, more survival. The mood shifted for a moment as Ellen caught his gaze, but then Taramba's loud voice cut through the quiet. You two keep chatting about kingdoms and noble lords, while the rest of us work hard to survive out here in the real world. Ellen shot him a mock glare. We're just passing the time, Taramba. Keep it up, then, he teased. I'd hate to have to chop wall vines apart just because you two were distracted by each other's pretty words. Martin chuckled, his tone light, but the warmth in his eyes lingered on Ellen a moment longer than it should have. She noticed, her own smile slipping into something softer before she turned her gaze away, pretending not to notice. The forest eventually opened up to a wider, rocky path that led them into a broad valley. At the valley's edge, a stone bridge stretched across what once had been a great river. Now, only dry earth and cracked, sun-baked riverbed remained beneath the structure. The stonework of the bridge was ancient, worn down by time but still holding steady. Massive pillars, draped with vines and moss, supported the long expanse of the bridge, and from one end to the other, it spanned a gap of at least 20 feet. Well, this is unexpected, Ellen murmured as they approached, her steps slowing. A bridge without a river. It's not just any bridge, Taramba said, his voice taking on a distant quality. This bridge was built by my people, the tribe I grew up with. They call it the Bridge of Lost Waters. Ellen glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. You people? Taramba nodded, his expression distant as he studied the bridge. I grew up on this island, but when I was young, I went to Agamemnon to train and see the world beyond. I never thought I'd return here. This bridge was built by your people? Martin asked, curious. But the river? The river dried up, Taramba said, his tone serious. When the river disappeared, so did the way of life for my people. The bridge remained, though, a reminder of what was lost. I've heard whispers that the tribes still live on this island, though I never expected to be here again. The group crossed the bridge carefully, the earth beneath them crackling as they made their way over the ancient stones. The view from the bridge was striking. The land stretched out below them, a patchwork of forest, stone, and the endless horizon. Ellen couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship, her fingers trailing along the weathered stone. As they reached the far end of the bridge, a rustling sound drew their attention. A group of people emerged from the forest, their presence sudden and almost ethereal. They wore simple, earthy garments, their bodies adorned with leather and bones, reminiscent of the kind of attire Taramba himself wore. The faces of these figures were wild, painted with tribal symbols, and their eyes gleamed with the same predatory alertness that Taramba seemed to carry. They approached slowly, their leader, a tall woman with long black hair, stepping forward. Her eyes, dark as the earth beneath them, swept over the group. Who are you? She asked, her voice steady but not unfriendly. Taramba stepped forward, his expression softening. I'm Taramba from the tribe of the Lost Waters. Why? I didn't expect to find you. The woman's eyes flickered with recognition and a small, knowing smile tugged at the corners of her lips. The prodigal son returns. Taramba's lips twisted into a half smile. You could say that. She inclined her head, then gestured to the others around her. The tribe is still here, though not as we once were. The waters are gone, but our spirit remains. Martin, sensing the history between them, stepped back slightly, allowing Tarumba to reconnect with his past. Ellen, too, remained quiet, watching the exchange carefully. The woman nodded again, this time acknowledging Ellen and Martin. The bridge still stands, though the river no longer flows. What brings you to our lands now? Tarumba met her gaze, his voice firm. A threat to this island, to all of us. We seek the tower in the north. A flash of something passed through the woman's eyes, a glint of understanding. The tower, she murmured. You are not the first to seek its power. Be warned, there is more than just magic at the tower. There are dangers, ones that even the bravest of us fear. I know, Tarumba replied. But it's the only chance we have. The woman studied him for a long moment before nodding, as if coming to some silent conclusion. Then you may pass. But remember, the past holds its own power. Never forget where you came from. Tarumba gave her a solemn nod in return, and with a final glance over his shoulder, led the group onward, leaving the tribe behind as they continued their journey northward. The bridge of the Lost Waters faded into the distance, but the weight of Tarumba's past hung in the air between them, unspoken but understood. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, the path through the island's wilderness stretched ahead of them, rocky and winding, but with a certain quiet beauty. The air had cooled, the dampness of the forest floor replaced by the harder, more rugged earth beneath their feet. A faint rustling in the trees above them was the only sound, and the land around them seemed still, as though holding its breath. Martin walked in silence beside Ellen, his thought a mixture of the day's events and the looming presence of the tower in the distance. There was something different about this place, something that stirred old memories. But as he glanced at Ellen, he noticed the way the light from the setting sun danced in her hair, the way her eyes seemed to reflect the same quiet tension that gripped him. For a moment, he wondered if she felt it too, the shift in their journey and the change it was bringing between them. So, Martin, Ellen began, her voice breaking the silence. What was it like? Being king, I mean. He looked over at her, his expression guarded, but her question seemed genuine. It's not as glamorous as people think, Martin replied after a pause, trying to keep his tone unrevealing. You're always pulled in different directions, always responsible for everyone. There's no time for yourself, no room for weakness. Ellen nodded, her voice soft with understanding. I imagine it must have been difficult. It wasn't just difficult, he said, his voice becoming more distant. It was lonely. You give so much, but you can never ask for anything in return. Not as king. Her gaze softened with sympathy. I can relate. Martin felt a tightening in his chest, the weight of those years pressing down on him. He hadn't spoken of it in so long. It was easier to leave the past buried. But something in Ellen's expression made him continue. And yet, he added, his tone quieter now, you still try to make it work. You fight for the people you rule, even when it feels like you're the only one who cares. Ellen was quiet for a moment, reflecting on his words. Then she asked, almost hesitantly, so, Martin, why didn't you ever marry? The question caught him off guard, and for a long moment he didn't know how to respond. He looked away, focusing on the path ahead of them. The memory of the woman he had once loved was sharp and sudden, like a wound reopening. Her laugh, her smile, the way she had made him feel, everything had seemed so full of promise before it was taken from him. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet and distant. I did, once. I loved a woman, but she died before I even entered the tournament to become king. After that, there was no room for anything else. No time for anything else. Ellen's expression softened, her face full of empathy. I'm so sorry, Martin. I didn't mean to bring up something so painful. He shook his head, meeting her gaze. It's not your fault. It's just something I don't talk about much. It's easier to leave it in the past. Ellen nodded, her gaze thoughtful. For a moment, there was only the sound of their footsteps and the rustling of the wind through the trees. Then, almost as if by instinct, Ellen looked ahead. The tower, she whispered, her voice full of awe. Martin's eyes followed her gaze, and he saw it too, a dark silhouette against the pale sky. The tower was close now, rising high and imposing against the island's rugged landscape. Its shape was jagged, built from stone that had long since weathered under the pressure of time and event. Despite its age, there was something undeniably powerful about it, something that demanded attention. They were nearly there. "That's it," Martin said softly, his voice almost reverent. The journey had been long, but the end was now in sight. "Should we push on?" Ellen asked, as if reading his mind. Before he could respond, Taramba, who had been walking ahead, stopped and turned toward them. His broad frame blocked the path, his expression unreadable. "No," he said, shaking his head. "We won't make it before nightfall if we keep going. It's better to camp here and head out first thing tomorrow. The island's not a place to press our luck, especially after dark." Martin hesitated. He wanted to press forward to reach the tower tonight, but he knew Taramba was right. The island had its dangers, and it wasn't worth risking their safety when they were so close. "All right," he said with a resigned nod. "We'll camp here." They set up camp quickly. Taramba, as always, took charge of the fire, and soon enough a small blaze crackled, offering warmth and light. Martin sat close to the fire, feeling its heat on his skin, though his mind was far away. The tower stood in the distance, its shadow stretching long in the fading light. He had no way of knowing what awaited them there, but he could feel the pull of it, the weight of the unknown pressing down on him. Ellen sat beside him, her posture relaxed but her eyes distant. He could feel the quiet tension between them, a soft undercurrent to the evening. The easy banter had slowed down, and now the firelight illuminated her face, casting shifting shadows across her features. Her voice broke the silence, barely above a whisper. "You know, Martin, I think this journey has changed me. I never thought I'd be part of something like this, fighting, traveling to strange places." Martin met her gaze, something stirring in him. "Neither did I." A small smile tugged at her lips. "I'm glad we're together." For a moment, the fire was the only sound between them, its crackling providing a steady rhythm to the night. Martin's chest tightened, but he didn't know if it was the fire, the weight of their journey, or something else altogether. "Get some rest," Taramba rumbled from across the fire, his voice low but firm. "We'll need our strength for tomorrow." Martin nodded, but sleep didn't come easily. His mind churned with thoughts of the tower, of the days ahead, and of the uncertainty that still lingered in the air. He shifted on the ground, trying to find a comfortable position, but his thoughts kept wandering back to Ellen, her word, her gaze, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was changing between them. Eventually, the world quieted around them and the fire burned lower, leaving only the soft glow of embers. The tower still loomed in the distance, waiting. Tomorrow they would face it and whatever awaited them inside. But for now, the darkness of the island wrapped around them, and the quiet of the night was their only companion.
Kyo 7. Late in the evening, the room grew quiet as Austin finally fell asleep, curled up on the couch near the hearth. Kyo watched him for a moment, her heart heavy with the weight of everything they'd left behind. The flickering fire cast soft shadows across the walls, and she could feel the comfort of the warmth, but it did little to ease the feeling coiling in her chest. Kelvin, leaning against the window frame, his arms crossed over his chest, seemed lost in thought. His gaze was distant, but she could feel the tension radiating off him. She knew him too well. "What's on your mind?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Kelvin didn't turn, but his voice carried the weight of his concern. All this talk of rebellion, fighting back against King Alderax, the Black Guard. It's a lot, Kyo. Do we really want to get caught up in something like that? Kyo exhaled slowly, standing from her spot by the fire and walking over to him. She placed a hand on his arm, feeling the muscles tense beneath her touch. "It's the only option we have. You saw what they did to us. You saw how they treated Orson. It's not just the Black Guard, Kelvin. It's the whole kingdom. The way they're hunting people like us, people from Vono." She paused, her thumb brushing against his sleeve. "We can't hide forever. We have to fight back, somehow." Kelvin's eyes flickered toward her, searching her face for something, perhaps doubt, or something that would make this decision easier. "I don't know, Kyo. This place is nice, but we've been here one day. What if it all falls apart? What if we're just setting ourselves up for more danger?" Kyo's heart twisted, and she took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Truthfully, There was nowhere else for them to go. There's no safer place for us than here. Not anymore. If we hide in the shadows, we're just waiting for Aldrax's men to find us. And Orson, he's a target now, too. His magic, it's dangerous. It's dangerous for all of us if we don't figure out how to control it. Kelvin's expression softened, though the uncertainty still lingered in his eyes. And the rebellion. What if they're not ready? What if we're walking into something that's already lost? Hugh met his gaze with the same intensity that had carried them through the hardest of their days together. Then we help make it something worth fighting for. We help them get ready. I've seen the way they look at Orson like he's the key to something greater. That magic of his. Maybe it's our chance to take back what we've lost. Not just for us, but for everyone who's been oppressed by Aldrax. Kelvin sighed, rubbing a hand over his face as if trying to rub away the weight of the decision. I don't know, Kyo. I don't know if I'm cut out for leading some rebellion. Kyo's fingers tightened around his arm, her grip steady. You don't have to lead it. You just have to be there with me. With Orson. We've been through too much to stop now. And I don't want to lose you, Kelvin. Not after everything. Kelvin looked down at her hand on his arm, his own fingers slowly reaching to cover hers. There was a quiet moment between them, a space where everything hung in the balance. He let out a slow breath, his voice quieter now, softer. Then I'm with you. I always have been. She smiled, a fragile but hopeful thing, before her eyes drifted back to Orson, sleeping soundly despite everything. She couldn't let him wake up in a world that was hunting him, a world that would never let them live in peace. They had to fight. There was no other way. Tomorrow, she said, her voice resolute. We'll start training him. And we'll stand with Navar and the others. Frigo may not be perfect, but it's our home now. And we're not leaving it behind. Kelvin nodded, squeezing her hand. Then we'll face whatever comes together. But don't ever doubt that I'm right here, Kyo. Kyo turned to face him fully, her eyes fierce with conviction. I don't doubt it, Kelvin. I never have. The fire crackled in the hearth, and the room settled into a quiet rhythm, the kind of peace that had eluded them for so long. It wouldn't be easy. The road ahead would be filled with danger, and the weight of the rebellion would press heavily on their shoulders. But for the first time in what felt like ages, Kyo allowed herself to feel a glimmer of hope. They had each other, and that had to be enough. The sun was high in the sky the next day as Kyo watched from a distance, standing just outside a large training field behind the main building of the Copper Half. Orson stood a few paces away from Navar, eyes focused on his mentor as Navar demonstrated a simple magic technique. The air was crisp, and the quiet was only broken by the faint sound of wind rustling through the trees nearby. Orson's brow furrowed in concentration. He was still unsure of his abilities, still getting used to the way his magic flowed through him, but there was a determination in his eyes that Kyo hadn't seen before. She watched with a growing sense of pride. This was the first time that Orson seemed like he was in control of something. Focus, Orson, Navar's calm voice called out. Feel the magic within you. It's not about brute force. It's about balance. Draw from your core. Kyo's heart skipped as she watched Orson close his eyes, his small hands trembling slightly as he held them out before him, his body tense as if he were trying to contain a storm. Navar, his posture relaxed, but watchful, stepped back, giving him space to channel the energy he'd barely begun to understand. Orson's lips moved silently, and for a moment, the air around him seemed to thrum. Kyo held her breath, not wanting to disturb the delicate moment, when suddenly boom. The explosion that erupted from Orson's hands was like a thunderclap. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and Kyo staggered backward, her heart pounding in her chest. A wave of heat surged outward, knocking her off balance. The air was thick with dust and the sharp scent of burnt earth. Orson, Kyo shouted, her voice rising above the chaos. Navar's face was unreadable as he swiftly approached the boy, who had collapsed to his knees, panting heavily, his eyes wide with shock. The ground around them had cracked, and a small crater was now smouldering in the wake of the blast. Dust hung in the air, and the distant trees swayed as if the explosion had shaken the very foundations of the land. Kyo's legs nearly gave out as she rushed forward to kneel beside Orson. He was dazed, his hands still trembling, his face pale. What did I do? Orson gasped, staring at the destruction with wide eyes. His voice was thick with panic. I didn't mean to, I don't know how to stop it. Navar stood above them, his expression a mixture of awe and concern. He didn't immediately move to reassure Orson, but instead, his gaze swept over the devastation. That was more power than I expected. Keo's heart raced as she glanced up at Navar. Is he all right? Navar nodded slowly, though there was an underlying tension in his eyes. He's not harmed. But he trailed off, glancing at the scorch marks on the ground. That wasn't a spell, he didn't cast it. He released it. Keo felt a chill crawl up her spine as she looked at Orson, who still trembled, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He was frightened, she could tell. The raw power had startled him as much as it had everyone else. You've got power, Orson, Navar said, his tone still calm, though his eyes now reflected a deep, weary understanding. More power than I anticipated. But this, he waved a hand toward the crater, the air still thick with residual heat. This is dangerous. Before Keo could respond, a strange, tingling sensation swept over the clearing. The wind shifted, and an odd green mist began to creep along the ground, swirling in an unnatural pattern. It was thick, almost like smoke, but there was something otherworldly about it. The mist coiled around them, thickening until it seemed to block out the light. What's happening? Keo asked, her voice strained with unease. Navar stood motionless, his eyes narrowing as the green mist intensified. He raised a hand toward it, but the mist only thickened, swirling faster. And then, as though from the mist itself, a figure began to form. At first, it was just a vague outline, indistinct and hazy, but within moments, the figure solidified into the form of a man tall, with a full greying beard, and robes that shimmered as though woven from starlight. I'm Melian, said the wizard in the image. I was the court wizard for King Martin, before Aldrax ascended to the throne. The astral projection of Melian stood before them, his gaze sweeping over Orson with a mixture of curiosity and recognition. He smiled, but it wasn't a warm smile, it was knowing, heavy with the weight of something Keo didn't yet understand. So, Melian's voice rang out, rich and ethereal. This is the child who will change the fate of Agamemnon. Orson stared at the apparition, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear. What is this? Who are you? Melian's gaze softened. I am Melian, and I am here because you, Orson, are integral to the coming days. You will be part of something far larger than you could ever imagine. Keo's throat went dry, her heart pounding. What are you talking about? What's going to happen? Melian's figure seemed to shimmer, his astral form shifting as though it were made of light itself. The time of rebellion is drawing near. King Aldrax has brought chaos and fear to this land. His black guard hunts your people, those of Ono, and those like you, Orson. But you will be the key, the catalyst in what is to come. He turned his gaze fully upon Orson, his expression unreadable, but knowing. You have the power to lead them, Orson, to bring an end to the reign of a tyrant. The rebellion will rise, and you will guide them through fire and magic, through blood and sacrifice. Keo could hardly breathe, her mind reeling. A rebellion? Magic? Orson as the leader? She shook her head, unable to reconcile what she was hearing with the reality of the boy she knew. And you, Melian continued, turning toward Keo and Navar. You will all play your parts in this. You will support him, help him understand the power he carries. The fate of Agamemnon rests on this. If you stand together, if you embrace this path, you can change the world. The mist began to swirl again, and Melian's form flickered, becoming faint as if the very air itself were pulling him away. You will all be part of something much larger, he said, his voice trailing off. Prepare yourselves. The time for rebellion is coming. And then, just as quickly as he had appeared, Melian's astral projection vanished, leaving behind only the swirling green mist and the silence of the field. Keo stood frozen, trying to process the words that echoed in her mind. Orson looked terrified, his face pale as he stared at the spot where Melian had been. Navar was the first to speak, his voice low and filled with thought. It seems, Keo, we are truly part of something much bigger than we thought. Keo swallowed hard, her heart pounding as she met Navar's gaze. The weight of what Melian had said settled on her shoulders like a mountain. Their lives, her life, Orson's, Kelvin's had just changed forever. And the path ahead seemed more uncertain and dangerous than ever before. Beside her, Kelvin's jaw was tight, his brow furrowed as he stared at the spot where Melian had been. His hand hovered near the hilt of his weapon, a reflexive motion, though it remained sheathed. "I don't trust him," Kelvin muttered under his breath, his voice low but filled with a quiet, simmering suspicion. Something doesn't sit right about all this. Why now? Why come to us? Keo's eyes flit toward him, her own unease mirrored in his tone. "I don't know, Kelvin, but there's no denying the power he has, and he knows things about Orson's magic, things we don't even begin to understand." "Exactly," Kelvin said, still skeptical. "How does he know so much about Orson? About all of us? What's he really after?" Before Keo could reply, Navar stepped forward, breaking the silence with a calm, steady voice. He was studying the place where Melian had disappeared, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "I understand your weariness," Navar said, his voice measured. "But Melian's motivations are not what you think. He's not the enemy here." Keo raised an eyebrow, unsure of what to make of Navar's words. "You know him. Do you really trust him?" Navar gave a slow nod, his gaze distant as if recalling long past events. "I do. Melian was once the court wizard to King Martin Treehorn, the ruler of Agamond before Aldrax. King Martin and Melian were a powerful team, guiding the land toward peace. Melian was one of the most skilled mages of his time, a master of both magic and diplomacy." Keo's heart sank as the name Martin Treehorn rang in her mind. She remembered what life was like under King Martin, a ruler who had led with integrity and a sense of justice. The thought of that era being replaced by the harsh, oppressive reign of Aldrax was a bitter pill to swallow. But Navar wasn't finished. Aldrax didn't come to power through a typical inheritance or succession. In Agamond, every king must prove themselves through the Tournament of Kings, an annual contest where the kingdom's best fighters, warriors, and strategists compete for the throne. It was meant to ensure that only the strongest and most capable would rule, but it also created a dangerous precedent. And Aldrax, he won the tournament a year ago, defeating King Martin in a brutal battle that cost the old king his life. Keo felt a surge of anger as Navar spoke. She knew all this, but he was telling it directly to Orson like a teacher would recite a lesson. After Aldrax's victory, Melian withdrew from court. Some people thought he was killed by the new king. He wouldn't serve a king who had gained the throne through such violent means. Aldrax has turned Agamond into something dark, and Melian has been waiting for the right moment to act, biding his time in the shadows. He withdrew because he knew Aldrax's reign would eventually turn on the people, and that day has come. Keo's mind whirled as she processed the new information. Melian, once the trusted advisor, had chosen to hide rather than align himself with a king who ruled with cruelty and disdain for the people. "I don't know, Navar," Kelvin said, his voice still laced with doubt. "We're talking about a man who served under a king who was overthrown violently. How can we be sure he's not just manipulating us for his own purposes? What's in it for him?" "I understand your concerns," Navar replied, his gaze unwavering. "But you have to remember Melian isn't just any wizard. He was the man who helped bring order to Agamond. Under King Martin, he served not just as a wizard, but as an advisor, a protector of the kingdom's people. He's not the kind of man who seeks power for its own sake. He wants to see Agamond restored to what it was fair, just, and free of the corruption Aldrax now rules with. Melian's motivations are clear. He wants to see Aldrax's regime toppled. He wants to help the people take the kingdom back." Keo's mind was still racing, but there was something about Navar's conviction that made her pause. The weight of the words restored to what it was hung in the air, and a part of her wanted to believe in that dream. After everything they'd seen, after the way Aldrax's reign had crushed their people, could Melian truly be the answer they needed? "All right," Keo said at last, glancing over at Kelvin, who had fallen silent. "We'll follow him for now. But if we're going to do this, we have to be careful. We can't afford to trust blindly." She turned her gaze back to Navar. "We'll take it one step at a time." Navar's lips twitched in a slight smile, as though he had expected this response. "Agreed. But know this, we're running out of time." Aldrax's grip on the throne grows tighter every day. If we're going to stand against him, we'll need to be strong together. As Keo nodded, she turned to Orson, who had been listening quietly. He still looked shaken from the earlier explosion, but his eyes were now filled with resolve. He was part of this, whether he fully understood it or not. The coming days would be filled with risks, secrets, and difficult choices. But one thing was certain: their fates were intertwined with a kingdom's future. And with Melion's return, the path ahead would be filled with power, danger, and the hope of reclaiming Agamemnon from the tyrant who had stolen it.
Lyria 7. The atmosphere in the temple hall was thick with anticipation as Guru Sana stood at the front, his calm voice filling the room. Lyria sat near the back, her attention drifting between the teachings and the faint unease still gnawing at the back of her mind. It was difficult to focus entirely on his words, as much as they captivated her. Something about his teachings, his way of speaking, had a way of making her feel both at ease and unsettled, like she was slowly being drawn into a current she wasn't sure she wanted to follow. True peace, Guru Sana's voice rang out, soothing yet firm, comes not from the outside world, but from within. You must not only open your mind, but your heart. Only then can you truly understand the path laid before you. The world is a reflection of your inner self, your desires, your fears. Conquer them, and you will conquer the world. That is the key to enlightenment. Lyria's eyes fluttered to the group of temple members around her, all of them nodding with eager understanding. She couldn't help but notice how devoted they seemed. They weren't just listening, they were absorbing every word as though it were sacred. She glanced at Dove beside her, who was equally still, but there was a tension in her posture that Lyria recognized. The lecture continued, but just as Lyria felt herself starting to slip into a more relaxed state, a sharp knock at the door echoed through the hall. At first, Guru Sana didn't seem to notice, but then the door opened, and a figure stepped in, a tall, broad-shouldered man in black armour, flanked by two others, equally imposing. The room fell silent, the air thick with sudden tension. Lyria felt a chill travel down her spine as her eyes met Dove's, both of them instinctively pulling closer together, their bodies pressed tight against the cool stone wall. The Black Guard. Guru Sana, one of the guards, began, his voice cold. We seek two young women who recently escaped from Castle Maldris. They are wanted by King Aldrax for crimes against the crown. They may be in your care. Have you seen any such girls? Lyria's heart raced. Her mind screamed that they needed to leave, to flee before the guards recognized them. But she held her breath, looking at Dove, who met her gaze with a mix of fear and resolve. Guru Sana, ever calm, stood tall in front of the guards, his hands clasped behind his back. I see, he said, his voice smooth and unfaltering. You were looking for two girls, and you say they have escaped from the castle? Yes, the guard replied, his expression unreadable. The king demands their return. They are wanted for questioning. We have reason to believe they have come here. Ah, Guru Sana said, his smile faint, almost like an afterthought. I have seen many faces in my time here, many troubled souls, but I assure you, gentlemen, I have not seen any girls matching the description you give. I do not shelter criminals, nor would I interfere with your lawful pursuit of justice. Lyria's breath hitched as she watched Guru Sana. His words were carefully measured, but there was something in his tone that made her hesitate. She could hardly believe that the Black Guard would simply leave if he lied, but somehow the Guru had a way of making his words sound like undeniable truth. The lead guard seemed to pause, his gaze sweeping over the room, assessing every face with sharp scrutiny. His eyes narrowed briefly as he looked toward the back where Lyria and Dove sat, but he didn't linger long. We will take your word for it, then, the guard said after a long, heavy silence. If you see these girls, or hear anything that might help us, will you inform us immediately? Guru Sana bowed slightly. Of course, of course. I have no reason to shelter fugitives. If these girls come to my door, I will surely notify you. The guards exchanged a brief look, clearly not entirely satisfied, but they nodded in unison. Very well, the lead guard said. We will be on our way. You have our thanks. Sana. Without another word, the Black Guard turned and left, the heavy door closing behind them with a solid thud that seemed to echo in Lyria's chest. For a long moment, the room remained silent. Lyria could feel her heart pounding in her ears, the adrenaline still coursing through her veins. She didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief or to remain cautious, but at that moment, all that mattered was that they were still safe. As soon as the guards were gone, Lyria and Dove exhaled together in unison, their bodies tense with the anxiety that had built up during the encounter. Dove reached over and took Lyria's hand, squeezing it tightly, her own expression still hard with tension. "That was too close," Dove whispered, her voice low. "Too close." Lyria nodded, her pulse slowly beginning to steady. "I didn't think he'd pull it off, but he did. Durusana. He's good at this." Dove didn't reply right away. She looked at the door, her brow furrowed. "He's too good. He lied." Lyria glanced at the closed door, feeling the weight of the moment. "I don't know. But we're still here, Dove. We're safe for now." Dove gave a reluctant nod, but there was a hardness in her gaze that made Lyria uneasy. "Just be careful, Lyria. We don't know what he's really up to, and the Black Guard are not the only ones looking for us." Lyria's stomach tightened at the thought. She didn't want to think about the reach of King Alderax's power, but for now they had escaped. They had one more day, one more night of safety. Later, that evening, after the Black Guard had left and the temple had settled into an uneasy calm, Lyria found herself standing at the edge of the hall, her mind still racing from the encounter. She had managed to find a moment of relative peace with Dove, but the tension between them hadn't entirely dissipated. Something in the air still felt off. There were too many questions unanswered. As Lyria turned to head back toward their shared quarters, a quiet voice called her name. "Lyria." She froze, her heart skipping a beat. It was Durusana. She turned slowly to find him standing in the doorway of a side room, his expression inscrutable but his gaze steady. There was something in his presence now that made her feel both uneasy and comforted, like a warmlight, with a shadow lingering just beyond its reach. "Would you come with me for a moment?" he asked, his voice calm and inviting. Lyria glanced over her shoulder, catching Dove's eye. Dove gave her a cautious nod, her lips pressed into a thin line, as if telling Lyria not to follow Sana. However, Lyria knew that she couldn't turn down an invitation from the Guru. After a brief pause, she walked toward the room, the door closing softly behind her as Sana gestured for her to sit. The room was small, sparsely furnished with only a few chairs and a desk in one corner. Candles flickered in the dim light, casting shadows that seemed to dance along the walls. Lyria felt strangely exposed in the quiet, as if the walls were watching her. Sana sat across from her, folding his hands neatly in front of him. His eyes never left hers as he spoke, his voice low but steady. "Lyria," he said, "I need to ask you something, and I hope you'll answer me honestly. When the guards came, I noticed something in your eyes. Certain. Unease. I have to ask you now, just to be certain, are you and Dove the two girls they were looking for?" Lyria's heart thudded painfully in her chest. Her first instinct was to lie, to deny it, but the truth sat heavily on her tongue. She thought of the guards' faces, the coldness in their eyes, and the weight of their search. She had been running from the truth for so long, but here, with Sana's steady gaze upon her, there was no escaping it. "Yes," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "We are the ones they were looking for. We escaped from Castle Maldris." For a long moment there was silence between them. Lyria couldn't look away from Sana. His expression didn't change, but there was something in his eyes, a flicker of something deeper, perhaps an understanding. He didn't seem surprised, though, instead, he nodded slowly, as if he had expected it, or perhaps had known all along. "I see," he said softly, "and I understand why you didn't want to reveal yourselves. But you are safe here, Lyria. I promise you that. I will do everything in my power to protect you and Dove." Lyria exhaled, the weight in her chest lifting just slightly at his words. It was strange, hearing those words from him. She didn't know why, but somehow, she felt like she could trust him at least for now. "Thank you," Lyria said quietly, her voice thick with emotion. "You've already done so much for us. Durusana, I don't know how to repay you." Sana leaned back in his chair, his gaze softening. "There is no need to repay me. The path you are on is not about debts. Lyria, it's about discovering who you truly are, what you are meant to be. I only offer guidance." He paused, then added, "But if you do feel the need to give something back, you may begin by embracing the teachings of this place. Learn what you can, and when the time comes, you will know how to return the favour not just to me, but to the world around you." Lyria felt a strange stirring within her at his words. Something about them felt true, like a seed being planted deep inside her heart. She had been running for so long, her life defined by fear, by loss, by the ever-present shadow of King Alderax. But here, in this temple, it was as though her guard towers were being slowly torn down, piece by piece, and she was allowed to breathe freely for the first time in years. "I will," she said, her voice more resolute now. "I will learn, and I'll do everything I can to help." Sala gave her a slow, almost imperceptible smile. "I know you will. You have potential. Lyria, don't let fear or doubt overshadow what you could become. We are all more than what we've been told we are." Lyria felt a rush of emotion, a sense of gratitude mixed with something else, something unfamiliar, but stirring. For the first time in a long while, she allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, there was a path before her, not just one of survival, but one where she could find a purpose. "I'll stay," she said quietly, but firmly, "for as long as it takes. I'll stay, and I'll do everything I can to repay your kindness." Sana's eyes twinkled, just slightly, as if a private understanding passed between them. "You've already made the right choice, Lyria. The rest will follow." As the conversation drifted into comfortable silence, Lyria couldn't help but wonder what path awaited her. She had been running for so long, but maybe, just maybe, this was the beginning of something new. Later that evening, Lyria sat alone in their shared room, the quiet of the temple pressing in around her. The events of the day had left her feeling conflicted her conversation with Guru Sana, the warmth of the temple, and the strange sense of belonging it had given her. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that her decision to stay wasn't just about her. It was about something bigger, something that had always been missing in her life, and she knew it was a path she had to follow. As the dim candlelight flickered, Lyria's thoughts turned to Dove. She had seen the concern in her friend's eyes when Lyria had spoken of staying at the temple. Dove didn't trust the place, didn't trust Sana, and in her own way. Lyria could understand that. The temple felt strange at times, like there was something lurking beneath the surface. But Lyria couldn't deny the pull she felt, the feeling that here, for the first time, there was the chance to become someone. Dove had always been more wary than Lyria. She had seen too much of the world's cruelty and had become hardened by it. Lyria knew her friend would never understand why she felt drawn to this place. It wasn't the safety she craved, it was something more, something that had been missing in her life for so long, and she didn't know how to explain that to Dove. With a deep breath, Lyria stood, resolving to speak to her friend. She needed to be honest about what she had decided. When she entered the small room where Dove had been sitting, her heart tightened. Dove was packing, her movements swift and purposeful. She didn't look up as Lyria stepped in, but the tension in the air was palpable. "Dove," Lyria said quietly, her voice barely a whisper in the stillness. Dove's hands stilled for a moment before she slowly turned to face her. The frustration, the hurt, was clear in her eyes. "You've made your choice, haven't you?" she asked, her voice strained but resigned. Lyria felt her throat tighten. "I have. I'm staying." Dove's lips pressed into a thin line, a gaze sharp as she looked at Lyria. "And what about us? What about everything we've been through? You're just going to stay here, in this place, with him?" She gestured vaguely toward the temple, her voice rising with a mix of disbelief and frustration. "You don't even know what they really want from you. How can you trust any of this?" Lyria swallowed hard, trying to steady her emotions. "I don't know everything, Dove, but I can't keep running forever. This place, it feels like a chance for something different. I need to find out who I am, not just survive." Dove's eyes flickered with anger, then hurt. "You're choosing this place over everything we've been through. Over me." Her voice cracked slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. "I can't stay here. Lyria, I won't. I'm leaving tonight." Lyria's heart clenched. "Dove, please," she said, her voice breaking. "I don't want to lose you. I don't want to be alone." But Dove shook her head, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. "You already are. You've made your decision. And so have I." She gathered her cloak, wrapping it around her shoulders in one swift motion. "I can't walk this path with you, Lyria. I won't stay in a place like this, not with all its secrets. I have to keep going. I'll figure it out on my own. I always have." Lyria felt as if the floor had dropped out beneath her. She wanted to reach out, to stop Dove from leaving, but she knew she couldn't change her mind. Dove was set on her path as much as Lyria was on hers. "I'm sorry," Lyria whispered, her heart heavy with the weight of it all. "I never meant for this to happen." Dove paused by the door, turning back for a moment. Her eyes softened, but only slightly. "I know you didn't," she said quietly, then shook her head as if to clear it. "But it doesn't matter now. We're going in different directions. Maybe we always have been." With one final glance at Lyria, Dove stepped out of the room, the door closing softly behind her. Lyria remained standing there for a long time, the silence of the room settling over her like a blanket of coldness. She felt as if she had just lost the one person who had been by her side through everything, the one person she could count on. But, in the deepest part of her, Lyria knew she had made the right choice for herself. She had chosen the temple, chosen to stay, to learn, to seek something greater than what she had been running from. And though the loss of Dove gnawed at her, she could only hope that, in time, they would find their way back to each other, or maybe they wouldn't. Either way, the path she had chosen was hers to walk now.
Martin 9. The morning was cool, the mist still clinging to the ground as the group descended into the valley that led to the tower. The air felt different here, charged with a strange energy that tugged at the edges of Martin's senses, making him feel both uneasy and alive. Every step they took toward the tower seemed to pull them further into the pull of its power, and Martin couldn't help but feel a shiver course through his body. The path narrowed as they drew closer, winding through thick, gnarled trees and rocky outcroppings. The tower loomed above them, its silhouette sharp and jagged against the sky, a monolith of stone and forgotten power. With every step, the sense of something ancient and formidable grew stronger. It wasn't just the tower itself, it was the land around it, the air crackling with something unspoken, like the earth itself was holding its breath. "Do you feel that?" Ellen's voice was barely more than a whisper, but it was full of wonder and apprehension. Martin nodded slowly. "It's like the air is thick with magic. Whatever's inside that tower is powerful." Tarumba, ever the silent sentinel, moved ahead with a focused determination, his hand resting lightly on the axe at his side. He was no stranger to danger, but even he seemed to sense the unusual weight in the air. The closer they got to the tower, the more oppressive the power became. It was as if the tower itself was alive, waiting for something or someone. Finally, they reached the base of the tower. It stood before them like an ancient sentinel, its black stone worn and weathered by centuries of storms and sun. Martin could feel the pull of it, a quiet hum of power that reverberated through his bones. "We need to find Melian," Martin said, his voice firm, though there was uncertainty in his words. He had hoped that their arrival would be met with answers, but there was something unsettling about the tower. They moved cautiously around the base of the tower, but as they did, there was no sign of Melian. No wizard, no guide, nothing but the cold stone and the oppressive silence. It seemed as if the tower had been abandoned, but Martin knew that couldn't be true. Melian had sent them here. He had to be somewhere. Ellen reached out and touched the stone wall of the tower, her fingers brushing the surface. It was cool to the touch, almost unnaturally so, and the moment her skin made contact, the ground trembled slightly beneath them. Martin tensed, but the movement stopped as quickly as it had begun. "I don't think he's here," she said, her voice a mix of confusion and disappointment. "Maybe we missed him," Martin said, but doubt was beginning to creep into his words. Something was off about all of this, and his instincts were starting to sharpen. He glanced around the clearing again, eyes darting to the shadowed trees and the looming structure. "Let's try the entrance." They moved toward the massive stone doors, which stood tall and imposing before them. The air grew colder as they approached a stone now slick with some kind of invisible force that radiated from within the tower. Martin reached for the heavy door, but as his fingers brushed the cold surface, an unseen force pushed him back. "Did you feel that?" Ellen's voice trembled slightly as she steadied herself. Martin stepped back, rubbing his shoulder where the invisible barrier had struck him. "There's something blocking the entrance." Before they could react further, a sudden pulse of light rippled through the air, and a figure materialized before them, bathed in green mist. It was Melian, or at least his astral projection. His form shimmered in the air, his face lined with ancient wisdom, though his eyes were filled with an urgency that Martin had not expected. "I've been waiting for you," Melian's voice echoed around them. "I see you've made it this far." "We've come to find you," Martin said, stepping forward, relief flooding him at the sight of the wizard. "But the tower we can't get in." Melian's form swirled slightly, the mist around him thickening. "The way into the tower is sealed. You must destroy 3 prisms hidden in the valley around the tower before you can enter." "Prisms?" Ellen asked, her voice sharp with confusion. "What do you mean?" "There are 3 prisms, ancient relics that I place in hidden locations near the tower," Melian explained. "They are bound with powerful magic, and until they are destroyed, no one can pass through the barriers. The power they hold is what keeps me trapped within." Martin looked toward the tower, a mix of frustration and determination welling up inside him. "So we can't enter without destroying these prisms?" "No," Melian replied, the green mist swirling around his form, making it difficult to read his expression. "I will be waiting for you inside, but you cannot come to me until the prisms are destroyed." Tarumba's grip tightened on his axe, but he said nothing. "Ellen," Melian continued, his voice softening with a sense of reassurance, "I trust you. You will find the prisms. When you destroy them, the way will open, and I will be waiting for you." The mist began to grow thicker, swirling around his form until it nearly consumed him. "Go now," Melian's voice echoed, fading. "Time is short." And then, just as quickly as he had appeared, the astral projection of Melian vanished, leaving them standing in the stillness of the valley, the tower looming above them like an impenetrable fortress. Martin stood silently for a moment, processing Melian's words. 3 prisms, hidden somewhere in the valley. "We need to find those prisms," he said, turning to the others. "Let's get moving." The valley around the tower was quiet, the only sound the crunch of dirt and leaves beneath their boots as they searched. Martin, Ellen, and Tarumba moved carefully, keeping their senses alert, their eyes scanning the rocky terrain for any sign of the prisons. The valley seemed endless, the towering trees and jagged boulders making it difficult to judge their progress. But they had no choice, they had to find the prisons. "Keep your eyes peeled," Martin said, his voice low. "Melian wouldn't have hidden them where they are easy to find. We'll have to work for it." They pressed on, moving through the forest's dense underbrush and circling the base of the tower, looking for any clue that could lead them to the first prism. It wasn't long before Ellen called out, "Here! I think I've found something." Martin hurried over to her, Tarumba close behind. Ellen had uncovered a small, hidden alcove in the rocks, a narrow passage between 2 large boulders. At the far end, nestled in a small pool of soft moss, sat the first prism. Its surface shimmered with a pale, iridescent glow, the light pulsing rhythmically like a heartbeat. Martin's heart skipped a beat. They had found it. "We've got one," he said, crouching down to examine it. The prism was about the size of his hand, shaped like a perfect diamond. But there was something unsettling about the way it pulsed, a faint hum in the air around it. "We need to destroy it," Ellen said, kneeling beside him, her brow furrowed. "But how?" Martin's gaze flicked around the area, looking for any sign of an obvious threat, but the valley was still. The answer came to him almost immediately. "I'll try a direct attack first," he said, stepping back and drawing his sword. The metal gleamed in the soft light. He raised it and swung at the prism with all his strength. But as the blade neared the shimmering surface, an unseen force slammed into him. He was thrown back, landing hard on the ground. His sword clattered from his hand, and his chest burned from the impact. "Damn it!" Martin gasped, pushing himself up. Ellen quickly knelt beside him. Are you all right? Martin nodded, wincing, but his gaze remained fixed on the prison. There's something protecting it. We need to figure out how to disable whatever magic is around it. Tarumba stood silent, his gaze narrowed. I can break it with my axe, but only if we can weaken its defenses. The three of them spent the next few moments trying different approaches. Ellen examined the prison closely, her fingers tracing the surface as if she was seeking a weakness. After a few tense moments, her eyes lit up. There's an inscription here, she said, pointing to the base of the prison. It's in some old language, but I think it's a warning. Or maybe a riddle. If we can decipher it, we might be able to disrupt the enchantment. Martin nodded. All right. We'll need to figure this out quickly. The inscription was cryptic, a series of swirling runes and symbols that made no immediate sense. But with Ellen's knowledge of ancient languages, she was able to make out part of the message. It seemed to reference something about light and reflection, a clue, perhaps, to how they could break the magic. I think it means we need to use something reflective, she said, holding up a shard of metal she had found on the ground. If we focus light at the right angle, it might disrupt the magic. Martin's eyes narrowed. It was a gamble, but they had no choice. They had to try something. Ellen quickly positioned the shard at an angle, catching the light filtering through the trees and directing it toward the prison. The light reflected off the shard and hit the prison directly. The ground trembled as the air around the prison shimmered, and for a moment, Martin thought nothing had happened. But then, with a crack, the prison's light flickered and began to distort like a broken mirror. The hum of magic stuttered, and the protective barrier around it weakened. Tarumba wasted no time. He swung his axe with a mighty roar, and this time, the blade sank into the prism, shattering it with a loud crash. The pieces of the shattered prism sparkled for a moment before fading into dust. First one down, Martin said, wiping sweat from his brow. Let's find the others. The group moved on, their pace quickening. The valley seemed to stretch on forever, the dense foliage and rocks blowing together. But after what felt like hours, they found another hidden alcove, this one nestled near a thick cluster of trees, the next prison glowing faintly beneath the roots. But this time, the challenge was different. As they approached the prison, a deep rumbling sound echoed from the earth beneath them. The ground shifted, and from the trees around them, thick tendrils of dark, thorn-covered vines erupted, coiling around their legs and arms, pulling them toward the prison. Again? Ellen shouted, trying to wrench herself free from the vine's grasp. Tarumba grunted as he hacked at the tendrils with his axe, but the vines seemed to regenerate faster than he could cut through them. The more they struggled, the tighter the vines gripped them, their thorns digging deeper into their skin. We need to destroy it before the vines drag us under, Martin shouted, pulling at the vines with all his might. I'll try fire, Ellen said, drawing a small vial from her pocket. She pulled the cork and threw it at the base of the vines. A burst of flame exploded from the bottle, catching the vines ablaze. The fire spread quickly, and with a shriek, the vines recoiled, burning away in seconds. As the last of the vines burned to ash, Martin wasted no time. He grabbed a heavy rock from the ground and hurled it at the prism. The impact shattered the fragile surface, and once again, the power protecting it fizzled out. That was too close, Ellen muttered, brushing dirt from her clothes. One more to go. The third and final prism was more elusive. It was hidden beneath a stone arch that overlooked a sheer drop into a ravine. The moment they approached, the air thickened, and a low, mournful sound echoed from below, the sound of the ravine itself seeming to call them into its depths. Martin's heart raced as he stepped forward, but Tarumba grabbed his arm. Not yet! We need a plan. The final prism pulsed with an eerie, hypnotic glow, and Martin could feel its power drawing him closer, urging him to move toward the edge. This one would not be defeated by force or fire. Let's try a different approach, Martin said, his voice steady. Ellen, can you look for something in the area that might help us break the spell? We need something that can sever the connection between the prism and the ravine. Ellen nodded and began searching the area while Martin and Tarumba stood guard. After a tense few minutes, Ellen returned, holding a small, cracked amulet she had found beneath the stone arch. It's enchanted, she said, her voice steady. This might be able to break the connection between the prism and the ravine. Together, they placed the amulet near the base of the prism, and immediately, the air shifted. The ground trembled again, but this time, the glow of the prism began to flicker. Slowly, it began to crack and shudder until, with a final burst of light, the prism shattered and the magic surrounding it dissolved. With all 3 prisms destroyed, the valley grew quiet. The barrier around the tower lifted, and for the first time since they had arrived, the way to the tower was open. "We did it," Martin said, his voice filled with relief. But even as he spoke, he could feel the weight of the task ahead of them. Inside that tower, Melian waited, and whatever his plan was remained unknown. "Let's go," Ellen said, her voice firm. "We have a wizard to rescue." The air inside the tower was cool, heavy with the smell of old books and magic. The long spiral staircase led them up to the top, where a vast chamber awaited, filled with ancient artifacts, glowing runes and strange, mystical objects. At the center of it all stood Melian, no longer an astral projection, but in the flesh. His long silver hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his robes shimmered with subtle magical runes that glowed faintly. As Martin, Taramba, and Ellen approached, Melian turned, his sharp blue eyes lighting up with recognition. His expression softened, and he gave them a respectful nod. "I knew you'd make it. The road was long, but you've come." Martin felt a weight lift from his chest just to see the wizard in person. He had spent so long chasing the manned astral projections, uncertain of who or what he might be. But now, standing before him, Melian was a solid, real presence, his power undeniable. "Melian," Martin said, his voice steady but tinged with awe, "it's good to finally see you again." The wizard inclined his head. "The pleasure is mine, but we don't have time for pleasantries. There is much to be done." The trio followed Melian deeper into the tower's expansive top floor, a circular space brimming with artifacts and arcane tools. At the center was a large stone table littered with books and papers, some familiar, some unfamiliar. "I've been waiting for you to arrive," Melian said, pacing around the room, his hands moving gracefully as if they were conducting invisible forces. "I had to root myself to this place to create the magic necessary to reach you across such distances. Astral projections are not easy, but you needed to know what was ahead of you. Now it's time to take the next step." Ellen looked up at him. "The Hope Stone, was that why you wanted it? For this moment?" Melian's gaze softened, a slight smile touching his lips. "Yes, Ellen, but there's more to it. You've carried it all this way for a reason. And now, you must give it to me." Ellen's hands tightened around the stone she had carried for so long. For a moment, doubt flickered in her eyes. But she trusted Melian. Everything he had done so far had seemed purposeful, even if it had been hard to understand at the time. "I brought it," Ellen said, stepping forward. "Here." She handed him the Hope Stone, and as Melian took it, his fingers brushed hers. His eyes glinted with a deep understanding, and for a moment, it seemed as though he was sensing the weight of the stone's history, the weight of Ellen's city and everything they held sacred. "It is more than just a symbol," he said softly, "but to create something, one must destroy something of equal power." Before Ellen could react, Melian's fingers twisted in the air, calling forth a swirl of green energy. The Hope Stone in his hands began to glow brighter, then shattered into dust, fading into nothingness in a blink of an eye. Ellen's breath caught in her throat, the loss palpable, and she reached out as if to stop him, but her hand froze mid-motion. What have you done?" Ellen asked, her voice trembling. "Creating, destroying, it's the law of balance," Melian explained, his tone somber but calm. "The Hope Stone was important, yes. But now, we need something far more potent, something with the power to challenge Alderax. You will understand." He raised his hand, and a new glow filled the room. From the light, a sword took shape, its blade forged from pure gold, radiant and sharp, its hilt intricately designed with runes glowing with a faint blue light. The golden sword floated before them, pulsing with the power of creation. "This," Melian said, his voice low and serious, "is the key. This sword, forged through the destruction of the Hope Stone, is the only weapon capable of defeating Alderax. It holds the power you need, power forged from the sacrifice of something great." Ellen stared at the sword, still reeling from the loss of the Hope Stone, but there was something undeniably powerful about the blade before them. But how? Martin asked, his voice thick with uncertainty. How can we use this against Alderax? Melian's eyes turned toward Martin, and for the first time Martin saw the weight of what was being asked of him in those eyes. You, Martin Treehorn, must return to the tournament, to become king once again. Martin froze, his pulse quickening. What? You were once king of Agamemnon, Melian said, his voice steady, almost coaxing. You know the court, you know the ways of the kingdom. Alderax is a demon, and only a true king can unseat him. This sword will help you in your challenge, but it's your mind, your will, that will make the difference. Martin shook his head, his stomach twisting in unease. I can't. I'm too old. Too worn down. I left that life behind. Time doesn't matter in the face of destiny, Melian said softly. You are the only one who can do it. The sword can defeat Alderax, but you must step back into the tournament, step into the role you were meant to have. Martin felt a pang in his chest, the memories of his past, of the crown, of the burden he'd carried. His hands were older now, scarred with age, his heart weary from the years spent away from power. He hadn't wanted this, hadn't wanted to return to that life of politics and manipulation, courtly games and feasts that masked bloodshed beneath. But as he looked around at Ellen and Tarama, his friends, his allies, he realized that there was no one else. There was no other way. I'm afraid, Martin murmured, his voice breaking with the admission. I'm not the man I was. I won't be able to. You can, Ellen interrupted, stepping forward with a fierce look in her eyes. You have to be. We believe in you, Martin. I believe in you. You've done things no one else could. You've already fought the hardest battles. This is just one more. You've got us with you, Tarama said, his deep voice firm with certainty. We'll fight by your side, Martin. You're not alone. Martin looked at them, Ellen's resolve, Tarama's strength, and for the first time he felt the spark of something he hadn't felt in years. The sense that maybe, just maybe, he could do it. That this wasn't too much to ask, that he could rise to the challenge again. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the sword before him, feeling the pull of destiny. I'll do it, he said finally, his voice steady. I'll go back to the tournament. But we need a plan. And we need to move quickly. Melian gave a slow, approving nod. Then it is settled. The road ahead is treacherous, but it is the only road that will lead to Alderax's defeat. The sword is yours, Martin. Use it wisely. With a new sense of purpose, Martin reached out and took the golden sword into his hands. It was heavier than he expected, but it felt right, like a part of him was being reforged. The next phase of the journey had begun.
Q8. The days passed, and Orson's growth in magic was nothing short of remarkable. Under Nava's careful instruction, he learned to summon fire without scorching the ground beneath him, to create shields of shimmering energy that could deflect a thrown rock, and even to move objects with a thought. His enthusiasm grew with each success, and his smile returned, brighter than it had been since the journey began. Kyo, for her part, watched him closely. She celebrated his progress, clapped for his achievements, and comforted him when spells misfired. But beneath her pride in his accomplishments, a seed of unease began to grow. It started with whispers. In the quiet of the night, Kyo overheard conversations between Vrigo's leader, Tianar, and her council. The words were fleeting but troubling. A force like we've never seen. With him, we could turn the tide. But he's so young. Kyo tried to convince herself she was misinterpreting their intent. Tianar had been nothing but welcoming, offering them safety, food, and a room to call their own. But as Osson's power grew, the whispers grew louder, and Kyo couldn't ignore the possibility that the boy might be seen as more of a tool than a child. One evening, unable to shake her fears, Kyo sought out Tianar in the council chamber. The leader was seated at a large wooden table, poring over maps and lists of supplies. The room was dimly lit, the flickering glow of a lantern casting long shadows across the walls. Tianar, Kyo began, her voice steady but tense. I need to talk to you about Orson. Tianar looked up, her piercing eyes meeting Kyo's. Her sharp features softened slightly at the sight of her, but there was an unmistakable weight in her gaze. Of course, Tiana said, gesturing for Kyo to sit. What's on your mind? Kyo remained standing. I've been hearing things, she said, her tone careful but firm. People talking about Orson like he's some kind of weapon. I need to know, what do you plan to do with him? Tiana's expression didn't falter, but she exhaled slowly, setting down her quill. Kyo, I won't lie to you. Orson's power is extraordinary. He's capable of feats most seasoned mages couldn't dream of. In a fight against Alderax, power like his could mean the difference between survival and destruction. Kyo's stomach twisted, but she pressed on. He's a child, Tiana. He's been through so much already. You can't just use him like this. Tiana leaned back in her chair, folding her hands in front of her. I understand your concern. Truly, I do. But you've seen what Alderax has done to this land. You've seen the suffering, the enslavement, the systematic destruction of our people's way of life. This isn't just about us. It's about all of Agamond. If we don't fight back, if we don't use every resource we have, there won't be anything left for Orson or anyone else. Kyo's jaw tightened. He's not a resource. He's not a weapon. He's a boy. Tiana's gaze softened slightly, but her voice remained steady. Kyo, no one here sees Orson as anything less than what he is, a child. But he's also more than that. You've seen his power. Do you think Alderax will ignore him? Do you think the Blackguard will? If we don't protect him and guide him, someone else will take him, and they won't be gentle. Kyo's chest tightened. She knew Tiana wasn't wrong. Orson's magic had already drawn attention, and it was only a matter of time before the wrong people came for him. But the thought of turning him into a tool for rebellion made her stomach churn. Kyo's voice faltered. I don't want him to lose himself in all this. He's finally starting to find out who he is. Tiana stood, stepping around the table to face Kyo directly. She placed a firm, but gentle hand on Kyo's shoulder. Neither do I. Believe me, I want nothing more than for Orson to have a future where he can be a child, where he can grow up free. But that future won't exist unless we fight for it. And like it, or not, he's part of this fight. Kyo closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She wanted to argue, to push back, but the weight of Tiana's words was undeniable. The rebellion needed every advantage it could muster, and Orson's power was extraordinary. Promise me, Kyo said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Promise me you'll see him as a child first, not just a weapon. Tiana's expression softened into something like respect. I promise, Kyo. But understand this, the world we live in won't wait for Orson to grow up. If we're going to fight for his future, we'll need his strength now. But I swear to you we'll protect him. Kyo nodded reluctantly, her heart heavy. She turned and left the chamber, her thoughts swirling. As she walked back to the room she shared with Orson and Kelvin, she resolved to stay by Orson's side, no matter what. She would fight for him not just as a mage, but as the boy she had come to see as family. The future loomed uncertain, but one thing was clear, they couldn't face it alone. Kyo sat on the edge of a low stone wall, her eyes fixed on the horizon. The city of Rigo bustled behind her, alive with preparations, sharpening weapons, loading supplies, whispered strategies for a rebellion that seemed too big to contain. Yet, for all the movement and noise, Kyo felt a stillness pressing down on her, heavy with doubt and worry. She barely noticed the soft tread of footsteps until Sparrow's dry voice cut through her thoughts. You're brooding, he said, crossing his arms as he leaned against the wall beside her. His tone, as ever, carried the weight of a barely veiled jab. Let me guess, you're wondering if you should cut your losses and run. Kyo shot him a look, but didn't reply immediately. Well, he's not wrong, Robin said as he joined them, his stride as light and carefree as his grin. He perched on the wall, swinging his legs. I mean, it's not like you can just go back to Vono. I hear they're charging admission at the border these days. You don't have many coins left, do you? Robin's teasing earned him a sharp glare from Kyo. This isn't a joke. Robin raised his hands in mock surrender. I never said it was. But you've got that look, you know, like the walls are closing in. And honestly, I don't blame you. Sparrow snorted. Unlike you, I'm blaming her. If you don't want to be here, don't be here. No one's forcing you to stay. There's a whole wide world out there. Kyo turned to face them fully now, her brows furrowed. And where exactly would I go? You think Aldrax's reach stops at Rigo's gates? Or that the Black Guard will just let me and Orson slip away unnoticed? Robin tilted his head, his grin dimming slightly. Fair point. You're kind of stuck, but you don't have to be stuck here. Sparrow nodded, though his expression was more cynical than sympathetic. We're not staying, for what it's worth. We've seen enough of this rebellion to know it's doomed. Nice speeches, some hopeful sparks, but no real chance against the king. Kyo's heart sank a little at his words, though she wasn't entirely surprised. They were leaving. Sparrow shrugged. It's not personal. This just isn't our fight. We've got places to go, things to do, people to avoid. Kyo arched a brow at him, and none of those involved standing up to Aldrax. Robin's grin returned, but it was thinner now, almost forced. Look, I admire what they're trying to do here, but we're not exactly rebellion types. Sparrow and I are good at surviving, not charging headfirst into battles we can't win. Sparrow added, it's better to live free than die for someone else's cause. Kyo frowned. So, you're just going to leave? Robin gave her a look of genuine regret. You don't survive as long as we have without knowing when to cut ties. This rebellion, it's a sinking ship, and we're not going down with it. Kyo's jaw tightened. Fine, go then. But don't expect me to run just because you are. Robin studied her for a moment, then gave her a small, almost approving nod. Fair enough. You've got guts, Kyo. I hope they serve you well. Without another word, Sparrow turned and began walking towards the city gates, his posture as unyielding as ever. Robin lingered a moment longer, offering Kyo a playful salute before following his companion. Kyo watched them go, a mixture of frustration and understanding churning in her chest. She didn't blame them for leaving. It wasn't their fight, not in the way it had become hers. But their words left a bitter taste, a reminder of just how precarious her situation was. She looked back toward the city, where Orson was likely still practicing under Navar's watchful eye, and her heart settled slightly. She couldn't leave. Not with Orson's power growing, and the rebellion counting on them. Even so, the elf's departure left her with a nagging question she couldn't shake. Was she staying out of conviction or fear of having nowhere else to go? Kyo stood at the edge of the training ground, watching as Navar gestured with precise movements, guiding Orson through another spell. Kyo wondered where Navar's apprentice, Linra, had gone. The boy stood with a focus she rarely saw in him, his small hands moving in sync with the incantation. Before him, a faint glow formed in the air, shimmering like sunlight caught in water. That's it, Navar said with a nod, his voice even but encouraging. Steady your breath. Magic listens to your intention as much as your words. Orson's brow furrowed, his tongue poking slightly from the corner of his mouth in concentration. With a final word, the glow solidified into a small, floating orb of light. He let out an excited gasp, and the orb wobbled briefly before zipping upward and fizzling out into nothingness. Kyo clapped softly, smiling as Orson turned to her, his face flushed with pride. Did you see that, Kyo? He asked, bounding toward her. I did it. I made it stay solid for a whole 3 seconds this time. I did see, Kyo said, kneeling slightly to meet his eyes. You're getting better every day. Orson beamed, practically bouncing on his heels. Navar says I've got a knack for conjuration. That's what it's called, making things appear from nothing. He says not everyone can do it so easily. Kyo ruffled his hair affectionately. Of course you've got a knack for it. You're very clever. She glanced at Navar, who was watching them with a small, approving smile. Thank you for your patience with him. Navar inclined his head. He's a quick learner. It's been a long time since I've seen magic like his, especially in someone so young. Kyo's stomach twisted at those words, but she pushed the feeling aside. Instead, she gave Navar a respectful nod and took Orson's hand. Come on, little mage. Let's get something to eat before you use up all your energy. Orson grinned and fell into step beside her as they left the training ground. The late afternoon sunlight bathed the city in a golden glow, casting long shadows as the streets bustled with life. Kyo held his hand tightly, her heart warming at his excitement as he chattered on about his lesson. "I didn't think I'd ever be good at this," Orson said, his voice softening. "Back in that place, the slavers said I wasn't worth anything." But now he looked up at her, his eyes shining with hope. "Now I feel like I can do something good. Like I'm important." Keo stopped walking and turned to face him, crouching down to his level. "Orson, you've always been important. Not because of magic or what you can do, but because of who you are. Don't let anyone make you forget that, okay?" He nodded, his smile small but sincere. "Okay." As they continued walking, Keo found herself stealing glances at the boy. His boundless energy, his eager curiosity, the way he gripped her hand like it was his lifeline, it tugged at something deep within her. A memory surfaced, unbidden, but vivid, the feel of her own child's tiny fingers wrapping around hers, the soft cooing sound that had filled her heart with a joy she'd thought impossible. Her breath caught as the ache of loss hit her anew, a wound that had never truly healed. She squeezed Orson's hand a little tighter, her throat constricting as she pushed the memory aside. Orson wasn't hers, not in the way her child had been, but he had filled a space in her heart she hadn't realized was so empty. "Keo," Orson's voice broke through her thoughts. She looked down at him, forcing a smile. "Yes?" "You're really quiet. Did I do something wrong?" Her heart clenched at the worry in his voice. She stopped walking again and knelt, pulling him into a tight hug. "No, Orson. You didn't do anything wrong. You're perfect just the way you are." He hugged her back, his small arms wrapping around her neck. "You're the best, Keo." She closed her eyes, letting the moment wash over her. For all the uncertainty and fear that plagued her, she knew one thing for certain: she would protect this boy with everything she had.
Lyria 7. The following days passed quietly for Lyria. She immersed herself in the rhythms of the temple, attending Guru Sana's teachings, helping with daily tasks, and devouring the books she'd been given. The temple's calm, ordered life seemed to wrap around her like a warm cloak, soothing the rawness of her memories and fears. For the first time in years, she felt she might truly belong somewhere. It was during one such peaceful morning, while she was tidying the temple library, that Guru Sana sought her out. He entered the room silently, his presence commanding even in the stillness. Lyria looked up, surprised, and immediately stood, bowing her head slightly in respect. "Lyria," he said, his voice kind but serious, "I need your help with something important." Her heart quickened. Though Sana often tasked the temple members with small duties, the gravity in his tone made this feel different. "Of course, Guru," she replied. "What do you need?" He gestured for her to follow him into a private chamber. Once inside, he turned to her, his expression a mix of trust and urgency. "The temple is in need of medicine. Our stores are dwindling, and the city's apothecaries are the only ones with what we require. Unfortunately, obtaining it is not so simple." Lyria frowned, unsure of his meaning. "Why not?" Sana sighed, stepping closer. "The Black Guard keeps a watchful eye on the city's supply of certain medicines. They claim it's to prevent misuse, but we know better, it's about control. They would not want the temple to have access to these remedies." A chill ran down her spine at the mention of the guards. She hadn't forgotten how close they had come to discovering her and Dove. "You want me to go into the city and get it for you?" she asked, her voice wavering slightly. Sana nodded. "Precisely. But you must be cautious. The guards are ever vigilant, and we cannot afford suspicion. I believe in you, Lyria. You've shown resilience and resourcefulness. I know you can do this." Lyria swallowed hard, the weight of the request pressing down on her. She wanted to protest, to explain how dangerous it was for her to be seen outside the temple, but the way Sana looked at her with such calm certainty, as though he had no doubt she would succeed, made her hesitate. She owed him so much. The temple had taken her in, sheltered her, given her purpose. How could she refuse? "I'll do it," she said finally, her voice firm despite the nerves bubbling within her. Sana's face softened into a smile. "I knew you would. The list of what we need is here." He handed her a small parchment, his fingers brushing hers briefly. "Take the back alleys. Avoid the main roads. And trust your instincts. Return swiftly once you've secured the supplies. Lyria nodded, taking the list. I won't let you down. He rested a hand on her shoulder, a gesture that was both reassuring and commanding. I know you won't. The city streets were a stark contrast to the serenity of the temple. The rain from the previous night had left the cobblestones slick, reflecting the lantern light in fractured patterns. Lyria pulled her hood up and clutched the parchment tightly in her hand, her heart pounding as she stepped into the shadows of the alleys. She moved carefully, sticking to the narrow, winding paths that Sana had described, every sound a cart rumbling by, a shout in the distance, the scrape of boots on stone set her on edge. The black guard could be anywhere, their black-plated armour and crimson cloaks a constant reminder of the king's oppressive reach. The first apothecary she found was a dimly lit shop nestled between two crumbling buildings. Lyria slipped inside, the scent of dried herbs and bitter tinctures filling the air. She approached the counter cautiously, eyeing the elderly man who stood behind it. "I'm here for these," she said, sliding the parchment across the counter. Her voice was low, barely above a whisper. The man glanced at the list, his expression unreadable. "You temple folk always need the rarest things," he muttered. "These aren't cheap." Lyria fished out the small pouch of coins Sana had given her. "This is all I have." He eyed the pouch, then sighed and began gathering the items. "Wait here." As he disappeared into the back room, Lyria's nerves tightened. She couldn't help but glance over her shoulder, half expecting to see the black guard storming in. When the apothecary returned, he placed a wrapped bundle on the counter. "Here, be careful with the valerian, it's potent." She nodded, thanked him, and slipped the bundle into her satchel. As she stepped back out into the night, a pulse quickened. She was one step closer to completing her task, but the weight of the danger lingered. All she could do now was keep moving and hope she made it back to the temple unnoticed. The second apothecary was in a part of the city that Lyria wished she could have stayed away from. The cobblestones here were cracked and uneven, and the lanterns that lined the streets were either dim or completely extinguished. Shadows clung to every corner, and the air carried an acrid tang, mingling with the faint smell of rotting refuse. She pulled her hood lower, keeping her head down as she walked. This district felt alive in a way that made her skin crawl not with the bustle of ordinary city life, but with the hum of danger. Strange characters lingered in doorways or skulked in the alleys, their eyes following her as she passed. Whispers and muffled laughter followed her, and she quickened her pace. The apothecary came into view at last, a squat, dingy building with faded lettering on the sign above the door. The windows were smeared with grime, and the faint light inside seemed to struggle against the thick panes. Lyria hesitated for a moment, glancing around to ensure she wasn't being followed, then slipped inside. The interior was no less foreboding. The shelves were cluttered with jars of unidentifiable substances, many with labels written in languages Lyria couldn't read. A hunched man stood behind the counter, his long, bony fingers idly sorting through dried roots. He looked up as the door creaked shut, his sunken eyes narrowing as they settled on her. "Temple folk don't usually come down this way," he said, his voice a rasp. Lyria swallowed hard and approached the counter, sliding the parchment Sana had given her across the scarred wood. "I need these." The man's thin lips twisted into something like a smile. "Do you now? And you think you'll find them here?" She squared her shoulders, trying to project confidence she didn't feel. "I was told you're the only one who could help." He let out a low chuckle, then leaned closer, his breath sour. "That's so. Well, you're lucky. I've got what you need, but it'll cost you." Lyria placed the remaining coins on the counter. "This is all I have." The man eyed the pouch, then snatched it up with a speed that startled her. He tipped the coins into his hand, counting them with a practiced flick of his fingers. Finally, he nodded and shuffled into the back room, leaving her alone with the oppressive silence of the shop. When he returned, he carried a small burlap sack, which he handed to her without a word. Lyria opened it to glance inside, relieved to see the items matched the descriptions on Sana's list. "Thank you," she said, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. She turned and hurried to the door, eager to leave the unsettling shop behind. Outside, the streets seemed even darker than before. She clutched her satchel tightly and kept her head low as she wove her way through the crowded, chaotic thoroughfare, a man bumped into her, his foul breath brushing her cheek as he muttered an apology that didn't feel sincere. She pushed past him, her heart pounding. The district was alive with strange noises, a clatter of metal here, a burst of raucous laughter there. Lyria forced herself to focus on the path ahead, resisting the urge to look back. The faces she passed seemed to blur together, a gallery of shadows and leers that left her feeling exposed and out of place. At last she reached a quieter street. The edges of the district faded behind her, and the distant glow of the Temple's Hill became her guiding star. She exhaled, her breath misting in the cool night air. The hardest part, it was there. With the medicine secured and the city beginning to feel less oppressive, she quickened her pace. Every step brought her closer to the temple, to safety, and to the fulfillment of the task Senna had entrusted her with. The glow of the Temple Hill was just within sight when Lyria's path was blocked by the sudden clatter of heavy boots. A member of the Black Guard stepped out from the shadows, his dark armour glinting faintly in the moonlight. His green cloak swirled as he moved to stand directly in her way, his imposing presence making her freeze. "You there?" he barked, his voice sharp and authoritative. "Where are you coming from at this hour?" Lyria's heart leapt into her throat, and she instinctively tightened her grip on her satchel. She kept her hood low, trying to steady her breathing. "I was just visiting my sick aunt," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "She lives near the East Market." The guard narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable beneath his helm. "Aunt, is it? Odd hour to be visiting family." He stepped closer, his gauntleted hand casually resting on the hilt of his sword. "And where are you going now?" "Home," Lyria replied quickly, trying to keep her voice calm. "I live just up the hill, in the workers' quarter." The guard tilted his head, studying her. "You're carrying a rather full pack for someone visiting the sick. What's inside?" Lyria's stomach clenched, her mind racing. "Just some herbs and bread. Things I brought for my aunt," she said, trying to sound nonchalant. She shifted the satchel slightly, as if it were heavy and cumbersome. She was not feeling well enough to eat much, so I'm taking it back. The guard's suspicion didn't waver. "Let me see," he demanded, reaching out a hand. Panic surged through her, but she forced herself to stay calm. "Oh, I wouldn't open it here," she said quickly, stepping back. "There's valerian in there, it's very pungent. You see, the smell might—" "Enough!" The guard's tone was clipped, his patience thinning. He grabbed her arm roughly, causing her to yelp. "I've heard enough excuses tonight to fill a book. Who are you, really?" Before Lyria could muster another lie, a distant shout broke through the tense silence. "Guard! Over here!" Someone called from the direction of the market district. A second voice joined the first, shouting something unintelligible but urgent. The guard turned his head sharply, his grip on Lyria loosening. Another call came, this one even more pressing. "Trouble at the square. Move!" With a frustrated growl, the guard released her and turned away. Lyria didn't waste a second. She darted into the nearest alley, her satchel bouncing against her side as she ran. Her breath came in shallow gasps, a pulse pounding in her ears. She didn't stop until the towering silhouette of the temple loomed above her, its gates a welcome sight. Back inside the temple, Lyria hurried to Guru Sala's chambers, her hands trembling as she presented him with the medicines. He looked up from the parchment he was studying, his face lighting up with approval as he examined the contents of the satchel. "Well done, Lyria," he said, his voice warm. He set the medicines aside and turned his full attention to her, his gaze steady and almost paternal. "You've shown great courage tonight. You faced danger, remained steadfast, and fulfilled your task. You've taken another step toward enlightenment." Lyria felt a rush of relief and pride at his words, though her legs were still shaking from the encounter with the guard. "Thank you, Guru," she said softly. "I wasn't sure I could do it." "But you did," Sana said, smiling, "and in doing so, you've proven your dedication not just to the temple, but to the path we walk together. Each trial shapes you, Lyria, molds you into the person you were meant to become." She nodded, the knot of fear in her chest beginning to loosen. His words felt like balm to her frayed nerves, and she couldn't help but feel that perhaps he was right. The temple had given her purpose, a sense of belonging, Maybe this trial was just another step towards something greater. Sana placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch reassuring. Rest now. You've earned it. Tomorrow, we will discuss what you've learned from this experience. Lyria nodded again, her exhaustion finally catching up with her. As she left his chambers and made her way to her room, she allowed herself a small smile. For all the dangers she had faced that night, she had succeeded, and with every word of praise from Sana, her belief in the temple and her place within it grew stronger.
Martin 10. Melian watched as Martin gripped the golden sword, the weight of it already settling onto his shoulders. The wizard's expression softened slightly and he nodded, satisfied. The blade is only one part of the puzzle. As much as I have guided you here, there are others who walk their own path toward Alderax's downfall. Martin furrowed his brow. Others? What others? Melian stepped toward a table covered in maps and magical implements. He gestured, and the runes beneath their feet brightened momentarily, illuminating the chamber with a soft green glow. Agamemnon is vast, and Alderax's corruption has spread to every corner. Resistance grows in secret, scattered across the land, but there is one in particular who I believe will play a significant role in what is to come. Ellen tilted her head curiously. Who? The boy of Venorian descent, Melian said, his voice deepening as he spoke. A gifted child with magic unlike any I have seen in decades. He lives in hiding, for Alderax's men hunt those with magic as if they are threats to his throne, which, to be fair, they are. A faint smile ghosted his lips. This boy's power is raw but remarkable. He has the potential to be a beacon of hope in the chaos. Martin exchanged a glance with Tarama, his skepticism evident. A boy? What can he do against Alderax? More than you might think, Melian replied, his tone firm. He is young, yes, but his bloodline ties him to ancient powers. If nurtured, his abilities could rival even the greatest mages of our time. I have agents working to protect him and ensure his growth. You will meet him soon enough. The room fell silent for a moment as the weight of Melian's words settled over them. Then, with a wave of his hand, the glowing runes dimmed and he turned back to the group. But before we can worry about allies and larger plans, we must focus on the immediate task at hand, Melian said. The tower is my sanctuary, my anchor, but it also binds me here. To send you back to the mainland, I will need specific components for the spell roots and mushrooms found only on the northern beaches of this island. Tarumba frowned. You're saying we have to go foraging now? Yes, Melian replied, undeterred by the warrior's skepticism. The flora I need grows only in the damp, salt-laden soil near the sea. Without them, I cannot create the portal that will take you where you need to go. Ellen looked skeptical. We just fought off living vines, shattered magical prisons, and survived a stormy sea voyage. Now we're gathering mushrooms. Melian's gaze sharpened. Do not underestimate the importance of these components, Princess. Magic is born of opposites. In order for us to travel, we must first be rooted. Martin sighed, running a hand through his greying hair. All right, we'll do it. What exactly are we looking for? Melian extended his hand, and 3 images shimmered into view: a spindly grey mushroom with a faint blue cap, a thick root twisted like a knot, and a bright green sprout with tiny white flowers. These, they are not difficult to identify, but the northern beaches are treacherous. The storms may have shifted the terrain, and the creatures there are less than friendly. Tarumba snorted, gripping the handle of one of his axes. Creatures don't scare me. Let's get on with it. Good, Melian said, the faintest hint of amusement in his voice. Be quick and be cautious. The longer we linger here, the more Alderax's forces will have time to catch up. Ellen squared her shoulders, determination lighting her features. We'll find them. Martin nodded, though he felt the familiar knot of anxiety forming in his chest. The sword at his side was heavier than it looked, a reminder of the responsibility he had reluctantly taken on. We'll bring back what you need. Good, Melian said again, his voice a quiet reassurance. When you return, we will prepare for the next step, and the fight for Agamemnon will begin in earnest. The northern beach stretched out before them, eerily quiet under the pale light of the moon. The storm that had raged earlier seemed a distant memory. Now the sea was calm, its waves lapping gently against the shore as though nothing had ever disturbed it. The air smelled of salt and seaweed, heavy with an unnatural stillness that set Martin on edge. As they walked along the shoreline, Martin glanced at Ellen. Her hair, still damp from the island's humidity, clung to her face in soft tendrils. She was gazing out at the horizon, her emerald dagger glinting faintly at her hip. "This is peaceful," she said softly, breaking the silence. "Hard to believe the same sea that almost swallowed us whole can look like this." Martin smiled faintly. "The calm after the storm, I suppose. It's strange how it can shift so quickly." Ellen turned to him, her expression thoughtful. "You seem different now, Martin. More resolute. Was it the sword, or was it something else?" He chuckled, though it came out more wistful than amused. "Maybe a bit of both. The sword reminds me of what's at stake, but having you and Taramba beside me helps. I never thought I'd have allies like this again." She smiled, her gaze softening. "You're not so bad for an old king." "Former king," he corrected, though her teasing tone brought a lightness to his chest he hadn't felt in years. "But thank you, I think." As their pace slowed, they walked side by side in companionable silence. The tranquility of the sea seemed to draw them closer, a brief respite in the chaos that had marked their journey so far. Up ahead, Taramba was crouched near a cluster of rocks, his broad frame silhouetted against the faint glow of the moon. He grunted triumphantly, holding up the twisted root Melian had described. "Found it, and the mushrooms are just over here." "Of course he did," Martin muttered with a smile, breaking the moment and quickening his pace toward their companion. Ellen laughed softly. "Leave it to Taramba to make everything look easy." Just as they began to regroup, the quiet sea gave a deep, resonant groan. The water just off the shore began to ripple, then churn violently. Bubbles surged to the surface, and the air filled with the stench of brine and decay. Martin's hand went instinctively to the golden sword at his side. "Something's wrong." With a sudden, deafening roar, the sea exploded upward. A monstrous form emerged, a creature of the deep, with writhing tentacles, jagged spines along its back, and eyes that glowed like molten lava. Its massive body shimmered with seawater, and its mouth opened wide to reveal rows of jagged teeth. "Get back!" Martin shouted as one of the tentacles lashed out toward them, smashing into the sand where Taramba had been standing moments before. The warrior rolled to his feet, axes already in hand, his face set in grim determination. Finally, something worth fighting. The beast roared again, its sound reverberating through the ground as it lunged toward them. Taramba charged, his axes cleaving into one of the creature's tentacles. The monster shrieked, black ichor spraying from the wound, but it swung another limb toward him, forcing him to dodge. "Ellen, stay back," Martin called, drawing the golden sword. But Ellen was already moving, her emerald dagger flashing in her hand. She darted around the creature, aiming for its softer underbelly. "Not a chance!" She shot back. Martin grimaced, gripping the golden sword tightly. The weapon felt alive in his hands, thrumming with power. He lunged forward, slashing at another tentacle. The blade bit deep, severing the limb in a single stroke. The monster howled, its orange eyes blazing with fury. The battle was fierce. The creature's tentacles whipped through the air, smashing into the sand and throwing up debris. Taramba fought like a force of nature, his axes hacking away at the writhing limbs, his movements relentless and precise. Ellen moved like a shadow, her dagger striking true again and again, carving deep wounds into the beast's hide. Martin found himself moving instinctively, the golden sword guiding his strikes. Each swing of the blade felt effortless, as though the weapon was an extension of himself. He slashed at the creature's head, aiming for its glowing eyes, but it reared back, roaring in defiance. The monster's tail came crashing down, scattering them across the beach. Martin rolled to his feet, his chest heaving as he regrouped with Taramba and Ellen. "This thing doesn't know when to quit," Taramba growled, wiping black ichor from his face. "It will," Martin said, gripping the sword tightly. "One last push. Together." Ellen nodded, her dagger gleaming as she prepared to strike again. "Let's finish this." The three of them moved as one. Tarumba charged straight at the beast, drawing its attention with a fierce war cry. Ellen darted to the side, her dagger slicing through the softer flesh beneath its tentacles. And Martin leapt forward, the golden sword raised high. With a final, powerful swing, Martin drove the blade deep into the monster's head, its glowing eyes dimming as it let out one last, agonized roar. The creature collapsed onto the beach, its massive body trembling before finally going still. For a moment, all was silent except for the sound of their ragged breathing and the gentle lapping of the waves. Tarumba wiped his axes clean, a grin spreading across his face. Now that's a fight. Ellen sheathed her dagger, brushing a strand of hair from her face. That was disgusting. Martin leaned on the golden sword, his chest heaving. But it's done. Let's get back to Melian. The trio gathered their bearings, Tarumba carrying the precious ingredients they had fought so hard to protect. As they made their way back toward the tower, the sea behind them was calm once more, as if the monster had never been there at all. The group trudged into Melian's tower, their clothes damp and stained with ichor from the battle. Tarumba dropped the satchel of roots and mushrooms onto the wizard's work table with a thud, crossing his arms as he leaned back, grinning like he'd just conquered a mountain. We got your ingredients, Tarumba said, and a side of sea monster to go with it. Melian, seated at his desk and poring over an ancient tome, looked up, his expression brightening. Well done. I knew you would prevail. Martin stepped forward, golden sword still in hand, and fixed the wizard with a pointed stare. You might have mentioned the sea creature, Melian. The wizard offered a sheepish smile, standing to inspect the satchel. Ah, yes. That particular guardian must have been stirred by the recent storm. The island's magic is unpredictable at times. Martin raised an eyebrow. Unpredictable, or just inconvenient enough to neglect telling us about? Details, Melian said, waving a hand dismissively as he began unpacking the satchel's contents. What matters is that you succeeded, and with ingredients intact. Truly, you've done remarkable work. Ellen placed her hands on her hips, exhaustion evident in her posture. We barely got out of there alive. That thing nearly tore us apart. Nearly, Melian said with a smile, carefully laying out the twisted root, grey mushrooms and sprouting herb. But you're all here, which means my faith in you is well placed. Tarumba snorted. Faith or laziness? Melian ignored the jab and focused on his preparations. He retrieved the mortar and pestle, grinding the mushrooms into a fine paste while muttering incantations under his breath. The room seemed to grow warmer as the magical energy intensified, faint green light beginning to pulse from the runes etched into the tower's walls. Now, Melian said, glancing up at them, I must stress the importance of what comes next. When the spell begins, you must remain perfectly still. The portal will form around you, and even the slightest movement could disrupt its alignment. Martin frowned. Disrupt it? How? Melian met his gaze seriously. You could end up somewhere unintended. Somewhere worse than here? Tarumba asked, though his grin suggested he was only half joking. Considerably worse, Melian replied, his tone dry. So, stay close to one another. Do not move. Ellen stepped closer to Martin, brushing against his shoulder as she took her place beside him. Tarumba stood on Martin's other side, grounding his axes in the floor like stakes. Satisfied with their positioning, Melian began mixing the prepared paste with the twisted root, crushing it into a glowing green slurry that pulsed with magical energy. The air grew heavy, the light in the room dimming until the only illumination came from the mixture in Melian's hands. He raised his arms, chanting in a deep, resonant voice. The runes on the floor blazed to life, creating an intricate lattice of light that spiraled upward, encircling the group. The heat in the room spiked, and a faint hum filled the air, growing louder with each passing second. Remember, Melian called over the rising noise, do not move. The spell climaxed with a burst of light, and the world around them dissolved into a swirl of color and sound. It felt as though they were being stretched and compressed at once, their surroundings twisting into a kaleidoscope of greens and golds. When the sensation passed, they found themselves standing on solid ground once more, though it was no longer the sandy floor of Melian's tower. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine and wood smoke. They were back in Agamemnon, the mainland sprawling before them like an unspoken promise.
Here 9. The days passed, and Orson's magic grew stronger with each lesson. What had once been a stumbling, tentative attempt at conjuring light became fluid and precise. His control over the arcane forces around him deepened, and the subtle energy that had seemed so foreign to him only a few weeks ago now felt like an extension of himself. Keel watched in awe as Orson worked, his small hands weaving gestures in the air as his voice hummed with confidence. The flickering lights he conjured danced in the air, forming shapes and figures before fading into nothingness, only to be replaced by something new. Every lesson, Orson grew more skilled, more certain of himself. "He's incredible," Keel whispered to Navar one afternoon as she watched Orson manipulate the flow of air, shaping it into a swirl of leaves spiraled around him, glowing with a faint green hue. Navar, standing beside her, nodded, his expression a mix of pride and astonishment. "I've never seen anything like it," he said quietly. "The way he channels energy, it's as though the magic responds to him." Keel felt a twinge of concern, her protective instincts kicking in. "Is that normal for someone so young?" Navar's lips tightened in thought before he answered. "No, it's not. His power is extraordinary. I've seen powerful wizards in my time, but Orson has something I've never encountered before. A raw potential, a connection to magic so deep it's almost like the arcane forces themselves are drawn to him, if he continues on this path." Keel watched Orson, her heart both swelling with pride and tightening with worry. "What do you mean, if he continues?" Navar turned his gaze to the boy, who was now practicing his control over fire, a flickering orange flame spinning from his fingertips. The flame danced, shifting and twisting into a spiral that illuminated the training grounds with a warm, flickering light. "I mean that if he continues this way, he could become one of the most powerful wizards in history," Navar said, his voice filled with awe. "Maybe the most powerful." She turned to look at Navar. "It's so dangerous." Navar nodded gravely. "It could be, but the potential for good is just as great. The king's forces are growing stronger every day." He paused, looking down at her. "This war may depend on him, Keo." Her heart beat faster at his words. She had always known Orson was special, but this was more than she had ever expected. She looked at her adopted son, his face alight with the thrill of mastery. She couldn't help but smile, but it was a smile that held a deep uncertainty. She had hoped for peace, for a life away from violence, and now Orson was becoming a weapon whether she liked it or not. She glanced up at Navar again, her expression faltering slightly. What if it's too much for him? What if he's not ready? Navar's gaze softened, and he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Keo, Orson is strong. He's more than ready. He just needs to learn to wield his power responsibly." "I hope so," she murmured, unable to shake the feeling that the path they were on would lead to something far more dangerous than she could anticipate. As Orson finished his spell, a dazzling burst of light burst from his hands, momentarily blinding them all before it settled into a sparkling cloud that hovered gently in the air. Orson looked up, eyes shining with excitement, his breath coming in quick, eager gasps. "I did it. I really did it," he shouted, his voice full of triumph. Keel's heart swelled with pride, and she rushed over to him. "I saw," she said, brushing a lock of hair from his face. "You're amazing, Orson. You really are." He beamed at her, catching her hand in his. "I'm going to be a great wizard, Keo. I promise. I'll do good with this power. I'll make sure of it." Keo smiled at him, but the words he said echoed in her mind long after he had finished speaking. The war that loomed on the horizon, the power Orson was learning to wield, it was all too big, too heavy to ignore. As the evening sky deepened around them, Keo felt the weight of what lay ahead settle on her shoulders. She had never wanted this life for Orson, but in the city of Rigo, in the shadow of the king's growing strength, she realized that the life they were now leading wasn't one of choice. The evening was quiet, the only sounds in the small room the soft clinking of silverware and the low murmur of conversation. Keo, Kelvin, and Orson sat together around a modest wooden table, the scent of freshly baked bread and roasted vegetables filling the air. Orson ate eagerly, as he always did, his hands moving too quickly to keep up with his own enthusiasm. His eyes sparkled, still alight with the excitement from his lesson with Navar. Keo smiled as she watched him, grateful for the peace, for the rare moments where things felt normal. She shared a glance with Kelvin, who was contentedly cutting into his own portion of the meal, though a shadow of concern still lingered in his gaze. "You've been practicing your magic a lot, Orson," Keo said, her voice warm. "I think you've made a lot of progress." "I have. You should see how much better I've gotten." "Navar says Orson began, his words tumbling out in a rush. But before he could finish, he suddenly reached for the bread, knocking over a cup of wine in the process. It spilled across the table, soaking into the cloth and spreading toward Calvin's plate. Orson froze, his eyes wide with alarm as the water spread. "Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Calvin's expression shifted instantly. He let out a frustrated sigh, pushing his plate back and sitting up straighter. "You need to be more careful, Orson. You can't just rush through everything like that." His tone was sharp, uncharacteristically harsh. Orson flinched at the scolding, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled them back from the mess he'd made. Keo frowned, about to speak, but before she could, Orson stood abruptly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "You think I'm careless?" Orson's voice wavered, but there was something darker behind it now, something simmering under the surface. "I'm trying my best, and you just think I'm some kind of failure." Calvin's brows knitted together in confusion and concern. "I didn't say that." But it was too late. The moment the words left Calvin's mouth, Orson's expression darkened. His body stiffened as he raised his hand, and a low, guttural sound filled the air. A ball of fire appeared in his palm, hovering dangerously. It flickered and swirled, its intensity growing as Orson's emotions spiraled out of control. Keo stood quickly, her breath catching in her throat. "Orson, stop." But Orson was beyond hearing her. The fire in his hand began to flare, growing brighter, hotter. It pulsed with an energy that made the air thick with heat, and Keo felt the sweat gathering on her brow. Calvin stood too, his eyes locked on the boy as he took a step back, his face pale. "Orson, lower it." Calvin snapped, his voice louder now, commanding. In that instant, Orson's eyes widened with terror as he realized what he was doing. The fire in his hand flickered out with a sharp crack, vanishing into thin air. His whole body trembled as the weight of his actions hit him. He looked at Calvin with wide, horrified eyes, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "I didn't mean to," Orson whispered, his voice barely audible. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone." He staggered back a few steps, his face scrunching as tears welled up in his eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Before Keo could move toward him, Orson turned and bolted from the room, running into the hall with such speed that Keo barely had time to call his name before he was gone. Calvin watched him go, his expression unreadable for a moment. The room was silent except for the soft rustle of the overturned cloth, the uneaten food that now felt like an afterthought. Keo stood frozen for a beat, her heart aching for Orson, for what had just happened. But then she turned to Calvin, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Calvin, he's just a child. He doesn't know how to control this power yet." Calvin sighed deeply, his hand resting on the edge of the table. He looked at her, his gaze tired, strained. "Keo, this isn't something we can just ignore. We're not equipped to handle this. You saw what just happened. That wasn't some innocent mistake. He's dangerous. I don't care how much potential he has. He almost burned me alive." Keo's chest tightened, but she stepped toward him, shaking her head. "You don't understand. He's not dangerous in the way you think. He's scared, Calvin. He's scared of his own power, and he doesn't know how to deal with it. He's trying." And failing, Calvin interrupted, his voice low. "Keo, this isn't about trying anymore. You saw it. That fire. It could have killed me. It could have killed both of us, and you're still thinking he's just a frightened child. He's not." Keo felt a rush of emotion, a flare of anger and hurt at his words. "So, what? You want to abandon him? You think we should just let him go, throw him back into the streets to be used as a weapon by someone else?" Calvin's jaw clenched. No, but we can't keep him, Keo. Not like this. Not with this kind of power. We're not prepared for what he could become. Maybe you're right. Maybe he's just a scared kid, but I'm not willing to risk our lives for something that's too dangerous to handle. Keo stared at him, her heart breaking with each word. She didn't know what to say. She wanted to scream, to argue, but she knew there was truth in Calvin's words. Orson was becoming more powerful, more unpredictable, and they had no way of helping him control it. But she couldn't leave him. She wouldn't. She turned away from Calvin, her mind a whirlwind, and walked out of the room, following the trail of hurried footsteps that Orson had left behind. Keo's heart raced as she stepped into the dimly lit corridor, her footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. She found him not far from the door. Orson was crouched in the corner, his arms wrapped around his knees, his face buried in them as sobs racked his small frame. The sound of his crying cut to her like a blade, each tear that fell making her feel the weight of her helplessness. "Orson," she said softly, kneeling beside him. She reached out, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. "It's okay. You're okay." At the sound of her voice, Orson flinched, and then looked up at her with tear-streaked cheeks, his eyes red and filled with guilt. "I didn't mean it, Keo. I didn't want to hurt him. I don't know what's happening to me." Keo's heart broke as she pulled him into her arms, her fingers running through his hair in a soothing motion. "I know, Orson. I know. You're just scared. But you can't keep letting your fear control you. You have to be in control of this magic. It's part of you, but you can't let it take over. Do you understand?" He nodded weakly, his face buried in her chest. "I don't want to be like them, Keo. I don't want to be dangerous." Keo squeezed him tighter, holding him close, trying to steady her own shaking hands. "You're not dangerous, Orson. You're just learning, and we're going to help you. But you need to fix this. You need to apologize to Calvin." Orson's body stiffened against her. He pulled back slightly, wiping his tears away with the back of his hand. "Do you think he'll forgive me?" Keo took a deep breath, looking him in the eyes. "I don't know, but you have to try. You hurt him, Orson, and if you want him to understand, you have to show him that you're sorry. Can you do that?" He hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. "I'll try." Together, they walked back to the room where Calvin waited. Keo's heart was heavy in her chest as she led Orson inside. Calvin stood near the table, his arms crossed, his eyes locked on the door as they entered. The tension in the room was palpable. Orson stood awkwardly by the door, his hands trembling at his sides. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words stuck in his throat. After a long moment, he finally spoke, his voice small and apologetic. "Calvin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. My magic. It's hard to control sometimes." Calvin didn't respond immediately. His expression softened just a fraction, but there was still a hard edge to his gaze. Finally, he sighed, shaking his head. "You almost burned me, Orson," he said, his voice low. "This isn't something you can just brush off. You're a danger to us both." Orson flinched at the words, looking down at the floor, ashamed. "I didn't mean to. I don't know what I'm doing with it." Keo stepped forward, her own frustration rising. "He's learning, Calvin. He's not perfect, but he's trying." Calvin's eyes flicked toward her, his jaw tightening. "You're being crazy, Keo. You can't just pretend everything's fine. This isn't just a little mistake. He's dangerous. And no matter how much you want to protect him, he's never going to be the child we lost. He's not the same. He'll never be the same." Keo's heart twisted painfully at his words, at the reminder of the baby they had lost years ago, the baby she had wanted so desperately. But the anger that rose in her was sharp and sudden, an anger that burned brighter than anything Orson's magic had ever conjured. "No," she said, her voice shaking but strong. "You don't get to say that, Calvin. You don't get to say he's not enough. You don't get to compare him to anyone else. He's our son now, and he's not a replacement. He's Orson, and if you can't accept that, then I don't know what to do with you." Calvin opened his mouth to speak, but Keo's hand shot up, her palm slapping across his face before he could get a word out. The sound of the slap echoed in the room, sharp and final. Calvin recoiled, stunned. His cheek reddened as he looked at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. Keo's breath came in sharp, uneven gasps, her chest rising and falling in a storm of emotions. You have no right to say those things about him, Kelvin. No right to tear him down when he's trying so hard. He's not perfect, and neither are we. But we'll get through this together. And you will not diminish him, not now, not ever. The room was silent for a long moment, the tension hanging heavy in the air. Orson, who had been standing by the door, looked at Keo with wide, unsure eyes. His small body trembled, but he didn't run, didn't retreat. Kelvin, still stunned by the slap, didn't speak. He only stood there, his hand pressed to his reddened cheek, his eyes flicking between Keo and Orson. Keo's breath slowed, and she took another step toward Kelvin. Her voice softened, though the anger still lingered in her tone. If you can't accept him, Kelvin, then maybe you're the one who doesn't belong here. Kelvin didn't respond, his face darkening with the weight of her words. Instead, he turned and walked towards the door, leaving Keo and Orson alone in the room. Keo stood there for a long moment, the weight of the situation settling on her shoulders like a heavy cloak. She turned to Orson, who was looking at her with a mix of fear and uncertainty. I'm sorry, Keo, he whispered. I didn't mean to make everything worse. Keo pulled him into a tight embrace. You didn't, Orson. You didn't. We'll figure this out. I promise. But deep inside, the uncertainty lingered, and Keo wondered how long they could keep pretending everything was okay. How long before the weight of their choices would pull them all apart.
Lyria 8. The following days passed with a renewed sense of purpose for Lyria. She returned to the comforting routine of the temple, immersing herself once more in Guru Sana's lessons. His words, like a river cutting through stone, continued to shape her thoughts and ideas. She could feel herself growing, changing with every lesson he imparted. On the morning of the new lesson, the temple's hall was filled with quiet anticipation. Lyria sat among the others, her attention fixed on Sana as he stood before them, his voice steady and calm as ever. He spoke of the coming tournament, the grand spectacle that would soon take over the city the tournament held to crown a new king, or crown the current king. The city will soon be alive with the tournament, Sana began, his tone almost casual. The streets will echo with the clash of steel, the roar of the crowds, the cries of men fighting for their lives. The spectacle will be magnificent, they will say. But I asked you to look beyond the pageantry, beyond the glittering banners and cheers. What is the tournament, really? What is its purpose? Sana continued, his voice carrying the weight of his conviction. It is a tradition built upon bloodshed, upon the destruction of those who were deemed worthy by nothing more than their ability to fight. It is fueled by bloodlust, by the desire to see men kill one another for the sake of power. We cheer as they fall, as they die, as the victors rise over the bodies of their fallen brothers. Lyria felt her stomach twist at the imagery, the words striking a chord within her. She had always been uncomfortable with the violence of the tournament, the idea that lives could be so easily discarded for the sake of a crown. She looked around at the other temple members, some nodding in agreement, others listening with rapt attention. She felt a shared understanding growing among them. Yes, the tournament was an ugly thing. Sana's gaze swept across the room, his eye sharp as he continued. And so, we are told it is tradition, that it is necessary. But what of the cost? What of the lives lost, the families torn apart? What of the darkness in our hearts that we feed by celebrating such violence? The truth is, this tradition is nothing more than a dirty stain upon the history of Agamemnon. It is a tradition we must abolish, cast aside, if we are ever to find true peace. Lyria's heart swelled in agreement. The thought of abolishing the tournament seemed so clear, so right. How could such a barbaric practice continue to be allowed? It had to end, she thought. It was time for change, time for something better. And then, to her surprise, Sana's next words shifted everything. But, he said, pausing for effect, there is one thing I must tell you, and it is not an easy truth, nor one that many will accept. The old ways should be abolished, yes. But I do not believe that the tournament, or its king, should be done away with entirely. Lyria's mind struggled to keep up. She sat up straighter, a focus narrowing on Sana as he continued, his voice growing more intense. "I believe King Alderac should rule forever," he declared, his words heavy with conviction. "He is the true heir to the throne, the one who is destined to lead this land. The tournament should be done away with, the bloodshed ended, but the king's reign should be eternal. The people need stability, and King Alderac is the only one who can provide it." Lyria's thoughts halted, her mind recoiling in confusion. What? She glanced around, looking at the other faces in the room, and saw that she wasn't the only one who seemed unsettled. Some members of the temple looked stunned, others confused, but all were listening intently. Sana's voice softened, almost coaxing. "I know this might seem difficult to accept, but understand this King Alderac is a man who has lived through unimaginable trials. He understands what the people need. He has the strength and the wisdom to lead them. The old traditions, with their bloodshed and violence, should be erased, but a strong ruler, one who can bring peace and order to this land, that is what we need now." Lyria's mind raced. She had never thought of Alderac this way. He was the very reason she had fled, the reason so many lived in fear. He was a cruel and merciless king, a tyrant who ruled with an iron fist. How could Sana, someone she trusted, suggest such a thing? A dark knot formed in her stomach, and she clenched her fists in her lap. Something about this didn't feel right. Was Sana trying to manipulate them, using his teachings to push them towards an idea they wouldn't question? Was he truly trying to help them, or was there a deeper agenda at work? But the words kept tumbling from Sana's mouth, calm and persuasive, convincing his followers one by one. The king's rule will end the bloodshed of the tournament. It will bring the peace we so desperately need, and with the right guidance, he can lead us all to a new age. It's time for change. It's time for a ruler who knows what is truly needed for this land. Lyria's heart was a whirlwind of confusion, doubt, and fear. She had believed in Sana's teachings, trusted him, but this felt wrong. Had she been too eager to accept his wisdom? The room around her seemed to close in. Was it just her, or was everyone here falling under Sana's spell? She wanted to speak up, to argue, to challenge him, but the weight of his words hung heavily in the air. What could she say? Lyria walked slowly through the temple halls after the lecture, her mind in turmoil. Sana's words still echoed in her mind, twisting around her thoughts. Alderac should rule forever. The weight of that sentence pressed down on her, suffocating the air around her. How could Sana say such a thing? How could he believe in such an evil king? She remembered the day she fled the castle bloodshed, the cruelty, the terror that had filled the halls under King Alderac's rule, his laughter as he condemned so many to painful deaths, his threats hanging in the air like a poison. That man was a monster. How could Sana ignore that? She had seen it with her own eyes. Her heart ached with the memory of her decision to stay, of how Delv had begged her to leave the temple and escape with her. Lyria had dismissed her warnings, convinced that Sana's teachings would lead her to something better, to peace. But now she felt betrayed. The words Sana had spoken that day seemed almost like a cold slap across her face. The king's rule will end the bloodshed. It will bring peace. How could peace come from a king who revelled in power, who saw life as expendable? How could peace come from a king who had intended to make her his prisoner? She found herself standing outside Sana's quarters, her body trembling with the weight of the questions she couldn't answer. With every step, she felt more conflicted, more desperate for clarity. She had to confront him. She couldn't stay silent any longer. She pushed open the door to his chamber, her heart pounding in her chest. Sana was sitting at a low desk, writing something in a journal. He didn't look up when she entered. For a moment, Lyria stood there, gathering her courage. Then, in a voice that barely contained it, and that "Sana," she said, her voice trembling, "you were wrong today. You were wrong about Alderac." Sana finally looked up, his expression serene, as if he had been expecting this moment all along. He set down the quill, his eyes meeting hers with that unnerving calm. "What do you mean, Lyria?" he asked, his voice almost too gentle, as if she were a child throwing a tantrum. "I mean," she said, her hands shaking with the urge to confront him, "that man is a monster. I saw what he does to people. I saw what he was planning for me, for anyone who dares to oppose him. I was going to be his prisoner, Sana. He wanted to lock me away. He wanted to use me." Her voice cracked with the memory of that night, the fear she had felt. The horror of knowing what was to come. I barely escaped with my life. And you want to tell me he should rule forever. You want to say that getting close to a man like that would have been a gift. Sana's expression never changed. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm and steady. What you saw, he said, his voice smooth and almost soothing, was necessary. Everything that happened to you, Lyria, was part of a greater plan. Those events shaped you, made you stronger, made you who you are now. You were meant to escape. You were meant to experience the darkness so you could walk toward the light. Lyria's chest tightened. No, Sana, she said, her voice trembling. That's not true. The things he did, those weren't meant to happen. They were cruel. They were evil. He's evil. She took a step back, shaking her head. I should have left with Dove. I shouldn't have stayed here. Sana's gaze hardened, though his voice remained calm, almost too calm. Dove was weak. She wasn't ready to embrace the truth. You are, Lyria, and everything you experienced, everything you suffered, was to prepare you for this moment. A life with Alderax could have been yours. A powerful, meaningful life. You would have been part of something great. Lyria recoiled, disgust flooding through her. I don't want anything to do with him. I'd rather be free. I would rather have nothing than serve a monster like that. Sana's face darkened, his eyes narrowing. You will learn, Lyria. You will come to see the truth in time. It will be better for you if you do. His voice softened again, but there was a strange undercurrent to it now, something almost sinister. It's not too late. You can still be a part of something greater, and I will make sure you understand your place here. Lyria's body trembled with fear and anger. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she stepped back, her chest tightening. I can't be a part of this, she whispered. I have to leave. Before she could move, the door slammed shut behind her. Lyria spun around, only to find herself surrounded by several temple members. They stepped in front of the door, blocking her exit. Her heart raced. She could feel their eyes on her, cold and calculating. Sana stood up, walking toward her with a measured, deliberate pace. His eyes gleamed with something dark, something predatory. You don't need to leave, Lyria, he said softly. You're part of this temple now. You belong here. Lyria's pulse hammered in her ears. She turned to the door again, but the temple members blocked her every movement. She tried to push past them, but one of them grabbed her arm, holding her in place. Fear gripped her, and she began to panic. No, let me go, she cried, her voice cracking. Sana reached out to touch her arm, but this time it wasn't a comforting gesture. His fingers grazed her skin in a way that felt too intimate, too possessive. Lyria recoiled, but he held her firm, his grip tightening. Everything you need is here, Lyria, he whispered, his voice dark with meaning. You just have to trust me. Trust that I know what's best for you. Lyria tried to pull away, her mind screaming for her to escape. She couldn't stay here. Not now. Not with him. I'll see you later, he said quietly, his eyes glinting with something that made her blood run cold. We'll continue our lessons. You will understand, eventually, and when you do, you will thank me for guiding you. With that, the temple members finally released her, stepping aside as Sana gestured toward the exit. His smile was cold, the same serene, manipulative smile he always wore.
Martin 11. The air in Irvine was thick with the scent of ash and damp stone as the group arrived in the city's once thriving center. The streets, once bustling with life and commerce, were now eerily quiet, save for the occasional clattering of boots and the low murmurs of those who dared venture out in this dangerous new age. Buildings lay in ruins, windows shattered, and the remnants of what had once been a great city were now little more than rubble and dust. The once proud colleges and libraries, halls of knowledge and power, had been ransacked. Shelves stood empty, their contents long since looted or burned. The heart of the city had been gutted. Melian's lips curled into a sneer as he gazed at the devastation. His eyes, usually so full of unshakable calm, now burned with a quiet fury. This is unforgivable. The arrogance of those who would steal the knowledge of the ages, who would desecrate the works of countless scholars. He clenched his fists, his robe stirring with the remnants of his power, but he held himself in check. The Blackguard's reach has spread even here. I thought the worst of them was the king's cruelty, but this is a desecration of history. Martin grimaced. The sight of Irvine in ruins was enough to stir something deep inside him. It reminded him of his own fall, how quickly a kingdom, a city, could be reduced to rubble by the ambitions of the few. "What's the plan, Melian?" he asked, voice low, though his heart still raced with the urgency of their mission. Melian turned to him, his expression darkening as he motioned for them to keep moving. "We have little time. We must travel to Braid to enter you into the tournament. The first 2 rounds are critical. They'll allow you to garner enough support to challenge Alderax directly. We cannot afford to delay." Before Martin could respond, the clattering of armored boots broke the silence. From the shadows of a nearby alley, several figures emerged, their armor reflecting the dim light. The Blackguard, a small detachment, their faces hidden beneath dark helms, their eyes cold and calculating. One of them, a tall figure with a deep voice, stepped forward and spoke with authority. "You there! Stop! You are trespassing in the city under martial law." His gaze swept over the group with practiced suspicion. "What are your intentions here? State your business." Ellen tersed beside Martin. The tension in the air thickened, and Martin could feel the weight of their situation pressing down on him. He glanced at Melian, who was watching the guards intently, as if calculating his next move. Ellen, her nerves slightly on edge, stepped forward with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "We're travelers, just passing through. We've heard the city's been, well, under distress lately, and we wanted to offer our help." The lead guard narrowed his eyes, his gaze flicking between the group. He didn't buy the story for a second, and neither did his comrades. "Help, you say? With what exactly? No one has been allowed in or out without proper clearance from the king's men. You're going to need more than vague words to convince us." Ellen's smile faltered, but she pressed on, her voice steady. "We're seeking shelter, and perhaps a bit of guidance. But before she could finish, the lead guard held up a gloved hand, cutting her off. "No more lies." He took a step forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. "You'll come with us. We'll sort this out at the watchtower." Martin's heart began to race. He felt the shift in the air, the moment when things were about to turn from tense conversation to outright conflict. "No, we won't," Martin said, stepping in front of Ellen, his golden sword slipping from his side as he grasped the hilt. The weight of the weapon felt strangely comforting in his hand, even though he had barely gotten used to its presence. The lead guard sneered at him. "You think you can threaten the king's men? You're outnumbered." His eyes flicked to Melian, suspicion turning into something colder, something more calculating. "And you're no common traveler, are you?" Before anyone could respond, the first guard's hand went to his sword, and that was all the excuse they needed. In a flurry of motion, the group leaped into action. Tarumba moved first, charging forward with a battle cry as his axes flew from their sheaths, cleaving through the air toward the nearest guard. The man barely had time to react before the first axe collided with his shield, throwing him back, off balance. Ellen was right beside Martin, her emerald dagger flashing as she darted forward, aiming for the weakest guard's side. She was quick, her movements graceful but deadly, a blur as she sliced into the guard's arm with precision. Martin, though still adjusting to the weight of the golden sword, found a strange calm washing over him. The blade felt right in his hands now. He raised it in a swift, practiced arc, fending off a guard's strike and knocking his sword aside with a resounding clang. The guard staggered, and before he could recover, Martin followed up with a powerful thrust that sent him reeling backward. But even with their combined efforts, the guards were trained soldiers, and they weren't going to be easily taken down. The remaining Blackguard moved in, closing the circle around them, swords drawn and shields raised. "Fall back!" Melian shouted, his voice cutting through the din. He raised his hands, and the air shimmered around him as he began to weave a spell, his voice low and resonant. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, and for a moment, Martin thought he might be about to unleash something devastating. But instead, Melian unleashed a blinding flash of light that sent the guards stumbling back. They cried out in shock, their vision momentarily blinded, giving them a precious few seconds to regroup. "Move!" Melian barked, already turning to lead them through the narrow alleyways, away from the confrontation. With the blackguard temporarily disoriented, the group took their chance. Tarumba led the way, his powerful strides eating up the distance as they sprinted toward a side street, avoiding further conflict for the time being. Behind them, the guards recovered quickly, but they had bought enough time. The city of Iovine, now fully under Alderax's control, had become a dangerous place for any who dared defy the king's men. Martin's heart pounded in his chest, but there was no time for fear. They had a mission to complete. The group pushed through the twisting streets of Iovine, the sound of their footsteps echoing off the buildings as they fought to put distance between themselves and the blackguard. The tense quiet of the city was shattered by the distant sound of armored boots, growing steadily louder. Martin's instinct screamed at him, and he turned, his grip tightening around the hilt of the golden sword. "More coming," he muttered, breath sharp. Tarumba stopped in his tracks, a grim smile pulling at the corners of his mouth as he hefted his axes. "I say we give them something to remember," he growled. Ellen, ever vigilant, unsheathed her dagger and glanced over her shoulder. "We won't last if they keep coming at us like this." Melian, moving quickly ahead, shot them a pointed look. "Stay close. We need to keep moving toward the outer edge of the city. If we don't find cover soon." The words died in his throat as the sound of marching footsteps escalated into a thunderous roar. A large contingent of blackguard soldiers poured from the alleyways, surrounding the group on all sides. Their armor gleamed in the fading daylight, their swords and shields ready for battle. This time, there were no tricks, just raw force. The lead officer sneered. "Surrender now, and we'll make it quick. Resist, and we'll burn the city to the ground." Martin's pulse quickened, but he squared his shoulders, stepping into the center of the group. "We've come too far to turn back now," he muttered under his breath, raising the golden sword. Without another word, the battle erupted. Tarumba was the first to charge, bellowing a battle cry as he cleaved through the first two blackguard soldiers, axes flashing like streaks of silver. His blows were heavy and brutal, knocking enemies off their feet with every swing, but more kept coming, swarming toward him in a tide of steel and fury. Ellen darted in and out of the fray, her movements swift and fluid as she slashed with her emerald dagger, finding weak points in the guards' defenses. She disarmed one soldier, leaving him stunned, before she spun and took down another, her eyes sharp as she calculated each strike with deadly precision. Martin found his rhythm as well. He parried the sword strike aimed at his chest, then countered with a brutal thrust that sent his opponent staggering backward. But the odds were shifting. Every time one guard fell, two more replaced him. The press of soldiers began to crowd them in, and soon they were surrounded on all sides. The fight seemed endless. The blackguard was relentless, and with each passing moment, their numbers seemed to grow. Martin's breath grew ragged, his muscles aching as he fought to hold his ground. Ellen's voice rang out above the clash of metal. "We can't keep this up much longer. There are too many of them." Tarumba grunted as he cut down another foe. "We need to break through, now." Just as the momentum began to shift, as the weight of the battle began to tip in the favor of the blackguard, a blinding pulse of magical energy exploded from Melian's position. The surge of power was so intense that it seemed to stop time for a heartbeat, the air shimmering with the force of it. The blackguards staggered, shielding their eyes from the blinding light. Martin, Ellen, and Tarumba barely managed to stay on their feet as the shockwave rippled outward, scattering enemies like leaves before the wind. The moment the light receded, something even more extraordinary happened. From the shadows of the city's ruins, figures began to emerge: teachers, scholars, and students, the survivors of the city's hidden underground community. They had been waiting, hidden from the king's men, but now they surged into the streets, weapons in hand. Some carried old swords, others crude spears. All were filled with a fire that had been smoldering beneath the surface of Iovine for years. The streets once again rang with the sound of battle, but this time it was on Martin's side. Melian, his hands still crackling with residual energy, turned to the group, his eyes literally burning with determination. "This is it. The tide is turning." Martin's heart raced as he took in the sight of the new fighters. There were not many, but they were fierce. They had lived under the oppression of Alderax's rule for far too long, and now they had a chance to strike back. The momentum had shifted again, and with it came hope. Tarumba roared as he charged back into the fray, his axes flashing with renewed vigor. Ellen followed close behind, her emerald dagger striking down one guard after another. Martin felt the heat of the battle fill him with purpose. He gripped the golden sword, now a symbol of the fight they were all part of. With Melian at his side, the power of the underground rebellion now joining them, Martin knew they could break through. They had to. The Blackguard fought desperately to regain control, but the odds were no longer in their favor. The teachers and students fought with a fury born of years of suffering, taking down the guards in swift, calculated strikes. They had something the Blackguard did not, an unyielding drive to reclaim their city and their future. As the last of the Blackguard fell back, retreating into the shadows of the city's ruined streets, the sound of steel clashing gradually softened, and a heavy silence settled over the battlefield. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and blood, but there was no mistaking it. Martin and his group had won this round. Melian's voice cut through the silence. "We must move quickly. This is our moment. Let's use it." Martin looked around at the fighters who had risen up from the city's depths. They were tired, but their eyes burned with purpose. There was no going back now. The fight for Irvine, for Agamemnon, had begun in earnest. "We go to break," Martin said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "We finish what we started." Martin turned toward Melian, noticing a sudden shift in his demeanor. The wizard, his hand still glowing faintly from the enormous energy he had just unleashed, was now swaying slightly on his feet. His breath came in short, strained gasps, and his once vibrant eyes now seemed clouded, as if the light had been drained from them. "Melian?" Martin asked, his voice laced with concern. The wizard's gaze flickered over to him, but it was no longer sharp or calculating. Instead, there was a deep, wearied calm, as if the strain of his magic had taken an immense toll. "I need to rest," Melian rasped, his voice weak but still authoritative. "The power I used, it requires more than I can give without darkness." He took a slow, deliberate step backward, his hands trembling as they reached up toward his face. "Blindfold me," he said softly. "It's the only way for me to recover. The light I summon burns too brightly, and I need darkness to restore my strength." Ellen's brows furrowed in confusion. "Blindfold you? How does that work?" Melian nodded, his expression serene despite his exhaustion. "The magic I wield thrives on balance. When I summon light on such a scale, it depletes me, exhausts me to the point where I can't regain my strength unless I retreat into the dark. Without it, I'll become a hollow shell." Tarumba made a swift motion, pulling a cloth from his pack and moving to tie it around the wizard's eyes. As Melian allowed the cloth to be tied securely around his head, he let out a deep breath, his body sagging as if the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. The glow that had surrounded him dimmed, and for the first time he seemed like a mortal man, vulnerable and at peace in his own way. Martin watched in silence, all mixing with concern. There was so much they still didn't understand about the wizard. What else had he sacrificed to bring about the changes he had? But for now, there was no time to question further. Ellen, ever inquisitive, glanced over at Melian as she adjusted her grip on her dagger. How did the people of Irvine know to rise from the underground, to join us in battle when they did? Melian's voice, now softer and more measured, came from behind the blindfold. "I've been in communication with the underground community for some time. They've been waiting for this moment, this signal. When I unleashed the spell, they knew it was their time to emerge. There were others besides myself who kept the flame of resistance alive. They were ready to strike when the opportunity came." "Then you've been guiding them?" Ellen pressed, her voice tinged with awe. "Helping them from the shadows all along?" Melian's breath steadied as he nodded. "I've done what I could quietly. The people of Irvine have not forgotten the old ways, nor have they forgotten the strength of their ancestors. I simply gave them the means to remember." Martin felt a deep respect for the wizard's words. The city's fate had seemed grim under the rule of Alderax, yet here was proof that hope was far from lost. Melian's guidance, his quiet manipulation of forces beneath the surface, had kept the embers of rebellion alive. But they couldn't afford to linger. The group was still far from their goal. They had to get to Brake, and time was of the essence. "We'll keep moving toward Brake," Martin said, turning to face the road ahead, "and we'll find a way to get you back to full strength." He paused, glancing over at Ellen, Tarama, and Melian. "But no matter what, we can't slow down." Ellen, still processing the wizard's explanation, nodded, a solemn determination settling on her face. "We won't." As they moved forward, the city of Irvine's quiet streets gradually gave way to the wilderness beyond the city walls. The path toward Brake was treacherous, winding through forests and across riverbeds, but with Melian recovering in silence, they knew they couldn't waste time. He glanced over at Ellen, who had fallen into step beside him. She looked back at him with a small, reassuring smile, the weight of their past conversations lingering in the air between them. There was still so much unsaid, but it would have to wait.
Kyo 10. The sun was setting, casting a warm, amber glow over the courtyard of Rigo as Kyo stood by the door to the meeting hall. The buzz of whispers filled the air as members of the Vanorian community gathered inside, their faces a mixture of nervous anticipation and resolve. Kyo hadn't seen many of them since she and Orson arrived, too busy with the demands of learning, of training. But now, the time had come. Teanor, the leader of Rigo, stood at the front of the room, her sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. The murmurings quieted, and she raised her hands, the room falling into a tense silence. "People of Rigo, gather round," Teanor said, her voice ringing with authority. "The time has come. We cannot sit idle any longer. The forces of King Aldrax continue to tighten their grip on our land. If we are to take back Agamemnon, we must act. And act quickly." Kyo's stomach twisted at the mention of Aldrax's name, the cruel monarch who had usurped the throne through his ruthless tournament, and had thrown the kingdom into disarray. The thought of facing his forces on the battlefield sent a chill down her spine, but there was no denying the anger that boiled beneath the surface, the anger that had been smouldering ever since they were forced into hiding, the anger she had tried to suppress. "We will not wait," Teanor continued, her voice steady and commanding. "Tomorrow, we will march north to the village of Megon. It is a stronghold, held by those loyal to Aldrax. If we take it, we will have a foothold to push further into the heart of his kingdom. The rebellion begins now, and we will not stop until we have our freedom." The room erupted into quiet murmurs as people exchanged glances, the weight of Teanor's words sinking in. Kyo glanced over at Orson, who stood beside her. His small hand was clenched tightly into a fist, his face pale, but determined. Beside him, Galvin was quiet, his posture stiff, but Kyo could feel the tension between them. Navar, who had been standing near the door, approached Kyo, his face grim. He looked at her with a quiet, insistent expression, and Kyo braced herself. She had a feeling she knew what was coming. "Kyo, Orson, Kelvin, you must all come with us," Navar said, his voice low. "You know what's at stake now. Orson's magic is our key, and your presence will be invaluable. We need you." Kyo's jaw tightened at the words. It was clear now, more than ever, that Orson's growing power had caught the attention of everyone in the rebellion. But it was also clear that the price for this involvement was much higher than she was prepared to pay. "I don't think we have a choice," Navar continued, his voice soft but unyielding. "If we're to survive this fight, we need every hand we can get. Orson's magic, it could make the difference." Kyo's heart raced. She looked at Orson, who met her gaze with wide, pleading eyes. The boy had no real idea of the consequences of his abilities yet, nor did she. "I won't force you," Navar added. "But I believe you will be more useful to the cause than you realize." Kyo's mind raced, and she turned her gaze toward Kelvin, who stood at the back of the room, arms folded, a storm brewing in his eyes. He caught her look and shook his head slightly, as if the weight of the situation was suddenly too much for him to bear. She could feel the fire of her anger rising again, but it wasn't the right time. Not now. When Navar left to speak to Teanor, Kyo pulled Kelvin aside, her voice low and heated. "I can't believe you would think that way about Orson," she muttered, her tone sharp. "He's a child, Kelvin. A child with a gift that he doesn't even understand. And you want to treat him like a weapon. Kelvin's eyes darkened, the anger in them matching her own. Look around, Keo. Everyone is treating him like a weapon. He's dangerous, Keo. You're so caught up in this fantasy of protecting him that you're blind to the reality. If he can't control that magic, it could destroy us all, and we can't afford to gamble with that. Keo's chest tightened, and she fought the urge to shout. Instead, her voice came out in a low, shaky whisper. You don't get it, do you? I've already lost so much. I can't just lose him too. I won't. Kelvin's lips pressed into a thin line, and he glanced away, frustration clearly gnawing at him. I'm not saying he's not worth protecting, but we're talking about war, Keo. This isn't a game. This isn't just about saving a few people we care about. This is about survival. Keo's anger flared again, but she took a deep breath, forcing it down. She couldn't let this argument tear them apart. Not now, not when they were about to march into battle. Then help me, she said quietly, her gaze softening. Help me protect him, Kelvin. We don't have to fight this alone. But Kelvin didn't answer. Instead, he walked away, leaving Keo standing there, her heart heavy with the weight of their unspoken words. Later that night, Keo lay awake in her bed, staring at the ceiling as the sounds of the rebellion's preparations drifted through the walls. Orson was asleep beside her, his small form curled up tightly under the blanket. She knew they were close now, so close to the march, but the fear gnawed at her, the fear that they were stepping into something they couldn't control. And, in the distance, beyond the safety of Rico's walls, King Aldrax's forces gathered, ready to crush any who dared to defy him. Keo closed her eyes, trying to push aside the fear. Tomorrow, they would march, and she would stand by Orson's side, no matter what came. Keo woke to the soft hum of activity outside their room. The air was cool, the stillness of the night giving way to the bustle of preparations. She rubbed her eyes, still groggy, and as she lay there for a moment, letting the quiet settle around her, something felt off. Her heart began to race as a thought tugged at the back of her mind. She sat up quickly and looked around. Orson's bed was empty. Keo's chest tightened. A cold knot formed in her stomach, and her mind raced. She told herself not to panic. Orson was probably just getting ready, or practicing his magic, but the unease wouldn't let go. She threw on her boots and rushed out of the room, stepping lightly through the hallways. The rebellion was preparing to leave, and she couldn't afford distractions, but the thought of Orson, the child she had come to love as her own, alone somewhere in this building, Keo's steps quickened. She turned a corner, and then, through the crack in an open door, she saw him. Orson sat quietly in a small room, his back to the door, and beside him Kelvin. A sharp pang of concern landed through her chest, and she hesitated. She hadn't expected to find them like this, together, so early. The conversation they were having was soft, intimate. Keo took a step back, not wanting to intrude, but unable to resist the pull of curiosity. Kelvin's voice broke the silence, steady but raw. Orson, I owe you an apology. Orson didn't answer, but Keo could see him shift, his small frame tense, his eyes wide with confusion. Kelvin continued, his words slow and heavy, like each one carried more weight than the last. I've been hard on you. Too hard. I know you've been through a lot, and maybe I've added to it instead of helping. I've been scared, Orson. Kelvin's voice cracked, but he pressed on, his words coming with a kind of painful honesty that Keo wasn't sure she'd ever heard from him. Keo and I, before all this, we had a child. A little girl. She didn't survive, Orson. She was taken from us too soon. I think I've been afraid of losing anyone else. Keo's throat closed, her breath catching in her chest. Her heart hammered in her ribcage, and memories she'd buried deep inside rushed to the surface. The baby she had lost, the one they had lost together, was a part of her still. Always. Kelvin's voice lowered, softer now, more vulnerable than Keo had ever heard it. I didn't know how to let go of that fear. And I think that's why I pushed you. Because you remind me of what I couldn't protect. Orson's hands trembled as he wiped his eyes, his small body hunched, trying to process the emotion swirling inside him. Kelvin sat next to him, his tone gentle now, the hardness from before gone, replaced by something tender and apologetic. I don't know how to be a father, Orson. I don't want to treat you like something I have to control or fear. I want to do better. For you. For Kyo. You've got so much inside you. And I don't want to lose you either. Orson looked up at him, his young face wet with tears. But there was something softer in his expression now, something like hope. He reached out and shook Kelvin's hand, the gesture small, but filled with so much emotion, so much unspoken understanding. It was a promise between them. A fragile one, but real. Kyo stood frozen, her heart heavy with everything she had just heard. Kelvin had never spoken like this, not about their past, not about the loss, the grief they both carried in different ways. I've never allowed him to. Kelvin stood up, his shoulders stiff, but his eyes softer now, meeting Kyo's gaze as he came around the corner. She froze, not expecting this moment. She hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but now that she had, she felt the weight of it, this fragile moment of reconciliation between him and Orson, something she desperately hoped for, but feared was out of reach. For a long, agonizing moment, neither of them spoke. The words she had wanted to hear were still hanging in the air between them, unspoken, but she could feel them. And then, without a word, Kelvin stepped toward her. He didn't hesitate this time. His arms were around her, and Kyo let herself lean into the embrace, finally letting go of the tension she hadn't realized had been holding her so tightly. She closed her eyes as Kelvin's familiar warmth enveloped her. The past few days had been fraught with uncertainty, with anger, fear, and pain. But here, in this quiet, unexpected moment, Kyo realized something she had been too afraid to admit to herself. They were still a family, broken, yes, but still a family. I'm sorry, Kyo, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know if I can. But I'll try. I'll do whatever I can to protect him, to protect both of you. Kyo's chest heaved as she let the words wash over her. She didn't need him to have all the answers. She didn't need him to fix anything. She just needed him to keep trying, to stand with her, with them, as they faced the uncertain future ahead. I know, she whispered, holding him tighter. I know you will. For a long moment, they stayed there, wrapped in each other's arms. Outside, the preparations for the rebellion were already in full swing. Kyo could hear the voices rising, the march already beginning. But in this moment, it was just the two of them, and Orson, who would have his own battle to fight in his own way. The march had been long, the road endless, with the weight of the coming battle pressing down on Kyo's shoulders. The dust kicked up by the rebellion's army hung in the air like a heavy shroud, the heat of the midday sun stifling and relentless. She walked beside Kelvin, her hand resting on Orson's shoulder, her eyes scanning the horizon. The village of Megon was just up ahead, nestled in the valley below, its thatched roofs barely visible from the rise where they stood. It felt surreal, the calm before the storm. Kyo hadn't allowed herself to think too much about what was coming. She couldn't. If she let herself imagine the violence, the death, the destruction, she might never have made it this far. Beside her, Orson walked in silence. The boy who had once been so unsure of himself was a different person now, growing in strength and confidence with each passing day. But today, as the village came into view, the shadows of fear still danced in his eyes. Kyo could feel it, the tremor in his hands as he gripped the staff she had given him. His magic was growing stronger every day, but so was the responsibility that came with it. We're nearly there, Kelvin murmured, his voice low, eyes narrowing as he surveyed the path ahead. Kyo nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Her throat was dry. The adrenaline was starting to build, the way it always did before a battle, and she hated it. She hated the sense of inevitability that came with it, the way the world seemed to shift, the blood beginning to thrum in her veins, the feeling that nothing would ever be the same once the battle began. We'll stay close to him, she said quietly, her eyes flicking to Orson. No matter what happens. Kelvin's eye softened as he glanced at her. I know. We'll keep him safe. They reached the edge of the village, and Navar met them there, his face grave, his posture stiff with purpose. The rest of the Vanorian rebels were assembling, preparing for the siege. It was clear they meant to take the village by force. Megon wasn't a small village, but it was unprepared for the kind of army that had come to its gates. Kyo could see the resistance in the distant small bands of villagers, armed, but unorganized, waiting behind makeshift barricades. Navar caught Kyo's gaze as he approached. You two don't leave Orson's side, he said, his voice urgent. We need him in this fight. He's learned more than any of us could have expected. He has power that could turn the tide. Keo looked at Navar sharply, a flicker of resentment running through her. You want him to fight? Navar met her eyes, his expression unwavering. We have no choice, Keo. The stakes are too high. He's part of this now, whether he likes it or not. Orson, who had been standing quietly at their side, his eyes wide and alert, shifted uneasily. I don't know if I can. You can, Navar cut in firmly. You've learned control. You've honed your power. This battle could mean everything to the rebellion and to the future of Agamond. You must fight, Orson. Fight for your future. Keo's stomach churned, but she nodded, forcing herself to swallow the fear rising in her body. She couldn't let herself be afraid for him now. Not when they were this close. We'll be with you, Orson. Every step of the way. For a moment, the boy looked uncertain. But then his eyes hardened with determination. He nodded once, a silent promise to them both. Keo felt a pang of pride, but also something else, something deeper, something that scared her. The weight of what was to come pressed on her like a stone. The battle began soon after. The Vanurians surged forward, the roar of their war cries ringing through the air. The sound of clashing weapons, the cries of the wounded, and the shouts of leaders commanding their forces filled the air, a chaotic symphony that drowned out all else. Keo's heart pounded in her chest, and her breath was shallow, every nerve alive with tension. She kept close to Orson as they moved through the fray, following behind Navar and the others, the battle taking shape around them. Orson's staff was gripped tightly in his hands, his knuckles white. He was quiet, his focus intense, but Keo could feel the surge of power within him, growing with each passing moment. Suddenly, a group of villagers broke through the line, charging with makeshift spears. Keo's eyes widened, instinctively stepping in front of Orson, raising her sword to defend them. But before she could react, Orson lifted his staff, his voice hoarse as he murmured an incantation under his breath. A flare of light erupted from the end of his staff, blinding and fierce, sending the attackers stumbling back in a wave of heat and force. The villagers fell, their weapons clattering to the ground, not unconscious, but not dead. Keo's breath caught in her throat as she watched the raw power emanating from the boy power she had never seen before. Orson gasped, staggering backward, his face ashen. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, and for a moment everything seemed to stop the battle, the noise, the chaos. Orson, Keo started, her voice rising in alarm, but before she could reach him, he collapsed to his knees, his face drawn with exhaustion. Calvin appeared beside them in an instant, pulling Orson into his arms. You did it, son, he said, his voice tight, a strange pride in his words. But don't overdo it. You're still just a kid. Orson swallowed hard, his chest heaving as he nodded weakly. I did pretty good though, I just wanted to. I know, Calvin said, his voice gentle as he held the boy close. You're doing great. Just stay with us. The victory at Megon was swift, but it had been hard won. The last of the villagers surrendered by late afternoon, the resistance broken by the overwhelming force of the Venorian rebels. Keo, standing at the edge of the village square, watched as the rebels moved through the town, securing the homes and ensuring there were no hidden pockets of resistance left. It was a strange feeling, triumph laced with the bitter tang of violence. The town, once a peaceful, quiet place, now bore the marks of battle. Burned-out buildings, shattered windows, and the echoes of skirmishes still lingered in the air. Yet the rebels celebrated their hard-earned victory. Fires were lit, psalms were sung, and laughter spread through the village as the weight of the day's bloodshed began to lift. Keo found herself standing by a fire with Kelvin and Orson, her eyes flickering over the faces of their fellow Venorians as they shared their joy and relief. The weight of the day's event still pressed on her, but she allowed herself this moment, just this moment, to rest, to breathe, to feel a sense of peace again. Orson sat between them, exhausted and smiling. He had done so much today, used his magic with power he hadn't known he possessed, and the boy looked like he'd aged a year in the span of a few hours. But there was something in the way his eyes sparkled as he looked at Keo that told her he was okay. I can't believe we did it, Orson said, his voice a little breathless. He wiped his brow, his hand still trembling from the exertion of using magic so forcefully. It feels like a dream. It's not a dream, Orson, Kelvin said. He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, a rare, tender gesture. You did what had to be done. All of us did. But remember, there's still a long way to go. Let's not think about tomorrow yet, Keo murmured, leaning back against the log they were sitting on. We have tonight. Let's just be here, together. For a moment, they sat in silence, the warmth of the fire flickering across their faces, the crackle of the flames filling the quiet. The sound of revelry in the distance, a mix of music, laughter, and shouts of joy, was a stark contrast to the tension that had gripped them for so long. It felt almost surreal, to be part of something that felt like a victory, however small. But then, Keo's thoughts turned towards the larger picture, as they always did. Kelvin, she began, what do you think will happen next? After break, I mean. What comes after all this? Kelvin exhaled slowly, his gaze distant. I don't know, Keo. But we'll keep going. We have no choice. If we stop now, after all we've done, after everything we've sacrificed, it would mean nothing. Keo nodded, feeling the weight of his words. There was no going back. Not for any of them. Not after they had crossed this line. As if on cue, Navar appeared at their side, his expression serious, but tinged with satisfaction. The battle is won, but we have much left to do. Tiana wants everyone to rest up. We will move on to break soon. Get ready, all of you. Keo looked at Navar, her lips pressing into a tight line. Break. Another fight. Another village to take. We'll be ready, she said, her voice steady, despite the anxiety twisting in her stomach. Navar studied her for a moment before nodding. Good. I'll let Tiana know. Keep your eyes on Orson. We need him at his best. The warmth of the fire and the camaraderie around them gave Keo a sense of peace she hadn't felt in years. She could almost pretend that they were just a normal family, eating together after a long day's work. But there was no pretending. There was no escaping the reality that they were part of something much larger than themselves now. Orson, with all his potential, would play a critical role in the future. Keo knew this. Kelvin knew it, too. And as they shared the simple meal, the moment of tenderness, Keo couldn't help but wonder what the future would hold for them all. Would it be victory or ruin? Would they win this war against King Alderax? Or would they fall, just like so many before them?
Lyria 9. The days turned into a haze of fear and despair for Lyria. The temple, once a place of supposed enlightenment and solace, had become a gilded prison. She was no longer free to wander its halls at will. The other members always seemed to be watching her, shadowing her movements, ensuring she didn't stray too far or attempt to leave. The warmth she'd once felt from the community now felt suffocating, as though every kind gesture masked ulterior motives. Sana's presence loomed over her like a dark clan, his eyes always eyeing her no matter where she in the temple. His words, once soothing, now felt heavy with menace. He called her to his private quarters often, under the pretense of offering guidance or one-on-one lessons. She dreaded those summons, but refusal wasn't an option. Every time she hesitated, two of the more devout followers would appear by her side, gentle yet insistent, guiding her to him. She tried to convince herself that she could endure it, that there was a way out if she just waited long enough, but with each passing day, that hope grew dimmer. One afternoon, Sana summoned her again. The air in his quarters felt stifling, the walls closing in as he gestured for her to sit across from him. His piercing gaze made her feel small, vulnerable, like a mouse caught in the talons of a hawk. Lyria, he said, his voice smooth as silk, I can see the resistance in you. You've been holding back from truly embracing your place here. It's time to let go of that fear, that hesitation. I'm here to help you. She forced herself to meet his gaze, her stomach twisting with unease. I'm trying, she said softly, the lie bitter on her tongue. He leaned forward, his smile as cold as ever. No, my dear, you're not. But that's all right. I'll help you see what you've been blind to. As he spoke, his hand reached out to brush against her arm. Lyria froze, her skin crawling at the unwanted contact. His touch lingered too long, his fingers tracing a line down to her wrist. She pulled away instinctively, her breath hitching. Sanna's smile didn't falter, but his eyes darkened. "There's no need to be afraid of me. Lyria, I care for all of my followers, but you are special. You have a light within you that shines brighter than the rest, and I want to nurture that light." His words meant to flatter, only deepened her dread. She could feel the walls of the room closing in, the weight of his gaze pinning her in place. "Guru Sanna," she said, her voice trembling, I don't feel well. May I go rest?" His smile widened, and he leaned back in his chair, studying her like a predator deciding whether to pounce. "Of course," he said after a moment, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. "But remember, Lyria, the light within you belongs here. It belongs to me. You won't find safety or purpose anywhere else." She stood quickly, her legs shaky beneath her, and fled the room. As she hurried back to her quarters, her mind raced. "I can't stay here. I have to find a way out." But every door, every corridor, seemed guarded. The temple was a labyrinth of watchful eyes and closed-off paths. That night she sat on her cot, staring at the single window high above the wall. It was too small to climb through, but it let in a faint sound of the city beyond. She thought of Dove Strong, determined Dove who had warned her, begged her to leave. Dove had been right, and now Lyria was trapped. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she whispered into the darkness, "I'm sorry, Dove. I should have gone with you." The sound of footsteps outside her door jolted her, and she scrambled to wipe her face. The door didn't open, but she could hear voices muffled but unmistakably about her. The words Sanna and her enlightenment made her blood run cold. Lyria hugged her knees to her chest, her heart pounding. She didn't know how, but she had to escape. "Whatever it takes, I can't let him keep me here." Lyria sat frozen on her cot, the muffled voices outside her door fading into the background as she stared at the small window high on the wall. It was her only connection to the world outside, a cruel reminder of the freedom just out of reach. She let out a shaky breath, brushing tears from her cheeks. Then a shadow moved across the window. She blinked, her heart skipping a beat. For a moment she thought she might be imagining it, the stress playing tricks on her, but then the shadow reappeared, a hand gripping the frame. "Lyria," a voice hissed, barely audible over the faint sounds of the city. Lyria jumped up so fast that she saw stars. She recognized that voice. She scrambled to her feet and moved to stand directly under the window, craning her neck to look up. Dove's face appeared, half lit by the faint moonlight, her expression urgent. "Dove!" Lyria whispered, a voice cracking with emotion. "SHH," Dove said, glancing over her shoulder as if expecting someone to appear behind her. "I don't have long. Are you all right?" Lyria's throat tightened, and tears threatened to spill again. "No," she whispered. "I'm not. You were right. Dove. I should have listened. I am so sorry." "Don't," Dove interrupted, her tone firm. "Don't apologize. Just stay strong. I'm getting you out of here." Lyria's heart swelled with equal parts hope and fear. "You can't risk it," she said, her voice shaking. "It's too dangerous. You shouldn't even be here." But before she could finish, Dove's face disappeared from the window. Lyria's stomach twisted. She called softly after her, but there was no response. The faint sound of footsteps on the roof was the only indication that Dove was still nearby. The room fell silent again, and Lyria sank back onto her cot, her hands trembling. She didn't know what Dove was planning, but the thought of her friend risking everything to help her filled her with equal parts gratitude and dread. Minutes passed, or maybe hours, it was impossible to tell. Then the door to her room creaked open. Lyria shot to her feet, fear gripping her chest. A figure stepped inside, cloaked in the flowing white robes of the temple, their face hidden behind the veil worn by some of the more devout members. Lyria backed away instinctively, her breath quickening. The figure closed the door quietly and turned to face her. Then, with a swift motion, they lifted the veil, revealing Dove's determined face. "Dove," Lyria breathed, relief flooding through her. "Keep your voice down," Dove said sharply, her eyes scanning the room before settling on Lyria. I managed to sneak in, but we don't have much time. Lyria's eyes filled with tears. I can't believe you're here, she whispered. Dove crossed the room in 2 quick strides, placing a firm hand on Lyria's shoulder. I told you I'd come back for you, she said. Now, are you ready to leave this place? Lyria hesitated, glancing toward the door. Sana's men, they'll be watching. If they catch us... They won't, Dove interrupted, her tone resolute. Not if we're fast. I've been watching the patrols, the way they move around the temple. I know when we can slip out. Lyria swallowed hard, her fear warring with the desperate desire to escape. How did you? Later, Dove said, cutting her off. Right now, you just need to trust me. Can you do that? Lyria nodded, her chest tightening. Yes, she whispered. Dove's grip on her shoulder softened slightly, a flicker of warmth breaking through her hardened expression. Good, then let's get out of here. The temple's corridors were eerily quiet as Dove and Lyria slipped through them, their robes brushing against the stone floors. Dove had handed Lyria a spare veil to cover her face, and together they moved like shadows, heads bowed, pretending to be devout members on some midnight task. Stay close, Dove whispered as they crept past a gathering hall lit faintly by dying candles. Lyria nodded, clutching the edges of her borrowed veil tightly, her heart hammered in her chest, the air thick with tension. Each step felt like a gamble, the faintest sound threatening to draw attention to them. As they passed a narrow hallway, a faint glow caught Lyria's eye. She froze, her gaze drawn to a slightly ajar door. From within, a strange purple light flickered, pulsing like a heartbeat. Dove, Lyria whispered, tugging at her friend's arm. What? Dove hissed, but then she saw it too. They exchanged a look, and despite Dove's pointed shake of her head, Lyria inched closer to the door. Curiosity overrode fear. She peered through the crack, her breath catching at what she saw. Guru Sana stood in the centre of the room, his back to the door. The medicine she had risked so much to gather was spread out on a table before him, mixed into bubbling flasks and strange powders. His hands moved in deliberate, almost ceremonial motions, drawing sigils in the air with the glowing liquid. The purple light emanated from a circle inscribed on the floor, pulsing brighter with every word he chanted in a guttural, otherworldly tongue. But then Sana's face began to change. Lyria's eyes widened in horror as his smooth, human features started to ripple. Like water disturbed by a pebble, the skin seemed to sag and melt, sloughing away to reveal something scaly and alien beneath. His true face emerged a lizard-like visage with gleaming, slit-pupilled eyes, a snout lined with sharp teeth, and scales that shimmered dark green in the strange light. Lyria covered her mouth to stifle a gasp, her mind racing. A lizard kin. The mythical reptilian race was something she had only read about in ancient texts, dismissed by most as folklore or the ramblings of mad historians. And yet, here he was Guru Sana, a creature of legend hiding in plain sight. Dove tugged at her arm, her grip urgent. We need to go, she mowed, her expression as pale as Lyria felt. But Lyria couldn't look away. The spell seemed to reach its conclusion as Sana's claw hands traced a final sigil. Slowly, his lizard-like features began to fade, the scaly visage receding beneath an illusion of human skin. The process was unnervingly meticulous, as though he were donning a mask. Within moments, the familiar face of Guru Sana was restored, his expression serene and calculated as he surveyed his work. Lyria's stomach turned, and she finally tore her gaze away. She and Dove moved as quickly and silently as they could, retreating down the hall before he could sense their presence. Their steps quickened as they navigated the temple's labyrinthian corridors. At last, they found the side passage Dove had scouted earlier, a narrow stairwell that led to the outer walls. With one final glance back, they slipped through the hidden exit and emerged into the cool night air of the city streets. Lyria leaned against the wall, pulling the veil from her face and gulping in deep breaths of freedom. Dove stood beside her, her expression grim. "We can't stay here," Dove said. "Not in this city. Not with him still out there." Lyria nodded, her mind still reeling from what she had seen. "Dove," she whispered, her voice shaking. "What is he? Why would a lizardkin—" Dove cut her off, placing a hand on Lyria's shoulder. "I don't know," she said. "But we can't stop to figure it out here. We need to move before anyone notices we're gone." Lyria looked up at the sky, now streaked with a faint glow of dawn. She felt the weight of everything pressing down on her, the temple, the secrets, the danger still lurking behind them. But Duff was right. They couldn't afford to stop. "Let's go," Lyria said, her voice steadier now. They disappeared into the maze of the city, their footsteps blending into the waking hum of a capital.
Martin 12. The sun hung low over the farming town of Breg, its golden rays spilling across the tiled rooftops and bustling streets. The air was alive with anticipation, a scent of fresh bread mingling with the earthy aroma of hay and livestock. Crowds of farmers, merchants, and travelers filled the cobblestone streets, their voices rising in a cacophony of excitement as they gathered for the opening rounds of the tournament. Martin, Ellen, Tarumba, and Melian wove their way through the throng, their eyes scanning the lively scene. The heart of the town was dominated by the arena, grand, circular structure of wood and stone, its towering walls bearing banners of various houses and guilds. The hum of voices from within was a reminder of the thousands already seated, eager for the spectacle. "It hasn't changed much," Martin muttered as they approached. Memories of his own entry into the tournament years ago washed over him, bittersweet and tinged with uncertainty. Tarumba chuckled, clapping a hand on Martin's shoulder. "Familiar sights bring strength, old man. It's time to show them what you're made of." They passed through the towering gates of the arena, the guards barely sparing them a glance amid the chaos of entrants and spectators. Inside, the air was thick with the energy of competition. Competitors stretched and sparred in the practice yards, and the sound of clashing steel echoed through the open corridors. Martin stepped forward to the registration table, where a bored-looking scribe sat with ink-stained fingers. The man barely glanced up as Martin gave his name and signed the parchment, adding his entry to the long list of hopefuls. "Welcome to the tournament," the scribe droned before waving him off to the competitors' preparation area. The group gathered in a quiet alcove nearby, the din of the crowd muffled slightly by the heavy stone walls. Melian stepped forward first, his blindfold now removed, though his expression remained weary. "Listen carefully, Martin," the wizard said, his tone sharp. "The tournament isn't just about brute strength. Your opponents will test your patience, your strategy, and your ability to adapt. You must remain calm and focused. If you let anger or fear guide your hand, you will lose." Martin nodded, absorbing the words. "I'll keep that in mind." Tarumba stepped up next, his broad frame casting a shadow over Martin. "And don't forget the basics," he said, his voice a rumbling growl. "Keep your footing steady. Watch your opponent's shoulders, they'll tell you where their strike is coming from. And when you see an opening, take it. No hesitation." Martin couldn't help but smirk. "You make it sound so simple." "It is," Tarumba said, grinning, "if you don't overthink it." Ellen lingered behind the others, her emerald green eyes fixed on Martin. When the others stepped back, she approached, her movements tentative but deliberate. "Martin," she said softly, her voice barely audible over the distant roar of the crowd. He turned to face her, and for a moment, the noise of the arena seemed to fade away. "Before you go out there," she began, hesitating as if searching for the right words, I want you to know that I believe in you. I know this isn't easy, but I also know you're capable of more than you think." Martin's stomach fluttered. He hadn't expected this, not from her. He searched her face, finding a mix of worry and something deeper, something that mirrored the feelings he'd been trying to push aside. "Thank you," he said finally. "That means more than you know." Ellen reached out, her hand brushing against his arm. "Just promise me you'll come back in one piece. You're not just fighting for the throne, you're fighting for all of us." Martin nodded, his hand covering hers briefly. "I'll do everything I can." She smiled, a flicker of warmth breaking through the tension. Then, with a reluctant step back, she joined Tarumba and Melian, leaving Martin to prepare for what lay ahead. The sound of a trumpet echoed through the arena, signaling the start of the day's matches. Martin took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of the golden sword at his side. The road to reclaiming his throne had led him here, and now the fate of Agamemnon rested on the choices he would make in the arena. With his friends watching from the stands, Martin stepped forward, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. The roar of the crowd echoed in Martin's ears as he stepped into the center of the arena. The sun was high now, casting long shadows across the dirt floor of the Colosseum. His golden sword, seemingly still warm from the moment Melian had forged it, felt steady in his grip. Across from him stood his opponent, a lean man with dark hair pulled tight into a top knot, his armor sleek and black. The man wore a sneer that dripped with arrogance, as if already convinced that victory was his. Martin steadied himself, feet firmly planted on the earth beneath him. The noise from the crowd faded as his focus sharpened, Melian's advice still ringing in his mind. Patience. Strategy. Adapt. Tarumba's voice echoed too. Watch the shoulders and strike when the time is right. The bell rang, a deep resounding clang, and the fight began. The challenger rushed forward with surprising speed, his sword flashing in the sunlight. Martin raised his golden sword in defense, the edge of his blade meeting the man with a harsh clash that sent a tremor up Martin's arm. His opponent pressed hard, launching a flurry of quick strikes. Martin parried with precise movements, his body reacting without hesitation. The years of his training as a young man before the tournament, the battles he fought in his reign as king, and the endless practice with sword and axe, all of it surged back to him like a flood. His hands, once slow and unsure, now moved with muscle memory, a well-honed instinct. Each of his opponent's strikes was met with a smooth deflection, his own footwork carrying him around the blows as he slid effortlessly to the side. The audience's cheers rose, urging the combatants on, but Martin paid them no mind. The fight was simple now. It wasn't about speed or strength, it was about composure and control. The challenger, seeing his attacks continually blocked, began to grow desperate. He swung harder, faster, but his strikes became sloppier, leaving openings in his defense. Martin noticed the shift, and in that split second, his mind flashed to Tarumba's advice. He waited for the opening, watching the man's shoulder tense as he raised his sword for another blow. It came faster than the challenger expected. Martin sidestepped, his body moving almost without thought. As the enemy's sword sailed past him, Martin struck. His golden blade swept across his opponent's side with a sharp, decisive motion. The man gasped in pain as the blade cut through the armor and into his flesh. He staggered back, one hand clutching his wound. The crowd fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into applause. But Martin didn't pause. The fight wasn't over yet. He knew that one hit could shift the momentum again, and he couldn't afford to grow complacent. His challenger, now bleeding from his side, lifted his sword with grim determination, clearly ready to fight to the bitter end. Martin raised his sword again, his grip firm. He had no intention of letting the fight drag on any longer. With a calculated step forward, he launched himself at his opponent, driving the man back with a series of sharp, precise strikes. The challenger, already weakened, struggled to keep up with the relentless assault. One final swipe from Martin's sword caught the opponent off guard, knocking his blade from his hands. The man stumbled, breath ragged, and fell to his knees before Martin. The crowd went wild, but Martin stood still, staring down at the defeated man. "You fought well," Martin said, his voice carrying across the arena. It was a mark of respect, earned through struggle. With a weary nod, the man bowed his head, signaling his surrender. Martin raised his sword in acknowledgement, then turned toward the stands where his friends watched. He saw Ellen's relieved smile and Tarumba's proud, silent nod. The bell rang again, signaling the end of the match. Martin stepped back as a healer rushed in to tend to his fallen opponent. A few moments later, the next set of challengers was called to the arena, but Martin knew he had made it through. He had passed the first test. The second round began with the clang of the bell, and this time Martin could feel the weight of his first victory settling in his bones. His muscles were sore, and his breath came a little heavier than he liked. His opponent for this round was a tall, broad-shouldered man, his face covered in the tattoos of a distant northern tribe. The man's stance was wide and sturdy, his sword shining silver in contrast to Martin's golden blade. Martin stood ready, keeping his distance, waiting for the first move. The challenger wasted no time. With a guttural roar, he lunged forward, his sword a blur of steel. Martin barely had time to raise his sword in defense before the man's blow landed with a deafening crash, forcing Martin to take a quick step back. This was no novice. The northern man was strong, and his strikes were brutal, each one testing Martin's endurance and skill. Sweat already beaded on his forehead as he parried a particularly fierce strike, barely able to hold his ground. The fight was different now. No longer just about finesse, this one was a battle of sheer strength. Martin's arms ached with each parry. His movements, though practiced, felt slower than before. He could feel the stiffness in his back, the burn in his legs from the previous fight, and the exhaustion beginning to creep in. He could hear the crowd, the calls of excitement, but it was a distant noise compared to the thrum of his own pulse in his ears. His opponent was relentless, not giving him any space to breathe. Martin could feel himself getting winded with every swing, his sword growing heavier by the minute. "Stay calm. Focus." The words Melian had spoken before the match echoed in his mind. This wasn't about matching strength with strength. It was about patience. With a sharp exhale, Martin retreated a few steps, keeping his guard high as the challenger pressed on. The crowd roared with each exchange of blows, urging them both on. Martin's legs felt like lead, but he could see the glint of fatigue in his opponent's eyes. The man wasn't as unshakable as he seemed. Taking advantage of a small opening, Martin swept low with a sudden strike to the man's legs. The northern warrior staggered back, his balance momentarily lost. Martin seized the chance, raising his sword to land a quick slash across the man's side. The blow found its mark, and the man grunted, stepping back. But he wasn't done. His sword came down in a wide arc, forcing Martin to block with all his might. The force of the strike rattled his arms, and for a split second, Martin felt his grip falter. No! He couldn't let up now. The pain in his body screamed for him to stop, but Martin gritted his teeth, steadied himself, and tightened his grip. He had made it this far, and there was no turning back. His opponent came at him again, but this time, Martin was ready. He parried another attack, pushing his opponent off balance just enough to create a small gap. In that fleeting moment, Martin swept his golden sword upward, landing a clean strike across the man's shoulder. The blow was precise and decisive. The northern man staggered back, a pain grunt escaping his lips as he dropped his sword. He fell to his knees and with a slow, deliberate motion raised his hands in surrender. The crowd erupted into applause, but Martin barely heard them. He was winded, his chest heaving as he lowered his blade. His arms felt like they were made of stone, and his body screamed for rest. But he had done it. He had won. The bell rang, signaling the end of the match. As the healer rushed into the arena to tend to his fallen opponent, Martin turned to his friends in the stands. Ellen's face was alight with pride, and Taramba clapped him on the back, a broad grin on his face. "You did it, old man," Taramba chuckled. "Another round down." Martin managed a tired smile, though he felt like his legs might give out beneath him. But before he could savor the victory, a new voice rang out, cutting through the cheers of the crowd. "Everyone, attention!" A figure emerged at the edge of the arena, a messenger on horseback, panting and wide-eyed with urgency. His voice echoed across the stadium. "A group of Venorian rebels is approaching Brague. They'll be here within the hour." The crowd fell silent. The weight of the words hung heavy in the air. Melian, standing at the edge of the arena with his usual calm demeanor, turned to Martin, his face unreadable but for the faint flicker of something expectation, perhaps. "This is part of the plan, Martin," he said quietly, his voice carrying only to the group. "The Venorians are making their move, just as I hoped. We have to aid them." Martin blinked, still processing the news. "Aid them?" he asked, though the realization came quickly. The Venorians, the rebels, were fighting against Alderax's oppressive rule. They had a common goal, to dethrone the Mad King. Melian nodded. "Yes! You're not just here to win the tournament, you're here to support their cause, to give them a fighting chance against the forces that seek to destroy them." Tension rolled through Martin's chest. This wasn't just about a crown. It was about lives. It was about a nation. Ellen's voice broke through the thought spiral. "So we fight, then?" Melian gave a small, grim smile. Yes! You're in the right place, Martin. Now, we have to make our move. Tired though he was, Martin knew there was no time to rest. The fight was only just beginning.
Keo 11. The air was thick with tension as the Venorian rebellion's forces gathered just outside the walls of Brake. The town stretched out before them, its towering stone walls a symbol of the resistance they'd have to overcome. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows over the troops as they prepared for the battle that loomed ahead. Keo stood close to Kelvin and Orson, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of the coming fight pressing down on her shoulders, but she held herself steady, determined to protect the ones she loved. Navar was nearby, readying his staff, his face as grim as ever. But Keo could see the fire in his eyes, the fire of a man who was willing to do whatever it took to bring down Alderax's regime. "This is it," Keo murmured, her voice low, barely above a whisper. Kelvin nodded, his grip on his sword tightening. "We knew it was coming. We fight for the future now." Orson, standing between them, looked almost serene despite the chaos swirling around them. His training with Navar had made him stronger, more confident in his abilities. Keo couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride. Orson was no longer just a boy with uncontrolled magic, he was becoming something much more. But this battle, this was where it would truly be tested. "Remember what we've trained for," Navar said, his voice cutting through the noise. "Stay focused. No matter what happens, we fight together." Keo glanced at Orson, then at Kelvin. The bond between the three of them had only deepened since they'd left Rigo, and the weight of their shared journey felt heavier now than it ever had before. The sound of drums echoed through the camp, signaling that the siege would begin soon. The rebels had made their preparations, battering rams, ladders, and catapults were all in place, ready to break through the gates of Brake. But there was something different in the air now, something colder, more unforgiving. The stakes had never been higher. "We'll make it through this," Keo said, more to herself than to anyone else. "We have to." And with that, the battle began. The first arrow flew with a sharp whistle, striking a Venorian soldier in the chest before he had a chance to raise his shield. The Brake archers had prepared well, and their arrows came thick and fast. From all sides, they rained down on the advancing rebels, felling soldiers in the blink of an eye. Keo's heart sank as she watched one of the rebels collapse, an arrow lodged in his throat. The rebellion's forces were already suffering heavy losses, but there was no turning back now. "Get down," Navar shouted, pulling Orson out of the way of another volley. Keo ducked behind a large rock as arrows embedded themselves into the earth all around them. She couldn't help but feel the sting of fear, but she shoved it aside. This was no time for hesitation. "Orson," shouted over the chaos. "Stay close. Use your magic when you can." The boy nodded, his eyes wide, but focused. He had come a long way since they'd first set out from Rigo, but this was unlike anything he had faced before. Keo could see the strain in his eyes, the weight of expectation. He was no longer just a scared child, he was becoming a weapon, one that could change the tide of this battle. The rebellion's forces continued to push forward, but they were being slowly whittled down by the relentless fire of Brake's archers. Keo could see men and women around her falling, their bodies crumpling to the ground in pools of blood. The noise of battle shouting, clashing metal, and the occasional scream of pain was deafening, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to shake with the intensity of it all. "Forward," shouted Tiana from the front lines, her voice fierce and commanding. "We take this town tonight." Keo gritted her teeth and lifted her sword. She could see Kelvin fighting beside her, his every move precise and calculated. Orson was further ahead, standing tall despite the chaos, his hands crackling with energy as he readied his magic. The air around him shimmered with the power he now wielded, raw, untamed, and dangerous. But Keo trusted him. She had to. And then it happened. A sharp, crackling sound filled the air, and the earth beneath them seemed to tremble as Orson unleashed his power. A wave of heat exploded from his hands, setting fire to the walls and causing the Brake soldiers to scatter in fear. It was a display of power unlike anything Keo had seen before. The flames spread quickly, engulfing the enemy's ranks and throwing them into disarray. "Yes," Keo shouted, her heart racing as she watched the fire take hold. "Keep going, Orson." but the fire was only the beginning. As Austin focused harder, the sky above them darkened, and a great storm began to churn. Thunder rumbled, and the winds howled as magic surged through the air, swirling around the boy like a living thing. "Orson, steady," Nava called, his voice strained. "Focus on your power. Don't let it consume you." But Orson was nearly too far gone. The storm in the sky grew fiercer, and the flames roared louder. Keo's heart pounded in her chest as she realized the extent of the power Orson was unleashing. This wasn't just a battle anymore, it was a force of nature. The brave soldiers, already reeling from the fires and arrows, were now caught in the storm. Some were knocked off their feet by the powerful winds, while others were struck by bolts of lightning that seemed to come from nowhere. "Orson," she shouted again, pushing through the chaos to reach him. She grabbed his arm, pulling him back. "You're going too far. You have to control it." But the boy only stared at her, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. "I can't stop it, Keo," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It's too much." "Then let us help," Kelvin said, appearing at her side, his sword still blooded from the fight. He reached out and placed a hand on Orson's shoulder. "You don't have to do this, Orson. You can stop it." Keo didn't know what made her do it, but she felt herself begin to sing. It was an old Venurian hymn. She sang softly, and it seized Orson's attention. The boy nodded, a tear slipping down his cheek as he tried to regain control. Slowly, the storm began to subside, the fire dwindling to embers. The magic that had consumed him was now being reined in, though it still lingered in the air like the aftermath of a storm. Keo breathed a sigh of relief. But the battle was far from over. "We've got this," she said, her voice resolute. "We keep fighting. For Rico, for Vono, for all of us." The battle raged on as the rebels pushed forward, surging toward the gates of Brake. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of blood, the clash of steel ringing in the air. Keo fought with everything she had, her sword flashing as she cut down any Brake soldier that dared to stand in her way. The town was finally within reach, its walls beginning to crack under the pressure of the siege. The gates were falling. The rebels were winning. But in the chaos of the battle, Keo's eyes caught a glimpse of Navar. The seasoned warrior was leading the charge, his sword cutting through the enemy like a hot knife through butter. Keo felt a surge of hope until it was shattered by the scream that ripped through the air. Navar collapsed to the ground, his body crumpling with the force of an arrow that had pierced his chest. His face twisted in pain, his sword falling from his hand. "No," Keo screamed, rushing toward him. Before she could reach him, the blackguard appeared, a fearsome soldier clad in black armor, the insignia of the king's elite forces stamped on his chest. His bow was still raised, and he lowered it slowly, his cold, unfeeling eyes meeting Keo's. He had killed Navar. The air was thick with tension as the blackguard stood over the fallen warrior. But before Keo could react, a flash of movement tore through the chaos. Kelvin, his face set in a grim determination, rushed forward. His sword cleaved through the air, meeting the blackguard with a sickening crunch as the soldier's head separated from his body. The elite warrior fell without a sound. Kelvin stood over the body, his chest heaving with heavy breaths, the blood of his enemy dripping from his blade. Keo stared at him in disbelief. "You promised me," she whispered, the words heavy with the weight of their shared past. "You promised you wouldn't kill again." Kelvin turned toward her, his eyes shadowed with regret. He opened his mouth, but Keo didn't let him speak. Instead, she gave him a single, decisive nod of approval. "We do what we must," she said softly, her voice steady. "Survive. Fight. For all of us." Kelvin didn't argue. He simply nodded, his gaze softening. The battle was not over, but at that moment, they both understood what had just happened. The lines between their promises and their survival had blurred. And sometimes, in a world as broken as this one, the choices weren't as simple as they once had been. The fight continued, but soon, the tide began to turn. The rebel forces breached Brake's walls, and the soldiers defending it were pushed back. The Black Guard, disoriented by their loss of control, struggled to maintain their line. The rebels surged forward, cutting through the remains of the enemy forces until Brake had finally been taken. The village, once a stronghold of Aldrax's tyranny, was now under the control of those who sought to bring change. Keo stood on the edge of the battlefield, surveying the wreckage of the fight. The sound of swords clashing and screams of pain had slowly faded, replaced by the quiet murmurs of victory and the groans of the wounded. But as she looked over the sea of fallen soldiers, she couldn't escape the hollow ache in her chest. Navar had been one of the few who had truly believed in this cause, and now he was gone. She couldn't understand where his apprentice Lenra had disappeared to. She heard a voice behind her, and when she turned, she saw a small group of humans standing near her. They stepped forward, and something about them looked familiar, and Keo's eyes narrowed as she recognized them. "You," she said softly, her memory rushing back. "You were at the battle outside of Fracton." Martin stepped forward and gave a small smile, though it was tinged with the weariness of battle. "Aye, that we were. We didn't know you were part of this group, but it seems fate has a way of bringing us together." Keo nodded, her face tightening with the weight of everything that had happened. She didn't have the energy for words, but she gave a small, grateful smile in return. They introduced themselves as Martin, Ellen, and Taramber. Ellen clapped Keo on the shoulder. "It's good to see you again, in one piece. You've done well here. We've all done well." "Not well enough," Keo murmured, her eyes drifting toward Orson. The boy was sitting by himself a short distance away, his eyes cast downward. Keo's heart ached for him. Navar had been his mentor, his guide. The loss hit him harder than she could have ever anticipated. "I'll talk to him," Kelvin said, his voice soft as he, too, saw Orson sitting in solitude. Keo nodded in silent thanks, watching as he walked over to the boy. As Kelvin sat next to Orson, Keo remained standing with Martin, Ellen, and Taramber. The sounds of the celebration, the cheers of victory, were distant and hollow to her now. She couldn't bring herself to join in. Instead, her thoughts lingered on Navar and the promises they'd made. How had they come so far, only to lose the people who had believed in them most? "I'm sorry for your loss," Taramber said quietly, his voice rough from the day's battles. "But we move forward, and we prepare for the next fight." Keo nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "I know. But it's hard," she whispered. "It's hard to lose so much and still keep going." Ellen's face softened with empathy. "We all have our burdens to carry, Keo. But we're here. Together." Keo managed a small smile, her throat tight. She had never imagined her life would turn out this way, fighting for rebellion, losing friends, facing down armies. But this was the life she had now, and there was no turning back. The fires of Brake still smouldered in the distance, but the air was thick with the weight of what was to come. Keo stood among the rebels, feeling the strange mix of exhaustion and anticipation in the aftermath of the victory. Her mind was a whirlwind, her heart heavy with the loss of Navar, and there was a sense of uncertainty settling deep in her chest. The coming days held the promise of more bloodshed, more violence, and she couldn't help but feel that something important, something she couldn't yet name, was about to shift. Martin, Ellen, and Taramber were gathered near a fire, and beside them stood Orson. The boy had recovered from his moment of grief after Navar's death, though his sadness still lingered. He sat still, gazing into the flames, as if seeking answers from the embers. Keo moved closer, unable to stop herself from watching him. He was so young, far too young for the power that lay within him. That power, the thing that had saved them all in Brake, was also the thing that terrified her. Keo was drawn out of her thoughts as she saw Martin approach Orson. "Orson," Martin's voice was kind as he approached the boy, "I think it's time you met someone who can help you understand the power you've discovered." Keo's heart skipped a beat. She had seen the way Martin carried himself, calm, authoritative, but somehow she knew there was even more to him. Orson looked up, his face full of weariness, but Martin's warm presence seemed to put him at ease. The king gestured to a tall figure standing off to the side, draped in the robes of a wizard. Keo's heart quickened when she saw him, Melian, the former court wizard. She had met him in his astral form, but she had never seen him in person. His presence was formidable, like the stillness before a hurricane. He was tall, his long silver hair falling around his face, and his piercing blue eyes held a depth that felt like they could see straight into your soul. Melian stepped forward, his gaze settling on Orson. "You're a rare one, boy," Melian's voice was smooth, almost hypnotic. "Your magic, it has potential that I have not seen in decades. What you wield, your power, will be key to the salvation of Agamemnon." Kyo's heart twisted in her chest at his words. She couldn't help herself, she had to speak. "No," she said, her voice shaking. "No, he's too young, too volatile. You don't understand, he nearly lost control in the battle. He's a child. You can't just use him as a weapon." The words fell heavily in the space between them, and for a moment, silence hung in the air. Orson looked from Kyo to Melian, his face clouded with confusion. Before anyone else could respond, Martin raised his hand, signalling a shift in the conversation. "I am Martin Treehorn, former king of Agamond, and now, I'm taking part in the tournament to reclaim the throne. The final 2 rounds await, and I will challenge Aldrax for the crown." There it was, the truth. Kyo felt her breath catch in her throat. Everyone around them began to whisper and point. A wave of excitement and curiosity washed through the crowd. Martin spoke again, his voice low and resolute. "I need all of you to help prepare for what comes next. But Orson and all of the Venorians will not be involved in the final stages of this war. We will not take the capital. I will face Aldrax in the tournament alone." Kyo stood still as this plan unfurled before her. She didn't know what to make of it. It seemed too simple, too dangerous. But Martin's resolve was unshakable. She couldn't deny the fire in his eyes. As the conversation swirled around her, Kyo looked down at Orson, who was staring at the ground, his face filled with uncertainty. Her heart ached for him. He had only just begun to understand the power he wielded, and now they were asking him to stand aside. Was this what they wanted for him? In that moment, Kyo felt something shift in her, a quiet realization. She was more than just a mother to Orson. She was his protector, and she would make sure he didn't lose himself in the chaos. She was relieved to know he wouldn't be used again. The rebellion, the battles, the politics, it was all too much. She didn't know what the future held, but one thing was certain: she wouldn't let anyone take Orson's innocence away. Not if she could help it.
Martin 13. The battle for Brage had been hard fought, but in the end, the tide had turned in favor of the Venorian rebels, thanks to the timely intervention of Martin and his friends. The streets were littered with the remnants of battle-discarded weapons, blood-stained soil, and the heavy silence of a town on the brink of ruin. The rebels had celebrated their victory, but the weight of the ongoing war still loomed large. "Martin," Melian said, his voice low and measured, "the child. Orson. He is powerful beyond measure. If we use him, we can tip the scales in our favor. The Blackguard won't stand a chance against that kind of power." Martin's gaze was unyielding as he met Melian's eyes. "No, we will not use him." The wizard's brow furrowed, a flash of surprise passing through his usually inscrutable face. "You're not considering—" "I won't turn a child into a weapon," Martin interrupted, his voice steady. "I've seen enough bloodshed in my life to last 100 men. Orson deserves better than that." The air between them thickened. Melian opened his mouth to argue, but Martin held up a hand to stop him. "The tournament is still on, and I'm still in it. There's no way around that. I have to face Aldrax, and I'll do it on my terms, not by using a boy." "But think of the advantage, Martin," Melian persisted, his voice growing more intense. "With his power we can force Aldrax's hand. We can end this war before it even truly begins." Martin shook his head, his features hardening. "There isn't going to be a war. We win this by using the boy, and what does it say about us? That we're no better than Aldrax." Ellen, who had been standing quietly by Martin's side, stepped forward. "Now we know what we're up against, and Martin's right. We have to win this fight by our own strength, not by exploiting the child. We're not putting innocent lives in the balance." Melian stared at her for a moment as if weighing her words. His eyes then shifted back to Martin, who stood tall and resolute, unwavering in his decision. "There's no use in arguing," Martin said, his voice final. "Orson will not fight for us. We will carry on with our own strength, and the plan stays the same. I'll compete in the final rounds of the tournament. I'll defeat Aldrax there, in front of everyone. That's how this ends." Melian let out a soft, resigned breath. He seemed to contemplate this for a long moment before nodding, though the tension in his shoulders remained. Very well, Martin, he said at last, though his voice carried a hint of reluctant acceptance. But know this, you're not just fighting for a crown. You're fighting for everything. The future of Agamemnon itself hinges on this. Martin met Melian's gaze. I know that better than anyone. Taramba, who had been listening quietly to the exchange, now stepped forward, his usual stoic expression softening into something that might have been considered approval. And we'll be with you every step of the way, he added, clapping a hand on Martin's shoulder. Tournament or not, I'll be there to cheer you on. Ellen gave him a small, reassuring smile, her eyes glinting with something that was both determination and hope. We'll see this through, together. The weight of the moment settled across everybody, but Martin refused to let it crush him. He had made his choice, and now there was no turning back. The tournament would continue, and the final rounds would take place in the capital city, the place where Martin had lost everything. After a long silence, Melian finally spoke again, his voice more resigned than before. Then we move forward. The rebels have the momentum, and we need to use that to our advantage. You must travel to the capital. But I warn you, Martin, the final rounds of the tournament. The rules are different. I know, Martin replied, his face hardening. We fight to the death. I've been through it before. Ellen looked at Martin. Her eyes glimmered faintly. But with that, the decision was made. The group would leave Brage at first light, bound for the capital where the final rounds awaited. As the sun began to set over the quieting camp, Martin made his way toward the small fire where Keo, Kelvin, and Orson sat. The tension of the battle in Brage still lingered in the air, thick with the smoke of the burning buildings and the smell of fresh earth turned over in the wake of a hard fight. Yet, there was a moment of calm here, a moment where the world could almost pretend everything would be okay. Keo and Kelvin stood as Martin approached, their faces weary but resolute. Orson, the young Venorian prodigy, sat off to the side, staring into the flames, lost in thought. He had been quiet since the battle, and Martin could see the burden of being caught in the midst of something so far beyond his years weighing on him. But the boy had proven himself capable, his power and potential undeniable. Keo, Kelvin, Martin said, his voice filled with gratitude. I want to thank you both for keeping Orson safe through all this chaos. You've done more than just protect him, you've kept him grounded in a world that's anything but. Kelvin gave a respectful nod. The boy is something special. He's stronger than he knows. Keo, more soft-spoken, added with a grin, he's more than just capable. He's very special indeed. Martin smiled, but there was sadness in his heart. Orson wasn't just a fighter. He was a weapon, and that was the part Martin could never accept. The boy had already lived through too much death and uncertainty. Martin would never let him be the tool of war. If I'm successful in the tournament, Martin said, his voice firm with resolve, I promise you all will have a safe place to live. I'll make sure you're taken care of. You've earned it. Keo and Kelvin exchanged a glance, and then Keo spoke, his tone warm. We'll hold you to that promise. The boy, he's one of us, now. We're family. Martin looked at Orson, who smiled faintly at the mention of a safe future. I hope you get the chance to see it, Martin said. When this is all over, I hope I can make Agamemnon a place worthy of people like you. The brief conversation seemed to lift Martin's spirits, but his attention soon shifted to Ellen, who had been quietly watching him from a distance. She'd been a steady presence throughout everything, her support never wavering, and now it was time to speak with her privately. His heart thundered in his chest as he made his way toward her, unsure of how to express what had been building inside him for so long. Ellen, he said softly as he approached her. His voice trembled ever so slightly, betraying the depth of his feelings. I thank you for everything you've done for me, for all of us. She gave him a warm smile, one that reached her eyes, full of understanding. I'll always be here for you, Martin, she said simply, her hand brushing against his. No matter what happens. Martin swallowed hard, feeling a wave of emotion rush over him. It was everything he could do not to pour his heart out then and there. But the words didn't come easily. How could they, when everything around them was uncertain? He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, but Ellen's presence made it easier to bear. He cleared his throat, trying again. I don't think I could have made it this far without you. I don't know how to say this properly, but these past few weeks I've realized something. I've been so lost in the fight, in the responsibility of everything, that I forgot what it was like to. He hesitated, looking down, his words faltering as he searched for the right way to express the feelings he had buried for so long. To care about someone. To have something to fight for other than the throne. Ellen's features softened, and she stepped closer to him. "You're not alone, Martin. You never were. I'm here. And I'll stay with you for as long as you need me." Martin felt his heart quicken as her words wrapped around him like a lifeline. For a long moment they stood there, the weight of everything hanging in air between them. In that silence, Martin felt something stir, something deeper than gratitude. It was a bond that had formed over the course of their journey, something he had never expected but could no longer deny. He took a deep breath. "I think I've been falling for you, Ellen. I've been so afraid to admit it, but every day we've been together, I've felt something I don't know how to explain. I'm not sure how to make sense of it with everything going on, but I can't ignore it anymore." Ellen looked up at him, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "I've been feeling the same, Martin." And in that moment, the noise of the camp, the clamor of war, and the heavy burden of their quest faded away. All that remained was the connection between them, so strong and undeniable that neither of them could resist it. Without a word, Martin closed the gap between them, leaning in slowly, giving her the chance to pull away if she wanted. But she didn't. Instead, she met him halfway, and their lips met in a kiss that was gentle at first, soft, as if testing the waters of this new, uncharted territory between them. The kiss deepened, and in that moment, everything else fell away. The tournament, the war, the crown, they no longer seemed important. The only thing that mattered was the person standing before him and the fragile, beautiful connection they shared. They broke apart slowly, both of them breathless, their foreheads resting against each other in quiet understanding. "I don't know what happens next," Martin whispered, his voice thick with emotion, "but I'll fight for this. For us." Ellen smiled, her hand gently caressing his cheek. "We'll face whatever comes next, Martin." In the quiet of the moment, with the weight of the world still pressing on their shoulders, they found a fleeting peace. And for a brief moment nothing seemed more important than this than each other.
Lyria 10. Dove led the way through the twisting streets, her steps quick and purposeful. Lyria kept close behind, her senses heightened as they wove through the dark alleys and crowded marketplaces of Agamemnon. The air was thick with the smell of spices and roasting meats, mingling with the faint scent of rain still clinging to the city. As they moved farther from the temple, the oppressive weight of Guru Sana's influence began to loosen its grip on Lyria's chest, but the knots of guilt and confusion were harder to untangle. Finally, they stopped in a small, quiet courtyard, surrounded by old stone walls that seemed to echo the silence. It was a little haven amidst the chaos of the city, a perfect place to pause and rest for a moment. The faint murmur of city life carried through the cracks in the wall, but here they were hidden from the prying eyes of the Black Guard or any temple members. Dove sank onto a low stone bench, taking a deep breath, and Lyria sat beside her, her legs aching from the night's flight. The weight of everything they'd just witnessed, everything they'd escaped, seemed to settle in all at once. "Thank you, Dove," Lyria said quietly, her voice cracking slightly, "for coming back for me. I don't know what I would have done without you." Her heart was full of gratitude, but there was also a deep aching mix of shame and confusion over everything that had happened in the temple. How had she allowed herself to be so completely taken in by Sana's lies? Dove gave her a long, searching look, but then offered a small, tired smile. "You don't have to thank me. I told you I would always be there for you. You were my friend, and I wasn't going to leave you there." Lyria leaned back against the stone wall, closing her eyes for a moment, letting the cool air brush over her face. She thought back to the teachings, to the way Sana had twisted her thoughts, made her believe that everything she had endured in the past was part of some greater plan, some path to enlightenment. She had felt so sure that it was true, so sure that following him was the right thing to do. "How could I have been so blind?" Lyria murmured. "How did I not see it? He wasn't what he said he was, and I let myself—" "Lyria," Dove interrupted, her voice gentle but firm, "you weren't the only one fooled. It's not your fault. Lyria nodded but couldn't shake the heavy feeling of betrayal gnawing at her. I let myself believe. I wanted to believe. She sighed, opening her eyes. I really thought I was meant to be there, that it was all part of something bigger. I didn't think there was anything wrong with him until that moment. The memory of Sana's face melting away, revealing the monstrous lizardkin beneath, flashed in her mind. It still didn't seem real, how could it? A lizardkin. She had heard stories, of course, but everyone thought they were just that, stories. "I can't believe he was a lizardkin," Lyria said, shaking her head. "It's like something from one of those old legends. I thought they were extinct, or she trailed off, clearly taken aback. I never imagined he could be that kind of monster." Dove exhaled sharply, still trying to process the sight of his transformation. "I didn't either," she whispered. "I thought he was just a man, a very manipulative man, but a man all the same. I never expected that. It's like everything we thought was real isn't true." They sat in silence for a while, each lost in their thoughts, their exhaustion beginning to catch up with them. But just as Lyria was starting to let her guard down, a figure stepped into the courtyard. A chill ran down her spine, and she instinctively tensed. A tall man, dressed in the sharp, intimidating new form of the Black Guard, stood in the entrance of the courtyard. His helmet gleamed in the pale light, casting a cold sheen across his face. His eyes were fixed on Dove and Lyria, narrowed in suspicion. "What's this?" His voice was low, almost a growl. "You two don't belong here." Lyria's heart thudded in her chest. They had been careful, but it had been foolish to think they could escape notice for long. The Black Guard were everywhere, and once they were on your trail, there was little chance of slipping away. Dove's hand instinctively moved to her side, but she didn't draw any weapon. Instead, she stood slowly, trying to mask her tension. "We're just passing through," she said coolly, her voice calm but laced with a subtle warning. "We don't want any trouble." The guard stepped closer, his eyes flicking between them. "You're lying," he said, his voice growing harder. "We've been ordered to find two girls who escaped the castle. You match the description." Lyria's breath hitched, and she felt her pulse raise. They had found them, this was it. The fear that had been building inside her finally exploded into panic. They couldn't go back to the temple not after what they had learned about Sana, and they couldn't go back to the castle. There was no place left to run. Dove, sensing the same, moved first, a sharp motion that took the guard by surprise. She shoved him hard, knocking him off balance for just a second. But it wasn't enough. The guard was trained, and his reflexes were fast. He righted himself almost immediately, drawing his sword with one swift motion. Before either of them could react, he seized Dove by the arm, yanking her toward him. Trying to resist, not wise. His grip tightened on her wrist, forcing her to stumble toward him. Lyria froze, her throat dry, heart thudding. She reached out, but a sudden pain exploded in her arm as the guard grabbed her as well, pulling both of them toward the entrance of the courtyard. They had no choice now but to go with him. There was no way they could fight him off. "Let go of us!" Dove spat, her voice filled with defiance. She struggled, but the guard's grip was like iron. He didn't even flinch at her attempts. "I'm afraid you're coming with me," the guard said, his voice cold, unmoved by her protests. "You're wanted for escape. You'll answer for your crimes." Lyria's stomach twisted in dread as she realized what that meant. They were going back to the castle, back to King Alderax's reach. The thought was suffocating. She glanced at Dove, their eyes locking for a brief moment. There was nothing they could do now. The guard, sensing their fear, tightened his hold on both of them. He motioned for two other guards who had been waiting nearby to approach, their faces unreadable behind their helmets. Together, they led Lyria and Dove through the winding streets, past the dark alleyways where they had once thought they were safe. Each step felt heavier, the city streets twisting into a blur as they were pulled further from the fleeting taste of freedom they had experienced. As they moved closer to the looming gates of the castle, Lyria could feel the weight of her failure pressing down on her chest. The escape, the fleeting hope, had all been for nothing. They were going back to the very place they had tried to escape, with no idea what awaited them once they crossed those walls again. The city noises around them felt muffled, as though the world itself had turned its back on them. The Black Guard's grip was unyielding, and Lyria knew that there would be no chance for escape this time. They had been caught. The sound of the jail cell door slamming shut echoed through the cold stone chamber. Lyria was thrown roughly to the ground, the impact rattling her bones. She winced but didn't have the strength to cry out. Her mind was reeling from their capture, from the crushing weight of defeat. Duff was beside her, equally disheartened, her gaze fixed on the floor. The Black Guard's harsh words echoed in Lyria's ears. "You'll answer for your crimes. King Alderax will want to see you both." The door to the cell clanged shut, and the lock rattled into place. One of the guards called out from the hallway, "We'll be back for you soon. Don't get any ideas about escaping." Lyria didn't respond. Her heart felt heavy, as if all the hope they had stolen was now gone. They had made it so far out of the castle, out of Sanna's control. Now they were back where they'd started, imprisoned and at the mercy of King Alderax. She couldn't help the tears that welled up in her eyes, though she quickly blinked them away. She glanced at Dove, who sat beside her in silence. There was no point in speaking. They both knew what awaited them. But then a soft click came from the door, and the sound of the lock turning made Lyria's heart leap in her chest. She turned, eyes wide, as the door creaked open. And there, standing in the doorway, was a familiar face. Aranda. Lyria's voice trembled as she stood, unsure if her mind was playing tricks on her. But the sight of the old chef, her warm, maternal presence unmistakable, made her breath catch. Dove shot to her feet beside Lyria. "Aranda," she whispered, her eyes wide in disbelief. "How did you—" Aranda smiled gently, placing a finger to her lips to silence them. She stepped forward into the dimly lit cell, the flicker of torchlight dancing off her face. They quickly told her all about their experience at the Temple of the Moonlight. "I am so sorry. I never should have sent you to that temple." Lyria felt her heart swell with relief at the sight of Aranda. The old woman had always been a beacon of kindness in the castle, a steady presence in a place filled with darkness, but hearing that she had been unaware of Guru Sanna's true nature only deepened Lyria's sympathy for her. "I should have known," Aranda continued, her voice breaking a little. "I knew something wasn't right about him, but I thought he might help you. I didn't realize—" "None of us did," Lyria interrupted, her voice thick with emotion. "You couldn't have known. We didn't know either. He was so convincing. Dove rescued me." Aranda sighed heavily, but she quickly recovered, giving them a firm, reassuring look. "It's all right now. We're going to get you out of here. One last time, I promise." She reached into her apron and produced a small, delicate lock-pick, swiftly and expertly working it into the cell's lock. A moment later, the door creaked open, and she motioned for them to follow her. Lyria could hardly believe it. They were free again. They stepped out of the cell into the shadowed hallway, Aranda leading them as quietly as possible through the winding corridors. The heavy sound of their footsteps was muffled in the stone halls, but Lyria's heart raced in her chest. This was it, they were really escaping. They made their way through the back passages, Aranda guiding them toward a small, hidden exit that led out into the city. The heavy castle air grew lighter as they stepped outside into the cool night, the darkness of the street wrapping around them like a blanket. "Wetter now," Dove whispered, looking over at Aranda. Aranda glanced around cautiously, then spoke in a low voice. "We need to stay hidden. There are whispers in the city about the tournament, about the throne." She paused, scanning the streets, before adding, "It's all part of Alderax's plan." Lyria frowned. "I thought Alderax was trying to claim indefinite power. Why would he hold a tournament instead?" Aranda's face darkened. "Alderax wants to solidify his rule. He will manipulate the outcome, and no one will question his legitimacy. It's all for show, but it will fool the people." They moved quickly through the streets, staying to the shadows as much as they could. The whispers of the tournament echoed around them, people eagerly discussing who might win the crown and what would happen to the kingdom. There was tension in the air, like the calm before a storm. Lyria's mind swelled with questions. How could anyone stop Alderax? And what would happen if they didn't? But for now, all they could do was keep moving and stay hidden. They had to survive.
Martin 14. As Martin, Ellen, Tyrama, and Melian entered the capital city, a strange mix of familiarity and alienation washed over him. The streets, once full of the hum of royal life and the bustle of his court, now seemed muted, like the city itself was holding its breath, waiting. The Black Guard had their presence here, of course, but strangely no one bothered them as they walked through the cobbled streets. It was as if they were invisible, or perhaps it was simply that their arrival hadn't been noticed yet. No matter how he tried to dismiss it, Martin couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The city had always been filled with the scent of perfumes and fine oils, the hum of traders, and the distant chime of bells marking the hour. Now it felt like the air was thick with tension, as if even the wind had grown weary of Aldrax's rule. Martin's mind wandered back to the day when everything had changed, the day Aldrax had struck him down in this very city. The capital, once a place of safety and authority, was now a reminder of his fall from grace. His throat tightened, and he tried to push the unease aside, focusing instead on the goal ahead. The tournament, his chance to reclaim what had been taken from him. They came to the arena, its towering walls and regal arches almost mocking him as they approached. The sound of excited voices and a rhythmic stomping of feet filled the air, telling him the first round had already begun. Spectators were filling the stands, and the smell of sweat and dust mixed with the sharp tang of metal. He could hear the distant clang of weapons being tested, the excitement palpable. Martin signed up for the tournament, his name now just another entry among many. The weight of it all pressed heavily on him, but he pushed forward. This was no longer just about him, it was about Agamemnon, about the people who still believed in him, even if they were too afraid to speak out. It was about proving that his failure was not final, that he still had the strength to stand tall and fight. Once inside the holding area, he could hear the murmurs of his fellow competitors. Some of them were young, their eyes wide with anticipation. Others were older, their bodies battle-worn. No matter their age or experience, each one was here for the same reason: to win, to survive, and to take what the others couldn't. Melian leaned in, his voice low but intense. Remember, the key is not brute strength, but strategy. Don't waste your energy. Keep your movements measured and trust in your instincts. Tyramba, his face a mixture of concern and pride, clapped a hand on Martin's shoulder. You've faced worse odds than this, my friend. Keep your wits about you, and don't let anyone throw you off balance. Use the sword, let it guide you, not the other way around. Martin nodded, his grip tightening around the golden sword, the one forged from the Hope Stone. He had fought with many swords in his life, but none had the significance of this one. Then Ellen came to him, her presence like a calming balm. She took his hand gently, her eyes full of quiet understanding. Be careful, she said softly, her voice trembling slightly. I know you'll make it through. Don't leave me alone, now. Martin's heart stuttered in his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, to reassure her, but the words caught. Instead, he pulled her into a brief, unexpected kiss, a soft meeting of lips that held more meaning than words could convey. She leaned into him, her touch a quiet promise. I'll be back, he murmured against her cheek. She nodded, though her eyes were filled with worry. The first challenger was a tall man, his muscles thick and his eyes cold with determination. He wasted no time, rushing forward with a series of brutal swings. Martin sidestepped, barely avoiding the first blow, and then met his opponent's second strike with a quick parry. The fight was fast-paced, each strike ringing out like the clash of thunder. Martin was quick, dodging and countering, trying to gauge the rhythm of his opponent's movements. But this man was good. He had fought in these arenas before, and he knew how to handle a blade. Martin's body ached from the strain, but he refused to show weakness. Each move was calculated, each breath measured. They clashed again, the sounds of steel on steel ringing through the arena. Martin's opponent grunted as he pressed forward, and for a moment it felt like Martin might be overwhelmed. But then, in a flash, something within him clicked. He could feel it, the instincts that had carried him through battles in the past, the strategic mind that had once ruled a kingdom. With a swift move, he stabbed his opponent and sent him sprawling to the ground. The crowd roared with approval, and Martin stood tall, his chest heaving. He had won, but there was no time to savor the victory. Martin was ushered off the battlefield, his muscles sore and his mind already focused on what lay ahead. He met Melian's gaze briefly, then Tarumba's and finally Ellen's. The moment of victory passed quickly, replaced by the weight of their impending next round. The second round was more brutal than the first. Martin's opponent was tall, wiry, and deceptively fast. Unlike the first fighter, who relied on sheer strength, this one danced around Martin with precision, his strikes aimed to disorient and wear him down. The crowd roared with every clash, and the pressure mounted on Martin's shoulders. His muscles screamed with fatigue, his mind racing with strategies he had already used, and each time he thought he had the upper hand, his opponent would slip away, launching a counterattack that caught Martin off guard. The minutes dragged on. Martin's body was beginning to fail him, he was winded, sore, and his movements were growing sluggish. The golden sword felt heavy in his hand, its once sharp gleam now dulled by the sweat and blood of battle. His opponent was relentless, a flurry of jabs and slashes that left little room to breathe. Martin's reflexes were slowing, and for a moment, doubt gnawed at him. Had he made the right decision coming back into this tournament? Would he be able to face Alderax at all if he couldn't even beat this fighter? The arena seemed to close in on him as the seconds ticked away. Then something snapped. Martin's focus shifted. He couldn't afford to let his opponent dictate the fight. With a surge of willpower, he broke free from his hesitation. He stepped in close, using the man's speed against him. In a series of swift, well-placed strikes, Martin finally disarmed his challenger and brought him to the ground, his golden sword flashing in the harsh light of the arena. The blow was final, cutting deep through the air. The crowd erupted in a wild cheer, the arena shaking with the noise. Martin stood over his fallen opponent, chest heaving, his muscles burning from the effort. His eyes scanned the stands for a brief moment, but he didn't linger. He had made it to the final round, but the battle with Alderax loomed large. Martin was again ushered off the arena floor, the cheers of the crowd now a distant hum in his ears. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind a profound weariness. His friends were waiting for him just outside the gates. Ellen, a face a mix of pride and concern, rushed to him. "You did it," she said, her hand brushing his bloodied arm. "But you look exhausted. Are you all right?" Martin smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I'll be fine. There's just one more fight." Tarumba clapped him on the back with a smile, though it was clear he, too, was concerned. "You've done well, old friend. But this next one, it won't be easy." Melian stood slightly apart from them, watching Martin with a quiet intensity. "You have 1 hour to prepare," he said, his tone serious but somehow comforting. "Take what time you need. You fought hard to get here." Martin nodded, looking at his friends. They had all come so far, and this was the final test. But before he could say anything else, Melian stepped forward, his voice low and deliberate. "There's something I need to ask you. Martin, something I've asked before. Magic today?" Martin paused, the weight of the moment hanging heavy in the air. He'd relied on the sword, his symbol of strength and his past, but there was more to this fight than brute force. He could feel it. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The question was familiar, one that he had heard from Melian before, but the answer had changed. It had to change. "Maybe, just a little," Martin replied, his voice steady and sure. A look passed between him and Melian, one of silent understanding. Magic today? He wasn't the king who had lost his throne anymore. He was someone new, someone stronger, and this time he was ready to win with the power of his friends behind him. Ellen stepped closer, her eyes searching his face as if looking for some reassurance. Martin reached out, his fingers brushing hers in a quiet gesture of connection. They didn't need words now. There was nothing left to say, only the fight ahead. The hour passed quickly, and soon it would be time to face Alderax. "Take care of yourself," Ellen whispered, her voice low but full of emotion. "No matter what happens, remember that we believe in you." "I will," Martin promised. He turned and gave her one last look before walking away, his back straight and determined. The arena's gate opened before him. The final round was about to begin, and this time he wasn't just fighting for a crown. He was fighting for everything he had lost and for everything he had left to gain. As the gates slammed shut behind him, Martin's heart pounded in his chest. The king awaited him. The throne was within his reach.
Lyria 11. The streets of the city were alive with a buzz of excitement, an electric energy that seemed to ripple through every corner of the capital. The air felt charged, thick with anticipation as people rushed past Lyria, Dove, and Hiranda, their faces lit with the same eager expression. Lyria couldn't help but notice the shift in the atmosphere. The city, which had always seemed cold and oppressive under Alderax's rule, was now alive with a feverish kind of joy, a wild energy that didn't make sense in a kingdom ruled by fear. Whispers floated through the crowd, and as they walked, Lyria caught fragments of conversation that made her pulse quicken. "Martin Trehorn's back. He's coming for Alderax. The throne's his. I can't believe it. I thought he was dead. He's gonna take the crown back. The king's going to lose. Alderax's reign is over. Martin Trehorn the king before Alderax, the man who had ruled Agamond with a level of fairness that most people had admired, but no one had expected him to return. It was a thought that had been buried, like a legend fading into history. Everyone had assumed the throne was Alderax's for good. But now the streets were alive with his name. The people were saying it like a prayer, like a promise that Alderax's terror was coming to an end. Hiranda, who had remained quiet up until now, glanced around, a face unreadable but her eyes full of concern. "We should keep moving. This is risky. The guards will be out in full force today, and there's no telling what might happen." But even as she spoke, Lyria could see the pull of the crowd, the way the people were rushing toward the arena at the centre of the city. Excitement and fear mixed in the air, and despite Hiranda's warning, Lyria found herself drawn in. "Is it true?" Dove whispered, her voice filled with disbelief. "Martin Trehorn is back." Hiranda sighed. "I don't know. The rumours could be exaggerated, but there's definitely something happening. The tournament will be like nothing we've seen before." She paused, looking at the crowd surging toward the arena. Alderax would give up the throne without a fight. If Trehorn has truly returned, her voice trailed off, uncertainty clouding her face. "We should go," Lyria said suddenly, before her thoughts could catch up. The words were out before she realized it, but the weight of them felt right. She didn't know why, but she felt pulled toward the arena, the center of it all. Something in her, maybe the same desperate spark that had driven her to escape the castle, told her they had to see this, and had to understand what was truly happening. Dove hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. "Let's go." And so, the three of them made their way toward the arena, blending into the crowd. The streets grew busier as they neared the heart of the city, the noise escalating into a roar of excitement. Vendors shouted about food and drink, while people hurried toward the entrance, some of them practically running as if to catch a glimpse of something that could change the future of the kingdom. Lyria's heart beat in her throat as they neared the grand structure. The city's arena loomed ahead, an imposing building that had witnessed countless tournaments, but today it felt different. There was an edge to the air, a sense that something monumental was about to unfold. She could sense it in the way the crowd murmured, in the way every face seemed lit with hope or fear or both. "Do you think Martin Trehorn could really be here?" Lyria asked, her voice barely audible over the noise of the crowd. Lyria, Dove, and Hiranda pushed through the throngs of people, their bodies pressed close to the others, but it was not until they were near the farthest corner of the arena that they felt a moment's respite. The crowd was so thick now, so consumed with excitement, that it felt like the walls themselves were alive with tension. From this vantage point, they could still see the sprawling battleground, the sand-streaked floor that would soon be stained with the blood of those who fought for the throne. It was here, in the shadow of a stone wall, that they met three strangers. At first, Lyria thought they were simply more members of the crowd, but then she noticed their green skin smooth, almost shimmering like jade, and their eyes glow in a faint golden hue. They didn't look like anyone Lyria had ever seen before, but she had read about Venorians in books. The woman gave Lyria a quick but knowing glance before turning to face her fully. "You're hiding well, but we see you. We know why you're here." She spoke softly but with a calm assurance. Her short, wild hair was swept back from her face, and her clothes, dark and simple, hinted at a life lived in the shadows. "You don't belong here, do you?" Lyria blinked in surprise, unsure whether the question was a judgment or simply an observation. Before she could answer, Dove stepped forward, her voice low but defiant. "Who are you? The green-skinned woman raised an eyebrow at Dove's suspicion but nodded. "Kyo," she said simply. She gestured to the two others with her. "Kelvin." She pointed to the tall man beside her, his face set in an expression of quiet intensity, and Orson. She finished with a smile at the boy, who was clutching her hand. Lyria couldn't help but be curious. She had never actually met any of the green-skinned people of Vono. Kyo spoke again, her voice grave. "The whispers you hear are true. Martin Treehorn is here. He's come to face King Alderax for the throne, and he will reclaim it." Her tone left no room for doubt. Lyria felt a chill run down her spine. The weight of those words landed heavily on her chest. Martin Treehorn was here, and he would face Alderax. She had thought it all might have been a dream, a legend spoken of in hushed tones. But now, as Kyo's voice cut through the din of the crowd, the impossible suddenly felt all too real. "You know him?" Lyria asked, her voice tentative but pressing. Kyo nodded, her sharp eyes narrowing as she glanced out toward the center of the arena, where the preparations were being made for the tournament. "We've met Martin. He's no ghost, no mythical king returned from the dead. He's a man with a mission to take back the kingdom of Agamemnon, to rid it of the man who has sullied it." Her words were measured, but they carried a weight that seemed to press down on Lyria's heart. "I believe he just might succeed." Dove's brow furrowed. But why now? Why would Martin come back now, after all these years? Why would he risk this battle? Kyo's lips pressed into a thin line. The kingdom is falling apart. Under Alderax, Agamemnon is rotting from the inside. The people are ready for change. They have suffered too long, and Martin has waited for the right moment. The tournament is his opportunity to strike. Orson, the boy at Kyo's side, tugged at her sleeve. Will he win? His voice was small, but his question carried an innocence that made Lyria's heart ache. Kyo looked down at him with a tenderness Lyria hadn't expected. "I don't know, Orson, but Martin has allies, and he has the heart of the people." Her gaze shifted back to Lyria and Dove. "But Alderax is not a fool. He will rig this tournament, manipulate it however he can. It's a dangerous game, and Martin has already put his life on the line to get here." Lyria, Dove, and Haranda all settled into their spaces alongside Kyo, Kelvin, and Orson. The final fight of the tournament was about to begin.
Martin 15. The tension in the arena was palpable, a weight that pressed down on Martin as he stood at the center of the battlefield. The roar of the crowd was deafening, but he barely registered it, his focus locked on the iron gates at the far end of the arena. Beyond those gates was the man who had stolen everything from him, his throne, his kingdom, his dignity. And now, that man was about to face him in open combat. The gates creaked open with agonizing slowness, revealing King Alderax. He emerged like a spectre from a nightmare, his crimson armor gleaming like fresh blood under the harsh midday sun. The crown on his head caught the light, an unmistakable symbol of the power he has usurped. The crowd fell into a hush as Alderax strode forward, each step calculated, deliberate. His dark eyes found Martin's immediately, and a cruel smile tugged at his lips. "Martin Treehorn," Alderax began, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "The king who fell, yet refuses to stay buried. How quaint!" His tone was laced with mockery, and the crowd responded with laughter, some jeering at Martin, others cheering for the impending spectacle. Martin stood motionless, his golden sword in hand, the sunlight catching its polished edge. He refused to let Alderax's words rattle him. Instead, he focused on his breathing, on the steady rhythm of his heart. He was here for more than vengeance, he was here to reclaim everything that had been stolen. Alderax stopped a few paces away, his smirk twisting into something darker. "Do you know why you're here, Martin? It's not because you earned it. No, it's because I allowed it. I let you crawl back here, like a moth drawn to the flame of its own destruction. You think you're clever, that you've bested me already just by surviving. But you're nothing. Less than nothing." Martin's jaw tightened, but he held his tongue. He wouldn't rise to Alderax's bait. The crowd roared again, feeding off the king's bravado, but Martin remained resolute. He would answer with action, not words. Still silent, Alderax sneered. "Good. Let me make this clear this time. I'll finish the job. And when I do, your name will be erased from history, just like your pathetic reign. Martin finally spoke, his voice steady and calm. Are you done, Alderax? Or are you planning to bore me to death? The crowd gasped at the defiance, and for the first time, Alderax's smirk faltered. He stepped back, raising his crimson blade. As you wish, pretender. The gong sounded and the fight began. Alderax moved first, charging with surprising speed for a man clad in heavy armor. His crimson blade slashed through the air in a deadly arc. Martin parried just in time, the clash of steel ringing out like thunder. The force of the blow rattled Martin, but he held his ground. Alderax pressed the attack, his strikes relentless and precise. Martin found himself giving ground, each step backward a reminder of the gap in their physical prowess. Alderax fought like a man possessed, his blade a blow of motion. Martin, older and slower, relied on his instincts and the years of training that had once made him a champion. But even so, Alderax landed blow after blow, scoring shallow cuts on Martin's arm, his shoulder, his side. "You're too slow," Alderax taunted, his voice a growl. "Too weak. You don't belong here, Martin." Martin gritted his teeth, focusing on his breathing, his rhythm. He let Alderax's arrogance fuel his overconfidence, biding his time. He knew there would be an opening, there always was. The opening came when Alderax lunged too far, his crimson blade overreaching. Martin sidestepped the strike and countered with a sharp blow to Alderax's side using the pommel of his sword. The king staggered, his armor ringing with the impact. Martin pressed the advantage, his strikes now deliberate, each one carrying the weight of his determination. The crowd roared as the momentum shifted, but Martin heard none of it. His focus was absolute. The fight dragged on, both men drenched in sweat and exhaustion. Blood slicked the ground beneath their feet. Martin's breath came in ragged gasps, and he could see the fatigue in Alderax's movements as well. Still, the king's dark grin remained, a hint of something unnatural in his endurance. Alderax suddenly started fighting back with an inhuman fury. Martin could do nothing but allow himself to be backed up against the wall. The blows that followed brought him to his knees. The crazed smile spread wide across Alderax's face. "This is, and forever will be, my kingdom." From the corner of his eye, Martin saw Melian in the crowd. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Martin felt it, a surge of power, invisible yet undeniable. A wave of energy radiated through the arena, shattering the dark magic that had been bolstering Alderax from an unknown source. The king stumbled, his movements slowing, his strikes less precise. Alderax's eyes widened with realization. What have you done?" Martin didn't answer. Instead, he attacked with renewed vigor, his strikes swift and unrelenting. The golden sword blazed with a light of its own, as if responding to the shift in power. With a roar, Martin parried Alderax's desperate swing, spinning and delivering a final, decisive strike. The golden blade pierced Alderax's chest, and the crowd fell silent as the Crimson King collapsed to the ground. Martin stood over him, his breath heavy, the golden sword steady in his hand. Alderax looked up at him, his dark eyes fading as he died. "You've lost," Martin said. "It's over." With a swift motion, Martin withdrew the sword, and King Alderax was dead. For a moment, the arena was silent, the crowd frozen in shock. Martin stood bleeding and in pain. Then, a roar of approval erupted, shaking the very walls of the Colosseum. The people chanted Martin's name, their cries a symphony of hope and renewal. Martin raised the golden sword high, a symbol not just of his victory but of the dawn of a new era for Agamemnon. At long last, the throne was his to reclaim. The roar of the crowd was deafening as Martin stood in the center of the arena, the golden sword still gleaming in his hand. Blooded but victorious, his breath came in heavy gasps, his body trembling from the exertion of the fight. Before he could fully process his triumph, Tarumba was there, breaking through the throng of onlookers, his massive arms wrapping around Martin in a bear-like embrace. "You did it!" Tarumba bellowed, his deep voice carrying over the noise. "I knew you could! You're tougher than you look, old man." Martin managed a laugh, wincing slightly as Tarumba's hug pressed against one of his injuries. "Thanks for the vote of confidence. Next time you can fight the Tyrant King." Tyramba grinned, clapping Martin on the back so hard it almost knocked him off balance. You earned this, Martin. You earned it all. Ellen appeared moments later, pushing past a wave of spectators, her face alight with pride and relief. Without hesitation she flung her arms around Martin, holding him tightly. You're alive, she whispered, her voice trembling. You really alive? Thanks to you all, Martin said, his voice soft as he met her gaze. For a moment, the chaos of the crowd faded and it was just the two of them. He smiled, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. I couldn't have done it without you, Ellen. The chanting of his name grew louder, echoing across the arena. Around them, the remaining members of the Blackguard hesitated, their once fearsome presence diminished. One by one, they began to back away, slipping out of the arena, vanishing into the city-like shadows in the night. Martin turned to Ellen, his expression suddenly serious, though his eyes sparkled with a warmth that made her heart skip. Do you trust me, princess? He asked, his voice just loud enough for her to hear. Her brows knitted together in confusion, but she nodded. Of course I do, Martin. Always. He smiled, taking her hand and turning to face the crowd. The cheers began to subside as the people noticed him raising his hand for silence. Thousands of eyes were on him now, the weight of their anticipation hanging in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, Martin's voice boomed, carrying to every corner of the arena. Today, I have reclaimed my right to stand before you as your king, but my fight is not yet finished. There is one challenger left, one opponent who has claimed victory over my heart, and to her I surrender completely. A murmur rippled through the crowd, confusion and intrigue sweeping over the spectators. Ellen's eyes widened as Martin turned to her, still holding her hand. Her breath caught as he dropped to one knee before her, the golden sword gleaming at his side. Ellen Belgarios, Princess of Pravel, Martin said, his voice steady but filled with emotion. Will you marry me and become my queen? The arena fell utterly silent. Thousands of people leaned forward, waiting for her response. Ellen's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. She looked down at Martin, at the man who had fought so hard, not just for a throne, but for hope, for love, for a future worth living. Yes, she whispered, her voice cracking. Then, louder, yes, Martin, I will. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, the cheers shaking the very ground beneath them. Martin rose, pulling Ellen into his arms as the golden light of the setting sun bathed them both. Their lips met in a kiss, tender and triumphant, a promise of the life they would build together. Around them, the people of Egerman chanted their names, their voices filled with joy and hope. The dark days of Alderax's rule were over. A new chapter had begun, and it started with the union of a king and his queen.
Keo 12. The grand throne room of Castle Muldrus was silent, save for the echo of Martin Treehorn's voice as he addressed his people. The banners of Agamemnon had been restored to their rightful place, and the oppressive shadows that had loomed over the kingdom during Alderax's reign seemed to have lifted. Keo stood beside Kelvin and Orson at the base of the throne's dais, her heart swelling with a mix of relief and uncertainty. They had fought so hard, lost so much, and now they were here, waiting to see what their future might hold under the leadership of the man who had reclaimed the crown. Martin Treehorn looked down at them, his expression one of gratitude tempered with the weight of his new responsibilities. He rose from the throne, stepping toward them with a dignity that made it clear why so many had followed him into rebellion. Keo, Kelvin, Orson, Martin began, his voice steady and warm. You have been pillars of courage and resolve in this fight. Without you, without the Vanorian rebellion, this day might never have come. Kelvin inclined his head respectfully, and Keo placed a hand on Orson's shoulder, steadying him. The boy's eyes were wide, awestruck by the grandeur of the moment. Martin continued, as I promised, you will have a place here in the castle, a home where you can live in peace, free from the shadows that haunted your past. This is my gift to you, a token of my gratitude. Keo felt a weight lift from her shoulders. After so much hardship, the thought of a safe place, a true home for her small family, brought a lump to her throat. She exchanged a glance with Kelvin, and in his eyes, she saw the same sense of relief and hope. The king's gaze softened as he turned to Orson. Young Orson, you have a gift, one that is rare and remarkable. If you desire it, you will have the chance to train under Melian himself. As court wizard, he will guide you in honing your power and learning to control it. Your potential is great, and this kingdom will need those who can shape its future. Orson's eyes lit up, and for the first time in days, he smiled brightly. I'd like that, he said, his voice small but filled with excitement. Keo couldn't help but smile at the boy's joy. She and Kelvin both bowed their heads as Keo spoke, her voice filled with emotion. Thank you, Your Majesty, for everything. Martin inclined his head. It is I who must thank you. Go now. Rest. You have earned it. They retreated from the throne room, stepping into a quieter part of the castle. The new quarters were simple, but warm, with sunlight streaming through tall windows and the scent of fresh flowers in the air. It was a stark contrast to the years of running and struggling. As they stood in the middle of the room, Keo turned to Kelvin, her heart brimming with gratitude and love. She wrapped her arms around him, holding him tightly, and he returned the embrace with equal fervour. The weight of their journey, the sacrifices, the pain, the losses seemed to melt away in that moment. Orson stood nearby, watching them with a shy smile. Keo extended a hand, pulling him into their embrace. The boy nestled between them, his small arms wrapping around both of them as they stood together. For the first time in what felt like forever, they were a family not just surviving, but beginning to live. And in that peaceful corner of the castle, they found hope.
Lyria 12. Martin Treehorn, now crowned King of Agamemnon once more, sat upon the throne with an ease that suggested it had always been his. His presence radiated strength and dignity, the weight of the crown resting not as a burden, but as a responsibility he was ready to bear. Before him stood Horanda, Lyria, and Dove, their clothes still dusty from the city streets. Horanda held her head high, but there was a warmth in her expression, a motherly pride that softened her strong demeanour. Lyria and Dove stood side by side, their hands brushing lightly as if they needed the reassurance that they were truly here, alive and together. Martin regarded them with kind eyes, his voice steady as he spoke. Horanda, he began, you have done this kingdom a service greater than words can express, helping those who could not help themselves, providing a light where darkness reigned. He paused, his gaze softening further. It is because of people like you that there is still hope in Agamemnon. Thank you. Horanda bowed her head humbly. Your Majesty, I only did what my heart told me was right, and I would do it again. Martin smiled faintly, then turned his attention to the two young women beside her. And you, Lyria. Horanda has told me what you've endured, the risks you've taken to fight for your freedom. To survive under Alderax was no small feat. To rise from his clutches, that is an even greater triumph. Lyria's heart swelled with a mixture of pride and relief. She felt Dove shift slightly beside her, as if the weight of the king's words had settled over them both. You deserve more than mere thanks, Martin continued. This castle can be a place of sanctuary now, a place of safety, not fear. I would like to offer you both rooms here, where you can rest, heal, and decide your paths forward without the shadow of Alderax looming over you. Lyria blinked in surprise, her voice catchy as she tried to speak. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dove, for once, seemed equally speechless. She managed a small nod, her usual sharpness tempered by the unexpected kindness. Martin rose from his throne, a gesture that immediately commanded the attention of everyone in the room. Agamemnon owes its future to the courage of people like you, he said, his voice resonating with quiet strength. Take this time to reclaim your lives. And know that this kingdom is now a place for all its people, not just those in power. With that, he stepped forward, placing a hand briefly on each of their shoulders, a gesture that felt more like that of a father than a king. Then he turned to address the court, leaving Lyria and Dove free to retreat. Later, in the quiet of the gardens, Lyria and Dove found a secluded bench tucked beneath the shade of an ancient oak. The castle seemed to breathe easier now, its oppressive air replaced with a sense of cautious hope. Lyria turned to Dove, her voice soft. I don't know how to thank you, she said, for coming back for me, for never giving up on me, even when I was too blind to see the truth. Dove shook her head, a small, wry smile playing on her lips. You would have done the same for me, she said simply. Then, with more sincerity, she added, "You're my family, Lyria. Of course I came back." The words hit Lyria harder than she expected, a lump forming in her throat. "You're my family too. Dove," she whispered. "We made it through because we had each other, and we're here now, free." Dove leaned back, staring up at the sky where the first stars were beginning to emerge. "It's strange, isn't it?" she mused. "After everything, we're here, safe. I don't know what to do with that." Lyria laughed lightly, a sound that felt foreign but welcome. "Maybe we figure it out together." Dove smiled, turning to face her friend fully. Together, she agreed. The warm glow of the lanterns in the garden gave the evening an almost ethereal quality. Lyria was content to let the silence stretch between her and Dove, soaking in the peace they so rarely found, but Dove suddenly stiffened beside her, her sharp eyes locking onto a figure standing a short distance away. Lyria followed Dove's gaze to see a large man leaning casually against the trunk of a tree. His light armour revealed his impressive musculature, his black hair falling in loose waves around his shoulders. 2 axes were strapped to his back, their polished edges gleaming faintly in the dim light. There was an air of quiet strength about him, and something else, something familiar, at least to Dove. "Tarmba," Dove whispered, her voice breathless with shock. Before Lyria could ask who he was, Dove was already on her feet, striding quickly toward the man. "Tarmba," she called louder, her voice trembling. The man turned sharply, his expression shifting from guarded to astonished in an instant. "Dove," he said, stepping forward. His deep voice carried a mix of disbelief and relief. When they were face to face, they both paused, their movements awkward as though unsure of what to do. Dove finally broke the silence, her words tumbling out. I never thought I'd see you again." Tarmba reached up, almost hesitantly, to touch her shoulder. "And I thought you were gone forever," he said, his tone low and rough. "I searched for you, but he trailed off," shaking his head. "I shouldn't have left," Dove said, her voice breaking slightly. "I thought I was doing the right thing, but I've been through." She cut herself off, her eyes glistening. "It's been terrible, Tarmba." He nodded, his expression softening. "I can see that," he said gently, "but you're here now. And alive. That's what matters." Lyria hung back, watching as they embraced with a mixture of awkwardness and longing. It was as though neither of them was sure how much they were allowed to hold on to this moment. When they finally parted, they exchanged a few more hurried words. "We need to catch up," Dove said, her voice steadier now. "Can we meet later? Somewhere more private?" Tarmba nodded, his gaze steady. "Of course. Tell me when and where, and I'll be there." Dove gave him a small smile, one Lyria hadn't seen on her friend's face in a long time. After a final exchange, Dove returned to Lyria's side, her steps lighter than they'd been in weeks. As they walked away, Dove caught Lyria's gaze and grinned, her cheeks tinged with a rare hint of colour. Lyria couldn't help but smile back, the excitement in her expression unspoken but shared. "Well," Lyria teased as they left the garden behind. Dove shook her head, her grin widening. Not a word. Lyria. Not yet. Lyria chuckled softly. Whatever Dove's history with this man, it was clearly a story worth hearing and one that, for now, Dove wasn't quite ready to share, but for the first time, they were in a position to relax. They could take the time to make their own decisions now.
Martin 16. The chamber was quieter than Martin had expected. The energy of the arena, the roar of the people, the intensity of the past weeks, it had all faded into the steady hum of royal life. Martin, Ellen, and Melian stood around a grand oak table, its surface scattered with maps filled in a growing pile of royal decrees. Candlelight flickered across the room, casting long shadows over the walls. Melian leaned heavily on the table, his eyes sharp but weary. "The girls, Lyria and Dove, are adamant about what they saw," he said, his voice grave. "They claim a local temple leader, one trusted by the people, changed his face. One moment, a kindly old priest. The next, something else." Martin frowned, leaning closer to the map Melian had unfurled. "Something else?" he repeated. "A lizardkin," Melian said, his tone weighted with the implications. If their story is true, it means more than one temple leader could be compromised. Lizardkin are not just opportunists, they are infiltrators. If they're here, it means we face a new kind of enemy, one that prefers the shadows to open battle. Ellen placed her hand on the map, tracing the outlines of Agamemnon's vast cities and farmlands. "How long do you think this has been happening?" she asked. Her voice was steady, but Martin could sense the tension in her. "Years, perhaps decades," Melian said. "They could be anywhere, wearing anyone's face. That's the danger of it. They don't fight wars in the open, they erode trust and sow chaos. If they've infiltrated the temples, they've likely spread further than we know." Martin sighed, running a hand through his hair. One crisis after another. First Alderax, now this. Do we have any idea how many might be among us? None, Melian admitted. But Lyria and Duff are no ordinary girls. They see more than most, even if they cannot always explain what they see. Their claim deserves investigation, though it's not a battle we can wage today. Ellen nodded. "We have to tread carefully. If we go after them too soon, we might tip our hand and lose the chance to uncover how deep this runs." "Agreed," Melian said. "For now, we let the rumors stew while we fortify our position. But we will face this, and soon. Of that you have my word." With a tired but reassuring smile, Melian gathered his staff and parchment. He hesitated before the door, looking back at Martin and Ellen. "You've both proven yourselves stronger than I ever could have imagined. Keep your strength, your trust in each other. You'll need it for what lies ahead." And with that he was gone, the door closing softly behind him. Martin turned to Ellen, the weight of the conversation still heavy on his shoulders. He expected to see concern in her eyes, but instead there was warmth. She reached out, her fingers sliding into his. The gesture was simple but grounding, and it pulled him out of his swirling thoughts. "We'll face it, Martin," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "Whatever darkness comes, we'll face it." He looked at her, at the strength in her gaze and the gentle curve of her smile. For the first time in what felt like years, he let himself truly believe that they could. That no matter what shadows crept into Agamemnon, no matter what enemies emerged from the depths, they would stand against it as one. Martin lifted her hand, brushing a kiss against her knuckles. "As long as you're by my side, Ellen," he said, his voice filled with quiet conviction, "there's nothing we can't face." The two stood in the candlelit room, the weight of the crown balanced by the strength of their bond. Outside, the city of Agamemnon stirred with the promise of renewal. Darkness loomed on the horizon, but for now, hope burned brighter. And in the stillness of that moment, Martin knew with certainty their story was far from over.